We back. We back. This is my ramen concoction. It's green beans or it's peas with ramen, tuna, mayonnaise, mustard, kind of like a jailhouse goulash. I'm hungry. Echo, I know. We'll go out in a little while. Go skateboarding on the Discord once people get in here. It's not hot enough. Oh, it's cold. What are you doing on the beat? You jumping on the beat? I gotta go microwave this more. Hold on. I gotta go put this in the microwave longer. 2 more minutes. 2 more minutes. Let's hit some push-ups. All right. Warmed up. We're warmed up. What the? Remember that like button. What's up, Spike? What kind of ice cream did you get? What kind of ice cream did you get? Oh, it's beer 30. I'm gonna go get my noodles. Hopefully they're heated up this time. It's a weeknight. We won't have as many people jumping in the panel as normal. So, worst case scenario, I watch some videos and play some video games. Did I say $5 for 20 push-ups? No. Yeah. $10 for 20 push-ups. Make me work. Put me to work. That was 80 cents worth. You're going to send me an 80-cent super chat or 80-cent cash app? I'm trying to work for it, you know? I'm trying to earn it. I did those ones for free. Happy Memorial Day, everybody. Are you so Memorial Day is not the same as Veterans Day. So Veterans Day is for all the veterans, but Memorial Day is just for the fallen soldiers. Is that right? Chocolate. You got chocolate ice cream? Nice. Ice cream cone or ice cream bowl? Flora said when she comes here, she wants to go get ice cream at Cold Stone Creamery. So we went there on a date a long, long, long time ago, and she liked it. That's where they or like marble slab where they like put the ice cream on a marble slab and they like you pick out the toppings and they throw it into it and they like mix it up there in front of you. So good. They're dead soldiers. And then there's a Brazilian grill. We went on a date to Tucanos, which is a Brazilian grill, long time ago. I think it was my birthday that we went. And there's a the Tucanos I think is closed. It might still be open. We could go to the Gateway and go to Tucanos and then go to a movie or something at the Gateway. But there's a Brazilian grill right by my apartment, like 2 blocks that way, walking distance in 30 seconds, like right over there. And called Rodizio Grill or something like that. I like those Brazilian places, but I've only been to one, and that was with Floor, like 12 years ago, 10 years ago. But they're pretty good. Cold Stone is the best. Oh, a little half gallon? Okay. Bro, they got so many flavors of Ben and Jerry's now. Crazy amount of flavors. Where my shirt go? It's hot in here. I was wearing this shirt under my other shirt. I'm not rocking the wife beater for the audience. This is my favorite shirt to wear when it's warm. Bump, bump, bump. You know, Flora hasn't got in the stream yet. She'd be freaking out. She'd be jumping in the Discord real fast. Like, oh my, oh la la. That's French. We don't like French people. If I every and France had their finger in everything. All the dictators, France had their finger in the creation of them. If I became a dictator, first thing I would do would be to take care of France, take them out on a date. If you get what I'm saying, a date with their maker, which is Satan. Oh, you want la revolution? I'll show you revolution. La revolution. Vive la revolution. Bump, 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 bump. Discord's open. I know it's Monday night, so can't expect too much. Anybody anybody want to debate me? Oh, there she is. Can't hear you, Floor. She's not
Hey,
talking.
can you hear me now?
Whoa! Now I can hear you. It's loud. Viva la revolution! What is going on?
Yo ahorita me voy.
As usual, a bunch of background noise and other
These are kids, Josh.
side
Be kind.
conversations.
Adios, chicos.
Why are kids on the street at night? It's 8
This
p.m. Do
kid
you
is
know
like,
where your kids are?
who?
That's an old thing they used to play on TV. There would be like a public
Oh, I
service
was about
announcement.
to say something so inappropriate. I'm glad that you actually clarified that.
They'd say, "It is 8 o'clock. Do you know where your children are?"
No, the kid was like, hey, lady, can you share me some of your Marvel internet? I was like, what? No.
Kid trying to steal your internet.
Yeah, he's like, can you do some hotspot? I was like, no, I'm leaving now.
Let that kid watch some YouTube.
Kids down here, they're so drowned by freaking internet. It's pretty sad, actually.
That's why.
Okay, let's go.
That's why white people celebrate the 5th of May. Why? Cinco de Mayo.
Cinco de Mayo?
To drink. It's just another reason to drink and
Let's
party.
drink. It's such a gloomy day today. It's been like foggy,
Isn't it
just
nighttime?
gloomy. Yeah, but I did my first round of dogs at like 5 in the afternoon,
My wife
right when
gets
you started your show.
my wife gets her mouth a going. I just smile, wink, and say, "Hush, doll."
Josh, what are you talking about?
I'm just reading the
Don't be
chat.
ratchet.
I'm just reading the
Don't be
chat.
ratchet.
That's
You're
ratchet.
being ratchet right now.
Oh, Florida learned a new word.
Thing. Hamburger helper again?
No, ramen with tuna and peas.
Ooh, the economy must be tough.
Well, it's Joe Biden
The
for you.
economy must. That is your top economy food. I
I
already know that.
I call this a bowl of Biden. We're gonna be having Trump steak next year.
I want to have steak. Oh, Josh, I was looking at this like bloggers, and they were I think they were buying stuff from Costco, and two pieces of steaks $120, and I was like, what? What?
Mm.
$120? That meat better be like, I don't know,
I
made
saw
out of gold cow or something.
I saw a picture. It said $110 worth of groceries in Alaska, and it was like 2 cans of Progresso soup, a can of chili. It was all like canned stuff. It was like 6 cans of canned food, a pack of tortillas, and like a thing of milk and a thing of eggs. And it said $110 for groceries in Alaska.
Dang, what is up with this economy? When I get there, we're for sure just eating in your apartment, maybe like 2 days.
Well, it's I just heard a chingling in my thingy thing. I just heard a chingling in my thingy thing.
What?
Somebody cash out to
That's not good. That's herpes, Josh. You gotta check that out.
me. Hey! It says I got 2 cash apps.
Ooh.
I gotta do 16 push-ups. George Spike sent me $1 for 8 push-ups. Dean sent me $7. See, Dean, I love to unblock you in the chat since you're listening, but you got to act right. It makes me sad that I've known you for so long and I see you in other people's chats and you're respectful, you're talking about what's going on in the stream, you're not saying anything crazy. But then every time I let you on into my chat, you're saying some mess and some nonsense. Why is that? Why do you only do that here?
That's true. I have seen Dean in other chats too.
Yeah, and he doesn't act like that.
Maybe is it time?
Maybe because it's later at night. I've seen
Yeah.
him.
Maybe he takes some type of mint or something at nighttime and he makes him go a little
Well,
bit cuckoo.
you don't gotta say that, but um, no, I've seen him in Steve's chat at night, and he doesn't do that. Why is this box that says start an
Yeah,
activity
because
here?
nobody puts up with it like you do.
What do you mean? They'll put up with it more than I will.
Oh man, I don't know how long I'm gonna be able to stay up with you today.
I gotta do 8 push-ups for Lord Spike.
Go to the bathroom.
8 push-ups.
Yeah, push up time. But we want to see the whole body, Josh. At least I do.
You want to see that? That's what you want to see.
Yeah.
This is 21 for Dean and 8 for Lord Spike.
Guachi. Guachi. Vamos. Vengan. No, no vamos hasta allá abajo. Vayan al baño.
That's 30. That's 30.
The internet is so bad inside of the cemetery.
What'd you just call it?
Couldn't even.
A cemetery?
Cemetery. Yeah, I just got lost in it. Dang.
That was 30. I did 30.
Where?
No, I gotta work for the cash, see, Sal? I gotta earn it.
¿Ya fuiste al baño? Ven. Jaco, vení.
Jaco, Benny.
You guys, we're not going too far today. I'm tired. You already hang out all morning long at the.
Bump. Bump, bump. Bump. Bump, bump. Bump.
I am tired, Josh. I don't like this new schedule of yours.
Well, I don't care.
Should. What, T?
You had never seen my hair down? What are you talking about? My hair's down all the time.
You hear? What, vení para acá. What, What? Dog, man. She doesn't give a fuck.
What kind of name is Watchy?
What? ¿Qué pasó? No, 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 no hagas eso. What is that? Is that Jose? I think so. Para acá. Guachi.
Watchy.
Guachi. Vení. Vení. Vení para acá.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
loca.
I'm so tired.
Vení para acá.
Ven para acá. Muévelo, muévelo sin parar.
25 plus years in prison. He's not going to get any prison time. It's his first offense.
Look, Josh, a car in Guatemala. Wow. It's a car and not a horse.
Storms killed more than 20 people across 4 states. Ooh, there's a Papua New Guinea landslide. 2,000 people feared dead.
Ay, perdón. What are you talking about, Josh?
The news? Papua New Guinea landslide?
Oh, Papa Nugia.
Baba Nugia. I watched the movie ISS this morning.
Like, what? Like,
And it was not
Josh,
good.
look, if you
Horrible
drink
ending.
those flowers, if you make these flowers a tea, these are great for colds and asthma and respiratory symptoms. These are
Asthma?
beautiful. Asthma.
Those help when you're ass mad?
You know what I'm saying.
Oh, you're talking about that thing that I don't believe in.
Yep.
Ass mad.
I'm surprised that Buff is not in here already. Your co-host.
Not my co-host.
He's your co-host.
No. This is a single man operation. One man crew.
You're so American sometimes.
Cornel West held a rally in Harlem and nobody showed up. LawTube evolution. Ricada Law.
This is the second time that I see these gang members going with their motorcycles. That's so weird.
Is this
The
gonna
gang members
show?
here.
So he's gaining weight. He's starting to make money. He's starting to gain success, and he's gaining weight.
What?
Now he's going backwards.
Who is that?
Oh my god. He's gaining weight there too. Nostrils are getting bigger by 2023. That's for Nayeo, baby.
Yeah.
That wasn't even noticeable. That wasn't even a crazy change. She says who? Even though she was on a stream where I was talking about him last night. Then I just did a show where I talked about him for 20 minutes. and she still doesn't know who we're talking about.
Wait,
And she's supposed to
what are you
be
talking about?
she's supposed to be the true crime like YouTube person, and she doesn't know who we're
Well,
talking about.
Josh, I'm really bad with names. I'm sure that if you show me the face, I'll be like, oh, that dude. I'm terrible with names.
All right, we'll Google it.
What is Rosita's dog? Hang on a second.
See, everybody's talking about him.
Racco. I don't know what they're going to celebrate, but they're even closing down the street. They're putting stuff up. Buenas noches,
Probably
chicas.
about
No,
to
no,
be
no,
an
no, no, no.
invasion.
Yesterday something like exploded and there was this earthquake. It was really weird. It didn't feel like the natural earthquakes.
Oh my God! Shut those dogs up!
Hey, no, no,
Every time. No respect
no.
for the panel. No respect.
Basta. Echate. Echate.
Machete?
Echate.
Machete?
Buenas.
Shut those dogs up!
What?
World Religions Explained. Top 15 most unruly events in jail. Goldberg, the Wrecking Machine's triumphant return to WWE.
Vamos, chicas, vamos.
Apparently, RFK got booed at the Libertarian Convention also, so not that big of a shocker.
RFK what?
RFK got booed at the convention, the Libertarian Convention.
Well, isn't he like anti-vax?
Yeah.
I could see
Allegedly. I think
why.
he just says that for popularity. If his wife told him to take it, he would take it.
Right.
He
Chicas, no, 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 no,
he
no,
threw a
no.
party and his wife said, and it was like his birthday party, and his wife said nobody could come unless they were vaccinated. He was anti-abortion until his wife told him to support abortion. So then he started supporting abortion up until 9 months.
Oh my goodness.
He did an assault rifle ban. He wants to change Columbus to Indigenous Peoples Day. I'm watching Band of Brothers. Shut those dogs up. She has no respect for the stream. She comes on a show while she's walking around in a city talking to
I'm
children,
to support your stream. I'm trying to be here for you.
playing with
And you
stray
make all this up.
dogs, talking to people in
Blah, blah, blah.
Spanish, not listening to what I'm saying. It's ridiculous.
What a complainer.
It's ridiculous. You will respect my authority. You respect my authority. I guess there's a new South Park movie out. I haven't watched that yet. I think Cartman takes a injection to get skinny or something. 14-year-old killer thinks he's going home. Can I get my Xbox? I think I watched that one. Did you hear about? So I don't know if these are the same ladies, but I did a story a while ago, and I think we talked about a YouTuber girl who was making videos showing her breastfeeding her child, and
Oh, yeah.
she got charged for making pornography with children in it. But then I watched an interrogation the other day of another woman, and I don't know if it's the same woman or I think it's a different woman, because the first lady that I talked about like a year ago, I don't think her kid died. I think she just got in trouble for doing YouTube videos with a child breastfeeding. But she made it like sensual, like she was moaning and stuff and getting super chats for it. But anyway, this other chick was in an
That's
interrogation.
weird.
She was doing OnlyFans, and she was selling her breast milk to men on OnlyFans, and they would pay to see her pump, and then she would squirt it, and then she would send it to guys. They were paying for her breast milk. Well, her child died like 2 weeks after it was born from starvation, basically. And this lady is being charged. And basically, in the interrogation, they're like, "You weren't feeding your child. Your child weighed like 2 pounds less than when it was born. Your kid's supposed to grow after it's born quickly, and this kid weighed less two
Right.
weeks later than when it was born, and it was emaciated and it was all skinny, and the kid like died of starvation." And they charged this woman, and the cops are like, "You were selling your breast milk to men on the internet on OnlyFans instead of feeding your child. That's horrible." Crazy
These
world.
people, that's disgusting, Josh. That's disgusting.
Well, I think all the guys that bought it should be charged too, like for like accessory to murder or something like that. You know?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You weren't listening to anything I said.
I sure did. I heard it.
I'm just gonna put on a video and watch a video.
Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Well, I'm gonna stream my Final Fantasy game.
The world's oldest conjoined twins find a new home. I think this was 11 months ago. They died recently. Fresh and fit bully. Oh, fresh and fit emotional bully responds. This guy responded to Andrew.
So the fresh and fit bully, the overly aggressive man that got sunned by the chubby family man up on the fresh and fit stage, is back on his YouTube page, shirtless,
Can you
to
hear me
address
better
all of
now?
his haters. What I will say before we get started is that this story, I didn't realize how viral.
Who's that? Oh, that's Nada.
That's nada.
Why can't I turn my fucking camera on? What the hell's going on there? Hmm.
I am trying to share my game. There it is.
We ain't trying to watch you play Final Fantasy.
I'm not saying that you're trying to, but
You're
you're
gonna
going to.
jump in some guy's limo and go to his house.
Josh, don't be so insecure.
Whatever. I'm not
What is it
insecure.
that you said? Oh my gosh, the chat needs to hear this. The chat needs to hear this. So I am telling Josh, like, hey, I'm gonna get the airplane tickets and stuff. And you know what he says to me? He's like, you better not run off with some dude in the airport. I was like,
No, she
what
said I'm gonna
you?
have. She said I'm gonna have a long layover.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like,
Where?
where exactly? That's what I said.
Probably in California.
Yeah, she's gonna run off with some Californian guy.
It's like a 5-hour wait,
Yeah, but
Josh, the most. The most will be 5 hours, maybe 2. You know,
California guys are soft though. You know that, right, Josh? Come on.
Yeah.
I don't want to run out with nobody. I'm going there to see you. Why would I run out with somebody? I went through all this, and within 5 hours, I'll be like, "Oh, I'm gonna run away with this California guy." Like,
He
no,
might have
that
money. California guys
that
got money
I don't
sometimes.
care about Josh. If I wouldn't care about money, I would have not done all this. Okay, let's be honest over here. It's about seeing you.
Whatever. I'm a baller.
Hmm.
I'm a baller.
You. I have a great comeback, but I'm not gonna say it. Watch me
Was
play, Josh.
where's your co-host Buff at?
It's not my co-host.
Co-host.
What do you?
Here's your co-host for show.
Oh my goodness. Nada has a very active lifestyle. He's always out. All you, all you guys are always out doing something.
Yes, Josh. That's called having a life. That's what you're supposed to do.
I have a life.
Me, exactly.
I'm just sitting outside my house right now. I'm not really doing anything.
Oh, I thought you were at a park or something.
Nope. Just looks like a park, I guess. I don't know.
You look like an old man in a nursing home with that beanie and that sweater, sitting out on the
Let me
bench.
see. What are
I know.
you talking about?
I got bags under my eyes. I am old. Friggin' 43 years old. It's old.
That's not that old.
Don't let him tell you anything, Nada. That's not true. He just
Oh.
wished that he was kind of Asian.
Hmm.
He must not be that
I
much
said
Asian.
kind of. I said kind of. Don't get mad at me.
Asian people look like they're, you don't know if they're 12 or 96.
That's right.
I'm mostly Asian, I guess. I don't know. Like
The,
3/4.
the Asian persuasion.
The Asian persuasion.
But I think my Asian's not really Asian though.
I mean,
I
I
think
look
it's
at you, and if I would have known you, I would be like, he's Asian.
well, I think it's like this eye fold. Japanese don't have this.
Yes, Nada, but do you think that we in the Western, we know that? You just look straight up Asian to us.
Apparently, that's like an American thing to not really recognize where people are from. And
I
apparently, in
can
like
recognize.
in Europe, they can like
I'm from America.
they just
Of
like
course you
look at
are.
somebody and they know what percentage Russian they are, what percentage this they are. Like they recognize that stuff a
I'm
lot more.
I'm actually pretty good, pretty decent at that somehow. Or I
I'm
can at least guess like within a few countries around. I don't know how or why.
Well,
I'm
like for example, the Chinese, they have this very round face, and their eyes are extremely small. And then the Koreans, they have more, like they have kind of the same round, but the eyes are a little bit more wider.
There's, there's
Now the
two types of
Japanese have the bigger eyes out of all the
there's,
Asians.
there's two types of Korean heads. One looks like an alien, and one's like a moon.
I don't know what y'all talking
Yeah.
about. Y'all look the same to me.
No, they're not the same, Josh. You have
Well,
to learn.
I'm not
I
racist.
look
That's
more
racist,
like
Floyd.
How is
I
that
look more
racist?
like the indigenous people of Japan.
Yeah, I agree with
Well,
that.
which is not Japanese. The people you guys think of as
What the?
Japanese are Korean.
What is a ginormous dinosaur? Dang.
Dinosaur? Are we
Oh,
watching the
I think this
stream
is a
here?
giraffe. This is like a.
It's a
Okay. Hmm.
it's a Giraffosaurus.
It's a Giraffosaurus. That's right.
Um, what was I gonna say? Sam it. See, I was gonna say something. Floor kept interrupting me, and now I don't remember.
Every single time, Josh. Get used to it.
Yeah, that is like a giraffe
That was like a
thing.
giraffe, right? Oh man,
Yeah,
that
so
was
the
fun.
on the whole Ricada thing, I've been watching that dude since like I think a year after he started streaming. And I kind of stopped maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago, maybe a year and a half ago. But
Did
why
you
do I
see?
hear an echo? Is that me?
Maybe it's my headphones playing through the microphone.
Oh, maybe.
There's an echo.
But anyway,
Did you
since
see
it's
a
mostly
decline?
nerds, oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
totally. But
Huh.
I mean, well, so here's the thing. My take on it is, I think I could kind of tell he was up to something, like maybe becoming a junkie. But I have a lot of friends who are junkies, so it's not that big of a deal to me. But I'm going around online and looking at all the most of his fans are fucking nerds, so they don't know anything about it. You know?
Right, right. It's like if you spot it, you got it. If somebody's high around me, I can tell you what they're on. I can tell I can like see it instantly.
Right. Well, and for me, it's not a big deal because I know. I mean, not that it's a good thing, but I know a lot of people who've died from whatever. You know?
Yeah.
So I mean, not that it's not a big deal, but it's like, well, I know I'm not gonna do anything about it. You know what I mean? But the concern, the mama that's coming out, like I was just in someone's chat like right before I came here, and it's I don't know, like these are people that have no experience with dope or people on dope or very little
Was he touching
because
himself?
What?
what happened?
You say was he touching himself?
Yes.
I don't know what he was
What
doing.
it looked like he was in that video.
It really did look like he was, and then he's like,
You
"Oh
didn't
shit,
wait,
I
you
can't
said you
believe
didn't
he
even
done
know
this."
who we were talking about.
This is exactly what I'm telling you. I'm really bad at names, but if you give me hints, if you give me a face, I'll be like, "Oh, I know who you're talking about."
Oh my goodness. What
But
else?
yeah, it's just funny to watch the chats and see everybody like the mama spirit come. You know, they're all like, oh, it's a long road, and I mean, I guess it is, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I
Well,
mean,
if if you're a friend of his and you're watching him spiral out of control, I can respect somebody like reaching out to him and saying, "Hey, you need some help or this is getting bad." But the problem is when you tell somebody like that it just makes them angry and
yeah,
they're not going to listen to you.
which is how I can tell that none of these people in those chats have any experience with friends that are
Yeah,
Well,
I
because
junkies.
people are very judgy towards that guy. It's like it's not like he's gonna get a round of applause. It's kind of
yeah, you got to let them suffer.
No, but these are like, yeah, and well, and like I don't
respect
know
that,
about
but
you
it's
guys,
getting the
but
reaction that he had.
the only way somebody's ever gonna like recover or whatever from anything is if they want to.
Right.
Exactly.
And and I would imagine he probably does want to. I mean, you know, like his family's in the balance, right?
And what's worse is that if you try to force them to recover, that's how most addicts end up dying. Like every every person I know who died of an overdose, not everyone, but a lot of them had just gotten out of rehab and then they go back to using, they've been clean, they don't have a tolerance and they overdose. And so,
Yeah, I don't have a good view of rehab. Probably for that same reason.
the forced rehabs are a
Like,
joke.
Nada, like when I quit cold turkey. I only did the NA meetings for a whole year, and then I just never touched drugs again. And I was like really deep into it.
I'm not a fan of NA or AA either because they take
me neither.
They took God out of
Well,
it,
my
and it just
mom.
became a meetup place for drug addicts.
I was
Yeah,
very young. I was very young, and I was only 22, and my mom was like, that would give her some type of comfort. But it got to the point that I was like, why do I want to talk about drugs if I'm
Yeah.
trying to quit
yeah,
drugs every
Why do
single
I
that's
want
the
to
day?
go
thing,
sit and listen to war
right?
stories from your drug
Yeah,
days?
it
Like,
would just make me crave even more. When
yeah.
as
And
much as
I would talk to my friends that went to NA or AA meetings, and like it's worse than talking to like a born again Christian who's like new. You know what I mean? Like all they talk about is the book and that, and like Jesus, whatever. I mean, just shut up. Like
Yeah. Well,
nobody cares.
it becomes their religion.
100%,
I
totally.
And
It's irritating.
Bill was a Christian, and
But
he
they
wrote.
took all that shit out,
Yeah,
right?
they took the Christianity out and they put in a higher
as a
power.
higher power.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
said, but they'll tell you your higher power. We understand if you're not a Christian and you don't like Christianity, but your higher power could be that chair over there. And it's like, no, your higher power cannot be a chair. You're, you know.
Yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. But yeah, I know what you mean. Like it, I've seen people go into like rehabs, multiple rehabs, and I don't know. To me, it seems like it not for everybody, but it seems like it can be more of a crutch than anything else.
It might like be really good at the beginning, like maybe the first 60 days, just for you to kind of like motivate yourself, because it's motivating. ¿Me podría regalar una cajetilla, porfa,
Yeah, and then you get out and
de castillo?
you use again and you die.
But
I think like a
then
detox is good if you're alcoholic or something and you're drinking a bunch and you can go in a detox for a couple days and they can give you medication so you don't have horrible withdrawals,
Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I can see that.
something like that.
But somebody like Nick Arcata.
But I feel like that is, and maybe you guys could disagree with me, but I feel like that is such an American thinking. Like you're trying to take the withdrawals away. It's like, for example, down here we don't have any methadone or anything like that. Like you just go through it.
Well, but
But I hear a lot of,
alcohol withdrawals are like real, right?
You could
Like you can
die.
die.
Allegedly. I've
yeah,
also
but
heard
what
some
is the
good arguments
percentage
that
of people dying of
I've
alcohol withdrawals?
I've heard some good arguments that that's just a BS story they tell to keep people drinking. But
Yeah, like
Maybe.
what I would love to
but
know
I've
what's
heard
the
that
percentage of people
it's something
actually
like,
dying from alcohol withdrawals, being an alcoholics for at least 5 years.
and then you'll hear alcohol withdrawals and barbiturate withdrawals can kill you. But then I've also heard opiate withdrawals can kill you. But then I've also heard that benzo withdrawals can kill
Ay,
you.
perdón. ¿Cómo estás? Bien, yo te veía así caminando, pero no veía el celular. Yo decía,
But don't
¿la saludo o no la
don't,
saludo?
don't they put you on benzos for alcohol withdrawals?
I don't know. It doesn't sound like a good idea because I get benzos and barbiturates mixed up.
Remember
I think
when
I
I
think they
when I
I think they give people benzos. I don't know. Again, I've never for me. Well, I don't think I've ever been a anything aholic, and like I don't know. But see, that just might be maybe I'm naive and I
Okay,
don't know what being an addict is like or whatever.
when
so
when I quit heroin, everybody was telling me, Flor, don't quit cold turkey because you could die. You could die. You could die. And then I just quit cold turkey. And
you
yeah,
weren't
it's extremely
you
painful
weren't
and
doing
not
enough.
fun.
You weren't doing enough to die. Alcohol,
Josh, I
opioid.
was slanging. What are you talking about?
You weren't doing
Like the
enough to die.
withdrawals, I spent
You weren't doing
30
enough.
days
You weren't doing enough to
not being
die.
able to sleep.
Floor, you weren't doing
The
enough to
first,
die.
I
Floor,
got it. I got it
floor.
the first time you said it.
Okay,
I
well then
got it. I got it.
why do you keep alcohol, opioids, and benzos? It says withdrawals can be life threatening. Most substances won't kill you
Hmm.
during withdrawals, opioids and alcohol and benzos. But it says potentially. So,
It could.
and I think
Yeah,
they say that to
probably
like
like if you
scare
don't drink
people,
water.
to scare people into going into some sort of treatment because they make money off the treatment. the whole homeless system and the whole drug rehab system is a government scam. They're not really helping people.
Chaco, ¿qué? She's
Some of
eating
them
something.
maybe.
Oh, you did
If
something
you're
you
rich and you can
shouldn't.
afford a
What
place
is
where you get to
it?
ride horses and stuff.
What did you do, Chaco?
I don't know. I think it's if you got something worth quitting whatever for, I think I think that's the thing that usually works for people. I don't know.
Just having some
Maybe I'm
willpower.
wrong. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
and so part of that I think is like most of the people I know that like were bad junkies and they OD'd eventually or whatever. They didn't have shit going on ever. So I mean, but like with Ricada, he's got like 5 kids.
Yeah.
So I would imagine that might. I mean, and maybe I'm wrong, but I would imagine that's a little different.
And this says which drugs have the worst withdrawals? It says alcohol, sedatives, opioids, and stimulants. That's all of them.
Oh
Right.
my goodness. I'll said opiates and alcohol are the worst withdrawals.
I don't think stimulants have bad withdrawals at all. You just go to sleep for 3 days and you wake up and you're good.
Yeah, that's true. I feel like it is very like a mental thing when it's like
Yeah.
coke or something like that, but like the physical withdrawals, the ones that you feel like all of your joints are just on fire out of pain, I would say opiates and alcohol.
Hmm. Yeah, I've never actually been on opiates. I mean, done, I've done them here and there, but I've never like for an extended time been on opiates. So I actually can't relate,
I
but
can't
I can relate to. Well, and I've never really been an alcoholic. I mean, I guess I have. I don't know.
I can't find any numbers on the amount of people who die from withdrawals. It says it can be life threatening, but I don't see any numbers. You'd think that they would have some numbers on it, like 1,000 people die a year from withdrawals or something like that. But there's no numbers on
Many
that. Oh,
many years ago, my dad got this tumor and he had it to be sober for a surgery. But he drinks a lot, right? You have seen my dad drunk. And he has drank since he's 17, well, 12. He started drinking when he's 12, and he had to get the surgery when he was probably like his late 30s. And I remember that we actually found him in the bathroom and his whole body was just like cramped up. Like he couldn't even talk. He was just going like he couldn't even talk, and we had to take him to the hospital. He was having an alcohol withdrawal and he was literally about to die. So I mean, I could see that, but that's like 20 years of alcohol use
so
for
USA Today says 1 in 25 people suffering from the worst withdrawal symptoms die. 6.6%
Ooh.
in Spain, 1 in 15. So it's higher in Spain.
Well, yeah, because like for example, places like I know people here from Italy and Spain, and for them they start drinking when they're like 9, and it's socially accepted. Like the parents will give them
Eight,
wine and stuff.
831 deaths in 2016 from alcohol withdrawal.
Man, I should have not lighted the cigarette up right now. I need my both of my hands.
Total alcohol deaths increased 35% from 2007 to 2017. But if he's on coke, like some jail time, he should be able to just cut that when he gets out of jail. He's not.
Yeah,
He'll be all right.
probably.
He's already
Well, and like
DT'd.
that last stream I was just watching, like he actually popped in on not he popped into the chat for like a couple of minutes.
Shoot, hold on, my headphone popped out.
So I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I think
You
if
said,
he
what'd
was
you say?
some
I pulled my headphone cord out. You said he popped into the chat and what?
yeah, that last stream I was watching, he popped into the chat for like a couple minutes. I don't know.
Nick Rekieta did?
Yeah,
The one you were watching before mine?
yeah.
How did he get in the chat if he's in jail? Is he out?
He's not in jail. He bonded out.
Did they
You been doing coke?
huh? No, I got a freaking booger.
No.
A,
No, he
a
bonded out.
sugar booger. I got a sugar booger.
I think it was like $50,000
No, I wouldn't even mess with
bail.
I wouldn't even mess with coke in Utah. We got too many Hondos and Pisces slinging dope fentanyl in it out here. Right? That's not like a thing
Well,
in Utah.
fentanyl's pretty new, isn't it?
Oh shoot. Oh.
Yeah, it's pretty new.
Kind of. It's been around for like what, 6 years now?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
It
Well,
is. I mean, probably coke is one of the oldest drugs in the book.
yeah, well,
It
okay.
was
I
starting
think
to
I
get
told you guys
when I was getting out of that world is when it started getting popular. Like
I think
five,
I told you guys
6 years
about
ago.
this a little bit. When I lived in Texas, yeah, we moved a lot of weight of that stuff, and it was not. I think it was as minimal stepped on as possible. So it was very very good,
I don't think she's
very high
laughing.
quality shit.
I don't think she's laughing at him, Spike. I think she's laughing at herself.
Bueno.
Seesaw.
Laughing at who, me?
Huh? No, Seesaw said not a funny face. He's like, I've never been on opiates. Well, I have, but I've never been an alcoholic. Well, actually, I guess I have. Oh yeah, she's laughing at Nada.
Oh well, no. I mean, I've been an alcoholic by the way that
She's not
AA
laughing
would
at the
define
drug
it.
use. She's just laughing at the way he said it.
Well, it's because if you talk to an AA person, everyone's been everyone who's done anything has been an addict, because AA just everyone's an addict and you're an addict forever and you're never not going to be an
Yeah,
addict.
I
All
can't
that
stand that.
bullshit.
I don't even
That's
like
fucking
those.
retarded.
I don't even like those words, addict and alcoholic. I don't even
Well,
like using
it's
those
because
words.
like what Jesse would say, and I don't want to go, but he would say this: you're identifying as a fucking
Exactly.
addict.
I agree.
Why would you do that?
I say the same thing. God never made an
That's
alcoholic.
stupid.
Well,
Right.
it's like calling yourself gay. It's
But
like
in practical terms, and I guess I am just comparing myself to other people I know, like old roommates I had and shit. I'm not even. I guess I could have been an alcoholic, but not on the level of yeah. Like I've seen some things, and I was never like that. I'm not saying I'm better than anyone or anything. It just I didn't have that connection with it, like a lot of
yeah.
getting up in the. I mean, and I don't know about anybody here or whatever, but like getting up in the morning and drinking from when you get up to when you go to sleep,
Mhm.
that's a little different. And so I can see where if it's like that, then and maybe that's how Flora's dad was or something.
I was like
Yeah.
that at many points.
Right. So I've never been like that. So if I'm gonna go from what I've seen of alcoholics, I mean I've been a binge drinker, and AA would say that makes me an alcoholic. But it was I don't know. But I also never had any problem like just telling myself this is too much, stop drinking, which is not an alcoholic, right?
Right. So you don't have like an addiction pattern.
Well,
Yeah.
I think
So
cigarettes are the hardest thing to quit because I've taken like right now I haven't smoked pot in like a month. I've taken 2 weeks off of alcohol, a month off of alcohol, not drinking at all. But cigarettes, I think is the hard. But nobody ever says you're a smokeaholic or you're a tobaccoholic.
Right. Cigarettes and coffee are the most addictive things in the world.
Yeah, or coffee. If
But
you
I
drink
also don't
coffee,
think
if you need a cup of coffee to wake up every day and you say, "Oh, I'm grumpy without my coffee," are you a caffeineaholic? Nobody would say
I
that.
also don't think either of those things are that bad though. I mean, depending on how far you take it.
Cigarettes are
Like my
pretty bad.
grandma,
The current cigarettes, all the stuff they
well,
put in them are bad. I've heard
like
that
my grandma would smoke maybe 3+ packs a day, like literally from when she got up till when she went to sleep.
my
I
grandma
think that's
too.
bad.
Well, my grandma did that
And
too, and
and
she lived to like 86.
well, my grandma died of emphysema, so probably from that you would think, right?
Yeah.
Whereas I smoke, I don't know, 2 to 3 packs a week, which is like a couple cigarettes a day. Am I gonna die of lung cancer? Is possible, but I bet I probably die from something else.
Yeah, I heard John Doyle was explaining it, and he didn't go into depth on it. I wish he would do like a full video on this, or I could do some research on this. But apparently, when cigarettes first came out, they were very natural, and it wasn't when everybody used to smoke. And the doctor would say, "Smoke." They had like advertisements with doctors saying a cigarette a day keeps the doctor away and stuff like that. That apparently they were more natural, and tobacco was men were getting it would make men sharper and they work harder and then they'd get together and their mind was working faster and so they started putting chemicals in it to like weaken men because we are getting to this is what John Doyle said. I don't know how true it is, but he made some sense when he said it, and I was like, yeah, that probably sounds about right. Then they started putting a bunch of chemicals in it that that's really what's killing people.
Well, and also, right, it's supposed to be really bad for my health and the caffeine too, right? But I think I told you guys last week that I just took a physical, and the girl giving me the physical literally didn't believe that I'm a smoker and just drank coffee because she's like, your blood pressure is too low. I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. My blood pressure is low. I don't know.
I can't even remember the last time I got a physical.
Sorry, but
Probably the last
like,
time I got a
so,
checkup or a physical was probably the last time I was in jail. So
but like my vital signs are good. So I don't know. Is it killing me?
Well,
Maybe.
that's what you call a silence illness because it's not gonna kill you like right away, but over time it will affect your kidney and your liver.
anything will kill
Are you
you over
sure?
time.
I'm 43.
According to Nada, stress will kill you over time. It'll raise your.
That's what I think. Well, that's based on my personal experience and my observation of others. That's what I notice is
Yeah.
that people that don't do anything but just stress the fuck out have terrible health. Always sick, stay sick for a long time, always at the doctor, always on pills and shit. And I don't know. Why don't I have those problems? I have bad habits.
You
But
think that it's you see, I think what if they're just like hypochondriacs? The people that are always at the doctor and they're always on medicines and stuff. It's like maybe that's more of a mental thing.
I think, yeah, totally.
Well, yeah, and
But
stress
I
would
think
be a mental thing. So yeah,
the mental affects the physical though. Like
right.
what you think is happening, I think.
Yeah, that's true.
So maybe I'm just an idiot and I'm oblivious to things. Oh no. But somehow I've been told that I eat bad and I do eat bad. I eat bad. Like I drink like fucking 5, 6 sodas a day. I'm supposed to be obese. I smoke and I drink coffee. I drink like, a bunch of coffee a day. So I'm supposed to have all kinds of health problems, but I don't though. So
Trump too.
Are you
Trump
an active are you an active person though, Nada?
yeah.
That's probably why.
Trump
Yeah,
Like
but
Trump drinks like 20 diet cokes a day.
right. So yeah, I don't believe that shit. I don't know.
And I played a clip of this like 101-year-old woman, and she was sitting down for an interview. I forget who she was doing an interview from, and she's got a can of Dr. Pepper in his hand, And she's like, "Yeah, I drink 6 Dr. Peppers every day." And she's like 101 years old. And
Mm-hmm.
she said I had 4 doctors throughout my life tell me that I was going to die from drinking so much Dr. Pepper, and I outlived all of them.
Right. Exactly.
They're all dead. And she's still drinking a Dr. Pepper, multiple Dr. Peppers
Let me
every day.
ask you this, Josh. Was she a pretty easygoing? Did it seem like she was a pretty easygoing type lady?
Yeah, she was 100 something years old, and she's peppy, she's happy, she's smiling,
Mm-hmm.
she's chilling with a Dr. Pepper in her hand. Not a care in the world.
I think I'm right.
Well, that's what I said about all these dictators, all these angry, hateful, crazy
Yeah,
dictators, all have
exactly.
strokes, like multiple strokes.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah. I don't know. I don't have any proof. I don't have any stats. I'm not a doctor. I didn't go to school or anything, but
yeah, we're not
I
giving
got
any
eyes.
medical information, YouTube, but it seems like being
But
carefree is the cure for everything.
it really does seem like it. I don't know.
Have you heard stories of people who had cancer for like 10 years and never knew about it? And then they go to the doctor, and the doctor says, "You have cancer, you have 6 months to live," and they die in 6 months.
You know what? I kind of feel like, I mean, don't they say that you have cancer cells all the time in your body? But it's just that your body's not overreacting to them most of the time, which is why you never actually get cancer.
Also, like what feeds the cancer, basically, it is sugar. Sugar is the favorite food for cancer. And guess what?
Flora's
They
not a
have the
medical
most.
doctor, YouTube. I don't know about that.
But
No, it
maybe
is
it's
true.
stress.
Look it up. Look it up.
But
What
maybe
feeds
it's stress.
cancer cells that you have in your body is sugar. And
Mm-hmm.
guess what? The US gives you the most sugar.
Well, yeah, but
Right.
that's a whole nother thing. That they say the sugar epidemic is worse than the opiate epidemic.
Yeah.
Yet I'm not obese. Yet I'm 40 something years old and I weigh, I don't know, 160.
Yeah, but you're Asian.
That's
Well,
true. You have
no. Well,
Asian genes.
when I was in high school, I weighed 225. I was a middle linebacker. I weighed 225. I was actually kind of buff, but then I got fat after, and then now I'm skinny. I
Oh,
think
man.
I think that's the other one is weight.
She
I
drank
think
all
weight
kinds
and
of Dr.
stress.
Pepper.
No,
All
why did I just
kinds.
wait?
But that's my
Kevin, you
personal
already
theory.
yelling. Who's Kevin?
Kevin?
Yeah, I don't know.
Kevin how?
I don't know. Lord Spike said, "Kevin, you already yelling."
Oh, you're talking about Kevin and those brothers. What are
Oh, Keith and
shoot.
Kevin, the Hodge twins.
Keith and Kevin.
Oh
Yeah,
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 that's
the
why he said
husbands.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Their interview with Destiny was so funny. They're like debating Destiny.
I never seen that. That sounds funny though.
It was like a week ago or a week or
That
two
sounds
ago.
like the perfect interview because all those little smart ass little quips that Destiny will have are like not gonna do anything to those two.
Well, so leading up to it on his stream, he was talking about it, and he was like, all like, "I can't believe I'm doing this interview with these conservative guys who just yell and stuff." And then when he went in the interview in the beginning,
They don't
he's like,
yell.
in the beginning of the interview, he looked pissed off, like he didn't want to be there, and he's just kind of like, "Yeah, okay, yeah." But by the end, he
They're like buddies.
he was like matching their energy, and they were both just
Oh.
yeah, they were all just yelling at each other.
I mean they yell, but not like angry, you know.
Yeah, not yelling, but like Destiny's like,
They
"Come on,
just
what are you
talk
talking
loud.
about?" And then they're like, "No,
Right.
it's not blah, blah, blah." And he's like, "Ah, blah, blah." And
They're
they're
not
like,
they're
yeah,
not mad. They just talk loud.
yeah. I think he had fun with it. I don't know how you could not have fun with those guys.
Right.
Like they opened the interview with, "Let's talk about your sex life. So you're one of those cucks. You like to watch your wife have sex with other men?" And he said, Destiny said, "I'm bisexual," which I think is a lie. I don't think he's I think he just says that. But because in the and I've always said this, and then in the interview, he's like, "I'm bisexual," and they're like, "What do you mean you're bisexual? Doesn't that just mean gay?" And Destiny's like, well, I would never date a guy. I'm not gonna lay with a guy and give him massage after I hook up with him. That's gay. they're like, they're like, whoa, what are you talking about? And he's like, I don't. Destiny said, I'm not a cuck. I don't like watching my wife sleep with other men. I just have open relationships where we both get with other people. And I forgot
That
what they
sounds like a
said.
cope. That sounds like a total cope.
Then they told a story about a time where they were sleeping with some other guy's wife, both of them together. And they're like, yeah, it's weird. It's like watching yourself have sex.
Together? Like at the same time?
Yeah, like both of them were with another guy's wife while he watched. And
Oh.
they're like, it was really weird because he's just in the corner staring at us. And then I'm looking at
Oh.
myself while he's watching both of them. Like, it was really weird.
Oh.
It was a
Yeah,
crazy
that's
interview.
weird.
It starts off for like the first hour, it's all that stuff, but then it gets into like debates about Ukraine and Israel and Joe Biden and how Destiny likes Joe Biden. They're like, you're crazy if you like Joe
Does
Biden.
he actually like Joe Biden?
Destiny, I I think he's being disingenuous. I think he's probably getting paid because he's into like political activism. Like he really mobilizes and gets people. He knocks doors. He canvasses. He makes canvas groups where people who
But
go out. So I think he's
he's
very
also not
active.
dumb. He's
He,
not dumb,
right,
and he's somewhat reasonable.
right, and that's why I
Somewhat.
say he's just being disingenuous. He has to.
Yeah, he has to be because he's not that dumb.
Yeah,
Man, this guy is really powerful.
he'll say stuff, and it's like there's no way you can't see that the economy is screwed up right now. And he's like, it's the best economy we've ever had. It's like, no, you have to shill for this guy because that's your guy. Um,
If he could just cut out the lisping shit, he just sounds like a fucking ugh.
what
Like I've never really been a bully, but I kind of just want to slap him around. You know what I mean? He
so
just he lisps.
if you watch him when he talks, he's always doing this,
His
Who,
and
jaw
Destiny?
moves around like a
he
weirdo.
yeah, he's jaw jagging. And so somebody in a debate I was watching the other day, somebody's like, "Are you on meth right now because you're jaw jagging?" And he said that he had a lisp as a child and that speech therapy told him that was a technique that he used to not lisp, was the moving
He
of his
still does
mouth
lisp.
sideways like that.
He still does lisp.
I've never I've never noticed
I
really
I hear it. I hear it.
yeah, but see, so that's a speech impediment that he has, and he says the reason he jaw jags is because of that. Now I do know he started on ADHD on Adderall meds sometime in the last year, so he is on speed now. But
Okay.
he's always done that jaw jagging thing even before. So he says that that's what they taught him
Hey,
in speech. I know speech therapy they they teach you like weird tricks to not have your speech impediment.
ADHD is some fucking. I don't believe in that shit at all.
Mm-mm.
That's a fucking lie. Complete lie.
Yeah, it's totally bogus.
Well, how did it not exist until fucking 10 years ago?
Hey.
What the fuck is that?
Well, I think the same thing because they came up with the name for it 10 years ago, where they decided to call a certain type of behavior a name. And I say the same thing about depression, anxiety, all
Yeah, it's
that
all
stuff.
fucking bullshit. It's all bullshit.
They came up with depression and they came up with a medication that they can sell for depression, which basically means you're sad. And then they realized that not all people fit into that depression box. So they started making different types of depression. They have seasonal depression. They have a new one. I always make this joke. I saw a YouTube ad for a treatment for treatment resistant depression. If you have treatment resistant depression, we have a new treatment for treatment resistant depression. It's like, how many different types of depression are there now? I heard a new one the other day. Destiny said it. I think I can't remember what it was, but I had never heard it before. And I was like, "What? There's another type of depression now?" Or have you heard of uh defiant authority defiance syndrome or
Yeah, that's one of the dumbest ones I ever heard of. Like, what the fuck is that?
yeah, oppositional defiance disorder, something like that, which means basically you don't like authority. What? What?
Right.
So if a kid gets mad at his teacher or his mom or his dad, we diagnose him with oppositional defiance disorder and put him on
It's
meds.
basically they basically call everything that makes up personalities
Yeah,
disorders.
right.
Like literally.
What if I'm happy all the time? Do I have a happy disorder?
That probably it. That's man. You're probably manic,
Oh
and
yeah,
then then you get sad. Oh, you're manic depressive.
yeah.
Fuck me.
Bipolar.
Or some days I'm
Like
happy,
whatever.
some days I'm happy, some days I'm sad, some days I'm mad. Well, you're bipolar or tripolar or
Yeah,
quadpolar.
it's fucking crazy.
Yeah, it's all
It's
big
fucking
pharma.
wild.
That's the psychopharmacopoeia complex or industrial complex.
Even the autism spectrum is some fucking bullshit.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I get like what because they're always maybe not always, but as long as I've been alive, there's been autism.
Yeah.
But autism was like the severe fucking
Yes.
cannot function. That's what autism was.
People that you see them and you know they have before they say anything, you know they have autism because it actually changes their like physiognomy. They look different.
Right.
They look weird. They look like things didn't develop properly. Like
Right.
or like Down syndrome. So I believe that there is real autism and there is real Down syndrome.
Right, but that whole spectrum of autism, like, but dude, I don't know. I probably have half of those things that we just said
Yeah.
if I go to the right doctor.
Now, if you go to a doctor, everybody's got some form of autism. If you're kind of smart, you got autism. If you're kind of quiet, you got autism. And it's like when I was a kid, those kids were just the weird kids. They didn't
Right.
all have
They
to
were just
have.
your weird. They were just your weird friend
Yeah.
that acts weird, and you just ignore it. Like, yeah, that's whatever. That's him being him. Oh well, whatever. Leave him alone.
Yeah.
He's spazzing out or whatever, and nobody gave a fuck. It wasn't a big deal.
But then they started calling them special and putting them on a different bus and giving them different classes and segregating. It's basically Marxism because they want to otherize everybody. Everybody needs to be in an oppressed group and be in a different group, whether it's race, sex, mental, physical. And then if you talk about this, you're ableist. So it's like you're racist or homophobic or xenophobic or transphobic. You're ableist. Like it's all crazy. It's a whole bunch of mess. It's so crazy. What about
Well,
schizophrenia though? I'm on the fence with schizophrenia because I don't. But see, even that, it's like it's not a mental thing. It's not that their brain chemical imbalances. It's because of childhood trauma.
yeah, okay. Schizophrenia. Everybody I knew who either thought they had or got diagnosed with that was from childhood trauma. Um, were on some other pharmaceuticals.
Yeah.
Same thing with bipolar disorder. All the people I know who were diagnosed with both of those, or thought they could be and probably could be diagnosed with both of those. It wasn't just that, or hard drug users.
Yeah. So it's like
So,
you kind
so
of
perhaps when the doctor will say it's because you're self-medicating, or maybe you're just calling something else. Like if you just cut all that other shit out, maybe you're not bipolar or schizophrenic anymore, or I don't know.
yeah. It's crazy.
But yeah, I don't believe in any of that shit. I think it's all bullshit.
Yeah, me too. And liberals lose their mind if you tell them this. this. Like they can't
Oh, I
possibly
don't care.
conceive of a world where people are misleading them for profit or some sort of other
Yeah,
incentive.
they're so fucking gullible. Like, how can you? Do you know people? Are you a person? How do you not understand that people manipulate other people? I mean, what is hard to understand about that? That's pretty basic
We
shit.
understand it, but
Master
we're so
Jim
used
has a
to it.
video on his channel about some BS. I'm dropping the link. You can watch it later. I don't really like that guy. He's come in my chat before. He's kind of a douche, but
Who's that?
I don't know. Some guy that used to be in. I met him through JLP's chat years and years and years ago, and occasionally he'll pop in and get banned. Um, he came on my channel a couple times, and he was all right at first, but then he'll just start talking crap. I don't know. Maybe Lord Spike knows him better than I do. I don't know. From what my experiences with him, I don't really like that guy, but I didn't even know he made videos.
Is that what was it, or what is it about? Like, about
Yeah,
the
what?
medical industrial complex being fake or whatever?
Oh no, he just said he has a video on his channel about some BS.
Oh.
He said he's dropping the link, but he hasn't dropped it yet.
Well, and for me anyway, I kind of see it in the reverse with the whole medical industrial complex being a fraud. Like, look at it from top down. Never mind from, oh, but my friend's, kid has this, and oh, so and so's on this pill, and that helped them. Look at it from the other side, top down. Like, are you mean to tell me that these massive corporations that take out ads, and and what's weird is if you haven't had TV for a long time and then you go to like a buddy's house and watch TV,
The
every fucking
commercials.
ad is, yeah, like every ad's a pharma ad now. It's crazy.
Yeah. Side effects may include losing your arm, death, spontaneous human combustion, like the craziest side effect.
Yeah,
If
every ad's a
explosive
pharma ad.
diarrhea.
And you mean to tell me that these guys don't have a profit motive, that they're out here to help me? Like, are you kidding me? Like,
Yeah.
how does that make any sense? That's nuts. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
how people can't see it is shocking to me. Like,
yeah, and it's even crazier when you have socialized medicine, which a lot of liberals and stuff want. So then taxpayers are
right.
paying for everybody to be put on drugs.
Yeah, it's nuts.
And that's why I think that once they legalized pot and started legalizing pot, it got lame. It's like now you're just being used. Now you're not even the cool kid that was edgy sneaking out to smoke pot. Now the government's making money off of you to smoke pot. Everybody and their mama. Yeah, I don't know. It's a mess.
Well, and like, yeah, them moving it from Schedule 1 to 3. I mean, like, what the fuck does that even really do? Like, not much, really.
It just makes it so you don't get in as much trouble if you get caught with it, I guess. But
But you kind of already weren't, though.
right,
Like, they weren't
if
being prosecuted.
you got caught with a pipe and a little bit of bud, the cop's just gonna break it and throw your weed away in a lot of
Yeah,
cases.
because anybody with half a brain knows that it's not a big deal. If they want to, I guess, okay, I guess in the whole systemic racism narrative way, I guess it makes a difference.
What do you mean? Because poor people smoke
Um,
more pot, black people smoke more pot?
no, because it can't be abused as much by
Oh yeah, yeah.
law enforcement.
Because they say that, which that's a bullcrap stat anyway. That black people
Yeah,
go to
but they
jail longer for lesser crime. So you have some pot and you do jail for 20 years. Like that's not why they go to
yeah,
prison for 20 years.
Oh, come on.
but catching somebody for that, even though you know that they've done other things, but you didn't catch them for that, I don't know that that's fair either. Catch them doing the bad thing that they're doing and prosecute them for that, not weed.
A lot of those were plea downs, so they'd get caught doing a bigger crime,
Right.
and so they'd take the misdemeanor pot charge but do the full
Yeah,
time
and
on it
drop everything else.
and drop
Right,
the other
right, right,
charges. So
right.
you get now
But
it's
there's
like you're getting more time for a lesser charge, but the other charge won't be on your record when you get out.
right. But there's also abuse of that, or like people just getting caught with pot and it being prosecuted. I don't know.
Apparently Kamala was doing that though. She was like locking up
Yeah.
guys and keeping them locked up for labor purposes in California and stuff.
Well, also to pad the stats too.
Hmm.
Well, because it's an elected position, prosecutor. So to get elected again, you got to show that you're doing something.
Right, right, right.
And weed's an easy thing to lock people up for,
Yeah.
especially if you don't give a fuck about people. So I don't know, but dropping it from 1 to 3, yeah, I guess it's better than not dropping it from 1 to 3, but it just still sounds funny to me when they're like, "Oh, now it's on the same level as Coke," which I guess in a way does make a little bit of sense, but maybe both of them shouldn't be as heavy as they are, you know?
Well, wait, no. So I never think pot should have been on the same scale, on the same schedule as heroin and meth.
Right.
But now I think it's below Coke, isn't it? Or
No, it's on the same 3 as where Coke is. Coke and, I don't know, barbiturates and
okay.
I don't know. I I don't know if I'm with. I kind of am with the whole drugs should just be. I don't know about legal. I sort of am with that. Not that I think that they're good for anyone, but I think it's more of a matter of I don't know. Are knives legal?
Knives?
And I don't cut myself with a knife, right? Is it because I can't cut myself with a knife? I can. I just don't because I'm not an idiot.
Yeah, but knives have other purposes. Drugs are made to get high.
Yeah. Okay. So if that's all you do, then I don't know. Then oh well. In my opinion, then you're just fucking yourself up. And
I'm trying to think of a better comparison, but I can't think of anything that doesn't have dual purposes. But I mean,
well,
cocaine, doctors
all
used to
those
use coke for medicine, for depression.
right.
Now they treat depression people with ketamine, which is a crazy drug. That's crazy.
Right.
Ketamine is an extreme drug, like, and they give it to people for depression. They inject people with ketamine in a doctor's office for depression, and that's crazy.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't see the point of I guess I'm a libertarian in that respect. Actually, I'm
Most of you
kind of a
don't.
libertarian about a lot of stuff. Honestly, I'm probably more of a. I wouldn't say I'm a Republican.
Oh, I can't play this. I can't play this on the channel, Spike, because
But
this is about the COVID stuff. Why did he do
Oh,
his title like this? Did he think these plus signs were gonna make it like not get censored? It's not gonna get censored anyway because no offense to Master Jim, but his channel's not big enough. Um, I don't know why he did the title like this, but anyway. It's like Dr. Plus, David Plus, Martin Plus, Exposes Plus, PFIZER Plus, and the Coof Plus, Scam Plus, and its Plus History Plus. Yeah, I
I
don't know.
mean, even with all that stuff, it's like I don't know. I think maybe I just got like fatigue with all this
Yeah,
already.
maybe I'll
Like
watch it later, but I'm really not interested. Like,
I had it figured out within shit. Even fucking even the coof. I I don't know. Maybe it's because I watch such like not as much anymore, but at the time I was watching Alex Jones and other channels like that, right? So I remember hearing murmurs of some Chinese flu that was new or something and might be scary in like fucking 2019. I remember hearing about it and thinking, oh, it's going to be like that bird flu or the swine flu or something, and not really thinking much of it. And then I got it in like November of 2019, even though allegedly I'm not supposed to have been able to have it that early, but I did. Like I had all the symptoms of the bad version of it. Like
that's what
I'll be
my
right back,
lost,
boss.
guys.
That's what my boss said too. He flew on a plane, and him and his wife both got really sick, like a month before
like
it.
yeah, I was like in bed sweating for fucking like 2.5 weeks. It was bad. I was like, I don't go to the doctor, and I almost went to the doctor. I'm like, this is something's wrong here. I gotta go to the doctor or something.
Well,
Um,
a lot of
and
people
that's what
don't
I
know
figured it
that
was.
before we found out about it, Wuhan had a population of like 11 million or some. I think 11 million people in Wuhan. 5 million of them left and traveled to Western countries for the like for months leading up to when we found out about it. When we found out about it,
That would
almost half of the population of Wuhan left. And my friend was talking about this. He's like before we ever found out about the coof, he said, "Don't tell me these Chinese are sending human virus torpedoes at all the Western countries." Sure enough, like six
well,
months later, coof happens.
well, where I lived in Hawaii is very near where Chinatown is in Hawaii. And like I lived around all kinds of Asians. So even if it wasn't actual Chinese, they would have been on the planes with the Chinese, and like they'll go back and forth. Go home, come back. Like I'd walk around that area I lived and like hear very little English regularly. That was like normal. It was irritating. I didn't like it, but that was normal. So
Yeah, I bet if we could
I
see the numbers travel from China to Western countries probably skyrocketed for like 6 months leading up to the coup. I don't know that that's a fact, but I bet if we could see those numbers, I bet you it's true.
yeah. So I'm yeah. I don't know. I got it. And that's why when everyone else was freaking out about it, I was just like, yeah, it's kind of bad. I had it. And people were arguing with me. They're like, you can't have had it. They said the first case was in Seattle in,
Yeah, that's
March or
yeah,
something. And I'm like, fuck, whatever.
that's bullcrap.
I had it. Yeah, all
And
the
that's people
symptoms
who
that
are
they
ignorant.
described, I had.
And like Seed Lord Spike, watch the video, you will see. But the thing is, I don't think I'm gonna learn anything new from that video. I think I already know all that stuff. And
Right.
I'm kind of burnt out on it. Like I know about Obama and Biden funding the labs, the gain of
Gain of
function
function
research. I
research.
know
Right.
all about all that stuff. I know about the people leaving Wuhan, which a lot of people don't talk about. Um, But I'll check it out. He said schedule equals how much a drug excretes dopamine from the pineal gland. I don't know if that's accurate, but um, with that logic, porn should be a Schedule 3 drug because it it makes you, and also the pineal gland isn't even a proven thing. They don't even actually know that that exists. I believe it. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm just saying I don't think they would base our drug classification system on something that isn't even really medically accepted that exists. But I, I I I don't know how they determine the schedules, but I've never heard that. And also, why would they reduce if that was how the scheduling system worked, why would they reduce the classification for marijuana? Because it's not like the amount of dopamine
Yeah,
has changed.
it's actually a lot, and it's a lot stronger
Right,
now than it
right.
used to be.
They would
Actually,
they would
like
make
a
it,
lot stronger.
and I don't even know if pot really makes you get a dopamine hit like that.
I mean, anything makes you get a dopamine hit, though.
If you like it, yeah. If it's something you like and you
Yeah,
enjoy, yeah. You can get a dopamine hit from a video. You can get people. That's what YouTube shorts and stuff are so addictive because it's like little dopamine hits because it's like, ha, ooh, whoa, hey, you know.
right. Or like some people get it from gambling. I don't, which is why I can't, which is why I can't gamble.
No, I get pissed when I gamble.
All I think about is the money I can lose. And
Right.
people who gamble are like, but you could win whatever. And I'm like, but I'm already down like $200. But look, I just won three. How much did you spend? I don't know. How do you not know? How the fuck do you not know how much you lost? Like, that's crazy.
I'll go in a casino and for fun, I'll have a set amount of money. So if I'm like, okay, I got $100 for the casino,
Right.
that's all the money I'm taking. If if I hit on a slot machine and I jump up to 300, I'm done. I'm not gonna I'm not gonna keep gambling to try to win more. I'm just gonna leave.
Right.
Or like if I don't play blackjack or anything like that. I'll enter a poker tournament, like a $50 poker tournament, where it's like winner take all, play till you're out, and then when I'm out, I'm out.
Right. But yeah, like, so some people do get a dopamine hit off. Well, it's not even so much the gambling, like people who buy lottery tickets. It's out of the idea that you're gonna win something, right? I think that's where they get the hit from is buying the tickets and then anticipating like, oh, here's when the draw, the numbers get drawn or whatever. I might win millions. Like that's where the high is. I don't know. Maybe
So
I'm too logical
it
or something. I
says
don't know.
the CSA stratifies these based on a substance's accepted medical use, potential abuse/addiction, and harmfulness.
In which case, weed should be not even on that fucking list at all.
Well, and that's why I was reading one of the reasons they wanted to reduce the schedule for marijuana is so that they could do more scientific research into it. Because if it's too high of a schedule, they're not even allowed to like research into it.
That's just fucking retarded, though. Is alcohol on that list?
If it's not, it should be.
Right, but I bet it's not, which is stupid. That's just stupid. Is caffeine on that list? And I don't think it's, which is why, like, honestly, I don't think anything should be.
It is not a
Do I think
controlled,
like
not a controlled substance, right? Oh, so
do
those
I
are just
think people
controlled
should be
substances.
right? I just think none of them should be controlled. Personally, do I think they're good or anybody should be doing them or using them? Like, not really, but I don't, like, I also don't think it's any of my business whether or not somebody else wants to.
I can see, I can understand why people would say we just need to legalize all the drugs, but I also think that if somebody gets caught selling heroin, they need to go to jail.
I don't know though. Why though? The person buying heroin is
Well,
willingly doing that.
they should both go to jail.
I think neither of them should.
You can't, just because you're willingly doing something illegal isn't a reason for it not to be illegal. Like,
I can't think of any good reason for it to be illegal though. Because it causes
like
harm, but
what if I said I want to die? Can you help me with that? And then you kill me. We both agreed to it. We both did it willingly. I still think you should go to jail. Or
I
like
honestly don't even know. I honestly don't
euthanasia.
even know if I'm. I honestly don't even know if I'm against that. Honestly, like
Yeah, I am.
I don't know.
Like Dr. Kevorkian or somebody who's doing assisted suicide. I've heard good arguments for like people who have like terminal cancer and they're suffering every day of their life. Maybe in that situation, I get it, but like I was listening to an interrogation the other day of a guy. He was dying, and his family put a pillow over his. They stuffed a rag in his mouth and put a pillow over his head and suffocated him. And yeah, I think those people should go to jail. But I kind of also see why they would do that. You don't want to see your family suffer. But yeah, that's a tough one.
Yeah, I don't. I guess I'm about that kind of stuff. I'm pretty libertarian.
Drugs deplete
Maybe not.
morals. Right, drugs like
Yeah, they do.
crack
I agree.
make like I don't want people freely smoking crack because sure, maybe you do it in your house and all you're doing is self-harm. You're not hurting anybody else, no harm principle, blah blah blah. But when you're addicted to that, you will start hurting people for it eventually.
Okay, and then at that point, that's a problem.
So we wait
That
until
I agree with.
so we let you smoke crack in your house as long as you're not hurting anybody until you start robbing people. Then we put you in jail.
Well, so and I have thought about this before. I only agree with all that in, I guess, not in this world. In a world where I can actually defend myself. You know what I mean? Like where the junkies start acting up and it's done. Well,
But
because
the junkies got guns too.
it would just change the whole dynamic of everything, though.
Now
It's sort of like
it's anarchy. We got a bunch of crackheads running around stealing from
yeah.
people, and we got everybody
Well,
shooting
again,
at each other.
right? Again, I kind of am a little bit of a libertarian about a lot of stuff, but I think it kind of would balance itself out, and we would essentially self-police by default. Also, people wouldn't enter into things as willy-nilly as you might think if they knew the consequences, if they knew what the stakes were. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if they didn't have the government protecting them from each other, then you would behave differently, or you would just face the consequences of not.
Okay. Now look at it the other way. If you were born into a world where all drugs were illegal, all porn was illegal, all if you were born into that world and you were raised in that world and you never saw these things, you wouldn't care. You wouldn't want to do, if we locked up
I don't think.
you would not have people addicted to drugs and porn if they were born and raised in a society where all that stuff was outlawed a long time ago.
Yeah, okay, I hear that, but I don't think that type of utopian. That sounds more like, how I don't know what that sounds like, but I don't think we'd
I
ever
think
have that type of.
it's
I think
utopian.
human nature doesn't lend to that type of utopian existence.
Depends what you mean by human nature, but I think that existence is more realistic than the idea that if we made everything legal, that people are just gonna do good. I think that's more crazy than
Well,
my ideal world.
but all these drugs came from plants. Most of them, in some form. Maybe not meth.
Eh,
Um,
cocaine doesn't
Coke
come
does.
from a plant. You don't.
You gotta refine it, but it exists in the
That's big
leaf.
pharma. Big pharmas did all that. Like
I
they
can pick I
they
can pick
processed it.
shrooms.
Smoking
I can pick
opium.
shrooms out of cow shit.
Some
I used
guy
to.
some guy in Asia smoking opium is not the same as somebody shooting up heroin in America. One of those things was made through pharmacology and through science. We made this.
Right.
Cocaine,
Well,
nobody's eating a coca leaf and running out and robbing their mother for some coca
but
leaves.
the fact that it exists means that at some point somebody could refine it into that. Maybe not exactly as strong. Is Flora on mute or something?
Gosh, look,
Oh,
my
Hold on.
neighbor.
Hold on, I can't see you yet. I don't know where my window is. Oh, there it is. Okay. What are you showing me?
what's that? Beans?
Is that fruit or
Black beans?
beans? I can't tell if those
Is
are
that like
blueberries. Is that like a blueberry pie or is that beans and tortilla and
Those
sour
are
cream?
beans, fried plantains, eggs, and cheese, and the ginormous bread. That was so generous. My neighbor, she was like, do you want
So
some?
so hardly any protein, just a bunch of
Oh my gosh,
bunch of
don't judge
hollow
the dinner. It's so good.
a
Don't
bunch
throw,
of
don't do that.
hollow carbs,
where's
Yeah,
the meat?
hollow. It's better than Hamburger
eggs.
Helper any day.
Yeah, but I don't eat 3 pounds. So,
You just tuna ramen. You know how bad ramen is for you?
yeah, but it had tuna in it. You got some eggs. The eggs give you a little protein, but
Yeah, beans have protein in them too, right? Don't they?
yeah, I guess. I've heard bad things. I don't know. Dietary stuff is weird because one person will tell you an all meat diet is the best. One person will tell you an all veggie diet is the best. Some people will say don't eat fruit. Some people say eat fruit. But
I
I think it's pretty
If it
accepted
goes
that
with a plate of food, I'm gonna turn it down.
too much carbs. But I've heard beans are not good. Like beans and legumes, uh,
Yeah,
oils.
that's why we Latinos are not as obese as Americans.
Well, then there's the whole
No,
anti-seed oil
right.
mafia, right?
And I kind of, well, and maybe their research is wrong, but what I've read about it, I'm not into seed oils either. But the reason Americans are overweight is because there's sugar in everything, and
Well,
we don't do as much physical stuff.
and
We have it easier.
and we don't scale our eating to the. It's not so much. I mean, it is that you're right, but I think we have nutritionally dense foods, very nutritionally dense foods, and we haven't scaled back our eating habits to equal what like people still eat the 3 full square meals a day. Like
And the food pyramid, they
people get
lied to us with the food pyramid our whole lives.
right. Well, people are trying to get full 3 times a day, which is crazy. And now you're getting
Huh.
full on foods that are like so nutritionally dense that you're eating like 1 billion calories every day and then
Yeah,
not moving. Of course
And
right,
you're
not
right,
gonna
just
have
right.
health
that,
problems.
Yeah, there's
not
more
just that.
lazy
Also, the
jobs.
portion size. They're so
Yeah.
abnormal. Like when you
You
go
Uh-huh.
in,
can't
I
say
remember when I
anything
was
about
this.
portion size, Floor. We joke with you all the time about your portion size.
Yeah, but look at me. I have a healthy life, you know? But the thing is, like in the States, for example,
Healthy
when you go
wife,
to
healthy life.
McDonald's, that's right.
I'm just saying, when
When
you get a certain
McDonald's,
age, you better not be getting fat. I won't put up with it.
Same goes out to you. The same thing goes out to you.
I'm just saying. Did you ever watch Pearl and Trent
I was so
Horns?
obsessed with weight.
Right. Did you see when
Is he?
Pearl was saying that like
She's so stupid.
60% of women gain 125 pounds, or like how she said something crazy, and but I was like, yeah, I believe that. Once women get married, they gain a bunch of weight because they don't care as much anymore.
It's not marriage. It's not marriage. It's having a baby.
Well, I don't think she was talking about after giving birth, but
Well, we should research how many of those girls are actually pregnant. Like they got pregnant at some point. You know how hard it is to lose their weight after they're pregnant?
mm, I don't think it's as hard as
I don't
some
know.
people
Is
make
it?
it seem. Rachel was talking about that on whatever last night. She was saying like she said I've had 5 kids, and she's a thicker girl, you know, but she's like I lost all the weight, and maybe you got to get like some of the skin removed or whatever. You got a little extra skin on your tummy. Um, they were talking about plastic surgery, and she said she's anti-plastic surgery, but like she could understand if you have a couple kids and you want to get some of the skin removed, like things like that.
Well,
Both of
I
my
think that.
sisters. Oh, go ahead.
Mhm.
No, go.
I think that in the States, like the being obese is really like they advertise it to you. Because I noticed the difference when I was in the States, like the McDonald's cups, the big cups.
They're huge. Yeah.
When I came back here, I was like, what is this? You know, this is not a big cup. There's like a medium cup in the States. And I was like, what is this? Like I was confused about it. And even like just the portions are so much bigger over there. And also the food is always pre-made. For some reason, like in the States, everything is like in a can or in a box, and it's weird. You know, like
Well, and that's the preservatives and the sugars they put in everything. Those are a big problem.
yeah.
I'm sure you could eat more
Because I mean,
food if you were eating more natural food.
Right. Or
yeah,
you eat, or if you're eating that extremely not nutrition, but calorie dense food, you don't have to eat as much.
Right.
And also, if you're not moving around, I mean, that's going to be a problem. Anyway, what I was going to say about the whole, I, I think part of it's a, I know you don't like everything being a psyop, but I think part of it's a psyop. You get told and you get drilled, all this shit drilled.
I'm okay with psyop. I just hear that word so much.
People get that stuff drilled into their heads about a lot of stuff, but about like, oh, the what, freshman 15, the oh, you know, you get pregnant and you crave all these weird foods and you're gonna get fat, and
right.
it's like a not a self-fulfilling prophecy, but it's almost like it becomes normalized, like you're supposed to do these things.
Well, like
And
the
I was gonna,
go
uh,
ahead. I was gonna say the food
no,
pyramid. You could say that's a psyop, but I don't know if they intentionally were doing that to make us weaker and fatter, or if they actually thought that was a healthy way to eat. So I don't
yeah, it's
know.
hard to with that one. It's hard to say.
They
Also,
said 5 servings of bread a day of
also
carbs.
the people that came up with it, I think part of it was advertising, wasn't it? Like part
Uh,
of it was people with interest in different industries
yeah. Well,
that benefit.
like the cereal industry and the sugar
Right.
industry, they were putting out stuff to get you to eat more of that.
It's
Yeah,
also a lot cheaper and easier to grow that stuff and sell it to you than
yeah.
stuff that's more nutritious, probably. Or, but I kind of believe, not totally, but I kind of believe the carnivore is a little bit more. But I don't think it's supposed to be that. I don't know about only meat, But animal fat is good for you.
Yeah, and meat. Yeah, like I could. I did the carnivore diet for like 3 months, and I did feel good. It's expensive. If you want good meat, it's expensive, and that was the
But
problem
you
for
have a
me.
lot of energy, right?
Yeah, and I didn't have to eat as much. I could eat one big meal a day of like a big piece of steak and a piece of chicken or something. But um you don't get any variety, and maybe that's a America privilege thing that we have, but I have pretty much taken bread out of my diet completely. I'll get if I want like a sandwich or a wrap, well, I'll make wraps instead of sandwiches. I'll make a tuna wrap, or I'll put some eggs and some sausage in a tortilla. And tortillas is really like the only, or if I make like hamburger helper, like noodles. But I don't buy bread anymore. Well, occasionally I'll get hamburger buns for hamburgers or hoagies,
Oh
but
man.
like sandwiches. I used to always buy 2 loaves of bread, and I'd eat ham and cheese sandwiches, tuna sandwiches, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. Now,
Look at what I gotta.
if I want a
Oh
treat, I'll
shit.
have a peanut butter and jelly quesadilla.
Look at what I gotta deal with over here.
A frog?
So I could have the carnivore diet. I could just eat birds that just show up.
Is that a dead bird?
Yeah, these cats.
Eat it.
Oh, look
Oh,
at it.
they're bringing you a gift.
Yeah, these guys.
Is that by your front door? My cat used to always leave dead animals on our
Yeah,
front porch.
they do.
Like,
And then I'll walk out
here you
sometimes
go,
to have a
Dad. I
cigarette,
got this for you.
and I'll hear these guys crunching. I hear these two just crunching on birds.
Bro, vicious cats.
There's like bird heads sitting all over the place. Well, it's springtime, so
What kind of weak
they go
ass bird
crazy.
gets caught by a cat? You can fly. What a
They catch
beta bird.
rabbits, squirrels, rabbits, everything.
Lizards. You got lizards out there? Might not have lizards.
No, no lizards. They would though. They're killers.
Lizards.
These two.
Lizards was something that I missed and I forgot about. When I went to Florida, it was so crazy to see lizards again. They're like little dinosaurs running around everywhere.
These two are killers.
Do you have lizards in Guatemala, Flor? I'm sure you do.
And iguanas.
You got iguanas out there? In Miami, you can legally hunt iguanas because too many people had iguana pets that they let out, and so there's like they're like invasive, and they're like overwhelmed with iguanas, and you can go on
Over here, people eat the meat and the eggs.
Yeah, I've heard about eating iguana. I've never eaten iguana, but I would eat it. But yeah, in southern Florida, you can take a BB gun and you can just go walk down the street and kill iguanas all day, and it's legal.
Look, Josh, I wanted to show you this.
It's not just legal; it's encouraged. What is that? It looks like a jar of death of
The
eyeballs or something.
peanut
This
butter?
is the most weird Hindu dip I have ever tried.
Hindu dip?
This 70-year-old American,
Hummus?
he's from Detroit and he just bought a house down here. And she invited me to her like new house party or whatever. And this is called
Housewarming.
chutney.
Chutney? I think I've
And
heard that.
it's made out of bananas. It's really weird. It like blows your mind because you're expecting like bananas, right? And it tastes like caramelized onions, kind of.
I love caramelized onions. I didn't realize how to make
I think
caramelized
they
onions. What did I do? I tried to make
Oh,
caramelized onions, and I like put sugar on it
that's
or something. But
that's like the kind of stuff my weird hippie aunt will make.
Yeah, it's kind of like that because this lady, she's from Detroit and she's super hippie.
heapy?
She's an
Yeah.
anthropologist. Yeah, she's an
Oh boy.
anthropologist, artist, and
Did you
she
tell
was
her?
used to be a surgeon.
Oh, she's gonna
Hmm?
fly to
Did you tell her
America
you love
just to vote
Trump?
for Biden.
Did you tell you
Probably.
love Trump?
Does she have dual citizenship?
No, I don't. I avoid those conversations with Americans down here
What?
because almost all of them are Democrats.
Yeah,
Almost
But,
all of them.
but Flora, you don't get how fun it is to not be white and tell
no,
white people shit
they get
because they just
rich.
fucking they can't say shit.
They get rich in America, and then they go to like third world countries and buy a mansion, and then they have dual citizenship in America, and then they freaking mail in vote or fly back to vote for Democrats, and then they go back to the third world
And
country.
she has a badass house. Like her
Yeah, I
house,
bet
the
she
whole
does.
garden. I feel like I was a fairy tale. I was like, wow,
And
it
she
was
left because in
beautiful.
America she's a freaking loser, but over there she's a
And
queen.
they vote to fucking destroy the place. So then they got to go and destroy your place. You know,
Well, the thing is that
typical.
what bothers me is that these people come and buy land, but they don't do any taxes. They don't really give anything to the community, and they just like buy land here and they don't do
They
anything.
don't
You
do
know,
Shocking.
like
Shocking.
they don't do a bunch of like I would think they're doing
sounds like how my people are doing.
I would think they're doing a bunch of like humanitarian stuff down there because they want to feel like mama. They want to take. They're not doing like they're not doing like community stuff and trying to help the people in any way.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's kind of superficial. So I am the one who believes that if you're gonna do a community work, don't cure the symptoms, cure the illness. Like they do this massive, let's pick up the trash off the streets. Why do you want to pick up the trash off the streets if you're gonna take a whole day doing that? By next day, it's gonna be filled with trash again. Like cure the
Make
cure the
themselves feel
illness.
better. They don't care. They just want to feel good.
Well, how do you fix
Yeah,
people littering their streets? What are you gonna put more trash cans out?
you educate them.
Oh my God! See, that's a liberal idea, right? Woman, that's what a woman would say. Educate them more; it'll fix everything.
Well, no, because I mean, it's different in the States because almost everybody knows how to separate the
You
trash
know,
here. People literally don't even know how to put it out here.
all those liberals that move down there and do that, they're very educated, and they're still dumbasses. education is
Educated.
You're right about
education.
that.
Education is not the answer. You say that all the time. That's a woman.
And it's not and
Yeah,
it's
but
not
I'm saying
education
like
anyway.
education. I'm not talking about education like a school education, but it's just simple as teaching them just how to separate trash and just put them there and what it's doing to the lake, you know?
How do you teach
But,
somebody to throw their trash away?
well,
How
let me
would
tell you this.
And you know,
Mhm.
recycling is a scam, by the way.
yeah.
I'm not saying recycling, but at least know where to throw the trash. But okay, so let me
In the
give you an
trash
example.
can. How are you gonna
You know that
educate somebody about that?
no, but let me tell you the level of ignorance that is down here, what you're dealing with. For example, I work for the social work for the adoptees and for them to find their biological family and all that, right? So almost all the biological families come from a very poor background, like poor background. And we got in this hotel that is nice. And you know what they did? They took a dump in the garden of the hotel.
That's fertile. Maybe they're
Yeah.
geniuses. Maybe they're geniuses down there, and they've realized that litter is not a real thing because it all just goes back into the earth, and that's fertilizer for the garden. Sounds pretty smart to
But I
me.
mean, what I'm trying to tell you though is that if you go to a nice five-star hotel, you're not gonna take a dump into their garden, right?
You got to fertilize the
So
plants. That's free
that's the
fertilizer.
type that's the type of people that we're dealing with, the people that don't know how to even take a dump in the toilet, let
Yeah,
alone they don't know how to separate
I don't.
trash and
I don't think any level of education is gonna fix that.
yes, it does. I know how to throw my trash away. You do it too. In
It's
different bin
shame. You gotta
colors.
shame
It's
them.
easy.
You gotta have morals, and you gotta shame them.
Yeah, good luck trying to shame an indigenous person. They're gonna burn your life and take your limbs out. Yeah. This is a
Damn.
whole other level. I think that
They're
that's
gonna burn you
that's
alive
one
and
of
take your
like
limbs out.
yeah, they do that all the time.
Do
That's
a
why
show
there
on the
is
recycling thing.
rarely any.
I've talked about it before.
Yeah,
Uh, maybe I'll explain it one day in depth. But yeah, it's this big scam.
they're barely getting used to, like, right now. For the past 2 years, they've been doing the whole organic and not organic trash. So at least we do have days like I get Tuesdays and Saturdays is not organic, and then Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays is organic.
Wait, what? Say that again.
So Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, you take your organic trash out, and they will take it. And then Tuesdays and Saturdays is non-organic trash. So that's how we divide trash here.
Well, poop is organic. Doo doo.
Yeah, but like people just still like you will see people just eating and then they just throw the trash like on the floor and they just don't care. They literally just don't care.
I don't think.
They don't understand
I
the
don't think
the
that's.
the
I don't think
how
any.
bad it is.
I don't think any amount of education will fix that. I think that's a cultural thing.
But how do you fix that though? You have to teach them.
You move to America and get you a white husband.
Ooh, yeah, that's a pretty good idea.
we we yeah. I think that's yeah, I think that's cultural. I don't think because in India they poop in the streets and they're very smart. Like they're very good at math, high IQ. They still poop in the streets.
What you mean?
I mean what I said. I said what I mean. In India, they're high IQ. We ship Indians here to go to college. We pay for their college, and then they go back to India to work at a phone reception center and scam people, and we pay for it. And then they
Have you
poop
been
in their
watching those
streets.
videos?
Yeah,
Yeah, but that's not
That is,
the call center scam
I
shit.
like the scammers who scam the scammers. I love those videos where
you know
Right.
what, Josh?
they call into the scammer or the scammer will call them and then they end up hacking their computer and showing them where they work and stuff and it's like this is your office, the feds are coming, and the people are freaking out, they're like shut down the center, or they like lock them out of their own computer. That's so funny. What's that guy's name? Habotaku or something like that. I forget his name.
I
You know
saw
what
one
I
where they
think
did like
about
the thing or whatever. It was pretty cool.
you know what I think about what you think about the trash situation, Josh?
What I think about what you think about what I think about the trash situation. What do you think about what I think about what do you yeah.
I think that you're right, Daddy.
Whoa, hey, calm down. Don't call me daddy. That's weird. You're just trying to get some points. Freaking weirdo. We're on a YouTube stream. You only do that in
Why are
private.
you blushing, Josh?
You only
You're
do that.
blushing
We do
right
that in
now.
privacy. We don't do that. You speak to me in Spanish. It's Poppy. Cesar said, "Whoa, what was that?"
Oh, come on. It's a bet that I actually had with Cecil for me to call you Daddy on the stream.
She bet you that you want to call me daddy on the street. I don't know if I like that. I
And I
kind of like
told her
that,
that
but it's kind of weird too.
I told her that you prefer Papi, and you
Yes.
just confirm it.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Because daddy is what I call my dad. That's weird.
Well, you liked it. You liked it. I saw it in your eyes. You liked that.
Seesaw said, I didn't think she would do it. Oh, she'll do it. Don't challenge her. Dang.
Where's everybody else?
I don't know. I haven't seen them
Probably
in
because
chat.
it's a Monday.
Yeah, but they weren't in the Monday stream either. I don't know. Somebody else might be streaming. They might be at somebody else's stream. I'm surprised this JLP short didn't get more views today. It's so weird. Sometimes maybe it's the way I titled it. It might be because I put David Weiss's name in it, and YouTube doesn't like to promote that. I should have left that out of it.
Oh yeah, I watched it. That wasn't that interview's old, isn't it?
No, that was last week or this week.
Oh, was it?
That was
Like on the show he had him on?
yeah, he came on. He was like in the middle hour.
Oh.
Either late last week or earlier this week. And I think Sean set it up.
Oh, okay.
Like one of the last guests that Sean kind of set up, and Jesse just
That guy's
like,
a fucking idiot though.
I know, I can't stand that David Weiss guy, but Jesse like totally, I love the way that Jesse will say some of the most philosophical stuff without even trying. The stuff that he's talking about, free will and thoughts are lies and stuff, that's not new. That's not original to him. But these are like old, deep philosophical questions. The Trinity, like
Well,
some of the biggest
but
debates
he
in history.
understands. The thing about JLP is he understands what he's saying. Like he's not like guessing or just throwing shit out there.
Right.
He has a grasp on how he understands whatever he's talking about.
Yeah, and he'll do the best arguments for it in the most simple way. And then people are just
Right.
like I've listened to like free will debates with scientists and like, you know, these like great intellectual minds, and it's like if anybody's listening to this, if the layman, if they're listening to this, they're not going to understand what they're talking about. But he'll take one of those guys and he'll just use the simplest terms and he'll make them look like an idiot. That's what I love about JLP. And though the flat Earth
because
David
a lot
Weiss,
of those guys.
David Weiss kept saying, he kept going into these like rants, and Jesse's just like, but do you know for 100% sure that the Earth is flat? Well, blah, 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 blah. But do you know for 100% sure that the Earth is flat? And he asked him like 100 times, and David Weiss would not answer. And then finally, he answers, and he's like, "Well, no, I don't know." And Jesse's like, "I rest my case." Aha! I rest my case.
Well, because they get so caught in but that's the problem with education. Is it's people think it's like a means to an end, not a means to an end. People think they don't think it's a means to an end. They think it's the end, like that.
What up, Bibby? Long time no see.
Oh, baby, what's up? Yeah, long time no see.
See, I have to call you daddy to get your member back. Say something, John.
But yeah.
Floor told me that y'all kicked me out of the damn group and that y'all still have a little Facebook.
I never said that. I never said that. Don't be a liar. I never
She didn't say that. She didn't say that. But I did see that all the groups got disbanded that I was in. And then she slipped up. She slipped up and she's like,
this man. What are you talking about?
All the groups, nobody's in them anymore. Bibby left them, and then nobody's in the groups. Nobody's talking anymore. And then Floor slipped up, and she's like, I was talking to Seasal and Bibby. And I was like, wait, how were you talking to Seasal and Bibby? What group is this in? And she's like, I said, oh, so you made a new group that I'm not in. I'm not invited. I'm not cool anymore. I
You're
see.
too grumpy,
Wow.
Josh. You're like, oh, this is too many messages, blah blah blah. So we respect your privacy.
I can mute this conversation and still not get alerts. I just
That's the point.
what? I still want to be involved. I still want to be there. What the heck? I'm not cool enough.
Oh, Josh.
That hurt my feelings.
Who are you texting?
I'm not. I'm getting on Discord on my phone because I got to run to the store and I got to walk Echo.
I'll, I'll be right back, okay?
What were you just about to say, Nana?
I don't know. Oh yeah, about I don't know. Was it about probably something about JLP or probably
Oh,
about
Flat
what's his
Earth,
name?
David Weiss.
Flatter Dave. I don't know that guy. Well, no, just in general, they get so lost in the weeds. Like intellectuals do this. It's pretty common. They get so like they can't see anything other than whatever little world they're in, and everything is that world.
Yeah, or it's like they got to prove that they're smarter and that they know it better by using bigger words and saying it more complicated.
Right. Well, and I see it a lot because I know you pay attention to that whole world. The I don't know what you would call them.
Like the
The
intellectual dark web, debate sphere
well, no,
stuff.
the intellectual theists. I know
Yeah.
you pay attention to those guys, and that's all that is.
Well, even the atheists,
Um,
and even like
or and the atheists, but that's like those debates get so. And actually, I watch stuff that's similar, but that goes kind of more into like the metaphysical. But they'll a lot of times they'll have similar arguments, and it's funny because they all must be watching the same people because I hear the same shit. The whole emergent this, emergent that. Like it's predictable at some point, kind of like David Weiss is, where he's always going to go back to the same shit, and it's circular almost. Like it doesn't really go anywhere.
I don't even think David Weiss is like that smart though.
Well, he's not, but I'm just saying, like it
Oh, watch out,
do be
Echo.
it's like that though, where I don't know, where they can't really prove what they're talking about.
right.
Right.
They think they can, and when they think because for most people, if they can get them to a certain point, most people just tap out and just give up, and just acquiesce. Like, okay, well, it sounds like you know more about this than me, so yeah, they basically win by fatigue with most people. That can't take them to task and go further with it.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe that's why JLP is so effective because his strategy, it's not like he even has a strategy. He just, uh,
Keep talking. Talk to the chat or read the chat something. I got pee real quick.
all right. Well, I can't see the chat. So, what's going on, chat? Well, I'm making my lunch for tomorrow for work. You all can't see it, or maybe you can. Let's see here. Let's see. Turn the camera back on there. No, not that way. Uh, I'm just making some ham sandwiches here. Not hand, but ham. Okay, that doesn't really help. Some ham, some American cheese there, bread. All right, let's see. Bread. Making some ham sandwiches, but yeah, like those.
Is it
Can you
chilly
hear
outside?
sort
Yeah.
of?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. No, I'm just making. I'm
Mm.
just getting ready for making lunch for tomorrow. But there's a nice ashtray. I don't use. Nice cigar ashtray that I used to use for weed, but I don't smoke weed anymore. So what's going on in chat? I guess you can't see chat either, huh?
I'm gonna look at it one time before I run out.
Put us down.
Put us down. AM SMH streaming at bedtime. Don't you work like nights, Daddy Jubs?
Well, yeah, I guess
He
I can talk
nosy.
about
He want
that.
to be in on that convo.
I must be talking about the secret.
Yeah, the secret chat group.
I don't think we're supposed to know about that. I think
I
that's
know.
supposed to be a
Fork slipped
secret.
up. Don't ever
Well, I mean,
tell a woman a secret and not expect her to tell her man.
well, I mean, maybe not.
All right.
But my work
Thanks for it.
schedule is actually going to change. Not yet. In like a month. In a month, I'm going to be on nights.
Hey, Kitty.
So,
Come here, Penelope.
is that your cat?
No,
Neighbor's
it's my
cat?
neighbor's cat. That's my dog, though.
But yeah, in like a
Come on.
month, I'm going to be on nights. Or maybe a little more than a month. 2 to 12. Which is a pretty
2
sweet
a.m.
shift.
Well,
No, 2 p.m. to
2 p.m.
12
to 12
a.m.
at night?
Yeah.
Okay.
So once
Yeah,
I'm on that
that's not
shift,
bad.
yeah, I mean, it's not great, but also because I'm recently a maintenance electrician. I used to just be a commercial electrician, which is good. The schedule is good, but it's backbreaking. Now I'm a maintenance electrician, which means
Like
I don't
easier
do shit.
electrician work?
Yeah, a lot easier. Like,
Good.
well, I mean, once in a while it can be really difficult, but 99% of the time you're. I think I'm actually gonna be able to sit around and like in the daytime I can't, but I think at night I can sit around and just fucking be in chat and shit. I think. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
Maybe go on live streams and shit. I don't know.
Yeah, I can listen while I'm at work to stuff and occasionally say stuff in the chat, but I can't like join a panel or something while I'm at work.
Fuck. I've seen people streaming from overnight stocking jobs.
Yeah,
Like, like
I
they'll set their
I
camera
could
up on
do
a
it.
shelf or something.
Well, the problem is I have to use my phone to do it. So my phone is my scanner.
Oh. Oh, they don't give you guys scanners.
I guess if you don't have a phone, you can get one from them. Or you get a lot of people have a separate phone. They have
Oh,
like
okay.
a
I see.
they have a phone with no service that they just log on to the Wi-Fi and use that.
Oh, as the scanner.
Right. And that way it saves your, it burns through my battery pretty quick because I wish I had YouTube Premium or whatever so I could close the video and still hear it. But I have to keep the
Right.
little window open. So it burns through my battery pretty quick. You pooping? Come on. Echo, where you going? That's the wrong way. We're going this way.
See, Flora had to leave because she had to go back to secret chat and apologize to everybody.
Yeah. That's that could be what's happening. Hey, I'm sorry. I did not mean to tell him. She didn't. She slipped up.
Well, she could have been talking to Seesaw on like in the day because you see Seesaw in chat, right? But if she said Bibby, then you'd be like, where'd you see Bibby? I haven't seen that guy in weeks.
Yeah, that's what I said. I was like, how are you talking to them? Whatever. I don't care. I think it's funny. I'm not
Right.
worried about it.
Where's Buff? So the like producer, is his schedule like he only got off on the weekends or something?
Yeah, I think so. I think he works on the
Ah,
weekdays.
so
But
you're
Buff should
probably
be
not
here.
gonna
He
see
ain't
him.
doing anything.
Well, he was getting his truck already, wasn't he?
Who was that?
Buff, wasn't he working on his truck? So maybe that means he was gonna work soon or something.
I'll start trucking again.
I know he
I
said
think he
that.
could. He could probably go on a stream while he's driving.
Oh yeah, true. And did you see he was on like Steve's one night?
Hobo action. Hobo action.
Hobo
Oh
action?
boy, what? What are they doing?
Show it. We can't see it.
It means you can't see it.
We can't see it.
You can't see my screen?
Yeah, but it's too small. So you have to focus a little bit more on the hobo.
You can click on my thing and it'll get bigger.
Whoa, pause.
That's true.
That is true.
What do you mean by hobo action? There is no action there, just a hobo.
Come on, Echo. Let's go. Walk.
Yeah, so maybe Buff's working now or something. Oh, but yeah, you didn't see he was on Steve's stream one night,
Yeah. He
like
might
on the
be on
panel.
somebody else's. He might be on
Oh,
somebody else's stream right now. No. Come on, Echo. It walks so slow. It's like zombies. Office Depot.
do you live like what, right in the middle of a city or a town or something?
The city's over there a couple blocks away. I'm on like the outskirts.
I am so excited to see how much it has changed.
The
Is that
city?
like the same place you guys always were or something?
Oh,
Like
I
the same
got on
area?
there.
Yeah, we were we were in Utah and close to Salt Lake, and I kind of remember all those places, but I'm just curious to see how it has changed in 10 years.
Oh, hey, that guy. What's up, Jalen?
Good evening, everyone. How are y'all?
Jailing on the streets.
I just came out to show y'all that beautiful pond, but I'll probably be out later. I'll be back later.
Where are you?
The beautiful pond.
Just chilling
Be
out. I
good.
just drink out the work. Just
Oh,
chilling.
we got it. But didn't get
Howdy.
off.
What about? Huh?
No,
Okay.
nice. I got up on the
Just
curb
happened.
for the 50-50. I don't know. Come on.
Making some
It's
ham
about my
sandwiches.
face. As I'm getting
See, there's
older,
the
this in my
ghetto
face
bird.
is changing. I
That's the
need to
city
get a little
skyline
lift.
over there. They don't need no
Don't get
lift.
any. That you're gonna look ridiculous. You don't see how
Look at
Maybe
ridiculous those like Hollywood people look.
ridiculous.
They look like lizard people.
no. True.
Like Kim Kardashian. She used to be so
What?
cute. And now she just looks like a fucking weirdo.
I just never
Yeah.
had that face, like how I always have had big chicks. Always.
Cheeks.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know. I don't like I don't know. I don't like that work done look on women. I think it looks terrible.
Oh, for sure.
I
I
think
think that, maybe just when I hit 40s, I would like to get one certain surgery. That's the only one that I'll probably get.
which is
Especially if I don't have kids.
Brazilian butt lift.
no.
No, I like my hips and my butt. But I think that a breast lift, because I'm gonna, whenever I turn 40, that's probably not gonna look like now. And if I'm not
Bruh,
gonna have any
you'll be
kids,
fine.
This thing
no.
going
The
dangle.
point is to not wear a bra anymore. That would be so liberating to not wear one. And bras are really
Oh
bad
boy.
for women breasts,
I'm like
actually.
a feminist.
Yeah,
Liberating.
no, that sounds like some
No,
feminist talk.
look
Are you gonna
into
grow
it.
your
Look
armpit hair
into
out
it.
too? Come here.
Well, that's because, okay, just in my defense, well, I don't even know if I can say that on this stream. It's not like they're small, they're big. So it's
Yeah,
it's
she's
not
gonna
gonna
have
look
back
good.
problems.
Yeah.
I would say for just simply for like Hey, go, how you doing? All right. I would
Well,
say
you're
probably just
married.
because eventually your back's gonna hurt carrying all that.
Yeah.
You're
See, my
married,
husband cares
so
about
you know.
What's up? Beer today? No beer today. I got beer at home. Just Lucky Strike red
Uh-oh.
short.
That's so good, Josh.
I know when they ask you if you're not getting beer. Hmm.
What is the day today, buddy?
What's the day today?
The special day today?
Memorial Day.
Memorial Day.
Yep.
Aw.
It's for
The
fallen
fallen
soldiers.
Oh.
Oh shoot, I did it wrong.
I can't wait for Josh to come home and I'll just have this cold beer for him
Thanks,
every
buddy.
day.
You
like
tell
a
him to pay
kid.
you time and a half? Did you tell him to pay you time and a half because you're working on holiday?
Me?
Yeah.
Come anytime, buddy. Sure.
Yeah. He didn't know what the hell I was talking about.
It's like what is overtime?
He said,
And
I said, did you tell him to pay you time and a half for working on holiday? And he's like, no, you come anytime you want. What the hell does that mean?
he doesn't know about holiday pay.
He said, "What is today? Today a special day?" I said, "Yeah, it's Memorial Day." Yeah, he said, "No beer
Today,
today."
today I had
Come on,
training,
Echo.
and then I had a call
How you
for
doing?
200 minutes, and it was a woman about to get into labor. That was so difficult because she was like, "No, no, I'm gonna wait to do it naturally, a
Echo,
natural
come
delivery." But the
on.
baby heart rate was going up, so the baby was in distress. And plus, she had an infection, a vagina infection.
Whoa,
A what
And
infection?
vagina.
today I was on this
Ew.
call for 200 minutes. That was over 3 hours. And the
Yeah,
doctors
we
kept
can do
telling
math.
her, the doctors were like, you really need to consider C-section because your baby heart rate is going up a lot. And you could hear on the monitor, like, dee, 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 like he keeps getting in distress because she had a fever. And they couldn't give her the medicine to induce labor because she had an
Maybe it's because
infection, a vagina
maybe the kid
infection.
knew. Maybe the kid knew that his mom had a vagina infection, and it was stressing him out.
What's coming out?
I mean,
Like, what
well,
is
the thing
going
is
on
that
with
she
my
wasn't
mom?
dilating.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
She
gross.
wasn't dilating. That's not gross, guys. It's natural. It's life. That's how you came out of your mother's vagina.
All right, Echo. The ride home is downhill. You got to try to keep up with me while I'm on a skateboard. Can you do it? Where's my lighter? Oh, did I not bring it?
Gotta
I
buy
know I
one.
brought it.
Bum one from a bum.
There's four bums in the trip to the gas station. I saw four bums. That's how the city's
That's actually
changed for.
well. Did there not used to be any bums?
No,
Well, not as many. They used to all be concentrated on one block, and then they pretty much shut down that block. And they gentrified
Now
it.
they're
They turned it
everywhere.
into a nice area, and now they're everywhere. What the heck? Did I not bring it?
That's actually
All
one
right.
thing I will give homeless people is lighters, because I usually have a lot of lighters.
Come on.
And I know,
yeah, I'm not
if you got certain habits, I know you go through lighters quick. So I figure, hey, I'll help them out.
Come on, keep up. It's a slow dog. You're getting farther behind, buddy.
Echo can barely
Oh,
make it, Josh.
How old is
he's
that
trying.
dog?
He's like 11.
Oh shit, that's kind of old.
One day I'm gonna hit this 4-step right here.
Do it, Josh. Do it.
I can't
That's
do
the
it.
same one, right? Isn't it smaller on one side and then bigger on the other side?
No, this is goes from a 1, 2, 3, 4 to a 5.
To like a 6. Oh, to a 5. Oh, okay.
So yeah, it does get bigger as you go down. But there's another one up here that goes from like a 1 to a 2.
But so on the 4 side, on the lowest side, how high do you think that actually is? About 2 feet?
Mm, they're not huge stairs.
They're longer,
Uh,
right? It looks like.
let's see. My foot is a foot. Like 3 feet.
3 feet? Shit, it doesn't look that high. I was gonna say that whenever I see you walk past that, I kind of want to get speed going the other way and manual that. Ollie up and manual.
Nah, we need more practice. Been too
That would be
long.
doable. No? Or is that
Yeah,
uphill or
eventually.
downhill?
I feel like I just popped my thigh out of its socket.
Are you going downhill right now?
Now I'm going downhill. Yeah.
Ah, shit. So I'd have to skate uphill. I feel like I
Jump up
could
in
ollie
manual
up
that?
those. Yeah, I feel like I could ollie up those steps in manual to wherever else they go down, or just
This is
manual.
the smaller one. So this goes from a 1 to a 2.5. I can do this.
Ah, fucked up.
I got to tie my shoes. Tying
Put the
my
hand down
shoes.
before putting the cheese down. Yeah.
Echo, stay there. Hold on. How would I do this? Stay there. All right, let's see if I can do this. Probably take me a try or two. I just broke the tail on my skateboard.
Oh yeah. Whoops.
Wow.
Ooh,
This
look
thing's a
how
piece of
manly
shit.
Josh looks. I like that view.
Is it
What
old?
piece of No, it's an element. What the hell?
That
Wow.
used to be good wood. That used to be Paul Schmidt sticks. PS stick. That used to be like the best fucking wood shop.
I know, it's my
Unless that's
favorite. Not
Chinese.
anymore. But
Unless
this
it's
was like
Chinese.
what the hell?
But actually, Element's Chinese wood shop was still good. Because they were actually shipping fucking logs. They were shipping Canadian maple to China to press boards. I
I'm gonna try.
think mostly because of the glue. Because the glue is super toxic and
I'm
disposing the glue is expensive in America.
gonna try to do it backwards. I'm not gonna have very good pop. So we're going to do a
Well,
ride
nose is
off.
usually bigger. The
It kind of
nose is
works.
usually bigger on most boards. Uh-oh.
What was that?
Oh. I think Flora's playing
Final.
It's doable. It's weird
well,
without a manual.
I can definitely ollie up that and manual that one.
I can't believe this thing broke. That's crazy.
Yeah, Elements used to come out of PS Stick, which is like the best wood shop.
Yeah.
I thought they still did.
Well, this was like a $60 custom complete like from Spencer's.
Oh, so it might be cheaper. Might be a cheaper deck or a lesser deck, maybe.
Yeah. The trucks suck. These are old venture trucks. There we go. Well,
What do you usually skate? Indies?
ventures.
Oh, Are Royals still around? Because Royals were the same as Ventures.
I don't know. These trucks and wheels are Spitfires, Reds, bearings, and Venture trucks, and I've had them for like 15 years. But they were in a shed at my mom's house for like 10 years, and then I got them. This deck is garbage. I knew it was garbage because it didn't feel like a new board.
Like when you hit it against the ground, it felt fucking. It made a
Soft.
thud and not a snap.
Yeah, not like a dong. It made like a doom doom.
Oh yeah,
From the time I bought it, I was like, yeah, this is like Element's version of a Walmart board.
probably. Wait, so it was. I thought you bought a whole custom complete or something.
It was already complete. So it had Element trucks, Element wheels, garbage.
Oh, and you just you just put your old trucks and wheels on them.
Yeah. My trucks and wheels are good, but this deck sucks. Now I need a new deck and a new longboard deck. My longboard got ran over.
Oh no.
I have
What
the
kind of
opposite
wait, so you
problem.
don't have another skateboard, Josh?
Huh?
You don't have another skateboard?
And I thought this skateboard would still work to ride, but nose is flat.
Oh,
But you got another set of trucks, wheels, whatever, right? The ones you took off that, right?
I got the trucks and wheels that are on here, and then I have my longboard trucks and my longboard wheels. Both
Oh,
my
did you
decks.
trade or sell the other ones or something? The ones that came off that complete?
Oh, I still have those somewhere. I think they're garbage.
Well, because Flora said she needs something to ride, right?
yeah, I'll ride the skateboard again, Josh.
Yeah, Flora was learning to ride a longboard a long time ago.
I was learning. I learned how to do it. We used to ride everywhere.
She was learning.
What are you talking about? I was pretty good at it to be a chick.
I was
And
standing on the
Yeah.
corner with my longboard, and I used to kick my longboard out in front and then run and jump on it. And I did that at a
And then it shot out.
stoplight. Yeah, I shot it out and was running to jump on it, and this dude decides to floor it around the corner and snap my board.
Oh. Oops.
Josh, do you
Yeah.
remember when you taught me how to use the skateboard?
Yeah, we just talked about that like 10 seconds ago.
That was so cute when you taught me that night. I remember that night so well. That's one of the most romantic things we have done together.
Okay.
Aw.
It was pretty cute.
Right, Cal.
You have
Pretty
to
cow.
admit it. It was adorable.
Look at my garden. And my maters. And my onions. Peppers. Onions, peppers, lettuce, herbs. Look at these flowers on these
Hey,
chives.
what the hell? Oh, I guess it's frozen
Dude.
for me.
Oh, is it frozen?
For me.
Come on, Echo. You want a treat? You want a treat? Yeah. You get a little treat so you don't throw up on the floor.
So on this account, you look like 70 pounds heavier, or is that just like an optical illusion or something?
my picture.
Yeah, your picture on the phone account.
I look heavier in that one. That's
Yeah, your face is like way a lot
oh, you know
rounder.
why? I was gonna say I should look thinner because of when it was taken. But that was like I had just done like a month in jail when I took that picture. So
Oh, so
I gained some
you
weight.
weren't moving. You were just eating.
I was eating and doing push-ups, and I was moving. I do a lot of physical activity in jail, but I like bulked up
Uh,
because they feed you a lot of garbage. But also, I was like working
how's the
out a lot.
food?
So
I only ever did like a weekend in county, so I have no idea. How's the food in jail? Is it good?
How good Josh looks in the camera. Turn around, boy. Do some push-ups or something.
You gotta send a
you
cash
gotta
app
send a
for the
cash app for the
push-ups.
push-ups.
I don't have to send shit.
I'll donate for a deck. Not right now. I'm poor right now, but
For a what?
or
Donate for a what?
a deck,
A bet?
skateboard, a
Alright.
deck, a deck.
Oh, a deck. Floor is very humble and based. Quit simping.
Who's that? Tomas?
Christ conquers. Elements are going for
Oh,
150 complete. All I need is a deck. A deck should only be like 40 to 60 bucks. But I would get a longboard deck before I got another street board deck. See, I got my
what was that brand that I used to have? I used to sell Sector 9 in my skate shop. Is that even still around?
yeah, that's what I had is a Sector 9. These are
Oh, yeah?
Paris Truck Co. trucks. These are my
Okay.
longboard trucks. They're like pretty wide, pretty big wheels. But I used to love riding my longboard everywhere.
And I was just looking at, I think I got skateboard shit sitting around here somewhere.
Oh, you want to go to the bathroom, huh? Do you want me to
I
take
just
you
saw a
out?
box. Oh, there it is.
What is jail like, Josh? It's like summer camp with violence.
Josh, jail is not summer camp.
It's summer camp with violence.
It's jail. It's not summer camp. You don't go there to have fun.
You got a dorm, you get a roommate.
If you ever go to jail while we're together, I will support you, but I will be so mad.
Never say never.
Never say never. Never say never, my balls. I don't think that never better happen.
Here's how wasteful I am. I just buy stuff. Don't even use it. I don't know where the other truck to that is, though. Oh, there it is. No, that's not it. That must be. I don't know where the fuck that is. Maybe I left it in Hawaii.
Oh, those
Shit.
are those skinny wheels. Those are like scooter wheels.
I don't know what I was doing with this. I think I was
Looks like you
gonna
put.
put it on like a.
Looks like scooter
Yeah, I don't
wheels.
know why. Yeah, I was gonna do something with this though. I think I might have had it like on a box or something. I was using it as a cart. I forget.
Oh.
But I'm more curious where the back truck is. But I think those are indies.
I like
Those are
Independence.
indies.
I like Venture super light lows because well, they're lighter and they're lower.
Super light lows. Where they at? Oh, Venture super light lows. I got.
Floor
Where
forwarded a
is it?
video. What did you video?
Watch it. It's adorable.
These are Thunder super light
You
lows
zoomed in on my face. Who edited that?
with the hollow axle,
That's
hollow kingpin, but they're Thunders though. On a Lewis, shout outs to Lewis Electric, doesn't exist anymore.
Does that say I love Jesus?
Yeah, but it's Jesus Fernandez.
Oh,
It's
nice.
a chocolate board. But I had to get it because it said I love Jesus.
That's a cool board.
Yeah, I've been skating this board for fucking forever. It's because I don't skate. I just used to skate and pretend I skate.
Yeah,
But like these are like
I'm not
fucking.
any good, but I still love going to a skate park. Like,
I don't know.
I can drop in. I can. I used to be able
Salud.
to ollie up onto a pretty high box and 50-50 and board
You see
slide.
these? 44 millimeter tire wheels.
Tiny little tires, wheels.
Yep. Also, well, I went through this phase
Supposedly those are
where I was
easier
just
to
buying.
for like flip tricks.
Oh
Those are
shit!
easier.
Oh, I just found something. I thought these were. Oh, I was looking for these cards. I just found some baseball cards that I've been looking for forever. I thought it was wheels, but oh, that's where they were. Shit. Shit. So now where's my wheels then? Oh man. But yeah, look, a whole bag full of what is this?
Spitfires. That's what I like.
51, 52 Spitfires. Okay, and I think these are bushings in here. Hardware, I think. Maybe, yep, hardware.
I can't believe that tail broke.
Okay.
It's also probably because I'm not as light on my feet as I used to be. Like I didn't probably land very gracefully.
The last time I was gonna set up a longboard, these were supposed to be my wheels. I just never actually made the board. I think those are the
Nice.
trucks I was gonna use. I don't know where the fucking other truck is though. Damn it. Yeah, it's a mess. It's a mess. Oh, rails? Eh,
Yeah.
eh.
You use those?
Well, I'm from the 80s. Well, yeah,
Oh, okay.
so that's why I got these tiny wheels, is I was setting up all these period correct boards for a while.
Yeah, I remember.
I had like an early 90s one with the tiny wheels that's like football shaped.
Yeah, I remember the tiny wheels.
So I did. I got one over somewhere. Actually, why did I grab it? And then I was setting up like when I started was like when they first became double kick, but still had like, a not symmetrical shape, like a square tail and a. Actually, I got one of those set up too, but. Oh yeah, this thing's got hollow axles too. Where is it at? Where's my camera? I don't know if you can see it. Those are hollow axles and I think hollow kingpins on indies. But yeah, this shape. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, which orientation? Oh. If you might not even be able to see the shape, this football shape.
Yeah, I can see.
And it's got the tiny wheels on it that are
Junior.
barely.
Oh.
Actually,
Yeah.
this is a satanic board though.
Oh, he's got the upside down cross.
Yeah, but it was the right shape. So, fuck,
Apparently,
where's the rest of my wheel?
Really sick one, Nara.
People say that's St. Paul's cross.
Oh, right. Well, is Saint Paul Paul?
Yeah, they say it was crucified upside down.
Well, so people say a lot of things about Paul, though, right?
They say what?
Don't people say a lot of things about Paul?
Yeah, like I've heard
You know,
Gnostic people say that he's the best. And then there's some people that say he's a false prophet, and
Right, and that
I've wanted to do a deep dive into that. That's what
basically everything he said, some people want to
contradicts.
strike all of it from the
Yeah.
record, and they think that was added, and
They say everything Paul
it's a
says
perversion.
contradicts what Jesus said. There's a guy that always
Right,
calls
right.
Hake and talks about that, and I had never even heard of that. And then I heard about it from Freddie, and Freddie was talking about it, and then I heard about it on People Calling It a Hake show, and I think the Muslims popularized this idea. Because I tried looking into it, and I couldn't find a lot of stuff on it. I found like one girl on YouTube talking about it, and then I found a bunch of stuff about how the Muslims kind of started that idea to turn people away from Paul. But I don't
I
know.
think I might have heard about it before,
It's
but
called like
yeah, I don't know.
anti-Paulianism,
Is that what it's called?
I think. Well, the idea, like the Paulianism, is people who believe Paul. So I just made up the term anti-Paulianism.
Oh,
So I don't know if it's really called that, but I couldn't find a lot of stuff on it. I haven't really been able to do a deep dive into it. And I guess you could just take out the Bible and just compare verses, but like the way I see it is he's another guy who wasn't a disciple, who didn't walk with Jesus, giving his own version of it. So it's not going to be exactly the same. It's going to be slightly different because he had a different life. I don't know.
oh, I've been looking for these cards for a while. I finally found them in that box of skate stuff. But look at this cuck,
Who's that? Limp
Henry
Biscuit?
Rollins.
Oh,
No, Henry Rollins, the Black Flag lead singer. That's like a full lib. So
is he?
punk rock.
I thought he was like a badass, or he was supposed to be like a badass.
Well, he was supposed to be, but turns out he's just like this lady, pretty much. Penny Marshall,
I don't know who she is.
the Laverne and Shirley.
Uh,
I don't know which one, but she's like the daughter of another. I don't know. They're all libs. I'm looking through this because this is years later,
Paul is
and the
very
rookies in here
consistent with
might actually.
Christ. Yeah, I
The,
know people
the
that would say
rookies in
otherwise.
here. I wonder if I got anything worth some money in here. Oh, I got two Henry Rollinses.
You read and understand
Cool.
Hebrew?
Who's that? Christ Conquers?
Yeah.
Yeah, non-Americans tend to like know a lot of stuff, huh? In like multiple languages and shit, huh?
Yes.
Well, like Tomas knows all kinds of shit in like 7 languages or something.
I know
Oh, this one's
gibberish,
popular.
pig Latin.
Now that I live in Washington, I can sell this. Ken Griffey. All right. Hmm. Shit, now where's my wheels? If that ain't my wheels, where's my little wheels? Damn it. Unbelievable.
I got it at Zoomies, not Spencer's. Zoomies. That's why it was garbage. Longboard decks.
Man, where's the rest of my skate shit?
Well, that one's
Hmm.
pretty cool. Santa Cruz, $100.
What's that, longboards?
Yeah,
What shape what did you say? Sector 9, what shape did you have?
I had it was it was I don't
Like a
know.
long longboard?
It was long. Yeah, it was pretty long. It wasn't super long, but it was pretty long.
It had a tail.
It had, so it was pointed at the front, and then it came down, and then it came back almost to a point, but then it curved at the back. It got thinner at the back. I don't know how I would explain it.
But it wasn't like a flex or anything.
No, and it didn't have like a drop down or curves in it.
Oh, it didn't have any concave?
I didn't like that it didn't have any nose, but I guess that's kind of common in longboards.
I can still nose manual longboards that have like 2 inches of nose. A little bit.
It had
I mean,
more
I
of a
can't
nose than
ollie
these
up.
ones that I'm looking at.
I can't ollie up to a nose manual, but I can step. I can like hang 5 in nose manual. It's actually kind of, I don't know, I find it kind of easy on a longboard, especially on nose manual, because there's so much weight behind you.
Okay, it was kind of like this, a pintail. They call it a pintail.
Uh,
I don't know if I can.
you can't.
Yeah, I can show it. It's kind of like that.
Watch stream. I wonder if I had. I think I did have boards like that.
This one's pretty cool.
I should have bought a lot more boards like that. If I could do a skate shop again at my age now, I could probably do it okay. But I was like fucking 21 years old. I was an idiot. All I wanted to do was smoke weed and
I like this
bang
one.
skate.
This one is sick, but my trucks, this is not the right, I don't have the right kind of trucks for this. This is where the trucks come through the top.
But you do have that type of truck, right? Don't you have the
No, mine are like just regular undermount trucks. These are like
But you have the inverted trucks, right? Where like the hanger's like a triangle instead of being like a normal shortboard hanger, right? I thought that's what I saw.
No, they're basically just, I guess.
Yeah, they are.
Kind of, yeah. The kingpin doesn't come straight up from the bottom. It comes at
It's at
an
an angle, like a 45 or something.
Yeah.
Isn't that the same? Those aren't the same kind of trucks that they put on those. I think they are.
No, those are drop-through trucks where they mount from the top. Now, maybe if you took the riser, nah.
Yeah, if you just reassembled it, I think you could. You just have to put it together under the board. No?
No, because the
Like you just have to take the nut off, mount the base plate above, and then put it together, right? Through the board, I think.
I don't think it would work.
I think that's the same type of trucks that you got. No, it's not.
Mm,
Looks like them.
it looks. Actually, it does look the same. So I guess
Yeah, it's
you
like that
basically
inverted
just,
triangle thing.
so you take the kingpin out, you take the hanger off, and then you
I
put this
think.
through, and then you. I don't know. It might work. The problem is you would have no
I did.
clearance
I did have fun though when I had a skate shop.
because of how big
It
the
just
wheels are. If the deck was this thick, you'd have no clearance. Well, you wouldn't need clearance on a board like this because they have cutouts.
Yeah, it's not gonna bite. If anything, you wouldn't step on your wheels.
I want something that I can slide, that I can slide easy and slide good. which I think I would
Yeah,
need to
I
change.
suck. I fucking suck at longboards. I'm like the worst longboarder ever.
I would need to change the wheels out to do that stuff. What I love doing is when it's raining lightly, I go to the downtown strip and they have like it's
Brick.
not marble sidewalks and it's not brick. Well, it is like square bricks, but they're like bumpy marble. It's not like
Oh, and the
slippery.
slippery.
Yeah, when it's lightly raining, you can just crouch down and turn sharply and you just start spinning. And you just you can spin. You can do like a 360 and then stand up real quick.
That sounds kind of fun. But you must. Well, I guess a longboard doesn't matter, but you must fuck boards up though, right? Riding them in the rain. No.
Yeah, that's what I'm. Yeah, a little bit.
Well, I guess longboards don't really matter because you don't need pop on a longboard anyway.
Right. You don't want to like leave it out in the rain, but if it's raining, you can kind of ride it for a little while.
Also, I think the modern glues are a lot better because they used to be really like back in the day. The older, less toxic glues, they would delime really, really quick.
Look at this see-through plastic longboard. That's crazy. It's like plexiglass.
Yeah, I bet that sucks though.
It probably does. This one's made of metal. What the heck?
Hmm. Oh no.
Hot Asian girl with a longboard. I like when like
Let me see. Not hot.
nah, her face,
He's all right.
body's alright. Face look, she looking like a man.
Average. Average.
Okay, Forrest coming
Well,
back.
growing up around like 99% Asian people, I find that my uh standards of what constitutes a hot Asian are like pretty different than most people. Not everybody, but
What are they talking about?
it seems like a lot of people's hot Asian girl, like I don't know, would be like a 3 in Hawaii.
Pavers, yeah. Pavers.
Where'd Flora go? She left. Was that her?
I'm cleaning
Oh,
dishes.
oh, I thought that was Josh's other stream.
The people who are into like the Gnostic Gospels say that Paul is the best disciple. Well, I just like Paul's writings the most, but they say that like Paul is more credible than all the original not Gnostic, the what's the word for the original Gospels? Matthew, Mark, and Luke. There's a name for those, and then there's a name for John. 42 isn't old, especially in your shape. Have you seen those longboard downhill max speed videos? I love those videos. That's what I want
You
to
said,
do is I want to get the discs that you put on your hands because we got some really nice hills around here, roads that like are really wide and nobody uses them, and it's a perfect hill to bomb. But you got to have, if you're not experienced, you got to be padded up, and you got to have those ceramic discs that you put on your hands, and you can get down low and grab the board and like put your hand on the ground and like carve into the turns and stuff. But you also need certain type of board and a certain type of wheels to do that stuff. Because like the board I had, if you tried to do that, it's gonna grab and then you just go flying.
yeah, I don't like bombing hills. That's scary.
If you're padded up and you got
I'm
like
too old to bomb hills.
yeah.
Who said 42 isn't old?
I remember I ate shit one time when I was bombing a hill in North Carolina on a regular skateboard. like I had like no fear. I was like, I'll do it, and I made it the first time. So then I went and said, I'm gonna do it again, and I got the speed wobbles, and I went flying and just slid, just ate asphalt. Grime plate rollerblades, like some K2 fatties.
Those are just aggressive inline, right?
Yeah, I had a pair of those, but they weren't like name brand. They were from like Sears. I just thought that was lame though. We called them fruit booters.
Right? Yeah, I never had rollerblades. My sister had rollerblades.
I see like what's supposed to be like an impressive roller skate grind, and I'm like, that that's like the
Well,
video I played of the Mormon guy that did that in sneakers on a rainy day. Like you could do that in your shoes.
I actually proved that as a kid. My friends were into like inline hockey and shit, but then they'd try and like jump over stuff, and I would just watch them. And I was like, that doesn't look hard. And they're like, it is. And I'm like, are you sure? And I couldn't even skate. But I
Yeah,
would just put their skates on and just jump over shit and be like that.
yeah.
And I would do this tiny
Can you run and
bit.
jump? Okay, then
Right,
it's not that much different.
right. And they're like, how did you do that? I'm like, I don't know. I lifted my legs up
I just
and then I
jumped
put
and
them
I
back down.
landed on my feet.
I would eat shit though, because I couldn't skate, but I would land it and then eat shit.
Well, and then like grinding, it's like they're connected to your feet. It's way harder. It's way harder to do it on a skateboard.
It's hard to grind on trucks.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that. It's not like no slide, board slide. That's not too hard. That it'll slide, but trucks don't really slide.
See, I could do a 50-50 or a 5-0 way easier than I could do. I don't think I've ever no slided or tail slid, but I could board slide. But board sliding scared me because sometimes when you land, the board slides too fast and shoots out from under you, and then you land with your butt on the pole. Pause. But
But it slides easy though. It slides really easy
yeah, it's
on the
just
wood.
you just got to make sure you stay over it, and that you got to like lean back so you slide, but you also can't lean too far back. I just didn't want to hit my tailbone on a pipe, and that would happen a lot. I would shoot it out. I would land good, start sliding, and shoot it out in front of me.
Who's in chat? I can't see chat anymore.
Now these scooterer kids, scootering's the lamest. Actually, I think scootering might be cooler than rollerblading.
I think is Matthew in chat. I think Matthew was a rollerblader.
Yeah, it was hard.
I think
It's
I was.
not the same as walking.
I think I was
But
talking shit about rollerblading one time, and Matthew was like, "Fuck you."
if
Oh,
I can run and jump over a 2 foot thing, then I could skate and jump over a 2 foot thing. Matthew's pissed off because we're talking bad about the fruit booters. Sorry,
oh,
Matthew.
so he is in there. Okay.
Yeah, Matthew's in there. Matthew said he's about to unsub. I'm sorry, Matthew. I'm sorry.
But I can't
Rollerbladers are
see
the greatest.
what I skateboarded at a time when I was like I had to say that. That was like I don't
Oh
know.
yeah, it was like war.
Yeah.
Like Chris Farmer, longest grind ever. Okay, now this is impressive, I guess,
No,
because
I do know some of those names though.
it's an 8
Because
mile
I had
rail with kinks in it. That makes it impressive.
eight
No,
eighth.
no. I was being hyperbolic,
Oh.
but it's long. Hold on. Screen share. Hold on. Trying to put it on the Discord. Which one is it? Right here. This is a lot, and it's kinked. It's a kinked rail. But see, like the balancing doesn't seem nearly as hard. Like it seems like he's kind of just chilling.
That's pretty crazy though.
That is a long ass rail. And there's no sidewalk at the end, so he just goes into the grass. That was
What
pretty
is
cool.
up? What is up with that handrail though?
I know. Who built that staircase there? What's the point? You can't walk down the grass. And it's not like a wheelchair. Somebody's in a wheelchair, they need to get down. The stairs aren't going to help. Somebody has feet, they don't need the stairs. I guess if it rains, you'd rather have stairs for the handrail, but
That's a crazy handrail.
who built
What the
this?
fuck?
What is the point of this? Yeah, bro, that hill looks fun though. I'll just that's all right, I guess. It's pretty cool if they're doing backstreets. I've had videos popping up on my feed of skateboarders falling on the mega ramp where they launch, they do the mega ramp, and then they go up to like a 25-foot half pipe and they do a trick. And when they're coming down, a lot of times their trucks will catch and then they just fall. And that's like, man, I could never. The biggest thing I ever dropped in on was probably like 6 feet. But I remember going to the skate park of Tampa and getting up on top of the 12-foot half pipe. I could never imagine dropping in on that thing. I don't know how people did it. They had a roll in, and I guess if you go in from the roll in into it, it's not as bad, but even a roll in that high, man, it's scary. But now they have like 25-foot freaking half pipes.
I think they always had 25-foot half pipes, right? Oh no, maybe I'm thinking of 12.
12 with like a 16-foot
No,
extension.
15.
Yeah, that's pretty much the biggest, but the 25-foot ones are the quarter pipes at the end of the mega ramp. So the mega ramp, you go down it, you jump the huge gap, and then you go and there's like a 25-foot quarter pipe there, and they do a trick and they come down. But
Yeah, not for me. I'm good on that.
yeah, I was never into vert skating. Huge rail back. What about slide on a pole soaps? You ever have any soaps shoes? The shoes with the grind
I'm
plates?
too old. I'm too old for soaps. Soaps didn't. I mean, I'm sure people as old as me had soaps, but those happened. Yeah, I don't know. I think they
You're
were
43?
No, those classmates of mine had soaps,
Yeah, you would have been.
but
You probably would
but
have
it was
been
like non.
just out of high
It
school.
was like non-skateboarders that had soaps, though.
Or
It was like my friends that like.
rollerbladers that wanted to practice grinding without their skates.
Yeah, well, they actually kind of looked fun, but
They were
I
scary.
don't know. I think they were too expensive.
I had a pair, and I don't think I ever really. This girl's trying to grind with like roller skates.
Well, she got some kind of grind plates on them, though.
She's got grind plates on her roller skates. What the? See how they turn their foot sideways? I feel like that's cheating. Or is that like a special grind?
And what's up with her wearing a Thrasher shirt? That can't be legal.
Yeah.
What is that?
That's horrible. That's
What is that? What is that all about?
A girl in roller skates grinded for like 2.5 feet and and that's cool.
There's actually some decent girl skateboarders though.
What I like,
Not, I mean, still not as good as the dudes,
I like
but they used to all,
when girls
and they used to all
longboard.
have girls. They used to all have girl skater ass, like that weird dance. But now they actually look like dudes on board, so it's not that bad.
See, this is pretty cool. Like this freestyle, like skating through the streets and doing little tricks while you're skating. That's kind of cool. But I like these videos. If I could find one, I've never seen guys doing it good. Girls do it good because they're if they're small and they're light, they can do this good. But like, I don't know what it would be called. Longboard.
What, like slalom?
How would I look for this? Girls on longboard or just longboard tricks? Where they like skate down the sidewalk and they're like twisting and dancing while they're on the thing and they're like turning around and stuff.
Oh,
Yeah, kind of like this.
that's kind of old school skateboarding though. Like if you look at like the old '70s videos and shit, and early '80s videos, they skated like this on like regular boards.
Yeah, see, I could do this. What he's doing, I could do this on a longboard. But that's not.
Oh, what's his name was a pro longboarder? Tim Pool's old co-host, Krigler.
Let's go kickflip the longboard. That's impressive.
I've seen that. But you know Adam Krigler is? No?
Yeah.
Yeah, that dude was a pro longboarder. There's like a video of him on YouTube or something, like before Timcast when he was a model slash longboarder or whatever.
He was a model.
Yeah, that guy was a model, like a like a model, like a you know underwear and what's
This chick is sick.
Abercrombie.
I feel like she's kind of cute too, but I feel like girls could do this better than guys because they're lighter. So they don't get like if I take off one foot and stand on one side, the board goes way far, whereas they can kind of dance around on the board.
But yeah, okay, so like that, the stuff she's doing, that's what like the old freestylers used to do on skateboards. Like Mullen.
Like Rodney
Not so
Mullen.
much Rodney Mullen, but like his contemporaries. Rodney Mullen was the weirdo. All the other, it used to be called freestyle,
Yeah,
but all the other freestylers used to
or
skate like that.
like flat ground freestyle. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, flat ground freestyle. Rodney Mullen was the weirdo that wasn't doing that
Doing
and was
pogos and flamingos and stuff like that. Yeah.
yeah. Rodney Mullen was the weirdo that was fucking hitting his tail on the ground. They were all doing like pressure flips and shit.
This girl is not that good, by the way. She's just making a YouTube video.
I can manual a longboard
I
as
couldn't.
good as her.
I couldn't manual mine because it didn't have a tail like that.
Mostly because I can kind of manual anything now. That's like one of the few things I actually can do.
I couldn't really
Manual.
nose manual. I could never see. I could do what she's doing right
Man,
now.
I can manual,
Whoa!
nose manual, fakie manual, switch manual. Switch manual not too good. I think I've only ever landed into a switch manual maybe once or twice.
Oh, that was kind of sick.
But the other manuals I could just do.
Stretch. Make sure you stretch. She just did a shove it. See, I like that. A longboard with a nose and a tail. That would be fun.
No complies. I gotta practice no complies.
Yeah, she was doing some sick no complies with like extra flips and stuff.
Like pressure flip.
There you go. That was a nice add variation to your no complies. That's cool.
No comply with a fucking revert.
Oh, that was cool. She landed with the legs crossed. A little finger flip, no comply finger flip.
Can floor skate like this?
No. No. Floor had difficulty going.
Oh.
It was kind of like I would skate and hold her hands and kind of pull her along, and she would just stand on it.
Well, but that's the beautiful thing about skateboarding is you can teach somebody to skateboard kinda, but to learn how to skateboard, you just gotta skate.
Yeah.
That's how you learn how to skateboard is you go out and skate by yourself or with people or whatever. But even if you're with people, you're still learning by yourself.
Yeah. I don't know. I always was able to ride on a board, whether it be a skimboard or a longboard or skateboard.
But it's all trial and error though. It's all
But have you ever seen somebody who's never been on a skateboard try to get on a that was sick. Try to get on a skateboard, and it's like when I see it, it's like weird to me because it's like why can't you just go? You can't just ride, you can't just push and go, but they can't. Like they get too stiff and they like lock up, and I think the
when
key is you gotta loosen up, and you kind of gotta loosen
you
up.
can tell when people haven't skateboarded before. Um, when you're riding past people. Because people that have never skateboarded before think that the board's gonna go flying into everything. Because they're projecting. Because that's what they would do if they hop on a skateboard.
Right.
They think you're gonna kill yourself. Why aren't you wearing a helmet? And
Yeah.
and the board's gonna hit my car. Like no, not that I care about your car. I care about my board. I'm not gonna shoot my board into your car
This dude is
because
sick.
this board's expensive.
Look at that.
Well, yeah, Adam Krigler has a video with him doing like this type of shit.
Did you see that? He's doing a one-footed nose manual. That was crazy with his hand off the board. That was yeah. See, I want a longboard like this so I can try to do this stuff. So what would that be called? It's like a longboard with, and those are the same. Looks like my same trucks and wheels. What would that be called? A longboard with a nose and a tail like that.
I bet it's like a trick longboard or something. Okay, that looked kind of gay, but
Yeah, a lot of like no comply finger flip type stuff. He just kick flipped off that two step.
is Floyd's camera on the phone on the ground or something?
I don't know what she's doing.
Oh my God.
What? Bathing her dog?
This guy got.
Yeah, that was
I feel
pretty
like
cool.
these finger flips and these stuff like this is not that tough though. You have a really big target to land on.
How about you, Jalen? You skate?
No, I don't skate. The only time I'm even good on roller skates is if I'm in the grass.
What?
Yeah, I can't skate. Good evening,
Roller skates in the grass?
That's the only time I'm even good at remotely having roller skates on. How are you
You're
all
not,
doing?
But this is
you're
why I
not supposed
really
to ride
want.
roller skates in the grass.
This is
You're
something
supposed
I
to
would
ride it on
love
like
to
Joshua,
do.
Nada,
pavement.
how are you all?
This is why I really
Doing
want a
well.
longboard. I would love to do this stuff right here, but this is like floor wouldn't want me to do this because this is like you mess up, you might die. But then again, I don't think they're going as fast as it looks like they're going, but it says that they're going 70 miles per hour. So see, now this is not a longboard; it's like a little fish board.
I came on for 2 minutes because they're playing Little Nas X inside the bar I'm at. I don't feel like hearing him.
Well, that's the most base thing you've ever said in your life.
Oh, hush the fuck up.
No, I agree
You're at a
with you.
bar on Monday?
Yeah, I had an after work drink.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you've seen the pond before.
Is there coins in there?
Yeah. Oh, they are playing my song.
This is so crazy. Look how I've watched this before. Look how close he gets to these stone walls.
So you never skateboarded, Jalen?
No, they playing my
Did you ever
song.
try?
So
Should I stay
he's
here
got
and listen
ceramic
to y'all or
he's
go
got
do
ceramic
enjoyment?
discs in his gloves, and so he can put his hand on the ground to slow down and to slide and stuff. Look how close he gets to this wall, bro. If your shoulder clips that wall, you're done.
And Joshua, you've never lived in a trailer park before.
I think when I think we lived in a trailer with me and my mom and my grandma and I think we maybe when I was real young when my mom and my dad split up. I think we went maybe I can't. I feel like at some point we lived in a trailer. Maybe that was before I was born. Look at that car. Oh, bro, he almost got hit by a car.
Oh, it's
Like
just
a
like,
trailer? Or like
he looked like he could be the king of the trailer park.
Oh yeah, if they
or
let
like
me.
the technically trailer because it's got a tongue kind of trailer?
Mobile home.
Mobile
Oh,
home
okay.
trailers.
I don't like I don't like the term trailer. That's racist. Oh, he lost his. Oh yeah, I remember this. He tried to put his hand on the wall and he lost his disc. His little ceramic disc thing.
What
How are
time
you?
do you get off work, Jalen?
Around 11.
PM?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
How are you all
So
doing?
you work from like what? Like 3 or 4 to 11 or something?
Why do y'all love asking so much about my work life? I'll be very private on that.
Look at the way he
No,
stands.
I'm not. I'm just curious.
It's counterintuitive. You'd think you'd want to lean back, but really you
Boy,
want all your weight on the very front of the board. So see his feet are way up front and he's leaning far forward.
That is pretty fast, though.
It says in the title he's going 70 miles per hour at one point, which
I don't know
anybody
about 70.
else?
Maybe.
if you fall, you're dead.
I'm
Maybe
not
not.
drinking anything.
With a helmet
I'm
on, you might
drinking
be alright.
out of soda somewhere. I'll drink my
Josh,
soda.
for a toast.
Or toast. I like jam on my toast.
Well, this is alcohol, sir. Get your beer and chug it.
There's
Damn.
soda somewhere. What's that?
There, I finished it for you.
Hopefully we go to after this.
Those boys are zooming. The drift catch is ridiculous. He's longboarding like a figure skater. Yeah, I would love to do that, but
Uh-oh. I gotta go. They playing Beyonce. I gotta
oh
go.
my God. He got it.
That's
Oh
Beyonce.
boy. Later.
Lil Nas X
Bye.
and then Beyonce. Sounds like The gayest bar ever.
Beyonce.
Yeah.
I never even thought she was the best looking one out of that from that group. I always thought Kelly Rowland was hotter. Oh, he's still here.
I think so too.
What do you think? What do you think, Jalen? Oh, he's on mute, maybe.
He's probably on mute because.
But no, I always thought Kelly. I mean, not that Beyonce is not good looking. She is, but I thought Kelly. Just maybe that's just my taste. I thought Kelly Rowland was hotter.
No, I agree. I agree.
And I don't even remember that.
The other girl,
I
nobody
don't
even
even
knows her
remember
name.
that. I couldn't even tell you what she looked like.
I think that the other one was on Fallen State.
Oh yeah, was she?
I think so. I know Beyonce's dad was.
On Fallen State?
Yep. And he walked
Oh,
off.
no shit.
I think he walked off.
Oh. If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it. If you like it, then you should have put a ring on it. Don't be mad that you say that he was.
On it. And be like man, put a bang on it.
You do it better than I do.
Oh.
What do you think, Jalen? Is Kelly Rowland hotter than Beyonce? Where'd he go?
Was this a hard flip? A hard flip at 1,000 frames per second? That's pretty sick. It looks so easy when they do it in slow-mo like that.
I can't hard flip.
No, I've never.
That motion is weird. You gotta pull your foot out, your front foot out. You gotta flick and then pull. It's almost like a pressure flip. But you gotta flick and then pull your foot out of the way and then around and then catch. I don't know. Hard flip don't even make sense to me.
Tfue almost died in Mexico. Oh, this is an old video.
Who?
Tfue, he was Jug Squad. They're Florida boys. They do crazy stunts and stuff. I love this stuff. But he went surfing.
Crazy stunts?
Like jumping off of cliffs, climbing up onto things and jumping off of them, doing backflips off of them and stuff like that.
I can surf like a little bit. I mean, like for Hawaii, I can't surf. But for not Hawaii, I can surf.
I've only tried surfing twice, and once it was in like Clearwater Beach, so there was like no waves and it was lame. And then once it was in Daytona, and it was all right. I did okay for one day of learning to do it, but I'm sure if I put time into it, I could do it.
Well, yeah, I'm not the best at like little push wings. I can stand up on a. I can actually fucking drop knee and stand up on a bodyboard that better than I can on a surfboard. But
I like skimboarding more than surfing. I still got to make my damn California video because I was skimboarding in California.
I don't know if skimboarding not like stand sliding? Isn't that skimboarding?
It's what did you say? Stand sliding?
That's what I mean, I think they call it skimboarding now, but that's what we used to call it like.
It's like a thin board that you throw over the water and then you run and you jump on it and you slide across the top.
On the stand, right? On like the real little, right?
It's like a tiny surfboard. It's just now.
Yeah, but when the waves recede, right?
Yeah, on the sand.
On the sand.
Yeah. Well, now they have skimboards that the guys will run straight out into the water and jump on it, and then they'll go and they'll catch waves and they'll ride back. But yeah,
I could be wrong, but before those even existed, I think how that started is what we used to do on bodyboards, which was when you know, like same thing. When the waves are going back in and there's like a little bit of water, like an
Yeah,
inch of
there's just a
water,
little inch of water, and you run and you throw it and you jump on it and you
and then you
slide them
and then
over
you
the
hit
top.
whatever waves. If you time it right, you can hit like a little wave, a
Yeah,
little ripple
when the other wave is coming
in
back in, you can
air.
hit that wave and jump,
Right.
or you can.
Yeah.
But now they make them where they're like the professional ones, where they stand up on the beach and they run straight out into the water, and as soon as the water gets about to where you're not going to be running as fast, you throw the board down, you jump on the board, and you go straight out into the water and you carve up into the wave and come back. But we used to ride them in puddles in Florida. When
In
it
puddles?
Yeah, when it would rain, if you had a ditch, we had a ditch in our front yard, and so when it would rain, the ditch would fill up with water, and we would skimboard in the puddles.
On a skim board though, which is
Yeah,
like the little fiberglass board, right?
wood. You could use the cheap ones are wood. We had good fiberglass ones. Yeah, the fiberglass ones are way better. That's what I when I
Yeah,
was
I don't
when
think I ever actually used a skim board, but we used to do that on bodyboards though.
a foam body board, like a boogie board.
Yeah. Yep.
I guess it would work, but it would be
Well,
lame.
skim boards didn't exist.
Oh, okay.
I think that's how,
Maybe
again,
that's how they had to
I'm
come
not
up with the idea.
yeah, I'm not 100% on this, but I'm pretty sure that's where they came from.
Yeah, you could do it on a boogie board, but
Because
it probably
well,
didn't work very good.
I mean, it wasn't even like a thing. It was just you'd come in from, from boogie boarding and
Yeah.
then, you'd rest or whatever. And then when you went back out, or you'd catch a wave in, and then before you went back into the water, you would just, like, why not? It's fun.
Yeah.
Well, and
The
the
wood
little
ones
town I came from,
the wood ones suck too. I rented a wooden one when I was in California, and they're so heavy it kind of sucks. If you have a good
my
fiberglass one, it's nice.
my neighbors were like pro. I think all three of them were pro, or at least two of them were pro bodyboarders. And the town, I don't know, for whatever reason, the town I lived in, it must have been the most per capita pro bodyboarders in the world in like 1992. It had to be. Because there was like 15 pros that lived within like 2 miles from me. And there was probably only like 30 pros in the world at the time or something. And this is like in a little town. But anyway, so I don't know, those guys would I think I still know a couple pro bodyboarders actually, but
See,
I wasn't that good at riding like a bodyboard into waves.
this is skimboarding. Look, he's skateboarding his skimboard. That's pretty sick.
Huh.
Yeah, you run along the water, you throw it in.
Yeah, it wasn't so much this. It was more perpendicular to the water instead of parallel with the water
We
with a bodyboard. Like as you're going back into the water, and then you just hit a wave.
Yeah, pro skimboarding is like that. So this guy's just having fun, and that's like what you learn to do it is you go along the edge of the water. But this is like the pro skimboarding. It's basically surfing, but you start on the shore, and so you run
I
down the
wonder
beach
if
and you launch straight out into the water. See that? Yeah, and then you surf
I
back.
wonder if any of my friends are still pros. Let's see. Oh no. Wow, this is a long time ago. Huh. Well, maybe. I'm thinking my one friend, if anybody has any skimboard shit, maybe this guy.
See, it's like a mini surfboard, and it's made of fiberglass. They're real light.
No, I've seen them. I just never, I was just never on one. Well, because most of my friends, like, most people went from bodyboarding into skate into surfing, and then I don't think. I mean, I'm sure most of them could skimboard, but they just surf. But a couple of them, the ones that still bodyboard might, or at least this one guy might. Let's see.
See how high up the beach he
I'm
started
trying.
running? Wait, hold on, watch. Like you start running way far back, run straight out into the water. Boom.
Oh, hmm.
This guy's good. Ooh, we got
Oh,
like
I know
10
of
feet of
good.
air. What? This guy's sick.
Does it say where this is? Because I know of really good places. Like I know of a bunch of beaches that would be perfect for that. Is this in Hawaii by any chance? It could be.
I don't know, but like
No,
amateur,
no, that's Cali.
like these guys are pros. You really don't even have to do that. What I was doing in Cali is you just stand, you don't go straight out into the water. You stand along the shore, and like you said, the waves
Well,
come up.
this is more like what we do on bodyboard.
Yeah, when
And
you're
my
like,
one friend, actually, my one friend who was like a pro since we were like 11 or 12, he actually would stand up and air, catch air off. It's the same kids I would go skateboarding with. They had like a half pipe in their yard, and they're actually Mormons, actually.
rad Mormons. See, this is the crap wooden, you know, cheap wooden
Ah,
skimboard.
you know what? Now that I think about it, they might have had wood. I think there might have been wood skimboards, wait, but I think they kind of sucked.
They do. They're too heavy, and you got to wax them.
I think it was more of like a novelty than anything else. I don't think anyone actually like used them.
Yeah, because if you just have a wooden one, you can't do too much. You ride for like 3 feet, and then it's over.
Well, also we're in Hawaii, so even the bodyboarders got like no respect. The spongers, surfers got respect.
This guy's playing a game of skim, like skate, but they all have good skimboards, and he's got. Oh no, they're all using wooden ones. Okay, a little shove it. I could do that. Shove it on a skimboard. And see, this is a perfect
Uh,
spot where there's like a pool, a little pool of water built up. It's perfect.
well, yeah, except I can tell that because of where that is in the ocean, in front of that there's a sandbar. Oh, but there's no waves. Never mind. Because if there was waves, wherever in front of that, it's gonna A-frame from there in the ocean. The waves are gonna break away from that in each direction. But there's no waves.
But
Okay,
for
so
like for if you have a wooden skimboard, you're not trying to catch waves. You just want to.
no, no, no. But there's no. I need like actual waves, like for real stuff. For
Yeah.
surfing and bodyboard. but but actually, if you were ever gonna see people in Hawaii on skateboards, it'd probably be when there's no waves. Which might also be what these guys are doing. Like they might normally be in the water, but there's no waves today, so they're playing with their skimboards. Well, that's what fucking skateboarding was too.
Yeah,
That's how skateboarding started.
it's like flat ground skateboarding kind of.
Well, it's flat ground surfing, and they would start like if you watch the documentaries of all the guys that like the Dogtown guys and shit, they were surfers. And they skated when there was no waves. Or they would skate like to the beach and shit.
Oh, one-footed. That's pretty cool.
Are these like pro skimboarders?
No, it's a guy playing a game with kids with a wooden skimboard.
Well, they just flash like a name there.
Well, they might be pro.
Re-
Yeah, they might be pro skimboarders, but they're just messing around right here.
Or could be pro surfers even. But yeah, like there's no waves if you look at the ocean. I mean, there's like shore break, shit, but there's no actual waves out there. So they could just be messing around because there's no waves. That dude's got dreads.
Yep, mine are longer.
What's Flora up to?
Just watching now.
Oh,
I just got done with my night chores.
Your night chores.
Yeah, I'm practicing to be a housewife, Josh.
practicing?
Better be
Of course,
scrubbing.
I want Josh's apartment to be super clean all the time. That he gets home, there is beer and some big old Latino breakfast. I
That's
got
what
it all figured out.
that what we're calling it now.
Latino breakfast?
That's right. That's right. Some eggs and beans, a little bit of cheese.
Look at that! Look at that thumbnail though. 25 plus years in prison. He's not doing no 25 years in prison.
Oh, this one?
Come on now.
No.
Yeah,
I don't think he'll get any prison time.
he'll probably get like fucking probation.
Yeah, it's his first offense. But they say he's talked crap about the judge that he's going to get.
Right.
Egg drop from space, Mark Rober.
Egg? Like an actual egg?
Yeah. Oh,
Wait, what?
like when kids try to build the egg drop experiment or the egg drop project. Did you ever do that in school?
I don't know. I feel like I might have.
Wes Watson copes, Andrew Wilson reacts. I guess he reacted to the Andrew Wilson stuff.
Andrew Wilson.
That's what I was watching earlier. You ever seen World Chase Tag?
Oh, Josh, you get so excited.
Have you ever
What
seen
is
World
World
Chase
Chase
Tag?
Tag?
Watch this. Why I go pee. I can't.
I think I heard about it.
It's basically adult tag. It's like competitive tag. Watch this.
Hmm.
Beth and Kyle. What an American names right there.
My name was supposed to be Seth, but I
Seth,
don't
I
know
like
what.
that name. Seth is a pretty nice name.
Well, it's in the Bible too, but I don't know. My mom chose something else instead. I don't know why.
Seth is the third child of Adam and Eve, right?
Was it?
Yeah. Have you ever read the scrolls from Seth?
Uh,
Oh, they mess with your mind. They mess with your mind. You have
Scrolls
some
from Seth?
pretty. What was that?
The scrolls from Seth?
Yeah, it's one of those books.
Apocryphal,
Yeah,
Apocrypha.
exactly. And he basically tells the story
Oh yeah,
from.
Seth,
Yeah.
Enoch. Yeah.
Mhm. It's a pretty good book, if you read it as a book. Otherwise, you're gonna get all confused.
She's not talking about an apocryphal book. She's talking about a fiction book about.
It's not a fiction book. It's an apocryphal book from Seth, the
There
third
is
child of Adam and Eve.
there is an apocryphal book about Seth, but you told me about this before, and you told me about some fictional book written by some author.
No, I sent it out to you. This is the Book of Seth, and he basically explains
Yeah.
how
That's
Adam
a
told him that
that's
it
an apocryphal
was,
book. Yeah.
yeah, but which it kind of fills up the like
See,
the
I thought
in
you were talking about
between.
like some book that some modern person just like I I didn't know you were talking about the apocryphal book.
No, it actually took me like I think it was 3 or 4 months to be able to read it because I had to basically translate every other word
Why? Is it confusing or something?
because I got the original, like with the original, well, not the
Oh,
original, but the
damn! He just
most,
smacked his face on that bar.
the eldest translation in English because I wanted to be as accurate as it could be, right? So I got the eldest written in English. Obi,
Will pistols work if stuck in concrete? So if he's out of jail, has he streamed yet?
I think okay. I think last night he said he was gonna stream, but I think they kicked him off YouTube or something. Oh no, maybe I was looking at something old. I think he said he was gonna stream last night, but he didn't. Okay, so what's up with Seth?
12 days ago.
Let's see.
so basically Seth just explains how Adam and Eve, like
Oh,
what
it's not in
happened.
this one.
No, I
Yeah.
have a copy if you want it, Nat. I can send it through Discord. Let
No,
me
I
just
thought it was in this apocrypha book I got, but it's not in this one.
No,
Damn.
it's a pretty good one. I do recommend it for you to read it. Like I said, it's for the strong-minded, right? Like if you have a pretty strong faith, I recommend it for you to read it because it's just kind of entertaining in another perspective.
Whatever. Sound like some demon.
But it's just basically how Adam told Seth
Don't read
how
it.
they got used to basically being out of the Garden of Eve and how God made the promise of the 5,000 years until Jesus basically arrived, and how Adam basically got desperate and Eve as well. They actually, according to this book, they killed themselves multiple times
Oh,
because they couldn't stand, right? Like the darkness, they didn't know what the night was, they didn't, like they were very ignorant, and they will kill themselves by accident sometimes, but they were actually trying to chase, like they were trying to get back to the Garden of Eve multiple times, and God kept telling them
Garden
like,
of Eve? Is that what it's called in like Latin America or something?
I guess, how do you guys call it?
Garden of Eden.
Oh yeah, sorry, Eden, yeah.
Oh, okay.
El Jardín de Edén, you're right. So it's pretty good, Nat. I think that you'll like it. I can send it out to you if you like to.
Like what, as a PDF or something?
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
here.
But I don't know. I don't get why people are like afraid of book. You
Well,
know? Like,
I think that it has more to do with the fact that if you are somebody like an atheist, or not even an atheist, but just somebody who is trying to disprove the existence of the God that we know in the Bible, that's what these books are
uh-huh.
for. Because, for example, in this Seth book, basically they say that the serpent is Jesus.
That's what I was
Oh,
just
okay.
talking about the other night.
Uh
There's a
huh.
bunch of those,
Yeah.
and they
Yeah.
say
So
that
it's,
God was the God of the Old Testament is evil, and that Satan was actually the good guy.
yeah,
So
exactly.
if you're a new Christian and you're learning about Christianity and you go read some of this stuff, then stuff that has been discredited and been Like a lot of those apocryphal books, they're like, we don't even know who wrote this. We don't know what this is. Uh,
Right.
and they're like, so basically, it'd be like, I'm trying to become a Christian, so I'm gonna read It by Stephen King, and that's gonna how I'm gonna learn about Jesus. Like,
Right. Right. I think that it's just curious because they're so old, right? Like somebody wrote it many, many, many years ago. So it's
not
interesting
all of
to read
them,
it.
not all of them. Some of them are more recent. Some of them will say that they'll say that they're old, but then when they looked into it, it's from like the year 800.
Okay. Yeah,
Some
that's
of them,
not too old
some of them,
compared to other ones, yeah. But
some of
in
them.
this book of Seth, they also say things like, for example, that Adam and Eve were basically like on an illusion because they do get to kind of go back to the Garden of Eden and they noticed that everything was just rotten and it was just they were just under this illusion and then when they bite the apple they become
Or
conscious.
like they were hallucinating or something.
Exactly, and the apple was like what basically woke them up from that illusion and they realized that they were just living in the middle of the freaking jungle, right?
The original Apple is what woke them up.
Yeah.
Ah,
You
that
know,
sounds fun.
I don't know. I mean, the guy that I heard this from is allegedly some historian. He's credible and stuff, but they said in some of the ancient temples, like the ancient Jewish temples, they found cannabinoid oils in the temples. Like, so they'd have like burners where they would burn stuff, and then oil would collect over the top of it, and they tested these
Oh,
oils.
like they were tripping or something.
Yeah, a
Yeah.
Or
lot of
they were getting
atheists.
stoned or whatever.
Yeah, a lot of atheists will take that. They'll say the burning bush was Moses on DMT or
Right.
ayahuasca, and
And the
all the priests were
mushrooms
potheads, and they're all tripping
and
balls.
the mushroom looking caps or whatever, right? The papal dome. I mean, you know that the thing that the fucking Catholic priests wear. They'll say they look like mushrooms or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Even though they look more like penises, but whatever.
So I don't know if that's
That's
much
right.
better, but
But
Trying to
I
look up
guess
the book right now.
I can see what you mean about how where if somebody doesn't know, but it's yeah. I guess I suffer from the I don't like I went to church since I was so little that I can't conceive of not knowing all these stories and the Bible. You know what I mean? Like
I think that like the Bible is a pretty good guide, but at the same time, like today Joel was talking about that like there's some people that go ahead and put the Bible next to their in their nightstand, next to their bed and nothing is around it and they don't want
I
to
do
like
that.
get it destroyed.
I don't
yeah, what are you talking
I
about?
don't put anything on. The only thing I ever put on a Bible is my gun.
Yeah,
Right. But what I'm
I don't really
saying it
care
is
what
Only because
just
I
Joel
think
like
has
it
to say about
then there
any
is no,
only because I
philosophy.
no.
think it only
He
because
doesn't
I
know what
think
he's
it
talking
looks
about.
cool.
No, but let me
Only
finish
because I
that
think it
thought
looks
though.
cool to have a pistol sitting on a Bible.
Right, but what I'm trying to say, Josh, it is like he did make me thought about that today because yeah, Joel is a little bit of a softie on the softie side, but it's like you almost are idolizing the book, know?
Right.
And we have to also like you can idolize something. For example,
Yeah, but
Josh, you
they're
don't
like,
really believe in revelations, right?
I don't believe in
So
revelation. Well, first it's revelation, and second, what do you mean I don't believe in it?
you always say that you don't really believe in revelations.
No, I've never said that before.
You have said that
Never.
multiple
I've
times.
never said I don't believe in revelation in my life.
Okay.
I've said revelation is a book that baby Christians shouldn't get into because it's not literal. Doesn't mean I don't believe it. I believe
Right.
that
So what I'm
John of
trying, what
Patmos was having visions and prophecies and seeing things while he was on an island hallucinating, and that his visions are
so you
prophecy
don't
and they
really
mean
believe in
something.
it then?
What do you mean believe in it? It's visions that what do you mean believe in it? This is the same thing that Jordan Peterson was talking about with Alex O'Connor the other day. What do you mean I don't believe in it? I 100% believe it. I
But
believe
every
he,
time that I
I
have talk
believe he
about the
wrote it.
apocalypse, your answer is, I don't believe in
No, that's
revelations.
because you're taking a metaphorical book about visions and you're trying to literalize it and make it literal, like, oh, this means this and this means this. That's not what it's there for.
Hmm.
And thinking that the beast will rise out of the ocean
Right.
with the
Or
whore of Babylon on its back,
and
and
then people say the mark
with
of the
this,
beast is credit cards. The mark of the beast is this. The mark of the beast is
Socials,
this.
IDs,
Right.
yeah.
They're gonna actually get the 666 tattooed on our hands and all this stuff.
that was always my favorite book, though. Revelation. I always liked that book.
In
Well,
in
Like as a kid.
Spanish, the one who wrote it, his name is Juan, and
John of Patmos.
what's it called? I do believe that whatever he saw, if it's true, he actually what he saw it was more like guns and ships, but he has no idea what that is, right? Like he could say
And
a
see
giant
that
turtle.
that's
He
not
probably meant like a tank.
that's why people shouldn't be in Revelation, because they start that's where you get a lot of the apocalypse cults. You get a lot of people
Right.
who start freaking out and they're afraid of the apocalypse. You get the Left Behind books and you get people making all these different interpretations of stuff instead of just seeing it. It's a prophecy, it's visions he was having while he was dying, and you can't take it literally. It's not like there's actually a dragon with 10 horns that's going to rise up out of the water. And
But maybe it's that.
Maybe it's that, yeah, maybe yes,
maybe
maybe not.
Wait, what if it's not though?
it could be, but
If it's not, it's
Like,
just Biden
well,
finally transforming
because I
himself
mean,
and
like,
dying dead.
look at,
I
um,
say revelation is always happening. All those visions and all those prophecies, all that stuff's always happening. There's always an antichrist.
look
There's
at like
always
that
trouble in
book.
the Middle East. There's always four world powers that are fighting for global dominance. That's always the case.
Right. Well, or it could be not allegory, but yeah, maybe it's not literal, but maybe it was. Yeah, I mean, and I know people do read a lot of shit into it, like that it's. But I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it is referring to this or that,
It could be literal, but
well, because I mean, the common take is that it's prophecy, right? What is to come, right?
well,
Or
really,
what if it's
I've said before, revelation is not prophecy. Revelation means seeing something that happened. So it's
right?
not, or it would be called the book of prophecy. It's not, it's the book of revelation. He's having a revelation and he's seeing that what was always will be. And this is just the world that we live in.
Okay. However, I would refer to other cultures' cataclysmic books that are explained similarly as well. This can't be literal and whatever. Kind of like what Flo was getting at, where that's just how they describe. I don't know if I would say it's. I mean, not that. How would I know if it was ships and guns and whatever? Well, maybe it's something like that, or
Yeah, could you imagine somebody from that time seeing an airplane, for example? The best description and
Yeah,
the best and associated with is a bird or something that like an animal, you know?
yeah.
like a warship.
Exactly, but they I don't know what's his name in English, but in Spanish, that Juan had no freaking clue what he was seeing. Plus, he's in this cave in the middle of nowhere. He's like, what is happening? You know?
Well, he was starving and
And he
dying,
was starving, probably sleep
so he was
deprived, and
hallucinating. He was
yeah,
seeing visions. But
Well,
if he's a follower of God, those could be inspired visions, and there's meaning that could be taken from that. And but when you start trying to say it means airplanes, it means oh, right now the red heifer and the the lake is the Euphrates is drying up, and the red heifers, that means the world's about to end. Now you're getting
but then
into
also
dangerous
he
stuff.
says that God spoke to him, right? That he heard the voice of God, right?
Yeah, and
But didn't God promise that when the veil was broken, that was the symbolism that God won't have that direct communication with humans again? That's what Jesus basically did what he did.
yeah, and this is why I say people should kind of stay out of Revelation until you're real studied
Yeah.
up.
Because then it wouldn't make sense that he heard God when God
Because
promised that he wouldn't show up again
a
in
lot
that
of
way.
people will learn about become Christians, go to church a couple times, and that's the first book they'll jump to because it's the
Yeah.
apocalyptic book, and so they'll jump to Revelation, and then they'll read the Left Behind series, and now they think the rapture is going to happen, and we're all going to get evaporated one day, and people are going to be left here, and they take it all literally, and I don't think that's the right way to take it. Doesn't mean I don't
Right.
believe in it. I never said I don't believe in it. I just said be careful with that.
well, okay. Like, and I know I brought this up before, but like that Indian book or that Hindu book, the Upanishad or whatever, and specifically the Bhagavad Gita,
Bhagavad
is
Gita.
it's kind of like Revelation though. It's this fanciful story that sounds like they can't be describing something that they're seeing because that's crazy. You know, there's chariots of fire in the sky, and
But then you have guys like Joseph Smith who will take that stuff and write a new book where Joseph Smith actually saw buildings and planes and things like that. But then he
what if
writes
he
it.
did though?
Well, no, Joseph Smith did see buildings and planes and stuff, but then he wrote about it in the book and said that the book was written 400 years ago before those things were
Oh, right, right,
things.
right, right.
And it's like, no, you're writing about what you saw in current day and saying that
Well,
the book is 400
but the
years old.
Bhagavad Gita is old as is no, it's not as old as the Bible, but it's old.
Mm-hmm.
It's pre whatever pre space, well, unless they were seeing spaceships or something,
Kind of like the
or the or
Anunnakis.
the or the eight right or the fucking angels coming from heaven
Yeah.
and
Then you get the ancient aliens.
dragons and
Yeah.
I mean I don't know.
Well, I
I
believe
wasn't
in
there.
dragons. I think there are some
Oh,
dragons.
goodness. Here we go. Okay, Josh, who helped the Egyptians build the pyramids?
The dinosaurs.
There you go. Yeah, boy. Explain that.
Explain it. It's pretty simple. You get a dang brontosaurus, you feed it some grass, you tame it, put a harness on its back, and make it drag a rock. The crazier part is the security velociraptors.
The what?
The velociraptor security guards at the pyramids. They were defended by
What?
raptors.
Why would they be defended by raptors?
Would you want to fight a raptor?
I don't know.
Well, it
So this
obviously didn't work
Seems
out
like the
against the Romans.
seems like the best security system I could think of.
so this is just your fun story that you thought up, not like
They found raptor bones uh, inside of some of the pyramids. One of the pyramids, they found
Oh yeah.
raptor bones.
Well, that would make sense though, what it was there, because remember that Egypt, at the end of the day, before it completely fallen, there were multiple cultures in there, and probably somebody, I don't know,
I'm sure they
across.
couldn't train the raptors, so what they do is they capture a raptor and they put it in the area that they don't want anybody going in, and they lock it in there. So if anybody breaks in, now you got to fight a dang raptor.
My explanation made more sense, I think.
Whatever, mine's
I do
cooler.
get like 200 points for that.
Oh, is Revelation only 20 something chapters?
It's not very long.
For which
Oh,
one?
that's why. I think that's the other reason I liked it, because it was so short that I could just read it.
There's a lot of short books in the New Testament. You can go through the New Testament pretty quick.
Oh yeah, Revelation is short, huh? I haven't read it in a while. Huh.
It's a lot of symbolism and a lot of metaphor and a lot of stuff that
A lot of sevens.
and a lot of stuff that might mean it might mean something, it might mean nothing, it might mean what we think it means, or it might mean something different that we have no idea.
To the angel of the church in Ephesus writes this:
How
the one
lethal is
who
a
holds the
500-mile-per-hour bowling ball?
pretty lethal.
Yep.
The one who holds the seven stars in his right hand. Ooh, in his right hand, not left hand. And walks in the midst of the seven gold lampstands, says this. Yeah, it's like a fun book to read though. Well,
Yeah.
and
I mean, I don't even think it's like one of the coolest books to read in the Bible. There's way cooler stories that actually make
Job
sense.
is pretty fun too.
Yeah, Job is a cool
I
story
like
to read.
Job.
There's some really cool stories in the Bible. Revelation isn't one of them because it doesn't make any sense.
Well, okay. To put into context, I got
It could
really
be the
into
rantings of a lunatic for all
right.
we know.
I liked reading this book when I was, I would say, like 10 or 11, because this is pretty cool. This stuff all sounds pretty cool to a 10 or 11-year-old. While everyone's trying to show me fucking Psalms, I'm like, what the hell is this? Who wants to read fucking poetry? And then, I flip to the back of the book and I'm like, wow, what is all this? Yeah, I was reading Revelation when I was like 11, 10. And it's cool to like an 11-year-old, right? It sounds like a sci-fi movie or like a comic book, which I was also collecting when I was 10 or 11.
When he starts talking about dragons rising up and beasts of the earth or like the four
Yeah, it sounds
beasts
like a comic book. The Scroll and the Lamb. Ooh.
spooky.
I saw a scroll in the right hand of the one who sat on the throne. Whoa. It had, it had writing on both sides and was sealed with seven seals. Then I saw a mighty angel who proclaimed in a loud voice, "Who is worthy to open the scroll and break its seals?"
Yeah, it does
Dude,
sound like a
that's
Marvel
like
comic.
straight out of fucking. Yeah, that's straight out of a Marvel comic.
I was thinking about that the other day. You know, Doctor Strange in Infinity War is like, have you seen Infinity War? Or
Nope.
oh man, Flora, you have, right? Oh, she's gone. Well, anyway,
Oh,
there's this scene in Infinity War, and this is like a deep. This is called modalism. Possible worlds. Doctor Strange closes his eyes, and he like does like some Buddhist symbol or something, and he starts like twitching out, and uh, and when he opens his eyes, they're like, "What was that?" And he said, "I just looked at every single possible future," and so that's the idea of possible worlds. And he said, basically, he said there's only one way that we win this. There's only one possible world where we win this. In every other possible world, we lose and everybody gets wiped out by Thanos. But there's one possible world where everything works out. And then he starts doing weird stuff and he sacrifices himself, he lets somebody else die, and they're all mad at him. They're like, "Why would you do that? Why would you let that person die? You could have saved them." And he said, "Don't." He's like, "Don't worry about it. I can't tell you why, but I told you that I saw every possible world, and this is the only way that it works out right." And I was thinking about that the other day, and I was like, "Dang!" Basically, Doctor Strange was like God in that instance because uh, I was listening to a free will debate, and they were talking about modalism, and they were like, maybe it's that we have we have free will to do whatever, but God knows. So when I
What's going to happen already anyway, so it
right
doesn't matter. We're going to end up doing what God's will is
right
anyway.
right. So when I say I don't believe in free will because I believe God knows everything. God knows what's going to happen tomorrow. So there's nothing I can do to
Right.
change that. The way they would respond and say we do have free will is that we can do whatever we want and God knows every possible outcome in every possible world how it will end.
You're saying that atheists would say that.
Or no, a Christian who believes in free will that says,
Oh, okay.
so I'm a Christian, I believe in free will, I believe we can make our own choices, and then I say, but God already knows the outcome, their response could be, well, God knows every possible outcome. So you still can make your choice, but no matter what choice you make, God knows how it's going to end, which is a interesting rebuttal or a good way to argue against that. But anyway, the point was Doctor Strange basically played God in Endgame or Infinity War when he did that.
He's
And
not really playing God, though. He's more like playing a prophet.
yeah, but a prophet,
No?
well, like I guess Doctor Strange is one of the strongest in the Marvel universe because
Right.
he is kind of like a lower god because it's not saying I had a vision and I see the future what's going to happen, that would be a prophet, but saying I saw every possible outcome that could possibly happen in every possible world. That's a superpower. That's like I don't know.
Hmm.
What's up,
So what do
Jalen?
you think, Jalen?
Hello, everyone. What y'all talking about? Sounded like y'all was talking about the Avengers.
Yeah, kind of. We were talking
Want to
about
know a fun story?
Revelation and the Bible, and then that turned into uh, Doctor Strange.
Okay, so the premiere of Infinity War was one of the craziest, like most amazing experiences I've ever witnessed. That and Black Panther premiere. Oh my God, like it was amazing. Hollywood Boulevard was literally shut down. And when Robert Downey Jr. arrived, everybody started saying, Robert, Robert. Like it was one of the most incredible experiences I've ever witnessed.
The Black
Hell
Panther
yeah.
premiere?
Black Panther was lame.
Josh, you lame. You been lame. Hell.
I never seen that movie.
Actually, Black
What?
Panther was all right, but Wakanda Forever was lame. Or the second one.
Oh, I
Was that
because
not the same thing?
Yeah, but the Black Panther was dead, so it was like an all-female hero squad,
Oh.
which they have to do in all the movies now. They got to have an all-female Spider-Man, and and people are mad about the movies doing that. The comics was started doing that way before the movies. They made Hulk into an Asian guy. They made Captain America
Uh-huh.
into a black guy. They made Spider-Man into a black guy. They made Iron
I
Man
have
into a
I actually
woman.
I have all those books actually. I have long boxes in the other room there with all those books in them.
And you see how it started getting more and more
I
woke?
didn't read them. I only bought um I only bought limited covers of them because I knew the stories were ass.
Good
But
Lord. Yeah,
but they
y'all
had
listen to what y'all be saying.
hip hop covers though, which were hip hop album covers with the Marvel like homages to hip hop album covers.
This looks so fun. This is the world's largest trampoline. Oh my
Where's
god,
that?
that looks so fun.
I ain't did a trampoline in years.
These people
So
are going.
what do you think of Revelation, Jalen?
Uh, I
The
know what
book.
it say in Revelation. I
You
know.
like it?
I mean, I like basically everything in the Bible. So the book is the good book. It gives you warning about life. Revelation is the end times when the Lord finally comes back to claim his own, his children that believe in him. And sometimes I feel like we're living in Revelation because the way this world has been set up, it just feels like it.
What do you think about preterism? The idea that so revelation is not the same as prophecy. That's what we were saying. I was saying earlier. Revelation is seeing the past. It's the past is revealed to you. It's not prophecy. And that preterism is the idea, or preterism, I don't know how you say it, but it's the idea that all of that already happened and that we're always in the end times because Jesus already came back. The second coming was when he rose again. And then the third coming, or some people say that what they call the second coming is actually the third coming, and that already happened in the sacking of Israel in 80 or 90 AD. That all that stuff in Revelation, when John of Patmos wrote about that, he was writing about visions he had about things that had already happened, and what it meant for the future, but that all that's already happened.
Um, I've never even heard of that word before. I just have to know that
You've never heard of
whenever
the
Jesus,
idea that all that the second coming already happened? You never heard of that?
I mean, I'm understanding that whenever Jesus comes back, I just need to be ready no matter what. That's my understanding. I don't want to have to battle and fight that over something that I believe.
Well, you don't have to fight it. I don't really agree with this. It's just an idea that I'm
No,
telling you about. But
I'm just saying, no, I've never heard of preterism
didn't
or
you
whatever.
don't didn't Jesus already come back?
Yeah, yeah, but Jesus gonna come back again. I do believe that.
So the third coming?
Oh Lord. See, you
Well,
get on questions and you'll ask questions that I don't always understand and
holy
confuse
shit,
me
he's going high.
I
with
know, it looks
research.
so fun. That looks so fun, dude. I would love that.
What fun.
This trampoline they're on.
Did you like how the Lord froze you when you were singing Beyonce? The Lord froze my phone completely and just turned it all the way off.
Well, I didn't experience that, so I don't
You
know if
didn't.
the
There
Lord
was
didn't
no.
freeze me. Your phone froze because you have an Obama phone and bad signal.
I have an Obama phone. I have an iPhone. I just hadn't charged it until now.
The Lord
Lord.
froze me.
That's what happened on my end. You started singing Single Ladies with me, and all of a sudden my phone just shut down.
I know this is
Just
bad, but this pisses me off that these young, rich kids get to do all this fun stuff.
Joshua,
Why?
I
you
know
got
it's
money.
wrong. It shouldn't, and it really doesn't piss me off. But it's like, why can't I want to play with that? Why
How
can't I
are you
have
just
a bunch of
doing?
acres in the mountains with four wheelers and dirt bikes like Travis Pastrana and have a giant
You
trampoline?
can't. You
You can
can't.
though. Yeah.
I can. I'm trying. I want that.
That's that's what I'm trying to do in a couple of years here.
Look, these kids aren't
Couple.
doing drugs. These kids aren't getting into
What?
drugs. They live in the mountains with fun activities. They're never going to be smoking crack. You raise a kid in
Right.
New York City, of course they're going to be in a gang and smoking drugs. You live in the mountains in the country, you got a 50-foot trampoline and four-wheelers and dirt bikes.
So you have to live in New York City to smoke crack?
I don't know, but this is why socialists become socialists, because they're like, it's almost not fair.
What was it
I
like
know
the
that's
first time
beta,
y'all
and I don't
smoked
really think
crack?
that, but it's almost.
What was it like the first time y'all smoked crack?
What?
The first time y'all smoked crack, what was that like?
Why do you assume everybody here smokes crack?
Because you said it.
I don't, but you said y'all.
I don't know. Is okay. You know, only thing I ever had was I've done a lot of coke, but that doesn't count. That's not smoking crack. This one Turkish girl that I used to mess around with would put some of the coke in the end of
Oil.
a cigarette.
Yeah,
That's not
kind of
really.
a coolie. We
I
call it
get.
a coolie.
I didn't like it. It did hit kind of hard, but that's the closest. I guess that would be the only time I ever smoked crack.
It's
I guess
kind of the same thing, but different because of the
I
tobacco.
didn't like it though.
Yeah, and
It was too
it's like
much.
freebasing. It's like if you put coke on foil and smoke it. It's kind of basically the same idea, but there's a little bit of a
But you know what?
difference when you have
I
crack.
also never really liked meth or smoking meth. I tried that a few times, but I didn't care for that too much.
Yes, I don't know. I don't want
My friend loved it though.
to. Well, the first time I tried meth, I was like, I'm never doing coke or crack again because why would I? When I could spend the same price, why would I get that feeling for 30 minutes when I could get it for 8 hours for what
Doing
cheap?
lines with hot girls is fun. What do you mean?
That's true.
Well, and it was like free for me because it paid me.
It paid you.
Yeah, it paid me.
Hmm.
But whatever I was doing was just less money than I was gonna make. So who cares?
Lord bless to all hearts in heaven.
I don't know.
Mm-mm.
No, it's not really important. I'm not gonna tell you about my
And then and then
experience.
and then
What?
everywhere I went for like years, I would find that my old friends just started like importing and like I don't know, like I just kept having friends that were like big time coke dealers.
Oh,
So
Lord.
it was just so convenient for like many years. It was like hard not to sell coke. Like I would try not to, and then a bunch of people would want to buy some and know that I knew the people to buy it from. So it was like, well, I mean, am I just gonna do all this work?
That's what
You know, like
me and my friend started like stealing stuff because we wanted to be like Scarface. We wanted to buy a bunch of yayo, drive to Miami, sell it, and live in Miami. And luckily, we got caught before that ever happened.
Oh, Jesus.
I
Is this one of
I
the times
just
jail?
What?
This one of the times you went to jail?
One of the times, yeah.
I just kept stumbling into being a coke dealer like 5 different times.
That was one of the times I went to juvie.
Juvie. So you was a pro at this.
Well,
Oh,
if I was
my
a
Lord.
pro, I wouldn't have got caught.
How old were you when you first went to juvie?
Like 15 or 16.
My Lord. My Lord. Luckily for y'all, this is apparently a week where I'm not going to be judging anybody because I got criticized for being too judgmental
By who?
because one of my friends made out with another guy, and basically cheated on their boyfriend and got mad at me because I told them I was disappointed in them, and I
I
called
don't
them a
care
slut.
about this.
I called them. He was a slut.
No, you're right. A gay
So
slut.
he. Did I say anything? Jesus.
I don't see anything wrong with judging that as wrong. I think that's righteous judgment. It's
And
hypocritical.
I'm not breaking bro code because I'm talking to you all, just getting advice. So it's not me breaking bro code, but I was very upset that he made out with some other guy. Oh, I did say something gay. My bad.
Isn't
He
that
made out with
normal though? In that world?
what?
Isn't that like normal in that world?
No, it's not.
Yeah, it
You guys are
is.
virtuous?
Definitely
What?
is.
Just being in a relationship and kissing some other person. No, that don't normalize that. That's not nice. It's wrong.
Are you guys a bunch of Christian gay dudes? Is that what's going on there?
He and I are Christians, yeah. So yeah, it upset me. But I
Hmm.
learned. I thought that he had a boyfriend when he's just dating somebody with no label. So that is a difference.
God,
It's just a
But
little confusing, is all to me.
it's bro code, so I'm going to be a bro and just keep that to myself, even though it really upset me. So, what would y'all do?
not be at the gay club with gay guys.
You know what, Joshua? You, sir.
That's what I would
You
do. You asked what
how
I
it
would do. Hey, I screen captured the therapy session. I'm gonna make a video out of it called
please don't. You
called
don't have to. That
anyone can be a therapist.
you can delete the does racism debate. You can delete that stream too if you like.
No, I won't.
Okay, you're really going to make you screenshot it? When are you posting it?
I don't know. I gotta edit stuff. Maybe never.
All right,
I hate
you got
editing.
my
That's why I
you got my.
stream because I hate editing.
You never answer my questions. How are you people doing?
Have you heard of the $1 Million Baby by Tommy Rickman? He grew up where I did. Nope, never heard of that.
Tommy Rittman, $1 Million Baby. We listened to that song the other night. I listened to that song on Saturday.
I thought that was a 50
With,
Cent song.
by the way, Joshua, do you not streaming on Saturdays? That was rough for me because I usually have like some type
That's
of
what everybody
comedic.
tells me. Floor said it too. Floor's like when you didn't stream on Friday or Saturday, she said she felt lost in the world.
I didn't feel lost. I just ended up having um I just ended up hanging out with more people. I'll say that. So
Well, you got
I
into some
like the comedy stream.
you got into
I
some
because
debauchery.
I don't think it was. Is making out debauchery?
Yeah. With a guy, yeah. With
Why?
with a woman too, probably, yeah. Here.
Okay. Well, anyways, there may have been a couple of people that got made out with. I don't know.
That's
So you
gross.
doing
That's
these
gross. I don't want to hear about that.
messing with my life. Now I have to be more social.
Let's go back to talking about the Bible and philosophy, and you don't understand that stuff.
Excuse me. What do you mean? I don't understand. I
Well, I
school.
mean, preterism. You didn't want to interact with that idea.
I didn't understand it. I didn't understand it. Even when you explained it, I didn't really understand it. I
What
think that's fair to say.
what do you not
What
understand?
what's wrong with me asking two older men advice on how to deal with this situation? One of my friends, it's still a bro code thing, but I didn't necessarily like that he Get that. And was I wrong for calling him out? Was I being too judgmental? Was I wrong in calling him a slut?
No. Well, yeah, because you're being hypocritical.
How am I being hypocritical? I'm not in any
Because you said that
relationship.
you did the same thing the night before
I'm not in a
or
relationship
Saturday
though.
night. You did the same thing.
I'm not in a relationship.
Oh, so he was cheating.
Yes.
Okay, well, whatever.
And it upset me. It upset me. But again, and maybe I shouldn't be talking to this because I know you've had your times where you've cheated on people. So maybe
Me?
I'm asking
Who you
the wrong
talking to?
Haven't you cheated on somebody before?
I don't think I've ever cheated on anybody.
Didn't you say that before?
No.
There was infidelities in your marriage?
Yeah, why do you assume that that was me?
You got cheated on.
Oh. You've heard Floor say before, I'm one of the most loyal people she ever met. That goes for my friends, that goes for everything.
Floor cheated on you, and she loves as much as she loves you.
Yeah, well, I
She
probably deserved it. It was
why? Why would you say that?
and actually no, I never said Floor. Uh Women cheat. Women lie, men lie, numbers don't lie. Especially in Utah, these Mormon women be crazy. They cheat like crazy out here.
Oh my goodness. Well, I'm sorry for assuming that you committed infidelity, sir. If I was wrong, I will apologize.
I have I have been with girls who had boyfriends. Does that count as cheating?
You knew they had boyfriends?
Yeah.
Well, then you're a cheater.
Okay. Well then, yeah, I have.
A cheater and a liar. You know, I was about
Yeah.
to. I had to apologize and everything.
But I don't want to parade every month to celebrate my sins.
Shut the fuck up, Joshua. Fuck up. Yeah, and I'll be calling you out on how low you.
I repent for the things I did wrong. Damn, look how high he is.
Who's high?
The guy on the trampoline. That's awesome. That's so cool.
I'm not watching the stream.
It's on the Discord.
I know it says watch stream. I just don't feel like clicking it. Not my style. Who all came on here? It was just Floor and Nada and myself.
Yep. It's a slow Monday night.
How was the show? I don't usually listen to the political show because again I hear the same thing early in the day, so I don't want to hear the same thing over Monday nights at 6.
I don't say the same things they say.
I don't know. I don't listen. I stopped listening after Joel, to be honest. I may come in I was listening a little bit more before the debates,
It was
but
fine. It was pretty
I like
good. You would have loved it because I was talking about dissecting a dictator, talking about Joseph Stalin, and a Trump interview with Tim Pool came on in the middle of my dissecting a dictator segment. So while we're talking about dictators, a Trump interview came on.
see, you would have loved that. I know you probably stopped and watched all of that.
I did. I did. I stopped in the middle of the thing and watched it.
Did you wear this during your news program?
Huh?
Did you wear what you're wearing during your news program?
I had another shirt on top.
Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. I'm like, that was the news show. At least put something with sleeves on.
Yeah, I know. I'm a professional, Jalen.
You're a streamer. I'll give you that. That's about as far as I can go in terms of a compliment. You a streamer.
I'm a professional streamer.
Oh, please. Oh, please. I don't know why I'm so drunk. Let me see. What did I have
I'm
tonight?
the best in the game.
I had Fireball. I
If
had
you don't mess with me, you will eventually.
Nah. What are you drinking? You say Natty Ice, that nasty Natty Ice?
Nah, Keystone is cheaper.
Keystone is cheaper.
It's a
What is
30.
going
It's a
on?
30 pack. 30 pack for $18. It's a good deal right there.
That actually do sound good, but I'm not a beer drinker. Beer tastes like grass to me.
God, everybody's talking about Regatta. Well, I guess it's just because I've been looking at it and I've been talking about it, so now it's on my feed a lot. I watched a documentary of the Virginia Tech shooter.
From
There's
2006?
Was that when it happened?
Yeah, it happened the summer of 2006.
Bro, there's no way that kid should have been able to buy a gun.
There's no way. That was evil.
That kid was
I don't,
crazy. That kid was writing stories about killing his classmates in class and giving them to college professors. And then one of the
mm,
college professors told him, "You need to drop my class." And he started screaming at him. This is a kid who never talked. Nobody ever heard him talk. And the college professor tells him, "You need to drop my class. The stuff you're writing is a little weird." And he started screaming at the professor. Like there were so many warning signs.
I think he was the same age as you, right? What would you have did like if y'all was in school together and
You
you
think
saw
he
that?
was the
What would you?
same age as me? I'm 36. He was in college.
Well, look it up. It was 2006, and I think he was 19.
Oh, you mean at the time we were the same? We were born at the, okay, I see what you're saying. I thought you're
To be
saying,
honest, y'all might still. If he, wait, he killed himself, but yeah, I think y'all around the same age.
I thought you were
I
saying that he was the same age I am now when he did it.
I don't know what was going on in the 80s for these babies to be created the way they were with you and him. I don't know what the hell was going on in the 80s, but my gosh.
Well, it's worse now.
What's worse?
There's more mass shootings and things like that now than there were in the 80s and the 90s.
I think Dylan Roof and I are the same age.
I bet. Well, so do you guys think alike? What was going on with you that you and
Well, I definitely wouldn't go and shoot up nobody, especially not at a church, just
Dylan
because
Roof? Who
they're,
was Dylan Roof? Was that the Christchurch? Christchurch?
yeah, where he shot up the non-black people because he hated us as black people.
He was mad at Muslims, wasn't he?
And so he went to a Baptist church to shoot up black people.
I don't know a whole lot about that one. I hear his
Yeah,
name all the time. I know liberals love to bring him up.
liberals love to bring him up. He went inside a church, was worshiping people, and did
Was he the
stop.
one that was he the one that was mad because he found out, he looked into the fact that black crime was fit, or that yeah. He's the one that looked into the fact that the crime stats were fake and that they were pushing a fake narrative. The media was pushing this fake narrative, and then in reality, black people do way more crimes to white people for a way smaller population, like per capita. It's a crazy difference in stats. He was mad about that, so he went. And, yeah, okay, I get. Okay, I don't get
First,
it.
you get it.
I don't get it, but I get it. You know what I mean? Like,
First, you defend Diddy. You also say racism isn't real. Now you defending Dylan Roof.
I'm not defending Dylan Roof.
I just don't. I don't know how you gonna make it to the kingdom of heaven with your ideologies.
I'm just saying that's why he did it. At least he had a reason for doing it. The Virginia Tech shooter, I'd say, is way worse and way crazier because he had no motivation for what he did other than being sad.
Being sad. No, he was. There was something obviously wrong with him.
Yeah.
Something wrong with that psycho. Jesus, Joshua, I
Well,
still
there's
can't
something wrong
believe.
with all of them. If you kill somebody like that, then you're crazy.
Well, but you just said I get it and defended Dylan Roof.
No, but I get his motivation. It's like if I don't get why Jeffrey Dahmer did what he did. I don't get it. It's Well, I do get it as a Christian. I understand these people are possessed by demons, so I get it. So if I say that, but like I understand more something that is ideologically motivated. I understand why Hitler did what he did. I'm not justifying it. I'm not saying it was right,
Oh,
but I understand his motivations. Whereas somebody like Jeffrey Dahmer, he had decent parents and stuff, and I guess maybe because his mom and dad yelled at each other and his dad taught him taxidermy, like I don't get that. Like that's just pure demon possession. But other people's demons, I understand how they let those demons in and the motivations and the what must have been going on in their head. I do a lot of I watch a lot of interrogation videos and criminal psychology, and you can understand where the motive came for somebody to do what they did. Your wife cheats on you, so you murder her or something. I get that. Not saying it's good, but I get why somebody where they're coming from. Like you're gonna take everything I say and twist it. You're not hearing what I'm
oh
saying.
yeah, yeah. I definitely see you as one of the like human epitomes of depart from me when it comes to Judgment Day. I definitely see you as that. So I'm just letting you speak your free will. Well, not your free will, but your thoughts
I'm just
freely.
saying I see a motive. Doesn't justify it, but I see the motive.
Mm,
You know,
okay.
and that's the first thing you do is you got to find a motive. Sometimes people do crazy stuff with no motive. There's no reason. They came from great parents. They weren't on a bunch of drugs and they just snap and they go crazy. The only explanation is demon possession. Like
Oh,
me and Flora were talking about there was a little girl, she was 12 years old and she stabbed her friend to death. And
oh, Lord.
and that's like that's like pure demon possession. There's no motive behind that. It's just like somebody really just so without bringing spiritual stuff into it, there's no motive. Whereas sometimes you can see the motive. It doesn't mean that it was okay or that they should have done it, but you can see the how they got to that point.
This is the one considered your fight night stream, right?
No, there is no more fight night streams because I can't stream on Saturdays.
Well, you was the one that said you was gonna open up the Discord and be like, we can just talk and whatever.
Sometimes
I don't
if I'm not like
you.
reviewing something or
Oh, I wish you was into art and stuff because there's a great
I am
lip
into
sync
art.
from season 11 that I would want you to watch.
I am into
A,
art.
a great one. But you don't like drag queen, so you don't even want to look at that. And there's
No,
some great.
no, I'm not watching
What? Drag queens?
Mm-hmm.
that. No, not that's not art. That's gross.
In a
Hey,
few, not
does
I'm glad.
RuPaul still go by he?
Huh?
RuPaul still goes by he, right?
Yeah, RuPaul said you could call me he, you could call me she as long as you pay me.
Whoa, whoa.
That's
So
what
not he.
RuPaul said.
Oh
Ru-
man.
RuPaul said that in 1999, I think in her book. You could call
Her?
me he, her, he,
His.
as long as you pay me.
I'm not paying RuPaul, but
Dude, Matt Stoney is eating a $14,000 Wagyu steak. It's ridiculous.
$14,000 for a steak.
who?
You ever seen Matt Stoney? He's a food tuber. He does food challenges. This is like a skinny Asian guy that eats like 10 pounds of he'll eat like 10 pounds of KFC in a video or something like that.
Matt Stoney?
Dang.
Huh.
He's gonna eat a $14,000 Wagyu steak in 5 minutes.
Oh, that I've heard of Wagyu steaks. That's what Mr. Mad sent the Bond team a few months ago.
What did
I,
you do? He sent that to Bond?
huh?
What did you say he did? He sent it to Bond?
Yeah, he sent the Wagyu steaks to Bond and stuff. They made a video of Nick cooking for him.
Oh,
And
that's where those came from?
yeah, that's the first time.
Oh,
Yeah. A
I saw
Wagyu.
those videos.
Yes. Okay,
Or that
Joshua,
video.
I asked you some questions. What's some more questions you got for me? I'm gonna try to answer them as best as I can.
I don't know. I just wish you'd be more charitable in trying to understand where I'm coming from when I'm saying things. As your
I'm
as your
sorry,
psychologist, I would say that you're very
you're not.
judgmental in all of your thinking, and when you talk to people, you don't give any charity when you're like listening to people and try to see
That
where
was
they're coming from.
comedy. It was a comedy skit that we did. You are not my psychologist. What do you mean? I don't come from. I don't listen to you. I'm not charitable. I told you I listen to basically everything that you say whenever I'm tuning in. I listen to your words. You're
Look at
the
this
one
guy.
that
He's
tells
barefoot
me.
climbing a tree. His hardest climb ever. This is sick. Oh, looks so cool. Look how high he
When
is.
you get your longboard,
What?
when are you getting your longboard?
I don't know. I'm not. It's not like a goal right now. I just was. We were talking about. I broke my skateboard earlier, and I was saying I also broke my longboard, so I have no boards.
What did you do to break your skateboard?
An awesome trick.
Did you record it?
An awesome trick? Really? Not ollying down a two-stair?
I stuck the
I don't know
landing.
if that's
That's
an
why
awesome trick.
I stuck the landing on the first try, and that's why it broke.
Well, also, if you broke the tail, I don't know if that's sticking the landing.
I
That's
stuck
not
the
where that's not where your foot goes.
I stuck the landing too
Bolts.
hard.
I bet you did.
Bolts.
I stuck the landing too hard.
Yeah, but they should have been on the bolts.
Your back foot lands on the bolts? An ollie?
Both feet on the bolts.
Okay, you're probably right.
You're supposed to catch and then land.
Why don't
Unless
you
you're
just
going to manual.
With an ollie, my feet never left the board.
Unless you're going to manual or something.
you
Yeah.
work at a retail store? Just use your discount and get your longboard.
Apparently that's what I
What else?
had before was a dang retail store long of skateboard.
How
Well,
much is
You
it
don't
at
want a
Walmart?
retail you don't want
$35?
a retail store skateboard.
What?
You want a skate shop real skateboard.
I know at
How much
one
is a
time they were decent at one time, weren't they?
I mean,
Like I thought like World Industry, well, but that was maybe like 10, 15 years ago or something though.
yeah, but even then, we always made fun of the Walmart boards. Like,
But they were like decent quality for like a little while, weren't they?
decent compared to what they were before that. Like, they were always garbage, and then at one point they had somewhat decent boards, but
Right.
still,
Like
it wasn't.
yeah.
Yeah.
Why don't you just pay the $50 and get the
Like
board
World
for
Industries, the World
$2?
Industry board. I don't know. I always thought World Industry had the coolest graphics and toy machine, but World Industries was never like a great company.
DSM was a decent wood shop though. Dwindle distribution.
Is that who made them?
Yeah. Almost World Blind. Dark Star.
I thought he said he was climbing with no ropes. He has ropes.
Mm. How did y'all like my segment on Joel's show today? Did you listen, Joshua?
No.
What? We was talking about Kelly Rowland and Monica
We were asking
Lewinsky.
you
And
about Kelly Rowland earlier. You never answered.
what did we say about Kelly Rowland? I love her.
We were talking about how she was hotter than Beyonce.
I thought Latoya was hotter in
What? We
terms.
didn't even know that chick's name.
Is that her name, Latoya?
I thought Latoya was hotter.
I probably would have guessed something like that.
Oh, because you're going to be racist. You're going to guess a black man.
Well, her name is Latoya,
It would have
right?
been my second guess after Shaniqua.
After Shaniqua, boy, slap yourself silly. Slap yourself twice. Oh, my God. My
Kelly
God.
Rowland was the cutest one though.
I listened to 2 Kelly Rowland songs tonight.
She had a nice little nose, nice little big lips, skinny.
Nice little big lips.
Nice.
No, but she had like a cute face though. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
Kelly's still pretty. What y'all think of what happened at the Cannes Festival last week with that security guard being rude to her?
To who?
That's what you should have reported, Joshua. Kelly Rowland being having to defend herself because of that security guard.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It was the viral video where Kelly Rowland went off on that security guard at the Cannes Film Festival.
I think we don't have the same algorithm as you. Probably.
I don't understand how you report news and you didn't see this major event.
This is true.
That's crazy. Joel was talking about it today. Or I brought it up on Joel and stuff, but it was those clips he was showing today was part of that. But you don't watch Joel no more, but Nada was there.
I don't know. I don't know if I was
Any of them.
fully
I'm
paying
sleeping.
attention though.
I'm sleeping during those shows.
Well, you need to go back at least these last couple of episodes and listen to my calls because they've been good. We got to talking about Hillary Clinton. We got to talking about Beyonce. It was some good things.
Okay. So Jalen, do you not know about Hillary Clinton?
You called her a war criminal.
Yeah, but do you not know?
She murdered a guy.
At least, do you not at least know allegedly what she's been up to?
Never heard of the stories.
That there's a video of her and Huma Abedin removing some girl's face and stuff. You never heard any of that?
Never heard of it.
Wow.
Never heard of it.
Amazing.
Oh yeah, exactly. Thank you, Jake.
I don't know if that video is real, but
Look, they come back together at the end.
Yeah, they always
or
want to
the
say
Clinton Foundation in Haiti. You didn't know about that, Jalen?
No, sir. I've never.
You
heard
know
of
about that, Josh, right?
What is it? I know she killed. She
Clinton
murdered a
Foundation
guy.
in Haiti. No, with
Never heard of
child
that.
trafficking.
Is that with Evergreen or whatever?
Well, they were supposed to be helping kids in Haiti after that hurricane, I think, or earthquake or whatever, hurricane, I think. But it turned out to be child trafficking, and it was funded by the Clinton Foundation.
Yeah, and they had all the crates on the ship, on the freight liners, the Evergreen crates and that was like a corporation that she owned.
Now y'all know I
And I
don't believe
also know
those
that Trump had a
y'all
bunch of
say.
aides set up to go to Haiti, but they took it and they locked it in a building, and then they blamed him for not giving aid to Haiti
But
when he had given aid to Haiti. Anyway,
I think the child trafficking thing was earlier though. I think it might have been like a previous hurricane or something. Or was it the same one?
Y'all know I believe a lot of things that y'all say is fiction. Y'all do know that about me, right?
yeah, I believe that you don't know what you're talking about.
That's a lie. That's a lie. Because I debunk a lot of things that y'all say.
But okay, what about the Clinton body count?
What about it? I've never heard of this either. The only body count I know
Amazing.
about the Clintons is Monica Lewinsky,
Amazing.
Paula
You
Jones,
never heard?
Amazing.
Jennifer
Hold on.
Flowers.
You never heard? You never heard? Norm
Seth
Macdonald
Rich.
on The View.
Norm
Oh,
no,
Clinton, he
you know,
murdered the
I
guy.
barely even listened to Norm Macdonald. I didn't
Oh,
like him on Saturday Night Live
Clinton,
at
he
all.
murdered a guy. He said they said, "Who are you voting for in this election?" And he said, "Well, I don't like to talk about politics, but I will say it'll be nice to not have a murderer in office." And they said,
Jesus.
"What are you talking about?" He said,
That
Y'all
"Oh,
was
don't
so
even know
funny.
oh,
the
Clinton, he
media.
murdered a guy." And they're like, "Well, you can't say that on TV." And he said, "Oh, I thought it was public knowledge that they murdered a guy."
It's
No,
back. It's back
I
when
don't.
Sherry Shepherd was on The View,
Oh, I love
and
Sherry Shepherd.
Barbara Walters, and who else was on it?
If it was Sherry, then it was Meredith was still there.
Yeah,
Uh,
yep.
Jenny McCarthy
Meredith
probably
Vieira
there.
might not have been there, but it was it was that era. It was a
That.
while ago.
Oh yes. I'll be right back. I'll be right back, man. I'll be right back.
Never say I'll be right back. Somebody's gonna get you.
I'll be right back. That's rule number 3 in surviving a horror movie. You never say I'll be right back.
I
You
know.
can't drink a beer, do drugs. You can never have sex. That's the stream you need to do. I watch that every Mother's Day. It's the Scream movie.
You watch Scream on Mother's Day?
But because look at the plot, it's all about Sydney and she lost her mother, right? And all of this is because Sydney has to pay for her mother's sins. That's a perfect Mother's Day movie. It's the Mother's Day Massacre.
You're a weirdo.
Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. What's the best time to watch Scream outside of Mother's Day? Don't say
I don't
Halloween.
know. The best time to watch Scream is the first time you saw it, and then never again.
Yeah, 1997
Yeah,
That's it.
or
like
whatever.
like 30 years ago is the best time to watch.
It's a great movie. Scream is a great movie. That's my favorite horror franchise. I love the Scream movies. I didn't like the TV shows, but I love the Scream movies.
Oh, there was TV shows.
There were 3 seasons.
Oh, what?
There were 3 seasons.
When did that come out?
If I had to quote it specifically, I would say 2015 through 2016,
Okay.
2016 through 2017, and then 2019. If I
Okay.
had it specifically, but don't quote me because I
The
could
last
be.
time I had TV was like 2009, I think.
What the hell? Why?
Because it's full of lies.
Y'all believe so many lies, though. Like, that's insane to me.
No, that's kind of how that works.
No, because
Is
think about some of the things that you be trying to debate me on, like my political views and stuff. You be saying like I'm insane and stuff. I'm like, no, my things is a
I
lot more
don't think you're
natural.
insane.
no
What
me.
y'all
Oh,
think I don't listen and that I abuse?
no, I don't
Not
think you're
abuse.
I don't think you're that bright, but
Well, I love Josh. How do you feel I'm not that bright? I'm a college educated man that's put you in your place numerous
Well,
times.
yeah, that doesn't prove
exactly.
Yeah, that doesn't prove anything to me.
Oh. But like I said, y'all dwell in fiction. So some of the things y'all say, a lot of the things y'all say, I just take with a grain of salt because I
Well,
know
it's just stuff that you're not aware of because you only watch like the official story of everything.
I just get my news from the news outlets. They have no
Oh
reason
boy,
to
are
fabricate
you
it.
real, Jalen?
I'm very real. I'm very
Are you?
real.
I think he's a character.
Yeah, like
What are y'all
like
talking?
I didn't think I didn't think that existed anymore in
I've
America.
heard more real stories from Dr. Seuss than I have from some of you all.
He's a perfect example
Well,
of the reverse Flynn effect. It exists in America.
I will be back though. Hold on, I will be back.
These are not that impressive Lego creations. 22 unbelievable Lego creations. I believe it. None of this is that impressive. Maybe if we skip to the end, we'll get to the cool stuff. Oh, now that looks interesting. Oh, ad. Allstate. That's Allstate stand.
well, see my.
Say yes, sir. Not. I'm sorry.
Well, you're back already.
Oh, he's making an
I,
isthmus. Is that an isthmus? Is that a Jesus fish?
y'all did.
No.
There wasn't a whole ad break. There was a whole ad break that I understood. That's why the ad break was done. So I came back.
Well, that's pretty cool. He made
Oh,
an infinity, or he made a Venn diagram with Legos. That's kind of
Joshua and Nada, to a certain extent, I will say, in being in this community, it's so weird that like I've talked to you because before I joined this a few years ago,
You are not
I
in
was
this community. You're opposition.
thank you. That's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. I will say that that's the nicest thing you've ever said. But oh that touched my heart a little. Thank you. It's so weird because like a few years ago I used to be on one of the contestants on Drag Race. I used to be part of her lives and stuff, but I didn't really
Wait.
just met
You were a
people.
contestant on the drag race, or you were?
No, I've never done drag in my life. One of my friends did win a season of Drag Race.
Don't talk about dragons like
Okay. Anyways, it was so weird because you would think I would get along more with like that community of people. Whereas no, I don't. I'd rather listen to like y'all and y'all's foolishness than their
that.
foolishness
I
because
know.
they would
I've met that community of people and been around them, and I wouldn't want to be
be.
involved with.
What's that like for you, Joshua? You've met
It's a
you've met
mess. They're
that.
crazy.
How is the gay community? Is the drag
We're talking
community or
about the
gay?
drag community. It's kind of
Oh,
they're kind of the same thing, but
what was that experience like for you?
traumatizing.
Traumatizing.
Mhm.
Excuse me. What? Do tell the world why that was traumatizing, sir.
Cause I don't know, crazy.
They're artists just like you are. They're performers. You used to
I'm
be a
not a
rapper.
fan. I'm not a fan of artists. I'm an artist, but I understand that I don't fit into that box because artists are weird.
Yeah, I can see that. No, but there's like I said, I've learned there was a beautiful creative aspect when it came to like drag performers and everything. So I respect them. I
isn't
like.
it just dressing up though
There's a difference in
and
being a performer and
acting
being
like a girl?
It's
Is-
insulting to women because
it's
that's
not.
that's not what.
It's
Yes, Flora said the same thing, and I've heard women say this. That it's
yeah.
like
That,
Well,
I
because
or held
it's
that
an
she was wrong on that.
it's an exaggeration of what a woman is.
right. It's like a fake
They're
idea of a
called
woman,
a female illusionist. So
but they don't look like women. They look like cartoon women.
Some of those ladies be looking extra fishy, as they call it. They really can pass for some women. You got to be careful.
Yeah.
I know. Well, nowadays, like, it's not safe to go out there to the bars and stuff and try to meet women.
You can
What?
still tell the shoulders though.
What's this story? What happened, Joshua?
You're gonna go to meet women and you're gonna get some meat women.
Has that happened to you before? You got catfish. You was talking to you was talking to a woman and learned that it was a gentleman.
No, I don't think I've ever had. I don't think I've ever. I mean, I don't know. Not that I know of. Maybe I talked to somebody at a bar or something, but I've never. No, I've never had like a experience where I went home with somebody and was shocked. But I just know that, yeah, it's crazy out there these days.
My lord, what was it like the first times you went to the gay bars? Because you went like at least twice in your life, which shocked me.
I think I've yeah, I think I've maybe been to two gay bars in my life. And once was an accident. We didn't know. It was me and Daddy Jub. And we asked the guy in Denver at the pot shop where a nearby bar was to the hotel, and he sent us to a dang gay bar.
Mm.
Was it the Did the two of you guys ask where? Is that why?
Yeah, we
Maybe
asked.
he thought you guys were, you know.
We were at the hotel. We went to the nearest pot shop. We went in and we got some like vapes and some bud or whatever. And we asked him what's a cool bar, like a cool, we didn't want to go to a club or anything big. We're like, what's a cool little hole in the wall bar around here? And so they sent us to the garage, which later, I don't know if this is real or if this is just a joke we made up, but later we said, oh, it's not the garage, it's the gay rage. Because the garage was a gay bar. And
So they were probably just fucking with you, right?
I think so. I think so. And or they thought we were like
Well, you
boyfriend or something. I don't know.
well, you didn't call him daddy. You don't call him Daddy Jub in real life, do you?
No. No.
Okay. Because I
But
was gonna say if you called him Daddy Jub, that might be why.
we're together and we, you know, I don't know. We like it's not like we're cuddling or anything at the pot shop, but we don't really look like brothers. Um, because we're half brothers. And yeah, they sent it that so that was one time. And then one time uh I knowingly went to a gay bar because that's when I lived with Floor we lived in a gay couple's apartment, and we've told a lot of stories about that before, but yeah, they said, "Oh, well, don't worry. There's girls there too and stuff," which I'm with Floor, so I have a girlfriend, or I have my girlfriend with me. So I was like, whatever. I just want to go drink um at the bar. And they're like, yeah, like there's chicks there too. It's not gonna be, and it was. I did not like it because it was very sexual and like guys in cages and stuff. And so
What?
I I went in for a minute and I was like, this is weird. And then I kind of just hung out outside and smoked cigarettes. But it was
Wait a minute.
interesting
Hey,
because if Floor left me out of her sight for a second, like chicks still hit on you. Like, so there's girls that go to the gay bar. There's like still straight
with their
guys
gay friends,
with their gay friends, right? And then
right?
they can like sense that you're a straight guy, so they'll like talk to you because they'll like kind of see that you're like off put and you're standing by the side. And so it's like I could understand why straight guys go to gay bars to pick up women because I think that's a thing. And it made sense to me, but it didn't make
Jalen,
sense, but I could see how people would do that.
Jalen, is he sleeping or? Oh, he's muted.
A schlong in a dress is traumatizing. What's
Who
up,
said
Dave?
that?
Dave's not here, man. Dave, you can
What's
jump
up,
in the
Dave?
Discord, Dave. The link is right there.
A song in a dress. Is that normal in gay bars? Is that what they do? Is there like fucking dudes in cages?
There was like cages and dancers, and they're in like thongs and G-strings in cages and stuff dancing. And I was like, this is
Like
crazy.
not people dancing in the cages, like they were hired to dance in the cages.
I don't know if they were hired or they were dudes that just stripped down and jumped up in there and started dancing, because it didn't look like they hired them. It looked like it was just people that came out, and then they would kind of like just strip down and jump up in the cage. It was weird.
People that came out. Hmm.
But the gay bar that me and Joey went to, like, it was a slow night, and it was really just a bar. It might not have actually been a gay bar. It might just been a bar
A bar that gay people go to.
where a lot of gay people hang out. Or maybe there's just a lot
Well,
of gay people in that area.
okay, because one of my favorite bars ever was a bar like that.
Yeah, we don't actually know that it was a gay bar. It's just we quickly realized that all the guys there were gay. And there was girls there too. And but the bartender was gay. The guy sitting next to us was gay. The guys playing pool are gay. And then there's a couple girls there, and they're not there to pick up guys. Like, it's like the place where there's a lot of, maybe it was just a lot of gay people in that area, and they came there, and then the women would go there to not get harassed by guys. Um, so we don't really know that that was a gay bar, but we got the feeling that the garage was the gay rage, because it's like all gay guys are
Well,
there.
one of the bars that I would go to a lot.
I think Denver
Uh,
is very gay. I think Denver has a lot of gay guys.
well, it was there. I don't think there was an actual gay bar on the island I was from, but if there was, it would be if anyone would call any bar a gay bar, it would be that one bar. But
Yeah, if what makes it a gay bar is that if the majority of the crowd is gay, does that make it a gay bar? Or like the one that I went to before was definitely a gay club. It wasn't even a bar, it was a club. And it was super gay. Like, it
well,
was
the one I'm
good.
talking about is more of a. I don't think there was enough people on that island to have an actual gay bar or club, but that would be the one that most of the gay people would go to. But it's such a small place that most of these people, and especially because I had a skate shop and I skateboarded, and I don't know, gays tend to be in that realm and world, of
Skateboarding?
what do you call it? Not so much skateboard, like the counterculture. It was also tied into like the punk scene and like anyone who wasn't gonna be who didn't fit in would sort of,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, and I think in a place
Like,
like Salt Lake City where there's a big Mormon culture, we have we have a crazy counterculture, like you said. And so it's
right.
like the majority of the clubs you go to, there's a lot of that.
Yeah, something like that.
And
Well,
and can a bar, like, can they even say this is a gay bar? Like, is that even legal?
oh, I don't know.
Wouldn't that be like some sort of discriminate? I don't know, but
Yeah, but who's gonna enforce that?
Yeah. I don't know.
Like that ladies' night shit that's allegedly illegal. Like, who's gonna enforce that? Really?
Well, I've seen a YouTube video where a guy went to a ladies' night and he's dressed as a guy. He looks like a guy, and it's ladies' night. So ladies get in free, and ladies get half off on drinks on ladies' night. And he said, "I identify as a lady." And he looked like a man, he dressed like a man, he talked like a man, he was a man, but he said, "I identify as a lady." And they're
Did they
like,
let him in?
I can't remember. I almost want to pull it up right now because it was so funny. Who did that?
Well,
Was
I
it
mean,
Danny Mullen?
he's just doing that as a
He was
stunt,
doing it
though,
as a
right?
prank for YouTube, yeah.
Right.
But also, can they tell him otherwise? In this day and age, like,
Was it recently? Was it a long time ago?
I can't remember who did that. It was like Alex Stein or Danny Mullen, one of these like kind of political YouTube prank channels.
Oh, I can see Alex doing that.
It was something like that.
I don't care what anyone says. I like Alex. I always like Alex. Is he a little irritating? Yes, but I still like Alex.
Yeah, I'm not a fan, but he's all right. The heck
I don't
was
know.
that?
Yeah. What?
I was just scrolling through and I don't even want to go back up to it. Oh, what the heck? Transgender 360 degrees transformation care.
Oh, yikes!
Trans male to female. Oh, it's a guy getting.
Whatever.
I don't want to see that. I typed in man IDs as woman on woman's night. I'm getting some weird stuff right now. At bar. Woman creates female only nightclub to stop ruining women's night out with 2,000 attendees. Women starts an
But
women's only nightclub to get away from men.
I don't think you can have a woman's only nightclub though.
This is from 5 months ago, 1 year ago from
I guess it
Cashapp.
would maybe if it was like a private club, maybe. You know, like that's not open to the public. I guess you could do that. Well, I don't think you could make it women only. That definitely sounds illegal.
Well, women's rights, they could do it.
That it can't be though.
I can't find the video. I don't remember who did it.
I think if it was like a private or
Yo, why did I search
or
man
like
IDs as woman on women's night at bar and my stream is showing up in the what the
maybe because that's what you're. I don't know.
No, it said for you. It was a separate thing. Why would you recommend my own stream to me for me? What about
So
straight
is
women and
Floor
gay bars?
sleeping or something?
Yeah, she's probably sleeping. Huh.
Well, somebody else better hop in here because I gotta sleep at some point. I mean, not yet, but soon.
Don't feel obligated
I
to stay
probably
for my sake.
I probably should be already. No, I mean I'd like to, but for this, well, so how do you know how long you're gonna have this schedule?
Uh, Indefinitely. I don't know until I guess till I ask for a different schedule.
Oh, you ask for this schedule, or they put you on this schedule?
They told me I could have 2 days off in a row, but they usually can't
but
do.
not the weekend.
Yeah, they can't do Saturday, Sunday. Um, I probably should have said Friday, Saturday, but then I said
Right?
Monday because I do the Monday show. But maybe someday I'll
Uh,
ask if I could change it to Friday, Saturday, just because I totally forgot about UFC fights.
yeah,
Um,
because there's not going to be any fights or anything during the week, right?
yeah, that's the only. I don't really care. It really doesn't matter to me. I
Well,
can I
and
can
then like
adjust my schedule to whatever.
viewership wise, though, viewership wise, like most people are not going to be able to.
Yeah. Or I could probably get Saturday off, but I'd have to split days. But they want they're like, "Well, we really want you on Saturdays. It's like a night that we need you." But really the only I don't care. It's all the same to me except for viewership wise. Um but I mean, I've been watching the numbers this whole time and it's not that much different.
The same.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's not that much different. The only thing I like the UFC. I like to watch UFC. That's on Saturdays. Like next week, there's a freaking crazy fight card. Next week, there's a bunch of good fights happening next Saturday, and the pay per view starts at the main card starts at 8, and I go to work at 10. So basically, I'll be going into work while the two best fights are happening,
uh,
which kind of sucks. But whatever, I can watch them while I work, but I like watching them while I'm streaming. But I don't know.
so what
It's not
happens?
like we really talk about the fights or anything.
What happens if you're doing this or tomorrow or whatever, and nobody hops on the panel? You just do it anyway?
Yeah, I'll just be doing it anyway. I'll play Terraria, watch videos. I don't care.
Oh, and like somebody will be in chat or whatever.
I don't care if nobody's in chat.
No, I'm just curious. I mean,
Yeah, that would suck, but whatever.
well, no, because I'm kind of asking selfishly because in about a month or so, when I do switch to nights, that'll be perfect. Well, especially during the week, because I'll get off at 12 or 12:30, and then on my drive home, I'll be able to, tune in or,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? And then I'll catch like the second half of it or whatever. I'd be logging on like nowish or like a half hour ago, pretty much.
Yeah, I'll still be doing it on my cuz basically I work at nights and I can't change my sleep schedule every weekend.
Right.
And it's not like I can go grocery shopping and stuff at night. Like what else am I going to do? I'll still be sitting here watching videos, playing video games, whatever I'm doing, regardless. I just do this because I like doing it. I don't, if nobody's watching or, so I'll still be streaming.
But it sucks though, like you can't get, like your brother works at night, right?
I mean, he was in the Discord last night. Even if I'm just doing an hour and a half before I go into work, people can still jump in. And
I guess at some point there'll be like a different crowd or whatever. Or like people that are off on Mondays and Tuesdays will find their way here or whatever.
yeah,
I mean, that probably will happen. People that are like, "Oh, what the fuck?" What, or some Australians or something, right? Don't Australians have like the opposite schedule?
Yeah, that'd be cool. How do I reach out to the dang Aussies and the British people?
Well, you know why I know that? Because, well, like kind of like Steve.
Like
You know how Steve has like a
Steve and Dave's not here. Just got in the chat at 1 a.m. Like
right.
this is like eight
Well,
o'clock at night for
because
Steve.
exactly. Because I know that because when I was in Hawaii and I'd be on lives or not on live streams, but I'd be trying to find shit to watch. Even if it was somebody in America, the people in the chat would be from Australia. But it wasn't night for them. It was like fucking afternoon or morning or something.
Yeah,
But I talked to a lot of like Australians and shit, Kiwis.
I'll be somebody's morning show. I'll be
Yeah, I
so.
don't know. Good question. Maybe you should like.
It was
Maybe
nice
you should
having
go.
Friday and Saturday off, but I'm not. It is what it is.
Maybe you should go bug some like Australian show or whatever.
That's what I need to do is I need to find other streams that are up late. I don't like I don't know. I don't want to like pilfer when I go into other chats. I don't like being like come to my stream while I'm in other chats and stuff.
Well, or you could try and, or you could like network. You could try and have like them on your show or something.
Yeah, I
Or
suck at
maybe just
networking.
somebody that has that schedule and they stream on a different night or something, but not tonight or tomorrow or whatever. You know what I mean? Like an Australian that does the weekend or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
But I bet, well, or Hawaii people, but I don't know. I'm here, so the me and Steve. I don't know anyone else from Hawaii that watches any. I swear there would never be Hawaii people anywhere. Twitch, maybe on Twitch. Twitch occasionally I'd see Hawaii people, but not on fucking YouTube, Rumble, nothing. Well, not for what I watch. Maybe like in gaming and shit, but not. Yeah, they're kind of one dimensional. Not to talk bad about people from Hawaii, but yeah, they're not. They're not. They don't get out much. Let's say.
yeah. Eventually, I don't know. It'll work out. It'll be all right.
So you had Friday, Saturday and Sunday off for like a while.
It was a it was a temporary um it was the temporary remodeling job, but the remodel's over.
Oh,
So now I'm just like a basic worker there.
okay. The same job that, huh? Wait a minute. Yeah, that was. I mean, I didn't work on too many of them, but yeah, I even worked on that job as like, well, because you saw them, right? The tradesmen that would be in those stores doing the remodel, right?
Yeah, I wasn't one of those guys, but I was like building shelves and moving shelves and stuff like that. Now I'm just
For the
stocking.
remodel, right?
Yeah,
And
for the
like how
remodel.
the new signage and shit.
Yep, all that stuff.
Right.
And now I'm just a
Yeah, that's
stocker,
funny.
but I think I got hired at a higher pay rate than the normal stalkers. Or maybe it's because I speak English. I don't know. I don't know. I don't ask my coworkers about their pay, but sometimes they've come up to me and I've talked to guys and they've said they've been like, yeah, I don't want to go today because I don't want to get paid less. And I'm like, yeah, me neither. And they're like, yeah, I'm making $16 an hour right now, and I'm gonna go down to 14.50 if I go to days. And I'm like, what? I got hired at 20.50 an hour. So I don't know. I don't
You
know.
you actually tell them that you're making more than them?
No, I don't tell them.
Oh,
But
you
like,
just pretend
yeah, I just
like you
kind of
are
like,
making what they're making.
yeah, and they're right. If I would have went to days, I would have got paid $1.50 less an hour. And so,
Right, right, right,
I
right.
told them I'll stay at nights, and I'm like, yeah, I don't want to make less, but I don't say. I'm like, why are some of these people hired at 16 an hour when I got hired at 20 an hour?
Are they
And
younger?
no, they're older. They don't speak English. I don't know if that's it.
I
Um,
mean, did they get hired way before you or way after? Or do
I
they
don't.
suck?
Well, a lot of them from so the remodel crew, we had like we started with like 60 people, and by the end there was like
Oh,
30 people, and they only kept like 10 of us.
so you're talking about of the 10, those people,
Yeah,
or is it the people before that were already there?
of the 10, a lot of those people are gone, but but I think some of those guys are getting paid less, but I don't know. I'm not sure. I I just know that I just applied from an ad on like one of those job
Indeed.
websites like Indeed. I think it was Indeed actually. And it said 20.50 an hour overnight renovation. So I applied and
Did it
got it.
actually say the company?
Yeah.
Did it say Walmart? Oh,
Yeah.
well, some of those will be like real secret, right?
Well, I
Like they
thought
won't say that.
I thought I couldn't get hired at well because I remember looking at Walmart um a couple years ago, like 3 years ago, and they were very strict with their background checks and their drug testing and all that stuff. And now I guess not so much.
Huh.
But I don't know. I mean,
Are are other retail stores strict on
any
background
any
checks
place.
and shit?
I don't know. Probably with certain crimes, maybe.
Right, like theft and stuff.
But well,
Wait, but you do have that on your background, right?
yeah. Well, the crazy thing is, I'm banned from. Well, I'm on YouTube. I gotta be careful, but
I got 86 from a Walmart once.
yeah, yeah, me too. And now I
But
work
I mean, it was like fucking
there.
like 20. It was like 20 years ago or 18 years ago now. So,
Yeah, mine was like 5 years ago, and that's what
oh shit.
somebody I know said. They're like, well, it falls off after like 2 or 3 years. They don't really care about that anymore. But
Oh,
yeah, I've at the same store. I've been when I was crazy. I've been I'm not so but whatever.
huh.
It's
I wonder if it's because it's like not the same security crew. Or,
I don't know. I think the drug testing stuff they stopped doing because they legalized pot in Utah.
huh.
Or I don't and like drug testing is really drug testing for jobs. If you don't care about potheads, then there's no point in doing it because any of the hardcore drugs are out of your system in like 2 or 3 days.
Right, right.
So you could easily pass a drug test for that, but really all they're looking for is pot. And if pot is legal, then there's no point to to do that. But I'm a hard worker, and when I get in a place, I can stay in a place. Um, I was working at UPS, and there's some stuff that happened that I don't want to talk about on YouTube, but um,
Hmm.
but they said I could reapply in 6 months at UPS, so I could go back to UPS now. Um,
Does it pay better
it's I'd be making the same amount of money a month,
or working harder?
but working harder for less hours.
Less hours though.
Yeah. So instead of doing and so my shift is like 9 hours, but I get a 1 hour break. Whereas UPS, the shift is like 6 hours and you get a 15-minute break. But if I want to make the same money at UPS, I got to work 6 days a week.
Huh.
So I can work 6 shorter, faster days because the days go by way faster at UPS because you stay active the whole time. Or I don't know. It's pretty much the same pay. And so I'll just stay here for now unless I find something better, which I know I could do way better, but I would need I've been thinking maybe I try to aspire to something better. Like my dad always wanted me to get a real estate license, and he always told me, I'll get you the books and just take the test. I know you can pass the test and get a real estate license. I don't know anything about real estate though.
I don't know, but I know a lot of people that have real estate licenses that don't do real estate,
And they don't do
or
anything with it. Like what's
like
that
they
like?
got they got real estate licenses, but they're still waiters or whatever. You know what I mean? Like they never.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What's what's that like? Like if you so you get a real estate license, what happens? There's a house on the market, and if you sell it, you get a percentage?
I I don't know. I think well then I think you can work for a broker or something. I don't know. I
Like
know some people that actually do it.
I wonder what that's like. Is it like if I sell a $300,000 house, do I get thirty thousand
You get
dollars?
commission. Yeah, I think you get commission and shit, right?
Right. So what? I gotta sell two houses a
I think
year, and
you.
I'm making double what I make now. Like I could do that. Or
Uh,
or if you
I don't
sell
know. I think you got
if
to
you
sell
s-
more than that.
if you sell a house every month, are you a millionaire? I don't know how all that works out. Like
Yeah, I don't know either.
yeah.
I just know that like from the service industry, everybody is trying to get real estate licenses for whatever
Or
reason.
while I'm doing this, I could go to like a trade school and learn HVAC or electrician or plumbing or something like that. Um, I don't
You
know.
you never worked in the trades at all?
Mm, I have, but I've never got any sort of like I've done plumbing, I've done electrical, I've done demolition,
Wait,
remodels, granite
and you've done
countertops, everything.
and you've done like haven't you didn't you say you work
Drywall,
with like a ma-
framing, painting.
but you yeah, okay. And you said you work with like a maintenance guy, right?
Yeah, I've done all of that, but it's always been under the table because I have a record and um yeah, just because I have a record and so I've never went to like a trade school or anything like that. But if there's like some sort of 6 month thing I can do, I've got experience in all those fields.
Well, if you have experience in all those fields, that sounds like a maintenance guy.
Yeah, that's what I've been. But I've also, I worked for a while doing air conditioning in Florida, working with an air conditioning guy. But he wasn't an air conditioning guy. He was an inventor who invented a thing that takes your exhaust from your air conditioner to heat your water, and he would install them. But on the side, we would work on air conditioners, where you're climbing through an attic and doing ventilation and um, all that stuff. So I've done all that stuff, but I've never been like the air
Mm,
conditioner guy.
I mean, you might be able to get like a decent maintenance job. I mean, I don't know how much. Well, but then if you get one, then you might be able to get a better maintenance job and then a better maintenance job.
Yeah.
Because there's like union maintenance jobs that are pretty decent, I think. And I don't think you work that hard.
Yeah. I don't
If
know.
it's like if
But
it's
I'm
like
like,
at like some
I've never been, I'm not lazy, but I don't like strive to make more money. Like my mom asked me, like, well, why don't you just do this and you could make $200,000 a year? And I was like, I don't really care about making $200,000 a year. It would be cool, but it's like, I don't know. I really don't care. I, I, I just,
well,
but it would be
maybe when
nice.
maybe when you and Floor make a baby, that might change though.
Yeah, I've always said that if I had like a kid, I would it would change my whole mindset because it'd be like now you've got responsibilities. You got to take care of somebody else. Even if we
Well,
didn't have a
like
kid, if she was here, I'm sure she would help motivate me to do better and do more and stuff and could help me with the small stuff. But really, I'm content with as long as I got a warm bed. Like I've slept on the streets before in the cold, so I'm content
right,
with just
but
having a bed and a,
but
and
if
a
you
freaking
got
job.
Floor and like if you got Floor and like some and a kid, then it might be different because then you're gonna be like, oh,
Yeah.
this kid can't be living sleeping on the floor
Yeah, I definitely
or whatever.
yeah, I definitely know that. I know that. I know that it would be like, okay, we got to figure out how to really do more, but for the time being, I'm a single dude. I'm not looking for women. I don't need a flashy car. I don't need like what do I need all that for? All I need is I get my bills paid, I get my food, and I sit and stream. Every now and then I want to go camping and fishing. Like I don't, you know. But yeah, if you got kids involved, now it's like not only do you want to take care of them while they're here, but I want to stack up money for when I'm gone for them.
Right. Well, I
So,
can think of like my dad who he already had a good job, which was a firefighter in a place that's not busy. So it's not like they were earning that money. They were basically hanging out at the fire station, cooking food and watching boxing.
yeah, that
That's pretty
sounds like
much
a
what he did.
gravy job.
But even though, like, well, where I was going with this is my dad became like fire captain of, but I don't think he like if you knew the guy, he's not like a leader or anything. You know, he's not like somebody who would naturally like for the status or anything want to be fire captain, but it's a pay raise.
Right.
So because he had four fucking kids at home, that's the only thing I can think of. That's why he wanted to be a fire captain
Yeah.
because he had to take care of all these kids.
Right.
And he was also a mechanic. You know, like he'd firefighter. Well, and they have like schedules where it's like 4 on, 3 off, and then 4 24-hour shifts and then 3 days off. And so on his off days, he'd go and be a mechanic. But I'm sure, and my mom stayed home when we were little. So I'm sure that was because he kind of had to. Not that he had to, but in his mind, he had to, right?
Yeah.
And I think that was the motivation. I don't think it was because, I mean, I don't know. I never asked.
And
I probably could ask him.
that
He'd probably
makes
tell me, but
that makes total sense to me. Like I get if I'm bringing a kid into the world now, you can't just be happy just getting by. Now you got to build something because yeah, that makes sense to me. But
right. Well, so, okay.
it's whatever. What if I
So,
take Floor and our kids and we go live in the woods in a tent?
I mean, he could,
You could do it for free too.
but okay. So, I'm sure, I don't know. Is it because you're on YouTube and we're in public that Laura's coming for a vacation to visit? Is that just what you're saying?
No, we're not planning on messing up her visa. She's got a 6 month visa, so she can come here, and then if she comes here for the time that she said she was gonna come here, and then she goes back, then the next time she'll get a longer visa.
Oh, is that how it works?
Yeah, and then but but really, if she comes here, we could go down to the courthouse and we could set the process in motion so that when she goes back, the next time she comes, she might just get her citizenship and then she could stay. But she's got a whole life there that she's got to put in order. So the first time she comes, it's just she's going to come visit and
Oh, okay.
we're going to not break the law and stuff. Now, if they try to put a bunch of roadblocks in the way and blah 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 blah, you know, you drop an anchor baby, then you're here. But but
Right.
uh it's kind of, I mean, it's kind of personal, but I don't even know if that can happen because, well, I always say this jokingly, but I don't know because I don't go to doctors, but I should have had a lot of kids by now, and I don't have no kids, so I don't know. I don't even know if that's
Or maybe you just don't know.
right. Right. So as I mean, it's not something I know, but I
Well,
do
not
know I do
not saying
know
that you
that
do have, like, maybe you do have kids out there, or
that's possible
they
too.
just got or they just got deleted. You know what I mean? And you
That's
didn't know.
that's possible too. There's one situation where that potentially might have happened. I don't know. I just know I was with a girl and then she called me and asked me for money to take care of something and I told her no, but she was also a dirty whore. So I don't even know if that was mine, but I don't know. Uh but it seems like I had a lot of girlfriends that I was with for long periods of time that and then as soon as they got with the next guy they were with,
They had a kid.
they had a kid. And I'm like, how come I never had a kid? I don't know. It makes me think that maybe there's something wrong with me in that area, but I'm not going to go to a doctor and get it checked out. Um, maybe
Well, they could
someday.
have been on birth. They could have been on birth control the whole time, or
Yeah, or maybe I was on too many drugs. Maybe I was just a beta. I don't know, but we'll see. It's just, it seems like I should have made some babies at some point in my life, and it never happened. So I don't know.
right.
So maybe that's
Hmm.
that's not even really something I'm thinking about. Well, I do think about it, but it's not important. Um, but yeah, if
What about Flora? I saw her. Maybe she was snoring, but I saw a little green flash there.
she, she's probably She's probably snoring. Yeah.
I saw her thing light up real quick a little while ago while you're talking about your other ex-girlfriends or whatever, or maybe
Oh
she's
yeah.
having dreams
Did
of
she? She was probably sleeping, and I mentioned that, and she like, oh, in her sleep she heard it, and she like,
maybe
yeah.
that might have happened.
But I mean,
Oh,
really,
okay. So
if she follows the laws and she comes and visits, we can go down and we can start getting the ball rolling on her getting citizenship. And then maybe the next time she comes, she goes back home, she gets her stuff in order, and then she comes out permanently. And then I'm not against adopting a kid someday, if whatever, if that's I know me and Mr. Mad it was like an argument, but we were both drinking and he's telling me, no, don't do that. And I'm like, well, I'm not against that idea. If you're doing it for the right reasons, it's not for an ego thing. I'm not going to adopt some kid from Africa so that I can feel good about myself. It's like, um, but yeah, I'm not
why
against it.
was he saying to not do that though? Because raising somebody else's kid, or it's not yours.
Yeah, I mean, I think JLP would say the same thing too. It's like, uh, and there are a lot of stories of this in all the interrogation videos and stuff. I watch these crazy kids like
You
kids yearn
take
for
the kid in and they lose it or something.
well, it's like if you adopt a kid, they yearn for their real parents. So basically, you're playing stepmom and stepdad, and that can mess a kid up.
I
But
mean,
is that going to mess a
sure,
kid up worse than a foster home? Like,
right, but yeah, I was gonna say, but probably not more than that.
right. So, yeah, I'm not against that. If that's what we got to do someday, and maybe not. I don't know. This is all in the future. But yeah, for the time being, she's just gonna come for a visit. She's got her visa. As soon as she gets her passport, she's gonna come visit, and we're gonna do everything the right way, do it legally, and she'll go back. And then if they give her an extended visa, then she can start coming back and forth whenever she wants, and we can get the ball rolling on the court stuff, and then it shouldn't be that crazy to get her citizenship here because we're already married. So um,
Yeah, isn't it supposed to be easy?
supposed to be, but when the borders are open and all the illegals are coming over, it messes the whole system up.
But I mean, isn't it like a thing? Like, can't you marry somewhat like, well, like you guys got married in America,
Yeah, but you don't get citizenship immediately when you marry somebody. You have to
right?
go through a court
You
process.
apply,
It takes like 2 years.
but isn't it like that one Cheech Marin fucking movie or whatever? That's the only one that I can remember seeing, where then like
Which
some
one?
investigator comes out and asks both of you questions separately, and like, oh, what kind of food does he like?
Yeah, with us it was a whole like we had to submit a bunch of Facebook messages. They ask, yeah, it's like a interrogator is basically interrogating to make sure that you're not getting married for papers. So
Right.
you got to show messages from your family. You got to show history of your relationship and blah 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 blah. So um and it would be weird with our situation because we were going through that whole process and then we broke up before our court date. So we never went to court. to get her citizenship.
But I
She
mean, reasonably, if people are being reasonable people, if you explain all of this to a reasonable person who has had relationships before and shit, shouldn't they be like, oh, okay, that sounds about right?
Yeah, and you'd think they'd say, so you guys split up, but you never got divorced for 10 years, and now you've been talking again for the past 4 years, and
Right.
yeah, so seems like an easy case, but I don't trust our system. I don't trust none of it. Like I'm like freaking screw legal marriage, screw the immigration system. Just just go jump the border and get over it. Like I don't, but I know that's not the right way to do it. Um, but yeah, I don't trust none of it. It's
I
all
mean, I
BS.
guess, well, your channel's not that controversial or anything, right?
Uh, I think it's. I think I say some pretty controversial stuff.
Well, I guess, I mean, no offense, but I guess what might help is it's not high profile or anything.
Yeah,
So it's not like there's gonna be, well, there might be haters, but probably not. I mean,
yeah. And I always say I love the Jews, so I should be fine.
well, no, what I was thinking is that if the system's run by who I think runs that system, which is probably a bunch of women,
Yeah,
wouldn't they like this whole story? Is this the type of shit they love?
yeah,
Like, don't they watch a bunch of like Lifetime movies that are
yeah.
like that story? So I don't know. I mean,
And especially in Utah, like Mormon women love this sort of thing. Like,
right.
yeah. So
So I would think if you get the right, I don't know, case person or whatever they're called.
I don't even know
I
if we
mean,
would
they
have to
might
go to
just
court. We might just have to go file for some paperwork at an office and turn the paperwork in because now everything's done on Zoom meetings. They don't even do like criminal cases in Utah are done over Zoom meetings. Like it probably
that's ridiculous.
we probably wouldn't even have to go ever see a courtroom. We'd probably go down to the offices, which are a couple blocks away, file for some paperwork, fill out the paperwork, submit it, and then do a Zoom call one day.
Hmm.
So
But but she doesn't even know if she wants to move to America, or she does.
she better. Well, she knows I'm not going to Guatemala,
Ah,
but who knows? Maybe she comes here and she decides, never mind, forget all this. And if that happens, so be it. She knows me.
hmm.
I'm not even. I don't. I'm gonna do what I do, one way or the other. But I would like it to work out like that. But
Right.
or maybe she comes here and visits and we argue the whole time, and then I'm like, and then we're both like, yeah, there's a reason we split up, and then who knows? I don't know. We'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Oh, so right now she's just waiting for the passport. Just
Yeah.
the normal.
Yeah. She's already got
How long it
approved
takes for
her
like how
visas.
long it takes for a passport to happen, which is what, like a couple months, right?
They said a month to 2 months.
Oh, okay.
So it's been about a month. and so she's already got approved for the visa to come here. She's just got to wait to get the physical passport in her hand.
Ah,
Yep.
and then what? Take off from work or whatever.
No, she can work here. She works her job is
Remote.
remote translating over the phone. So she's going to be working while she's here.
Huh. For somebody there, for a company there.
No, the company's based in America. She's a medical translator for America from Guatemala.
Oh,
She translates for American hospitals.
so
So she's already got an American job and an American husband. She speaks English. Like it shouldn't
right.
be yeah, it shouldn't be she flashed green again a minute ago. I think she's snoring.
Maybe. Yeah. You'd think that'd be pretty like a I mean, yeah, you don't want to get your hopes up too much, but you'd think that'd be like pretty obvious.
Yeah, and she's more of a worrier than I am. Like she was worried about getting her visa and she was freaking out and worried. I'm like, don't worry. Just just I'm not a worrier. I don't what happens is going to happen. It doesn't I don't get stressed out about it. And she's a worrier and she was all worried about the visa. I don't know if I'm stressed out, blah blah. I'm like, don't worry about it. Just say what you got to say. Stop planning what you're going to say and stop thinking about it. And it's going to be fine. And sure enough, it was fine. So,
Well, yeah, because either way, it's not like you really have that much influence over anything anyway.
yeah, and what do you have to lose? We haven't been together in 10 years. It's not like, you know. And I told her leading up to this, I've been talking to her for like 3 years now. I told her leading up to it, I was like, don't get your hopes up. Um cuz that, just like just let life happen. It's going to work out. Everything will be all right. So, I think we'll see. I don't want to plan too much. All I'm planning right now is I got to get a better bed because I have a twin bed.
You have a twin bed?
I have a my bed is like my bedroom looks like a damn jail cell. So like I need a bigger bed.
Like
Co-
all you have is a twin bed, you're saying?
Yeah, my bed size is a twin bed. It's got enough space for me.
Don't they sell like memory foam mattresses at Walmart? They do, right?
Yep. Yeah, I'm getting my next paycheck. I'm gonna get a bed frame and a mattress. Just cause I can't have a lady come into my house and have a damn twin size bed.
I'd say you need at least a queen.
Yeah, I was gonna get
Even
a nice queen size,
king.
expensive one, and then I found cheaper ones on Amazon. So I was like, I can get a cheaper king size bed off of Amazon. Hopefully it doesn't fall
And
apart.
you can fit a king in your room.
Yeah. Well, I have a 2 bedroom apartment. I have a bedroom in my apartment that doesn't get used for anything for like more than a year now. There's just an empty room. So what I'm gonna
Oh,
do,
okay.
I'm gonna turn,
Turn one of them into a bedroom and one into like your streaming room or
yeah,
whatever.
I'm gonna have a studio room and I'm gonna have the bedroom. So
Oh, okay. Yeah, my two bedroom, my other room is just tools and toys.
Yeah, that's what it's like a storage room. There's just a bunch of crap in there, but so that's what I'm working on right now is cleaning out all the crap, cleaning the I need to clean the carpets, clean everything and move all of this stuff, the desk, the TV, the computer, the decorations and stuff into that room and then turn
Yeah,
this into a real
even a
bedroom.
queen is not even a queen is not that big. I'm looking at mine right now, and this ain't that big.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a
I
king.
mean, two people could be on this bed, but eh, it'd probably be cramped. You'd always be, but like, well, because a king's wider, also, right? It's what is it like well, like 7 by, or it's like 80 by 60, I think. A
I don't
king,
know.
right?
We had a California king and it was huge a long time in our
I
apartment.
think that's just like 6 inches longer or something. The
Yeah.
California king
Yeah, they just
than
make it
the
a little
king.
longer. But
But
I don't
width-wise,
need that. I just need it.
I think a full and a queen are the same length. A queen's wider, and then I think king goes wider and longer. And then California king is just longer than that,
Yep.
I think.
I gotta pee. You gonna be back when I get back? Here when I
Yeah,
get back?
I'll hang out for a little while.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Jalen, Floor. What up, chat? I can't see you, but hello, if anyone's out there. If you can hear this transmission, you are the resistance. That's from Terminator. Oh, Floor snoring. So what's new, chat? Um yeah, how about that Trump guy? He kinda took it to the libertarians, huh?
What are you saying?
I was talking I was talking to chat. I don't know if anyone's even there. I can't see chat. But,
It's been saying there's like between 7 and 9 viewers this whole all night. Nobody's talked for a long time though. They're
wow.
just listening.
Um
Are we that captivating? Did
well,
nobody say anything?
I was saying about Trump, I forget. I think I was listening to somebody else talk about him being on.
The Libertarian Conference?
Um, I think it was like the Quartering, and somebody were talking. The Quartering and he has what's his name on a couple days a week, right? Or one day a week. I know he has like Melanie Mack one day, 1 or 2 days,
Sydney Watson
and
and
then
him do a show, I think. I don't know if they still do, but I know they were for a little while.
yeah, no, he has that dude that I forget his name. The dude with the long hair.
Dave
What's his?
Landau? No.
No, no,
Well, I know they
no.
were doing some stuff.
Well, anyway, I think I was listening to them earlier, and they brought up some pretty good points, or maybe their take on. Well, I think it was based on the speech, on his speech at the Libertarian Convention,
Yeah.
and
It was a good speech. He
I
said he's
mean-
going to pardon the J6ers.
oh right. He's gonna pardon the J6s, and then oh yeah, look at them. Were you listening to that speech earlier? No.
I was playing it on my show. I was talking about it earlier. And then I listened to the Tim Pool interview.
Right. But you didn't listen to the whole speech, right?
Bibby's still here. You been here all night, Bibby? Don't get me started on
Oh.
Melanie Mac.
I mean, would, but she's like almost as old as me. I mean, come on.
I know. I can't believe she's that
I'm not
old.
gonna be
I
I'm not
like
gonna be
her.
simping for some. No, anyway,
Well, I'll roast her in her opinions sometimes, but I do think she's attractive.
she's all right. She does have a lot of makeup on though, so
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of camera work and a lot of yeah.
she's probably a nice girl. She just seems kind of nuts. All I can think about is those pictures she'd have on Twitter, I think, a while back of her eating butter,
Oh, I
like
thought you were gonna
sticks
say
of
something.
butter.
I thought you were gonna say she had some other sort of pictures on Twitter. I was about to go do some research.
Oh, nah, she might, but of her eating, because she's like a carnivore or whatever, right?
Is she?
So
See,
she would eat
she
she would
needs a
eat sticks
man
of
to
butter
rein her in
as
because
like
she'd be a
right.
pretty cool chick. Like she's into all the stuff. She's interested in. Yeah, she needs a.
She seems a little strange though. But you know what? I'm a little strange. Hey, Melanie Mac, you out there? Are you one of the nine? Holler at me.
Holla at me, girl. No, don't. Florida man.
But no, she had like pictures of her eating sticks of butter, which I can't get that out of my head. Or like not even pictures. I think it was like little shorts or videos. I don't know. Like just munching on like a fucking what is that? You know, like a stick of butter. How much ever that is, just munching on it like it's a candy bar.
What the?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean.
That's weird. Was she doing it
Yeah, I
in like
mean,
a joke or a super chat or just like, or
I
does
mean,
she
she
like
said.
regularly do that?
Well, I don't know if she still does, but she said, like, "Oh, this is what I have for a snack." And I mean, I like butter. Don't get me wrong. I like butter, but I I don't know if I'm gonna be
Eating straight
chewing
butter?
on
That's
butter.
weird.
Yeah, a little bit. But anyway, so sticks. That's
St-
who.
Sticks Hexenhammer?
Yeah. So
That guy's
the
still
quarters, and
around?
yeah, and
I,
he's
when
on.
you said the guy with the long hair, that was the first name that popped in my head. So maybe I've seen them
Right.
doing something together before, and that's why I thought of it. But I thought that dude fell off a long time ago.
Well, he's on once a week on the quartering whatever. Like how Melanie Mac's on like 2 days a week. He's on like uh, I think it was today. So what's that, Monday?
I've never watched his like podcast. I just watch his videos on YouTube, the short videos that he does. I like his
But yeah, they
format.
was.
He's got a his
I don't
format,
know if I've
his
ever seen this
layouts.
format.
What I mean by format is the way he does like three 10 to 15-minute videos a day, and then he does a
Okay.
podcast. Like I like that. That's a yeah. That's a good.
I think I might have seen somebody clip or somebody not reacting, but doing like like a reaction like on the live stream of one of his videos. I think.
And you don't have to do a lot of
But
editing. You just twice a day you talk about a news story for 10 minutes, record it, put the video out, and then you do your podcast at night for 2 hours. That's a that's a good sh- channel format. Like a successful, I think that and then you do shorts. It's just so much work to do all the you got to do the tags, the titles, the thumbnails, the editing, the you got to upload it. Then you got to do the micro content, which is the clips and the shorts and there's a lot of stuff to do.
Right.
Not enough time in the day.
But they do it full time. That's all they do, right?
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah. If you're making money off of it and that's all you do, 8 hours a day, I could do that easy and still
Right.
have spare time.
Well,
Bibby said she
maybe
was
that,
getting her throat ready when she was eating that stick of butter.
and maybe.
Damn, Bibby, that's vicious.
Again, would, but you know, I would expect some, as Jesse would say, I would expect some hell to come along with that.
Oh yeah.
But again,
Oh yeah.
probably would, probably would, probably would, and would just deal with whatever hell was coming along with it. You know, whatever. If nothing else, it'd be good for clout. You know,
Yeah.
then people would be like, "Hey, that's the guy that used to smash Melanie back, huh?" Oh yeah, a couple months. But no, like I was saying, they were talking about Trump's speech, and they had a pretty good take on it, which was the Libertarian Party. I guess other than for publicity and having Trump there and whatever, didn't benefit much by having him on, but he benefited a lot
Yep. From being there.
by going on. Right, and I think he also said, and I don't know if it was you saying that you didn't know who they were talking about.
Ross, the
Or,
free Ross. They were saying free
oh
Ross.
yeah. Well, was it you that said you didn't know who that was?
No, I don't know who that is. Yeah, that was me. Go
That's
ahead.
the guy who started. What's it called? Uh, he started one of those platforms that I think is only used for shit. I forget Ross Ulbricht or whatever, right?
Ross Ulbricht.
I Yeah, something like that.
He started a
I think
platform.
he's
What, like not Tele,
yeah, might be Telegram or
Telegram or something like that.
one of those, something like that. And I think he's being like I think he's being imprisoned for content that isn't his, right? On his platform. I don't know, some shit like that. But it's like I think he might be a libertarian and it's like a libertarian cause, I think. So him going on, and I think that's what they were basically getting at, is that him going to the libertarian convention and just saying that, whether or not he's able to do it or means to do, well, I guess if he's president he can pardon anybody, but he might not, right? He might just say he's gonna. But him having that platform to go in front of all those people and say that benefits him a lot because he'll be able to pull some voters at least, or at least sway them, you know, in comparison to what it's going to be RFK Jr., right? That gets the nomination for the Libertarian Party. And that guy's a moron. So
Who? RFK.
he's not a, yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, I mean,
I never
he's not a
really.
total moron, but
I I
mostly.
I never really liked him, and when I saw him on Timcast, I really didn't like him, and he came out against the vaccines, and now he's the guy that they want, and it's like I'm trying to read about this Ross Ulbricht guy.
Maybe it wasn't Telegram. Was it Telegram? Maybe it wasn't Telegram, but it was like one of those.
Saying he's an Eagle Scout, honor student, and research scientist, avid camper, honor student. Idealistic libertarian, model prisoner. Well, why did he get locked up? Silk Road? Oh,
Silk Road, Silk Road. He's the Silk Road guy. My
Silk
bad.
Road
Yeah,
was
Silk Road.
Silk Road was the dark web where they were
Right.
selling drugs and prostitutes and stuff.
And they're holding him accountable for what happened on Silk Road, which how could that's not, especially from the libertarian standpoint, you can't hold him accountable for what happened on the thing that he made. That's not him.
Right. Right. That'd be like saying if they do this all the time if you have a YouTube channel. They did this to uh like Nick Fuentes and other people. You have a platform and
And then,
one of your subscribers goes out and murders a bunch of people in your name.
right.
Like you can't control that. Huh.
And they do it selectively because if you're one of their pets, they're not going to hold you to that standard because it's ridiculous. That's not a standard to hold anybody to.
Oh, okay. So I know about Silk Road. I didn't know he went to prison
Yeah,
for
he's the Silk
creating it.
Road guy. That's right. I couldn't remember exactly what. I almost said dark web, but I couldn't.
It was on the dark
And I
web.
remember hearing about that from like forever ago. Like when it happened, I remember hearing about that he got arrested. I think I remember hearing Tim Pool talk about it, actually. Or who knows? I actually watch a lot of libertarians, so I could have heard like fucking Dave Smith, or I probably did hear Dave Smith or
See, I agree with
Clint
this. This guy,
Clint Russell.
how much time is he doing?
I think he's been in jail for a while.
He's been in jail since 2013.
Yeah.
Exemplary conduct, benefited fellow prisoners by tutoring, teaching classes, mediating conflicts. In 2018, he remained true to his nonviolent principle and jeopardized his own life by refusing to participate in an assault on another prisoner. As a result, he had to spend months in protective custody on 24/7 lockdown. Damn. Over 150 former and current fellow prisoners have signed letters and written testimonials attesting to his good influence and supporting his clemency. What was his sentence? That's what I'm trying to find. E-commerce website that allowed users to buy goods anonymously. I'm trying to find what his sentence is.
It wasn't anything that he did though, aside from creating the platform basically, which
Yeah, he's a tech nerd.
I
He
mean,
made a website where people could buy and sell things
yeah.
anonymously. So
And I mean, to be fair, it was meant to do what it did, but
they were selling
you know,
drugs and children and human trafficking and
right.
all sorts of stuff on there.
But
Huh. Yeah,
yeah, but
I
he's
agree with
not
that.
the.
He's not the one. Now, the question is if
But that's like the publisher as opposed to platform
but
debate, right?
did he
Like he
do
doesn't have
anything
control over the platform.
to help the so if I make a platform where you can buy and sell anonymously and then it comes out that people are buying selling children on there as a platform owner, I'm going to say, okay, I have I have the IP addresses of all these people who are doing this and I'm going to give it to you. Did he help in the
I don't know. I
investigation
don't know if
or
Silk Road, but I don't know if Silk Road works like that though, right? Like I don't know if the dark web works that way.
so the way it was set up he didn't have any but
I'm not sure, but I think isn't that the whole point of the dark web?
damn, now I kind of want to do a deep dive into this. This is interesting. Cuz it would seem like if he's a tech nerd, he should have some way to find these people. If but maybe I
But
mean if he
I
can't, he can't,
think
but
it's
if he
that was the
could, he
whole
should.
point. Well, I mean, you got to think that he's a libertarian, right?
Right.
So their principles are that he wouldn't, it would make sense that he would create a platform where he couldn't.
And
You know,
also
kind of like a
the
Bitcoin type of
website that I'm
thing.
reading all this from right now is definitely, this is freeross.org. So it's going to be really biased. Now I kind of want to learn more about this. Like, was he doing everything he could to catch these people, or you're
But I
saying
don't know. He's a
idealistically
libertarian.
he shouldn't. Right.
Yeah, as a libertarian, if you're really a libertarian and you're about that life, that's not what you're trying to do, right? I mean, and yeah,
Yeah.
that's sort of the whole knock against libertarians is exactly what you're saying. Like,
Right,
if
right.
something's right to do or whatever. But then I can see from his standpoint, which would be, that's not my job. I'm not the police. I don't agree.
Yeah.
I don't know. I
It's
don't really
almost
know the
like
dude that well
if
or at
you're
all,
like
but
if you're like some mob guy and you figure out some underground way for the mob to do their dirt. But man, this is interesting, huh?
well,
Like
I think it's been covered a
like
bunch.
like say you dig a tunnel so that people can do stuff without being seen in public, and they're using it to move drugs. Then they come to you and they say, hey, people are using your tunnels to do this bad stuff, and you're like, well, it's not my decision what they do with the tunnel that I built. Does that person
Yeah.
Should that person go to jail? Huh.
I mean, in this scenario, the tunnel belongs to no one and it's on no one's property, which in real life is not possible, but I get what you're saying. Like, yeah,
Yeah, I'm just
here
trying to.
in the abstract tunnel, right? In real life, that wouldn't be practical because it'd either be trespassing or his property, in which case he would be liable. But
Right, but now,
in the
okay,
metaphorical tunnel
let's
of the
say
internet, right?
slavery slavery's happening, and you make the Underground Railroad, and you're transporting. Well, that's different because they knew what they were doing. They knew they were going against. Yeah, actually, kind of is the same. It's like you're in Nazi Germany and you dig a tunnel to help Jews escape, and then the Nazis catch you, they're going to lock you up for that. Now I'm comparing the American government to the Nazis, but or like the Underground Railroad with slavery. Uh, you're helping slaves escape. You're hurting the slave owners. Should they be able to lock up the Underground Railroad people? Huh. That's interesting. I had never even.
Anyway, I gotta go. I gotta wake up in a couple hours there.
All right. Good talk.
Yep. Later.
See ya. Jalen, you jumped in a little while ago. You're muted. This is crazy. Y'all see the point I'm making? Like, I'm not trying to compare America to the Nazis, but if at the time we have laws set in place to be a certain way, so let's use the Underground Railroad example. Slavery is legal. Slave owners are making money off of the slaves. You develop this Underground Railroad to help the slaves escape. You are breaking the law. You are going against your government. And so that's what Nada was saying. Like, he's about that life. So did he know what he was doing? Did he? But the difference is these people were knowingly breaking the law. Are you knowingly breaking the law when you develop a website for people to buy and sell things anonymously? Now, what I wonder is how much did he do to help the investigation? So I develop a tech platform because I'm a internet genius, and I develop a tech platform where people can buy and sell anonymously. That's harmless. But if we have laws that say you have to have receipts, you have to have a buyer and a seller. This is free market capitalism. You have to have a buyer and a seller. You have to have a receipt for your sale to show a record of the sale. But you develop a way to surpass that. And then all these illegal things start happening on your website. And they come to you and they say, hey, you made this website. What do you do? Like, did he go as far as he could to help the investigation and say, okay, you're right. People shouldn't be, but he's a libertarian. They like legalized drugs and stuff, so he probably didn't care about the drug stuff. But what happens when children are being trafficked over this website? I don't care about your political stance. I don't care how libertarian you are. You need to do everything you can to help in that investigation. And as a tech nerd who developed this website, you should have some way to figure out who these people are. But you specifically designed the website so that these people can't be found. So you can't help. Huh. This is tough. I don't know. I don't know what I think about this. I'm just now learning about this right now, so I'd have to think about it for a little while. I almost like knee-jerk reaction is if he said to the feds, "You're right. You're right. Kids shouldn't be trafficked through my website that I built. I'm going to do everything I can to help you find these people. I'm going to use my tech nerd stuff and my computer skills to help figure out who's buying and selling these children." Then in that case, even if he can't help them do it, I don't know if he should go to prison. Now, if they come to him and they say, "This is what's happening on the website that you built. Kids are being trafficked. Was that your intent for this website?" And he says, "No, that wasn't my intent for this website. I never thought it would get this crazy. It's out of hand. I didn't expect this, but there's nothing I can do to help you. I'm sorry. Sorry. What is sorry?" Huh. That's deep. That's deep. So he's been in jail since 2000, what did it say? 2011. At 26 years old, he put the website online. Okay, but I'm reading from ross.org, and this is a very biased website, so I need to read more. Trump promises to free Ross Ulbricht. But I don't even know if Trump should free this guy yet. You can say ross.org can say he's an Eagle Scout and he's a model prisoner. Huh. Hold on, what's this video?
Pretty sure I want to start a family in the next 5.
Hold on, let's see this. Well, this just got interesting. RFK Jr. had a freaking parasite eating his brain. I think Jalen and Floor are both not here. Jalen just jumped in a little while ago. Let's see.
5 years.
Nice. Okay.
This
And
is a tough. This is a tough case.
and just make more friends and close people I love. Yeah, I want to focus on being more connected to people.
Very good. And 20 years.
20 years.
This is from his org. Like,
I want to have had a substantial positive impact on the future of humanity by that time.
but if you had a negative impact on humanity, are you like repentant for that? What's the word I'm looking for? Not repentant, but are you what do they say when like a murderer kills somebody? If they remorse, are you remorseful? Or are you like, no, I'm not going to help because screw the Fed, you know? Legalize drugs. Bro, children were being trafficked on your website. And that's why a lot of these libertarians, if they're honest, they're anarchists. And this is what anarchy leads to. It leads to insane outcomes. And if you're consistent and you're honest, you can't, like they talk about free speech and stuff, and this is what Destiny and the Hodge twins were talking about at one point. They said conservatives, liberals, Democrats, libertarians, they always talk about free speech, free speech, free speech. It's all about free speech. Well, what if I ask you about CP? CP is the YouTube safe way to say child, pornography. What do you think about that? You're a libertarian, right? Are you okay with that? You're free speech. You love free speech. You love freedom of expression and stuff. And nobody's being hurt. Like, let's say we're not talking about a guy raping a person who is underage. We're talking about a guy who's using his freedom of expression to take photographs of his child in the bathtub. Nobody's hurt. And then they want to sell it to somebody who is a PDF file who wants those pictures. Nobody's harmed in that. Well, I would argue everybody's harmed in that, but from this this extreme libertarian perspective or this free speech perspective, like 99.9999999% of people is going to say CP is evil and horrible and gruesome and terrible. And I agree 100%. But there is an interpretation of the Constitution that says there's nothing wrong with that. And if you think that sounds crazy, you're 99.9999999% of people. But there's 0.00001% of people, and there is an interpretation to the Constitution. There is an anarchist, extreme libertarian view to where that's justified. So, if you make a website where people can buy and sell anonymously and they're exchanging CP, lock him up. Lock him up. Why would Trump release this guy? Now, if he comes out and says, that was not my intention, I didn't mean for that to happen, and I'm going to do everything I can to help you catch these people because I know a back door in my program that I actually have their IP address, and I'm going to help you assist in this thing. And like Nada said, but if he's about that life and he said, well, that's not the point of my platform. My platform was to buy and sell anonymously. Bullshit. You've got some tech magic that you could do to find these people. And if you're not doing everything you can to help these people be found, lock him up and never let him out. Like, and this is all off the cuff. I'm just learning about this right now, and I'm just trying to do logic in my brain and figure it out. But CP equals Caucasian people. No, that's not what CP is. No, do not associate us with that. Just casual fence sitters too scared to make a choice. Never trust a libertarian, I say. Right. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, and I'm just now finding out about this. So I'm just trying to logically figure this out. Like, and honestly, with the Underground Railroad example, if I'm a slave owner and my family and my slaves' livelihood is based off of our production, and our production is based off of the amount of time and labor that we have, and I have to take care of these slaves too. I'm not beating my slaves. I'm not some horrible slave owner. These are my employees. These are my workers. I always say, if you have a job, if you have a landlord, then you're a slave. And if I'm a good slave owner, where essentially, if that word hurts your feelings and you don't get what I'm saying is I'm a business owner. I have employees. And you don't like the fact that I have employees, even though it's totally legal and it's totally normalized across the whole planet. And actually, I treat my employees well. If my employees hadn't been working with me, they would be getting castrated in Africa by some other employees. And then you say, I don't like that. I don't like that. We need to abolish that. And you start stealing my employees and taking them through an underground railroad anonymously. Yeah. Yeah, you go to jail. I know emotional liberals will not pick up what I'm putting down. What I'm saying right now sounds hateful and evil and wicked and cruel and blah, 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 blah. But it makes sense to me. Maybe I'm crazy. Who knows? But dang, now let's find a video about Lars Ulrich or Ross Ulrich. Not Lars Ulrich. That's another guy. Ulbricht. Ross Ulbricht. Bro, I just learned this guy's name. And this is what I said earlier. The become ungovernable sign at the Trump speech has an anarchy A. And all these people are holding up signs that say free Ross. These are the same people that when Epstein happened, they were saying free the children, save the children, hashtag save the children, hashtag save the children. This guy's website was used to traffic children. I know about Silk Road. I don't know a lot about Ross Ulbricht. I learned about this tonight. But I do know about Silk Road. I do know about the dark web. And he basically, what's the word I'm looking for? Not incentivized, but he made it accessible to them. Like he shoot, what's there's a good word that I'm looking for. Facilitated. He facilitated the trafficking of children. He facilitated it. And the same people holding up signs that say free Ross are the same people that were saying hashtag free save the children when Epstein came out. These are anarchists.
I'm Congress.
Who was that? Was that Jalen? Was that Floor or Jalen? Floor, I think I'm going to disconnect you because I think you're sleeping. Are you awake? Okay, I'm gonna disconnect floor. She's snoring. Jalen jumped in and he's been on mute. I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what he's listening to. Ross Ulberg speaks about his months in the prison hole. Oh, shut up. I don't want to hear about it. ISO is not that bad in a modern prison. When they talk about going in the hole, um, whether it be PC, protective custody, you either get PC'd, you get ISO'd, 23 and 1 or 24 and 7. They said on the website that he was on 24 and 7. I don't think 24 and 7 is even a thing anymore. I don't think that's a thing. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, ISO. I don't think they do that anymore. I think 23 and 1, which is 23 hours in, 1 hour out, is all that any prison does. And the hole is not like what you see in the movies. It's not like you get thrown in a dark hole in a cold box and you're alone there. It's a cell in a pod, but you don't come out of your cell. You still have a pod, you still have the library, you still have library call, you still have meals brought to you, you still get an hour out to shower and go to the yard and walk around in circles by yourself, and you're in a pod, so you can still, they do kites, they make kites, you could take a bottle of like the shower bottle or something, you tie your sheets to it, you make a rope with your sheets, you could tie notes to it, and you can shoot it across. We called it fishing. We used to do fishing for fun in jail, where somebody would throw something out into the middle of the pod, and then everybody would have a shampoo bottle tied to a long string, and we would shoot them across the floor, and you try to get it to go out past it, and then you yank it back, and you try to knock the item back to the cell. And we called it fishing, and they do fishing every night. And in ISO, they do that all day because you can still talk to the people in the cell next to you. You can yell over, like, at least in the prisons I've seen, which is a lot. I've watched a lot of videos and documentaries and Locked Up Abroad, even in other countries. It's not it's not like what they make you think it is in the media. It's kind of like a summer camp. Um if you were gay, I don't know why every gay guy wouldn't just nominate themselves to go to prison, because you get your laundry done for you, you get your food brought to you, you got everything you need. The only thing you're missing out on in prison is sex. Now, if you like camping and you like hiking, you like going outside and you like the outdoors, then prison sucks. But if you're like most people who work in an office all day and you sit on the computer in your house all day, like, really there's no downside to prison except there's no sex. If you're gay, I don't know why you wouldn't just go get yourself locked up. you know, oh, I can't go to the bar, bro. They make buck in jail. I promise you, a bunch of guys with buck in jail is a funner party than going to the club. Oh, no music, they got radios. No TV, they got TVs. No internet, they got phones. They got internet. They got TikTok. They got all that in prison. It's not the it's not what you think it is from the movies. It's a freaking summer camp. The only downside is there's no sex. Unless you're gay. In which case, it's a mess. But anyway, there is no 24 and 7. It's as far as I know. Now, I could be wrong, but I've watched a lot of stuff, and it's 23 and 1. 23-hour lockdown, 1 hour thing, and you're in a pod with other people. You could talk to other people. You can send kites. Um, There's communication, there's books, there's reading, there's now if you're on suicide watch, they might take your books and they might take your sheets and stuff. Maybe don't be crazy. Anyway, where's the video I was just about to watch? What was the point of all that? The point of all that is this guy facilitated children trafficking. So I need to see what sort of why President Trump should free Ross Ulbricht.
Will Donald Trump give clemency to Ross Ulbricht, who's serving a life sentence without parole
Life?
for founding and operating?
Ooh, that's damn. Damn. Now, life, that's rough. But you have to understand, Silk Road hitmen were being hired, murders were being done, child trafficking, sex trafficking, CP, drug sales. A lot of people died from drug overdoses. The drugs were sold on this website. Hitmen. You could hire a hitman. You could hire a hitman to kill your wife. You could hire a hitman to kill your husband. You could hire a hitman to kill your grandma or your mama or your daddy on this website. So, but life, he's doing life. Damn.
The black market e-commerce platform called the Silk Road.
Please, Mr. President, consider my son Ross Ulbricht. Please give him a second chance. He won't let you down.
The case for commuting Ulbricht's sentence is simple. He never directly harmed anyone, and his sentence was wildly...
That's right. And again, this is all off the cuff. I'm just learning about... I do know about Silk Road. And I do know about the dark web. And I do know about crime. And I do know about criminals. And I do know about law. And I do know about psychology. I know about these things. I'm just now hearing about this guy today, though, right? Like 30 minutes ago. So this is all just my off-the-cuff thoughts. I haven't really put a lot of time into thinking about this. Like, I mean, I might be saying stuff. Maybe I'm totally wrong, but life seems extreme. It does seem extreme, and he never did directly harm anybody. He's not the hitman. He's not the drug dealer. He's not the drug user. He's not the CP viewer. He's not the trafficker. He's not. But he facilitated it. Does that deserve life? No, I don't think it. I think that's too much of a sentence. I think that's too much sentence. If he's been in prison since 2013, then yeah, I think he's done enough time. Off the cuff, I think he's done enough time. But does that mean that Trump needs to be the guy to pardon this guy? Does that look good? What does that look like? The one to let him out of jail? Like, what do you get? What plus, how does that help Trump? He gets a bunch of lame libertarians on his side. He gets a bunch of anarchists to be like, yeah, he let out the guy that let us sell CP. Like, do I think this guy's done enough time for what he did? Yeah, I think he has. Do I think he's guilty and should be held accountable? Yes. Do I think he has been held accountable and he's done enough time? He wasn't really the... Yes. Do I think Trump needs to be the guy to let him out? I don't know about that. For what? For what? A bunch of like I don't know about that.
Disproportionate to the severity of the crimes for which he was convicted.
Life sentence without parole is shockingly extreme.
That is crazy. Double life imprisonment, 40 plus years without the possibility of parole. That's for making a website. Yeah, I think that's too extreme.
Bluntness by which the judge communicated why she was pronouncing this sentence took everyone really by surprise.
At that fateful hearing in 2015, U.S. District Judge Catherine Forrest told the courtroom that she had decided to go well beyond the mandatory minimum of 10 years because Ulbricht...
See, I think 10-year would have been a good sentence. Okay, here it is. This is what I was asking about. This is what I was interested in. Did he do what he could to help them? Did he do what he could do to help the investigation? It's saying no, because he took a philosophical stance against it. Bro, That's where you lost. That's why you got the time you got. Then you can't bitch. You can't bitch. When you find out, okay, yeah, philosophically, I think we should be able to buy and sell and trade and blah, blah, as long as nobody's getting hurt, no harm principle, blah, 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 blah. So I made this website, but once I saw that hitmen were being hired and people were being murdered for pay on my website, children were being sold into sex trafficking on my website, I realized, oh, that goes against my philosophical no harm principle. People are being harmed and I'm facilitating it and I'm helping them. Philosophically, at that point, he should have said, I'm going to do everything I can to help with this investigation and to help shut this down. I'm shutting it down and we're going to need to catch these people. Philosophically, as a libertarian, that's what you would do, right? Once you find out that something you built is being used to harm people, how can you philosophically hold that ground? A philosophical stand against drug prohibition. No, okay. Okay. Yeah. This dude's an idiot. Bruh. Bruh. What do you mean? Against drug prohibition? Bro, kids were being sold on your website.
Had taken a philosophical stand against drug prohibition. The Silk Road's creator thought that he was better than the laws of this country. This is
so what they're saying is drugs were being, I know more than just drugs were being sold on Silk Road. A lot of times they would use code language. It wasn't just drugs being sold on Silk Road. There were stolen goods, stolen weapons, all kinds of stuff.
Deeply troubling, terribly misguided, and very dangerous. The Silk Road's stated purpose, she said, was to be beyond the law, which is exactly right, and why prohibitionists should have instead tried to learn something from Ulbricht's creation.
America's public enemy number one in the United States is drug abuse.
So see, they're focused on the drug stuff. It wasn't just drugs. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Was Silk Road only for drugs? Maybe that's what they said. But there was other stuff being sold on Silk Road too.
In order to fight and defeat this enemy, it is necessary to wage a new all-out offensive.
What Judge Forrest failed to see is that what's actually troubling and misguided is the U.S. war on drugs, which has cost the public more than $1 trillion, fueled decades of crime and violence, and stolen life years away from millions of Americans. Ulbricht set out to disrupt the drug war by moving sales to an online market.
Viagra, hydroxyzine, okay, drug paraphernalia, electronics, erotica, food, forgeries, opioids, psychedelic stimulants, apparel, art, books, collectibles, computer equipment, custom orders, forgeries, fake stuff, home and garden. Now, yeah, so it looks like if it was just drugs, that's one thing. That's not deserving a life sentence, but and all these things are going to focus on the drugs, but custom orders, collectibles, art, there would be code worded things in there. Collectibles. You know what's collectible? A bunch of little Asian children. There were collectors. There were bone collectors. There were body collectors. There are baby collectors. Erotica. It wasn't just drugs being sold on there.
Place impervious to government interference, where consenting adults could buy and sell anything of their choosing. He aimed to abolish the use of coercion and aggression against mankind, according to his old LinkedIn profile, and create an economic simulation to give people a first-hand experience of what it would be like to live in a world without the systemic use of force.
Gay.
His arguments are incredibly relatable. You know, he argues
No, they're not.
very succinctly, okay, Why is it that people are thrown in jail for buying weed or magic mushrooms? When it comes
That's a diversion tactic. It's not about the weed and the magic mushrooms, bro. There was a lot of other things being sold on there too.
to that, I think I completely agree with Ross and his arguments and his ideas.
I bet you did.
Where I started to have a really hard time was with the idea of selling things like heroin and fentanyl.
Vanity Fair's Nick
What about children?
Bilton argues that the Silk Road caused irreparable harm to others, citing the 6 people who allegedly died from drugs they had purchased on the Silk Road, including a teenager in Australia who had an adverse reaction to a hallucinogen and had jumped out of a hotel.
But I mean, that's his fault. You're a lightweight, bruh. You took some mushrooms and jumped out of your hotel window. That's your fault.
Window.
If it was just drugs, I still think he should get in some trouble for it, but not a life sentence. Not even 10 years if it was just drugs. But you noticed a couple seconds ago, they said they could buy and sell whatever they want freely. It wasn't just drugs.
Those deaths were tragic and heartbreaking, and jurors were right to be.
And this is called Why President Trump Should Free Ross Ulbricht. So this is biased. They're only talking about the drugs because also the stuff that I'm talking about, I'll get on trouble for YouTube for saying this stuff is wrong. Just for saying the words. We got to speak in coded language. It wasn't just drugs, though.
Be moved. But the real culprit is the drug war itself, because that's what drove the narcotics trade underground in the first place. That's why there are no reputable brands or quality control in heroin, LSD, or MDMA, meaning users have no choice but to take dealers at their word. The Silk Road was an albeit imperfect attempt to correct for the lack of information in drug markets, which is...
So what's the solution? Big Pharma makes heroin, LSD, and MDA and sells it to us? That's what they're doing in Oregon and Washington, where you can take your street heroin and go in and trade it in for clean pharma heroin. And pharma started all of this, so they're just as much to blame. The Sackler family, all these people, they're just as much to blame as him.
Why on net it probably saved lives. A study in the International Journal of Drug Policy found that users flocked to the Silk Road out of concern for street drug quality and personal safety, and vendor selection appeared to be based on trust, speed of transaction, stealth modes, and quality of product. Several users on the site's forums regularly answered questions about drug safety and what to do in the case of an overdose. The Silk Road made buying drugs too easy, according to a mother whose son struggled with addiction before dying of an overdose. But shutting down Silk Road didn't make drugs.
Bro, when I was a kid, if I ordered drugs off the internet, there's no way. Actually, I won't say that because I did. Well, no. Yeah, I will say that. So here's a story. Sidebar. For like 2 years, my late in my sophomore or late in my freshman year, I figured out how to do this. I figured out how to change my report card. So we would take my report card because I was not allowed to get less than a C. And so when I started getting bad grades, because I'm starting to hang out with the wrong crowds and stuff like that, I would take my report card, we would scan it into my friend's computer, and then it was a weird typeset. It wasn't normal like text. It was like weird dotted letters. So I would take the letter, I would Microsoft Paint and a scanner, and I would cut the letter out of another place in the report card, like a C or an A or a B. I would take it and cut it out from another place in the document, and I would copy it, and then I would duplicate it, and then I would drag it over and cover up my bad grade. Then we would print it out, and since we didn't have that weird dotted line paper that they had at the school, where you know how it had the dots on the side, and you could tear the dots off the side, and you could fold them up and make a little springy thing. We didn't have that kind of paper, so we would use normal paper, and then I would crumple it up a lot to make it softer, like that paper, and I would use a knife, and a serrated knife, and I would roll it over the edges, and then I would tear the edges, and it would look just like that paper. And I faked my report card for like 2 years, I would give them a fake report card because every report card, it has your previous quarter's grades. And so once you do it once, you got to keep doing it. And so I did that for like 2 years. And what happened, the point of this story is what happened, the way they finally found out is because summertime, your report card comes in the mail. For your last quarter of the year, the report card comes in the mail. My parents got to the mail before I got to the mail, and they found my real report card. And they looked at it and they said, wait a second. This quarter, you got A's, B's, and C's. This quarter, you got A's, B's, and C's. This quarter, you got A's, B's, and C's. How come on the report card it says DFFFFFF, DFFFFFF, FFFFFFF, FFFFFFF? I had a 0.06 GPA. I had the second lowest attendance in GPA in my entire school. I had straight F's for like 3 years straight. My parents thought I had A's, B's, and C's for like 3 years straight. Bro, that's an epic mastermind genius play right there. Until they get to the mailbox while you're out hanging out with your friends before you get to the mailbox, and then the whole system is foiled. But the point of that story is to tell you, if I order drugs on the internet, it's very likely my parents would get that package. Who's letting kids receive packages in the mail? What? That's my mailbox. My kids aren't allowed to touch the mailbox. I get the mail. You don't get the mail. I get the mail. Dad gets the mail. And that's how it was in my house. You know, when I'm walking home from school, I could check the mailbox, and usually I could catch it. If something was coming in the mail, I could catch it and take it and hide it. Another funny story kind of like that is we figured out at some point we figured out there was an automated phone system that would call your house if you missed a class. And so for a while, what I would have to do is, we knew they called around a certain time, and so you'd have to just be by the phone. You'd have to make sure the parents were distracted around that time. And as soon as the phone rings, pick it up and pretend like you're talking to your friend. Push 1 to end the call, blah, blah, blah. Well, eventually we found out, I don't know who figured this out, but they were a genius. I didn't figure this out, but somebody told it to me and it worked. That when they called you, you could push like star 631 or something like that. It was some code that you could push into your phone when they called you, and it would remove you from the call list. So once we figured that out, I never had to worry about that problem again. I could be absent all I wanted, and I was absent all the time. We would ride the bus to school, and then we would leave school and be gone all day. So I was missing every class all day, every day. And my parents never got a call after once we figured out that code, and then we passed it around the school to all the troublemakers, and we all knew the code. You just got to answer the phone one time now. You don't have to sit there and wait around the phone at 6 o'clock at night. You don't have to make sure mom's making dinner and dad's doing something else when the phone rings, and then pretend like you're talking to your friend. You just hit this code in. But anyway, the point is, how you ordering drugs on the internet and getting them sent to your house. Anyway.
Less readily available, it only pushed sales onto less trustworthy platforms. If the president does give Ulbricht clemency, much of the credit belongs to his mother, Lynn, who has spent the last 5 years tirelessly advocating on his behalf.
Rehabilitation is done. This is about punishment and making him an example.
Ulbricht's critics often point to a series of contract killings that he allegedly ordered with the intention of stopping blackmailers who were threatening to bring him down.
Wait, what? The Hitman Scam. Dread Pirate Roberts' bizarre murder for hire attempts. What did they say?
and making him an example.
Ulbricht's critics often point to a series of contract killings that he allegedly ordered.
What? Oh, we were talking about Hitman earlier. Okay. Maybe this guy might need to stay locked up.
With the intention of stopping blackmailers who were threatening to bring him down. But those allegations remain unproven. The alleged murders were never carried out, and the government never charged him on those counts.
It's extremely irresponsible to fall hard on one side or the other of allegations involving murder that have not been charged, much less proven.
Perhaps the Silk Road's most enduring legacy is bootstrapping Bitcoin, as New York Times reporter Nathaniel Popper explained in 2015.
Silk Road proved that Bitcoin worked. It proved that you could actually send real value across the world, and people were willing to try that experiment because they had an incentive to, because getting heroin that way was that much better than the alternative.
Freeing Ross Ulbricht would be the most appropriate way to cap off a year in which American voters made it loud and clear that they're ready to close the book on the drug war.
What frustrates me the most is you have everyone out there defending Ross but I don't see anyone out there.
So I'm trying to see if kids were sold on Silk Road. I'm seeing United States Department of Justice says hundreds of kilograms of illegal drugs and other unlawful goods and services. The term Silk Road comes from the legal, military, administrative, and transportation systems of the Tang Empire, facilitated human trafficking by guaranteeing road transportation and enforcing the contracts. So it's named after a Chinese human trafficking organization. There was no age limit for slaves, and most of them were kids from poor families. The name, the Silk Road, comes from the Tang Empire, which facilitated human trafficking. Wow. So it's even named after a human trafficking. Bro. Okay. Silk Road vendor who claimed to commit murders from the Department of Justice. In connection with his drug trafficking on Silk Road, Ellingson claimed to have arranged for the murder of 5 people for Silk Road founder. Okay. Yeah, see, all this stuff I'm playing and showing to you guys is very biased. This is a website that wants Trump. This is a YouTube video called Why President Trump Should Free Ross Ulbricht. The website we were just reading is rossulbricht.org. But when I'm looking at DEA.gov, University of Texas, Silk Road, toward a decentralized crime network, individual sex trafficking, as studies indicate that most sex trafficking victims were from Venezuela. It's named after a Chinese slave trade. But the majority of it was drugs. Okay, I want to be sure in what I'm talking about. I'm looking at Reconnecting Asia, Complex. Complex said before it was seized by the FBI late Tuesday night, Silk Road was a thriving marketplace for illicit drugs with over 5,000 transactions a week. So most of it was drugs. But I'm telling you, there was other stuff. And it's named after a Chinese slave trade thing. Silk Road 2 founder sentenced to 5 years for child trafficking. Okay. For example, on the Silk Road, it was against the rules to traffic in child pornography. The CP. Silk Road 2 did not have such a law. Okay, so it was against the rules to do CP on on the original Silk Road. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. That doesn't mean they didn't use code language, which I promise you they did. I don't care. Drug trafficking, human trafficking, sexual exploitation, money laundering, or some internet technologies. Or chunks of staff, the child trafficking, forced labor, FBI demolished gender. Ulbricht was known publicly as Dread Pirate Roberts. Plan of narcotics. Fallen Rise of Silk Road, trafficking, conspiracy, money laundering, Ulbricht, Silk Road, organized crime, module 7, Deep Silk Road, doctrine, money laundering, computer hacking, drug trafficking, Silk Road, black market, popular policy, money laundering, legal drug transactions. Okay, I'm getting mixed. The majority of this says. The majority of this is saying the majority of it was drugs. Majority of it was marijuana. Silk Road 2 had child trafficking. Okay. Medical supplies. Devil's breath. Steroids. Moroccan hash. Tutorials on hacking ATM machines. Cocaine energy drink. High-grade crystal meth. Erotica. Of course, drugs and illegal goods were the lifeblood of Silk Road, but for the guys who wanted to kick back and look at a book, the erotica section for Semia was just the things anyone could easily find by doing a quick Google search. This was going to be a real dirty and moral destroying things that will probably smear a scar across those innocent eyes of yours. Marijuana cookies, a hitman. Founder Ross Ulbricht tried to get a hitman to kill Silk Road user-friendly chemists who had threatened to reveal the identities of thousands of users unless he was paid $500,000. The FBI found that Ulbricht had offered an assassin from Silk Road to kill friendly chemists for $150,000. Basically any drug you ever wanted. Okay, so the majority of it was drugs, but there were hitmen, and I guarantee you there was coded language used in some of the erotica and collectibles sections. Huh.
Defending all these poor people who are in jail for selling weed or magic mushrooms, who are African American and Hispanic.
If Ulbricht's supporters really cared
Oh, shut up with the race card. Shut up.
about the war on drugs or libertarian ideals, Bilton opined, they'd be demanding that the nearly 500,000 people currently in U.S. jails for drug offenses should be pardoned too. And that's exactly what libertarians have been saying going back to the 1970s. Prior to his sentencing, Ross Ulbricht wrote a letter to the judge, pleading for mercy. I've had my youth, and I know you must take away my middle years, but please, leave me my old age. I certainly won't be the rebellious risk-taker I was when I created Silk Road. In fact, I'll be an old man. Ross Ulbricht turned 36 this year. Let's hope he's still a rebel, and soon
Same age as me.
enough, once again.
Well, I don't know when this video was made. This video was made 3 years ago, so he's 39.
Again, a free man.
So what I'm seeing is a majority of it is drugs. And this is what I always say, libertarians is just about legalized drugs. If Trump would have said, we're going to make pot legal, all the libertarians would vote for him. If that's the extent of it, I think 10 years is enough. I think he's done his time. Does that mean I think Trump should pardon him? No. Maybe Joe Biden can pardon him, but I don't think Trump should pardon him. That's just from looking into this, I don't think Trump should pardon him. This is why, yeah, lame libertarians, like, this is like your cause. This is the guy you're fighting for? Come on now. And I know just from being an internet sleuth for my whole life, being one of the first generations of kids to grow up with a computer with internet access in the living room, I know there was other stuff being done on Silk Road. It's known that this guy's not been proven guilty for it, but whether or not he was found guilty, you could hire a hitman on Silk Road. And you think the erotica was just porno mags? Come on. Other stuff was being sold on Silk Road. You named it after a Chinese slave trade where they sold young children. That's the name. That's where the name comes from, the Silk Road. That's what it comes from. Come on now. Come on now. What are you leaving out, biased YouTube video? Russell Holbrook in the deep web. Justice or harsh punishment? How long is this? 15 minutes?
Cold lagered, cold filtered, cold packaged. Coors Light. Choose chill.
Oh, this is
If all we're talking about is drug sales, 10 years, maybe let him sit for another 5 and then let him out. But if you can find any evidence of deeper, darker things, I say let this dude rot.
Dr. Grande. Today's question is, can I analyze the case of Ross Ulbricht? His story was told in a documentary in 2015 titled Deep Web. Just a reminder, I'm not diagnosing anybody in this video, only speculating about what could be happening in a situation.
This guy's voice, I don't like his voice. It's creepy. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about a few things today. Did you guys want to know about Russ Ulbricht today? Let me tell you today about the things about Russ Ulbricht and the Silk Road. I can't do it. Let's see if we can find Deep Web. Let's watch a documentary. Biggest Deep Web scammer. Deep Web question answered by... This is it. Hello. Today, we're going to draw some happy trees. Happy trees. Why is my DBs down? Cancel. Properties. Cancel advanced properties. +4.
It's no longer the era of industry. We're in a technological era fundamentally.
Hold on, I want to watch this and I gotta pee. Was Jalen just sitting in the Discord, just listening? He's still in there.
The fascists, they have the resources, but we have imagination. We are making the tools to take back our sovereignty.
We're still doing push-ups for Cash Apps. It's only 4 in the morning. Push-ups for Cash Apps. $10, 20 push-ups. We'll up it. 30 push-ups. One set. $10. Trying to raise some money right now.
When we make a giant fuck you to the system, it's breaking that stranglehold on the tools of power that's used against us.
Is he
The
British?
fascists always use the narrative of we are the white knights in shining armor, protect.
The fascists. We'll be talking about Mussolini and the rise of fascism next week on Dissecting a Dictator.
Protecting against the threats. We come here and we move out the dark with pure whiteness. That's a false narrative because there is corruption in those castles. The real base of power lies with us. We are the darkness.
So libertarian is an ideology. It has nothing to do with politicians or teams. It's an ideology. It's a political ideology. So, basically, just because somebody calls themselves a libertarian doesn't mean anything. A lot of people call themselves conservatives and they're actually liberals. A lot of people call themselves liberals and they're actually more conservative. Libertarian is neither right nor left. It's just a categorization for certain political ideologies. People don't always fit into these convenient little boxes or these teams. So, but there are ideals. So there's certain things that I'm libertarian on. But just because one position that I have may be a libertarian position doesn't mean I'm a libertarian. It's just an ideology. And it doesn't matter how much the Overton window shifts. It doesn't matter what political parties are in office. It doesn't matter what people identify as. None of that matters. The ideology doesn't change. The ideology is just a classification for a view type. So if I say I'm pro-gun rights, I think people should be able to have guns. Okay, well that's a libertarian view. It's a more libertarian view, which means south of center on the political spectrum. That doesn't mean I'm a libertarian. So people look at it the wrong way. What I'm talking about when I say the team is people who go to these things and they say, we're all libertarians. We're all libertarians. What matters is the ideology. The Republican Party doesn't support a lot of traditionally Republican ideals. The ideology has nothing to do with the people or the government or anything like that. It's just an ideology. It's just a category for certain ideals. So if I say I'm pro gun rights, but I'm kind of okay with red flag laws because I don't think crazy people should have guns, they'd say that pulls me north on this, where I would lay on this scale of ideas. So it's just a mapping, like the team thing and the teams and drugitarians. What I'm saying is legalizing drugs is a libertarian ideal. Doesn't mean if you think drugs should be legalized that you're a libertarian or that you fit into that party or that team or that group. That grouping of people is a mob mindset of people who think and act a certain way. And if you notice, people will kick themselves out of their own groups. People will say, I'm not conservative enough. I'm not Christian enough. This is the same way with religious ideals and religious views and things like that. Like, there's just categories that we put certain ideas on this graph. So we have a graph, and we have this little square and this little square and this little square, and my ideas on this land me here, but my ideas on this land me here, my ideas on this land me here. And when we map all of that out, you're going to land somewhere in the middle of all those points on the map, on the graph. So if we asked 20 questions, one of them lands you here, 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 one of them lands you down here, and you take the average of those 5 points, you're going to land right about in here. Now, that might land you in an area which is an ideology of a group that you don't identify with. And that's fine, because the group and the people and the individuals and the masses and the politics and the governments, that doesn't matter. It's just a word for an ideology. It's like if we understand blue to be, if we have a spectrum, we have a color spectrum, and we say blue is right here, is blue, but we add a drop of green to that blue, and now it leans a little bit this way. Now it's not so much, or we add some red. We add a little bit of red to that blue coloring. Now the coloring is not so much blue anymore. It's more of a purple color, so it's around here. Now, really, you might say, I'm blue, da boo dee, da boo die. You might be blue, but you got a little bit of red in this area and a little bit of red in this area. So we average it out and it makes you purple. It's like the idea of libertarian is just an ideology. It's not a person, it's not a group, it's not a party, it's none of those things. It's just an ideology. So some of my views might be authoritarian. Some of my views might be libertarian. Some of my views might even be a little bit socialist. Not really. I don't have many of those, but maybe I don't know. I don't know. I think we could use tax money to build homeless shelters. Or if I said something like that. I don't even know about that. I don't even Yeah, okay. Maybe. Okay. So that's a little bit of a socialist view. Each of those ideas, this may be a libertarian idea. This may be an authoritarian idea. This may be a socialist idea. That doesn't mean I'm a socialist or a libertarian or an authoritarian. When we average all of these together, you find what I really am, which is somewhere right in the middle of all of them, which would be like a theocrat or a conservative. So the problem is, if all of your views are on one side and in one grouping, then it's pretty safe to say that you fit into that category and you're that thing. Most of my views would be theocratic or conservative. I believe most of my views come from biblical stances, Christian theocracy, the Bible, the patriarchy. So most of my views, there's a few maybe that are a little too radical authoritarian, and maybe even a little bit of libertarian views, and maybe a little even tiny bit of slightly left of center socialist views. But when you average them all together, you could plot me, and I would land in a certain area, and that would be the ideology that I would fall under. Now, is that the team I'm on? Is that the group that I'm in? No, because I don't like anybody. so I don't do team sports, you know? I play individual sports. I think for myself. But no matter how much of an individualist you are and how much you think for yourself, I could still ask you a series of questions, and I could plot you on a graph, and I could kind of figure out what area ideology ideologically, what am I trying to say? Ideologically? Why can't I talk?
Ideology.
No, not ideology. Ideologically. Ideologically? I could plot you ideologically. That's not a word. on a graph. That doesn't mean that you're in that group or that you hang out with those people or that you're friends with those people. Most people who identify as libertarian agree that drugs should be legalized. If you believe that if you believe drugs should be legalized, but you also think we need free medical and we need free college and stuff, you might be a socialist, but you have that on that one position, you take a libertarian position on that we should legalize drugs. That doesn't make you in that team or that group. People look at it the wrong way. I'm just an American and I want my freedom without the government sticking their nose in my business. Don't get me wrong, I respect you and I respect your opinions. Red flag laws means I could say you're crazy. Yeah, I know. I was talking about that the other night. I was talking about how that's the argument you'll make, but that's another conversation. That's a totally different conversation. Do you think crazy people should be allowed to have guns? I don't care what other people are going to say and about the laws and all those other things. Do you think people who have shown to be crazy, like people who are on a bunch of medications, they've had a crazy family, they've had a crazy life, they've written in their journals about murdering people, they've submit papers to their teachers about wanting to kill their classmates, do you think that we should sell that person a gun? Because now you're arguing a different conversation. And this is, I said this the other night. I don't know if you were listening, but I said, this is exactly how somebody will argue. They'll say, yeah, but people are going to say that you're crazy, and then they're going to take the guns from people who aren't really crazy. That's not what we're talking about. Those people are liars, and those people should be charged for lying about you. My question is, should a crazy person be allowed to have a gun? Not what determines crazy. That's not what I'm asking. In your opinion, if there's somebody who you could automatically look at them and say, that person's crazy. That person's crazy. I don't care what psychology says. I don't care what popular consensus is. I don't care about any of that. I'm asking, if you see somebody and what do you qualify as crazy? You see somebody cutting their arms up and killing cats, and they're stabbed a cat 3 times. They murdered their neighbor's dog. They wrote letters to all their friends about how they want to murder all of them. Do you think we should sell that person a gun? Would you sell that person a gun? Those people know they shouldn't. But the right. No, I don't need a but. You answered the question, so we agree. No, they shouldn't. No, you wouldn't sell that person a gun. Now you're going to another argument about the red flag laws mean anybody could say you're crazy. Exactly. And this is the rebuttal, but this is not a rebuttal to the argument. We both agree that if somebody murders a dog and writes a letter to their neighbor about how they want to kill them, we should not sell that person a gun. We both agree on that. We both agree crazy people shouldn't have guns. Now we're getting into something different. Now we're talking about liars. Now we're talking about corruption. Now we're talking about calling somebody crazy who isn't crazy so that you don't sell them a gun. That's a totally separate argument. That's a different thing. Right. Should it be okay for anyone to say it, then take your guns? No. But that's not the argument. The argument is crazy people shouldn't be allowed to. We wouldn't sell a crazy person a gun. So now we have to get into the definition of who determines what crazy is. So let's say we both agree crazy people shouldn't be allowed to have guns. So what if the red flag law says what Steve and Josh just agreed is a crazy person should not be sold a gun, should not be sold a gun? What if that's the red flag law? The red flag is you kill animals, you've been on drugs your whole life, You've written letters. You've threatened people. You've shown signs of instability. We both agree that those are red flags. You meet 5 of the 5 red flags. We both agree you should not be sold a gun. And anybody in their right mind would not sell you a gun. We agree. What you're talking about is when people lie and government corruption comes in, and then they start. Now your neighbor says you're crazy because you voted for Trump, and now they take your guns away. Yes, I agree. That's stupid. That's wrong. That's evil. Don't do that. But it's not a good argument because that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about if the red flags are just, and in a just society where people are armed to defend themselves, we both agree if you meet this, and this criteria, if you meet 3 out of 5 of those, I'm not selling you a gun. If you meet 5 out of 5 of those, you sure as hell shouldn't have a gun. The problem is when there's this many criterias, there's 10 criterias, and the majority of people don't agree with 5 of them. You voted for Trump, red flag, don't give him a gun. You did this. So I understand your argument, but it's not a good argument. And I said this the other night when I first brought this up because I said I want to debate. I said I knew this would get some people, and I said, watch, this is what they're going to say. They're going to say, well, what happens when your neighbor says you voted for Trump? You're a crazy person. You shouldn't have a gun. I knew that, like, that's the go-to argument, and that's a bad argument because that's a different. Now we're talking about liars and government corruption, and now we're talking about something different. But if we both agree that there's certain things that if you tick off all these boxes, you tick off this box. Oh, you murdered your hamster when you were 3 years old. You murdered a dog when you were 6 years old. You've been on psychotropic medication since you were 4 years old. You've written letters to people saying that you wanted to kill them. You just got 4 of the red flags. You don't get to buy a gun. We both agree on that. So I would think everyone agrees with right because it's common sense. Crazy people should not be able to own a gun. Exactly. So you agree with red flag laws. What you don't agree with is the way that red flag laws could potentially be enacted and used to take good people's guns away. And I agree with you on that too. So see, we agree. So you agree with red flag laws. You just don't agree with the potential overreach of government using red flag laws to do bad things, which everybody would agree with that too. That's common sense. So see, there's really not a debate to be had, but the thing is, you can't use that as an argument to make society work. You can't say I think murder should be illegal. But one day somebody might say that self-defense is murder. No, self-defense is never murder. Self-defense is not murder. Killing somebody, justly killing somebody is not murder. You can't say murder should be illegal, but I don't want to make murder illegal because one day the government might say that if I defend myself, now that's murder. So I don't want to make murder illegal. Let's just legalize murder. You would never say that. So see, you gotta test the logic. You're making the red flags just like the government does. What about the fine print that added that include nobody knows about? Yeah, but see, that's a different argument. See, you're doing the same thing. You're doing the same thing. You're doing. you're doing what I was just talking about. We make murder illegal, but what if there's fine print? What we're supposed to do as people who hold our government accountable is read the fine print and not sign a paper without reading the fine print. What are you talking about? Why would you sign something without reading the fine print? If the fine print is wrong, then you say, nope, I'm not signing this. Fix this. You redline it. It's called redlining. You go through the contract, you read the fine print before you sign it, and you say, no, I don't agree with this. This is wrong. We need to fix this. We need to fix this. We need to fix this. That's not a good argument that what? So we voted for something without reading the fine print. So that makes the government wrong? No, that makes us wrong for being dumbasses and not reading the fine print. We should have read the fine print and made sure we didn't sign the contract before knowing what we were signing. You don't sign a contract without reading the fine print. And then you redline it and you rework the contract until we agree. Doesn't that make sense? Okay, back to the documentary. This is narrated by Keanu Reeves. This is probably copyright as a mug. This is probably copyright than a mug. Exactly. Okay. All right. See, so we agree. See? And this, I love that. I love that, Steve. And I'm not yelling at you or anything. I love you, Steve. I love you, Steve. Steve, I love you. And this probably would go better if I wasn't reading your chats and just talking. I would think they're already making it so you can't even defend yourself in certain blue states. Right. Well, yeah, but they're crazy. That's Democrats for you. Put someone else's life in danger, yours becomes less valuable, in my opinion. Right. Well, and the example that I used about the self-defense and murder thing is happening. That is happening. Murder is illegal. And so we have castle doctrine. We have the right to defend yourself, right? But in some states, like New Jersey, if somebody breaks into your house and you shoot them, you go to jail for murder. Now, I don't agree with that. I think that's wrong. But you can't say because that's happening in some blue states with corrupt governments that we should legalize murder. Because what if we make murder illegal, but then they make self-defense illegal? That doesn't make any sense. Murder should be illegal. Let's not call self-defense murder. When we start doing that, so when I say crazy people shouldn't have guns, let's define what crazy means. When I say there are certain red flags that go up that determine if somebody's crazy and should not have a gun, let's define those terms. Let's make sure those terms are defined before we sign that contract. Before we make that a law, let's make sure that it's agreed upon. And the problem is it's mob rule. So if the mob says that a Trump supporter is a crazy person, and we have democracy and we have votes, and the mob says if you're a conservative, you're crazy and you shouldn't be allowed to have a gun, well, the mob wins. So we shouldn't be voting. What we need is a logical Christian king who says, no, guys, this is dumb. We all agree this, and this. We don't agree that conservatives are crazy. We don't agree that Democrats are crazy. Democrats think Democrats are logical. Conservatives think conservatives are logical. We can't, because this could go the other way too. I could say a pink-haired liberal shouldn't be allowed to have a gun. A pink-haired liberal atheist, and this is my, honestly, I think those people are crazy and they shouldn't be allowed to have guns. Do I think that should be a law? No. And a Christian king would Well, I don't know. If I was king, if I was the king, pink-haired liberal atheists would not be allowed to have guns because they're crazy. But I understand that that's my bias. In the same way, they could say a conservative Trump supporter with a MAGA hat is crazy and shouldn't be allowed to have a gun. Right. So we disagree on that. But we both agree if you're killing animals and you're writing letters to your teacher about how you want to kill your classmates and you've been on drugs your whole life, we all agree those are red flags. We don't want to sell that person a gun. Right? So it's not that red flag laws are bad when we all agree these people shouldn't have guns. It's you're worried about what could happen if certain people got into power. Well, with that same logic, we should legalize murder because it could be that in some blue states, self-defense is also murder. That's not a reason to legalize murder. This has been Logic 101 with the Dreaded Conservative.
In New York City,
Jalen, how you going to jump in for half a second and then jump out? I watched the documentary on the Virginia Tech killer, and this is why I was thinking about this, and I talked about this the other night. Maybe you weren't there, Steve. And I said exactly what you said. I said, this is going to be their argument. Watch. They're going to say, because I talked to Latin and Callie about this a long time ago. We were talking about how Gavin Newsom was doing a thing to put some of the homeless people into asylums, basically insane asylums. I'm sure they're Club Med, nice, taxpayer funded. Basically, it's probably better than being homeless. So, and I said, I mean, that sounds kind of based. And she said, yeah, but what happens when Democrats in charge start saying that conservatives are crazy and they start putting them in insane asylums? And at the time, I was just talking, just having a conversation. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. But when you really think about it, it does make sense. And I get it. I get that argument. But that's not a good argument because if you follow that logically, then we just need to legalize murder because what happens when self-defense is considered murder? Like, yeah. But I knew that was going to be the answer when I started talking about how Trump is kind of based for the red flag laws thing after watching the Virginia Tech killer documentary and saying, how the hell did this guy buy 2 pistols off the internet? How the hell did that happen? There's no way that should have happened. And it did. When all of these, and also we could go into a whole nother side conversation about how all these school shootings are MK Ultra, PSYOP, government, we could go into that whole conversation and get conspiracy theorists with it. But just surface level, there's no way that dude should have been able to buy those guns to do that. So, I don't know. It makes sense.
will decide a case that could impact the future of internet privacy.
Thousands of
Very good
drugs came
point.
through
It's very
a
good
black
point.
website called Silk Road.
Yeah, Jalen, I do this.
The government overstepped their boundaries to acquire
Would
the
you,
info that they have.
This is not.
Do you think people would sell you guns if they listen to some of your other streams, though, Joshua?
No, I'm a felon. I can't buy a gun.
My lord. I'm not going to be here long. I'm going back to sleep.
I've never bought a gun in my life. I've never even shot a gun in my life.
That shots me.
That's a lie. I don't want to lie. I've shot a 22 rifle.
I'm about to say, you'll be quick to lie.
I'm not quick to lie. I just lied for the sake of YouTube, but I didn't say when, so I could have shot the 22 before I became a felon. So,
I mean, anybody looking at you know you done shot a gun at least once. No judgment.
A BB gun, a pellet gun. I mean, I take that as a compliment. What are you saying? What are you saying? I look like a badass? I look like Die Hard? I look like I look like an action movie star? I feel like that's a compliment.
Not saying that. Not saying that. Not saying that. Just saying.
I basically look like look at this. I basically looks like Sylvester Stallone about to save the Vietnam from the Predator in an airplane crash.
Boy, those beers make your mind so diluted. What? Anyways,
I shot BB guns. This is a BB gun target. This is a bigger BB gun and some hatchets and some throwing knives, and some other assorted weaponry.
Oh my gosh! What? Anyways, I am going back.
This is the BB gun. This one is the bigger pellets, a bigger pellet gun, and a hatchet and a knife. I can throw knives. I can throw hatchets. All sorts of action going on here.
See, that's the thing. You got all that going on, but then somebody may judge you saying you shouldn't be around any weapons either.
I know.
I could see that.
And I'm fine with that. I'm fine with, I'm fine with our system the way it is currently. Felons can get their right to own weapons back. If you, I'm fine with that.
Odd stream.
Now, violent criminals, I don't think. Maybe I don't know. I'd have to think about that. Maybe there's a certain amount of time or some sort of way to earn it back. I don't know. But yeah, I'm fine with our current system the way it is. Well,
invite you to join the Discord.
Huh?
Ask Steve to join you on Discord right now.
I think he's busy doing something. He doesn't have to join.
How long you gonna be?
And I didn't mean to like yell at Steve, but I knew when I said that was going to be the argument, and I was ready. I was ready for it.
Yeah, I was like, Lord, now he going off on Steve. This man done lost his mind.
I'm not going off on him. I'm not mad at him.
No, just needing an opponent. You just needing an opponent, and Steve was your target tonight.
He's not an opponent either.
I wasn't reading the comments.
But I don't like how people think when I say that's a libertarian view or something like that. I'm not talking about a team. I'm not talking about a party. I'm not talking about a political party. I'm talking about an ideology. And the ideology doesn't change. Even if the people don't represent it well, it doesn't change. It's so I think the way I talk confuses some people who maybe aren't into looking at like political theory and stuff like this as much as I am. They don't see it the way I see it.
How do you think people would see it then?
They see it as teams. They see it as parties. So they see like they see I don't know, we have a bunch of rhinos in office, a bunch of Republicans who act like damn liberals, and they're like, "Oh, the Republicans suck." And if somebody says, I'm not a Republican, but let's say I saw the world the way I see it, or I see the ideology the way it is, and I say,
Republican.
I'm not a Republican. But let's say that I said I'm a Republican because I fit.
Thought you were Republican.
Well, it depends what you mean by Republican. You're talking about I'm on the right? Yes.
Who you vote for in elections?
Trump. You think Trump is a Republican?
He's on the Republican ticket.
Exactly.
I don't care whatever he
and that's
used
my
to be.
point. And that's my point. Is that Trump is not a Republican.
Oh,
His
it's just
his ideals and his views and his stances are not Republican. Just because he's on the Republican ticket, he's on the red side. Like, and just because we have a bunch of corrupt politicians who are rhinos, they call them. That's where the term rhino comes from. Republican in name only. You don't act like a Republican. You don't believe what you should believe as a Republican ideology. Your ideology does not match that of the Republican ideology. But you call yourself a Republican to be on a certain ticket. You're not a Republican.
So why don't you consider yourself a Republican, sir?
Because I think I'm a little farther right and a little more authoritarian than Republicans. Now, Republican, like, what is that? I don't believe in a republic. I think republicanism is actually leftism. I don't believe in voting. I think that there should be a king. I think that we need a Christian king. We need biblically, screw Caesar, render unto Caesar what's Caesar's. But how about you worship God instead of Caesar? How about you read your Bible instead of reading your Constitution? How about you get into a church instead of getting into a political party? How about you help your community by acting like Christ instead of going and asking your government to do it through taxing? Like, so I'm not a Republican. I'm a little farther right, and I'm a little more authoritarian than a Republican would be.
Yeah, you would never vote no liberal thing. You would never vote, even if you don't believe in all of this. You're not allowed to vote, right? You gave away your say.
No, I can vote.
Oh, well, see, yeah, when you vote and stuff, you always choose that Republican thing. Whenever they ask you at the polling place, where do you want to land, you pick Republican and stuff, even though you're
Yeah, but
saying
I
all
don't
of
even
this.
think we should have voting, period.
You say these things and it just be so crazy.
It's not crazy. It's not crazy if you understand my worldview.
Yes.
I'm a theocrat. I believe the religion and the church and the fathers of the church should run the government. The government should be organized by the church, by men of God.
Yeah, but that's what the crazy person says too, that they took their guns away from because they said, "You're crazy." And they're like, "No, but I'm not crazy. Don't take my guns away."
Hi, Steve. How are you?
What's up, Jalen? Hey, brother, I appreciate you coming up and sticking up for me, man.
Yeah, you know.
With that
I'm
being
not
said, he wasn't attacking me at all.
No, I know he wasn't
that's just,
attacking you.
you know.
He just needed an opponent. I've seen people try to attack you. I know he was more or less just reading the comments and wanted somebody to fight with. That's why I woke on up and is here for another 30 seconds.
It's because I've been thinking about this for like 3 days, and I knew that was going to be the first response. So I was like ready. I was like locked and loaded. I was ready for it.
Things you let your mind go to and the things you just focus on, crime stories and different dictators and different things like this and school shootings. You gotta cleanse your mind sometimes. Sometimes you can't let your mind be occupied with all that all the time. That'll
That's not
crowd you.
that's not all I listen to. I've listened to probably 20 hours of Bible studies in the past 2 weeks. Like I listen to all sorts of stuff.
Was that that like one? What was it? The Book of Enoch? Is that what you did on the stream last week?
No, I haven't. I haven't done a like a. I've talked a little bit about it, but I haven't done like a. I don't know. I might do a thing where I go through all the different apocryphal books.
What have you learned in some of your Bible studies? What have you learned?
Well, I've been learning about apocrypha lately. I just learned about the Gospel of Thomas. Um, Stuff like that.
All right. Steve, how was Nina's birthday?
The Gospel
It
of
was good.
Judas. Nina's birthday was today.
No, it was a few days ago.
It was like last weekend, or yeah, we went to the North Shore and yeah, Jalen, I'm sorry about that too. Because I was like, yeah, we're going live, and then you were like, dude, I don't see it, and I forgot to tell you that it was going to be on her channel.
Yeah, like I said, I just showed up, put a like on there to help the algorithm, and then logged off.
I was gonna tell you, Steve, your channel, not your channel, but something. It annoyed me because you ever notice how sometimes you can't minimize. So like when I'm working, I minimize the YouTube video and it just goes up to a little square in the top, and then I can do other stuff
Yep.
on my phone. For some reason,
Right.
for a long time on your channel, whenever I tried to do that, it would end. Or it would stop. I couldn't watch it.
Really? What the hell is that about?
But just this
That's
past
weird.
the other night, it was working fine. So I don't know if it was. I don't know if there's a setting you changed or if it was my phone or what. But every other, like so sometimes that'll happen with like music videos or something. There's certain YouTube channels that you can't minimize. You can't make the window small and do other stuff. And yours was one of them.
Right.
So every time I try to watch your stream and try to do that, it wouldn't work. But now it works.
Yeah, because I haven't changed anything. That's weird. I didn't know I even did that. But I've had that issue too. But I just always thought it was because if they weren't live, then it wouldn't do that. But if they're live, it'll always just like make it smaller, and then you can push it aside and
Yeah.
still do other shit on your phone, but you can still hear it. And yeah, damn, I didn't even know that.
Well, I was meaning.
I didn't change nothing. So.
I kept meaning to say something to you about it and be like, what settings do you have? Because for some reason I can't. If I try to go out of YouTube, it ends or it stops watching it. But now it's working. So the stream you did the other night, I was able to with Mayhem. I was able to listen to that while I was doing my other stuff. So I don't know what it
Was that the
was.
one where Buff made an appearance?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was listening to some of it for a few seconds. You know, your streams be at different times and stuff. I just sometimes pop in, say hello, and then I'll log out just to try to show some sort of support.
Oh, did you see Lord Bibby's question?
What do you say?
Why do you vote Democrat, Jalen?
And I don't refer to him, and I'm not answering any of his questions, and I'm definitely not in the energy to answer anything. But I'm not answering anything from that man.
Because Trump's a racist.
Well, Trump is racist, but I've been a Democrat way before Trump got into politics. Just to lie more, I don't want to answer give that answer and give him the satisfaction. So I will defer from
Well, that's fair.
answering his. I can answer it another time now.
I was gonna say, it sounds like you just woke up.
Oh yeah, I'm about to go right back to sleep. I literally was. I'm so tired, and also those late night drinks after work tonight. We had a couple because I don't have to go to work tomorrow. I had about, let me see, I know I had about 4 Jello shots, a Malibu Sunrise, a shot of vodka. Yeah, I had vodka today. I also had Fireball, Jameson.
What do you think
So
about this Silk Road stuff, Steve? Have you been hearing this?
No.
You haven't been hearing what I've been. Jalen, have you been listening?
No, I've been listening, but I don't know anything about it.
Oh, this Ross Ulrich guy. I don't know. I don't know. I was started watching this documentary, but it's probably super copyright because Keanu Reeves is narrating it. So I have a feeling I won't even be able to play it. But
Keanu Reeves, the guy from Bill and Ted.
the guy from The Matrix, the guy from Speed.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, man. Totally, bro.
I'm glad he's still doing work after Bill and Ted.
I think Bill and Ted is probably his most unique character. All the other characters are the same. John Wick, Neo, Speed. He's
But
always the
that
same
that
character.
dude in like real life, he is a down to earth good person though.
That's what they say.
I could see Keanu Reeves playing you in this movie, Steve Harlow. I could see that. Who else would you want to play you? And who would you want to play you, Joshua, in a movie?
I play myself.
You wouldn't be cast.
Why not?
You wouldn't be cast. You can't
What?
act.
You don't know. You don't know. You never saw. You didn't hear my story about Judgment House on Halloween at church. I was a great actor.
Okay, let me see. Let me see you try to perform. What is something that everybody knows that's universal?
Why are you so mean to me?
Go get your Bible. Go get your Bible.
All my life, I've been beat by men. My daddy, my brother.
All you doing is doing JLP does The Color Purple.
And ladies and gentlemen, after 3 weeks of this harsh treatment that JS went through, he finally broke away free from all of this horrible life he lived.
He sounds so
Free at last. Free at last. Thank God Almighty. I'm free at last.
Ooh, Lord Jesus.
You know, I hate it here. Why did I wake up
You
to
ever
listen?
notice? You ever listen to those channels where they like they're not even using AI voices. They're just using their own voice, but they're trying to like do that voice. And dude, it drives me nuts because they got good content, but I just can't listen to it because it drives me, like. And then he went through the tunnel, and I can't even imitate it right now, but it drives me nuts, man.
There's one guy on YouTube, and he does creepy videos. And so I was playing some of his stuff on Halloween this past year on the show, like creepy videos.
Yep.
And he says, hold on, how do I do it? Then the girls went down the road, and then the ghost came. They saw the ghost, and it was very scary.
That's exactly the one I'm talking about. I don't remember the name, but yeah, and it's so annoying, dude. I've even left comments. I'm like, dude, I'd love to listen to this shit, but I can't stand the way this dude talks. And then people like attacked me.
Yeah.
It's like, no, he's got great content.
It's like top 10
dude,
spookiest videos. One day,
Yeah, what is it? Like
she was in
something
her
ham.
house and the ghost came.
Yeah, she's in her house. Yeah, it's like something ham. Something ham. Like I can't remember what it is, but yeah, dude, it shit drives me nuts. What the hell is it? Something ham. I don't know. Let's see if I type ham. No.
Creepy Cam? No. Sir Spooks? I don't know if that's it. I'm trying to see if I recognize any of these names. Is it Sir Spooks?
Oh.
But yeah. Yeah, some of the law and crime the true crime stuff is like that too.
Oh, I think it's chills. Chills.
Chills. Rome said the other guy is Chills.
Number 15.
Number
Skinwalkers.
15. The
And it's
Skinwalkers.
true. When they walk through the woods.
Oh, is that
dude,
like those creepy stories and stuff, or those
Yeah.
like scary
Yep.
stories? I like
Yep.
those. I'll listen to those.
I do too.
sometime.
I
I'll listen
freaking
to those
love
on, like,
him,
a Friday night.
especially this Chills guy. I love his content, but I have to mute it because it's like, dude, just stop. Don't talk like that. Nobody talks like that. You've never ran into someone at the supermarket or the gas station or the party store, and they're like, "How are you doing? I went to the supermarket last week. I had a good time." Like,
Yep.
nobody talks like that.
The best one though is
Irritating.
is it
I roam
JCS
church.
or is it JCS or Escape with Us or
I think it's JCS.
EWU EWU? Hello. Hello EWU squad. And it's like this
I've
week
heard of them.
we
Yeah,
have
they,
a murderous killer. But I guess if you're just clipping stuff, that's like kind of a good formula. You just clip together clips and then you just sit in the dark and just do some like, today we're like, it's probably fun to just talk like, in a world, one man
right.
rises against the odds.
One man, 3 tacos and 2 burritos. Never thought he would overcome. And the burrito man comes through. Yeah.
Yeah.
In a world.
Damn.
That's good, dude. That's really good.
You'd probably get a bunch of views if you did a voice like that.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, dude.
I should go back into my voice acting stuff. I just don't know how that editing stuff is hard. But y'all know I'm an actor.
In a world strong
Dude,
with the world you
I'm
are.
telling, and I was attacked for putting that in the comments. Like tons of people attacked me, and so yeah, you'd get tons of views because people would be there just for that voice.
Uh-huh.
I was like, dude, I'm not trying to start shit. I'm just saying I love the content, but I can't stand fake ass voice. But people love that shit.
Probably because, like, I think that guy's been doing that forever. He's got like millions of subscribers, and
Yeah.
probably a million people have said that.
Oh yeah.
And they're just like, whatever, we're tired of you. Okay, his voice is weird. You're still watching it.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got 6.23 million.
Yeah.
Damn. 6.23 million, dude. That guy's definitely making
rich
good money.
And if it's all monetized and you're not saying anything controversial, oh yeah.
Right. Oh yeah. Especially
I think it's something if you get if you have like 100,000 subscribers, you're making like 10 grand a month.
Oh my. How long have y'all had your
Maybe that's
channels?
wrong, or maybe it's 100,000 views is $10,000. But so if you're making a video, if every video gets $1 million and you make 10 videos a month, or What am I saying? I don't know. It's a lot of money once you're at that level.
Steve, how long have you had your channel?
Oh shit! What the fuck? Hold on one sec. What the fuck?
Dang, that triggered him.
Steve
I hate that.
Harloa was sitting in his studio when all of the sudden something
Take it up
crept out
higher.
of the darkness.
Take it up higher though. Make your voice even higher and see what that turns the story into.
Shit. Sorry about that, guys.
Steve Harloa.
We just got that new fucking washer
Higher,
and
not
dryer.
lower.
That
What'd
thing
you
was
say,
going.
Steve?
Steve Harloa.
You keep making
Anyway,
it
sorry. I
delicious.
think you said how long have I had my channel? Is that what you asked?
Yeah.
Well, I've had it since 2011,
Oh,
but
that's in high school.
I didn't actually I didn't even realize until 2020 about getting subscribers and all this shit. I never even thought of it. I just had a channel because I watched other people's shit. And then all of a sudden I was like, "Oh wait, I got 19 subscribers." And then I started doing editing videos on my phone, and they were shit. I actually took them all down because they were horrible. But then it was like I got 50 subscribers. I was like, oh, and then I kind of just got addicted. And I was like, dude, I got 50 subscribers. And then I had 100, and I was like, dude, I had 100. Like 100 people are subscribed to me. And then I was like, well, if I hit 500 subscribers, I'll do a live stream. And I did. I hit 500 subscribers. And I was like, ah, shit. I don't want to do a live stream because I used to be shy, very shy. And so I did. I kept my word. And then I scheduled my live stream a week before my birthday. This is 4 years ago. And in 1 week, I went from 500 subscribers to 700 subscribers.
Mm-hmm.
And then once I did that live stream, bro, Steve Methlo, what's up, bro? But as soon as I did that live stream, I was hooked, man. I was just like, oh, this is I got to do this all the time. I love it.
Nice,
So
nice.
technically, I've had my channel for about 4 years, technically. But
How did you two stumble upon each other? How did y'all find each other's channels?
Latin and Cali.
Yeah, Latin Kelly. Yeah.
She on her stream. She said, "Go check out Steve's stream." So I did, but I wish because when I was younger, I had one of those. You remember the flip cam? It was like a handheld recorder that you could just flip out a thing and it would flip and you could plug it into USB.
I remember those.
I had one of those
Mhm.
and I was on Mad Crew doing the door-to-door sales. I wish I would have started then with making real videos because by now I think it would have been way bigger. It would have been crazy. That would have been an extra 15 years of crazy content was going on when we were on the road. But when I started my channel, I watched videos on YouTube for like 3 months. All I watched was how to make a channel, what to do, how to edit videos, how to do thumbnails, how to do titles, how to do tags, all this stuff. And I had it planned in my head, and I told my parents, I'm like, I'm gonna start a YouTube channel, and I'm gonna do something. and and I remember when I first started the channel, I was homeless at the time. I made a sign, and it's in one of my videos, one of my way early videos. I made a sign that said, "Homeless YouTuber, I don't want your money. I just want subscribers." And I sat out on Main Street during club night on a Friday night with the sign in my hands. And I had I was working at the time, but I didn't have a house, so I didn't have any bills to pay. So I could just I bought a Osmo tripod, and I had a phone, and I had it set up, and it was an interesting little experiment because I think if you watch that, it shows that like it, I could almost go through and do a study. Like 500 people walked by me, and like 2 of them read the sign. And a lot of people give you dirty looks and keep going. And afterwards, I was like, it's interesting. On the sign, it says, I don't want your money. All I want you to do is take 2 seconds to open up your phone, go to your YouTube, and subscribe to my channel. And I think like 2 people did it and a bunch of people handed me money. And at the time I was broke, so I took the money, but I wasn't asking for the money. But it was interesting to see that people they kind of just ignore you, and which, I'm not trying to be like sympathetic to homeless people and stuff. I don't think you should even really, unless there's
Probably was worried that you was on drugs.
right. And I was off drugs at the time. I had just gotten off drugs, so I was probably smoking some pot, but
Well, there's that, and the how people don't pay attention or listen or anything like that because the sign says, "I don't want your money."
yeah.
But then they're handing you money, and
And
it's
they don't
like,
even
so
look at the sign, and they just hand you money.
Yeah.
Like, why are you handing
It's
me
like it
money?
says, "I don't money."
Yeah, it's
But
like
then,
you just want to. Why are you doing this? You're doing it, I don't know, to feel better about yourself. I don't know, but it was an interesting little social experiment to see how many people read the sign, and and eventually by doing that, some girl came by, and she's like, I'm in college right now, and I'm doing a class, and in our class we do I forgot what they did. There is a creative arts class or something like that. And my sign was real decorative, and like I had the YouTube square on it, and I had all different colors and stuff. And I think I still have that sign somewhere. But she read it, and she's like, wow, this is so cool. I'm going to get all my friends to sign up. And I went from like 6 subscribers to like 120 subscribers within like the first week. And I think all of them have unsubscribed by now because they're probably all liberals, but because now I've totally gone the other way. Like, but but it was interesting how that happened. And she was pretty cool for a while. She was in the chats, and whenever I did a video, she'd comment. We'd talk back and forth. And then when I started doing political stuff, and my subscribers started diving, I think at one point she commented and she's like, "Yeah, I can't support this anymore." And I was like, "I understand."
I know that's right. Smart girl.
Well, by that point, I was at like 2,000 subscribers, so I didn't care. I was like, whatever.
how long did it take you to get to 2,000?
I don't know. I got to 100 within the first month, and then I got to 1,000 within the first year. I know that. And then it kept growing. For a while there, I was gaining 70 to 120 every month. And this is like when I'm homeless. And it was growing consistently. And then when all this time I'm into politics. I'm getting into politics, and I'm getting into religious stuff and stuff like that, which are the 2 like most controversial issues, the things you're not supposed to talk about, is politics and religion.
Right.
And that's my favorite stuff to talk about. And I was like, once I get housed and stuff, it's like, okay, well, I can't keep making videos about being homeless. People are interested in that stuff, and I'm growing because of that stuff, but I gotta talk about what I want to talk about. And as soon as I started, I think when the BLM riots and stuff were happening, that's when I was like, okay, we're gonna go into this area. And
We're gonna take our hood off and show our true colors. Is what I heard.
right. And
But that's what messed me up though, because when I first started my channel, I was far right. I was hardcore right wing fucking, because I used to hate Trump, and then when he became president in 2016, I was like, yeah, this is actually a good thing. And then my business fucking was booming. So in 2020, when I was actually starting to actually build my channel, I was far right. Like I was as far right as anyone you, and that's, and then boom, I'm growing. I hit 1,000. I get monetized, and then I got a strike, and then I'm like, ah, shit. But then along the lines, my thoughts about government and my, how I feel changed. But, and I still think life was way better when Trump was president. I'm not going to take that away. But you know what I mean? So it's like, all right, well, and I live in Hawaii. Me and Nina were doing lives, and then that was gaining viewers. And then it's like, well, fuck, dude, my channel's like all over the place, man. It's like I just got to stick to one thing, I can't do politics because that's gonna mess me up. I'm gonna get a strike every other week, lose my channel.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know where I'm going with that, but yeah.
Now, are you sharing? I got 2 questions for Joshua. Joshua, first of all, specifically, how many subscribers do you have now?
4940.
Okay, so we need
60 more
we
to
need
get the dreads cut off.
that's what I was about to say. You need to push. You need to make that goal number 1. Do whatever you have to do to get to the 5,000.
I really don't like it because all my subscribers come from shorts now. So
well, please, or shorts, go
and I don't
in your
even like
bathroom.
doing that. I don't like that. Like I can make a Trump short right now and spend 5 minutes. I can screen record something on my cell phone, zoom it in my editor, cut it up, make it into a minute. Takes me 10 minutes to record it, edit it, release it. It'll get 5,000 views and I'll get 6 subscribers tomorrow from it. But it's like the streams aren't growing. None of those people convert to
right. No, yeah, that's so true. So true. Because yeah, it's dude, that's like I have at least, I don't even know at least how many, but I have a shit ton that became subscribers because of shorts. But the shorts have nothing to do with what my live streams are about. So those people don't show up for the live. They're just waiting for more shorts,
And it
well,
pisses
first
me
of all,
off because what I've noticed is that the game you got to play. So when I first started doing my stream, I had all these different groups and all these different cliques and all these different communities that would come. And when I first started doing the stream, the weekly show, I'd have 30, 35 viewers every week. But then you say something that pisses off one person in this group. And then that whole group is gone. And then they're talking crap about you on other streams. And then you say something that pisses this group off, and it's like you
so true.
Got to learn to just like not care and whatever. I'm gonna
Dude,
say,
you're 1,000% right. Because that's, dude, it used to bother me. I used to lose sleep over it. I'd be like, oh fuck, I think I pissed off so and so or whatever. And then it's just like, what the fuck? Who fucking cares? Just, and that's what I've been doing since for the past 2 years. Is I'm just gonna be me. If you don't like me, bye. Don't
Yep.
fucking like see ya. If you don't, because we like that's what I love about you, Josh. Because like we disagree on a lot of shit, but we still fucking talk about it, and like okay, and I still respect your opinion. You still respect mine, and then we just fucking keep going, and it's good shit, right? To me, it is.
Yeah.
So
Well, and then
you
I hear
know,
you. So maybe this is like my ego, and I think a lot of people do this, and I should know better. But sometimes you'll say things, and I think everybody does this, but you think it's like directed at you. So
right? Oh yeah,
so
yep,
you'll say like
yep.
you'll say like maybe we disagree on some things, but I don't hate you, or and then I'm thinking in my head, well, yeah, maybe we disagree, but I don't hate you either. And I'm like, yeah, but maybe you're probably not talking to me. Why do I think somebody's, or even like big streams, I'll hear them say something and it sounds like it's referring to something I said, and
Mhm.
I'm like,
Yeah.
oh, they're attacking me, or oh, they're mad at me, or something like that. And it's like, no,
Yeah.
that's not the
That's
case.
like you, Joshua, because don't y'all believe to not be in your imagination? Now that's something I definitely feel like. I feel
But
like people be attacking me a lot on certain streams and stuff.
But
But
also, what I
I
say is, if it doesn't apply, let it fly. If I say something and it hits you like that, then maybe I am
well, that's the
talking to
thing though,
you, but I'm
because
talking in general and it just applies to you. If it doesn't apply, then it shouldn't bother you, or,
well, that's how YouTube works because a lot of people that watch YouTube and like are in live streams, they take everything because it's all emotions. So they take everything personal. So unless, and this is for all the people that take everything personal, unless the person on the panel says your name specifically, don't take it personal.
Yeah.
Don't take, but I've lost a lot of subscribers for that same thing. And it's like, what? They're mad about what? And they're like, well, you said this and that. I'm like, I wasn't fucking talking to them. What the hell? You
But
know?
there is a lot of
But
clicking up. They like click up and they kind of like travel together in groups, and they will like
yeah,
you'll say something that makes one person in the group mad, and then the whole group's gone. And
right. Yeah, I've lost tons of subscribers for that same reason. And then recently a few of them popped back in and I was like, oh shit, what's up, man? Good to see you.
yep.
Oh, I just seen Rome's comment, slapped ham. That's the one I was thinking of. Thank you, Rome. That was a long time ago, but
Who slapped ham?
Joshua. Oh
that's the
well,
one. The way they talk funny is one
when
of
they
the ones.
talk.
That's the one I was trying to think of. And the other
Okay,
guys is chills. Oh,
but
you said it too. Oh, shoot, right on, Rome. I wasn't looking at chat. My bad.
Yeah, she said chilled.
do you
Chills.
if Joshua, you were homeless at one point. Why didn't you just go back to be with your parents?
I'm not a beta.
No, oh, so you'd rather be on the street,
Beta.
be
Beta.
on the
because
mm-mm.
because
Yeah, I was homeless at one point too. Shit.
I
Fuck
burnt
that. I
I
don't ever
burnt a
want to do
bridge
that.
with my I burnt a bridge with my family. I burnt a bridge with my city, my state, and
Not your stage.
yeah. So and it's like I'm yeah, I don't know. Even if I became homeless now, I still wouldn't go back and live with my mom. Like it's
There ain't nothing wrong with living with your mother if you're trying to like rebuild and stuff.
I don't know. Well, I was homeless because of, well, I don't like saying because of drugs, but uh I got
I
too
mean, not want to say it. We all know that's the reason.
well, no, the reason was me, and uh me not doing right. Um it's not the drugs' fault, but once I got too deep into the drugs, I lost everything. And I don't know. I just figured it'd be better to work my way back to not to get my life together by myself. How's it going to help me to go? I didn't even wasn't even dependent on the government. Like I left the when I first became homeless, I stayed in the homeless shelter. Well, I quickly found out that the homeless shelter is a drug den. It's a it's just like everybody's shooting up in their bunks. Everybody's doing drugs. I watched a guy get stabbed, watching people overdose, watching people fights, drugs, all sorts of stuff. And uh, the way that I was able to quit because I had a job, and so I took like 2 full paychecks and I bought camping gear, and I said I'm leaving the homeless shelter. It's crazy. It's a crazy story because I bought all this camping gear and I was ready to be out of the homeless shelter. And I said, I'm going to spend a couple more nights here at the shelter, buy a few more things, whatever, whatever. And I was rolling a blunt at my bunk one night, and I got kicked out of the homeless shelter. And it was my third time being kicked out in a year. The previous 2 times I got kicked out was for slamming. This time I get kicked out for rolling a blunt, and I'm clean. Well, I'm clean. I'm like a week clean off of slam. I'm still on methadone at the time.
What
But
is slamming?
shooting up.
Oh, Jesus.
And so the first 2 times the first time you get kicked out for a night, the second time you get kicked out for 3 nights, the third time you're out for permanently. So the third time I get kicked out when I was gonna leave on my own a couple nights later, I was planning on staying there a couple more nights, and I'm rolling a blunt, and I haven't used hard dope in like a week, and I get caught rolling a blunt, and they kicked me out permanently from the shelter. And I was like, whatever. I was planning on leaving in a couple days anyway, but it was crazy. And I was like,
You just had to have that one spiffy or whatever, as y'all call it. But
yeah.
do you roll it up? You wasn't even gonna smoke it, was you?
Oh no, I was gonna. Well, they took it from me. I was pissed about that, but they like bring me down to the office and they're like, "You're permanently banned." I was like, I was planning on leaving here because nobody can get clean from drugs in this place. Like, and I was trying to get clean, and at the time, it's always around you. And I said this in one of my videos a long time ago. I was like, when you're trying to get clean, if you're around a bunch of addicts, they're all gonna bring you down. That's when all the free drugs come. It's like nobody ever is going to give you anything free until they find out you're trying to get clean. Now all of a sudden everybody's got a handout for you. And
yep.
So I knew I had to get out of the shelter, and they kicked me out, and I was like, whatever, that's cool. I just wish I could take my blunt with me, but but
when I was homeless, I had no idea that the government would even help me. I didn't even think that was an option. Which is a good thing, because if I knew that then, I would have went to them, and then who knows, I'd probably still be homeless. But
well, I think me buying a tent and a sleeping bag and going to spend a winter in the snow was the best thing for me, because if I would have stayed in the shelter, I would have kept using. If I would have got housing, they at the time they took a apartment complex and they turned it into like homeless housing, where they would move people into housing. So I knew all these homeless people living in this apartment complex. And if you went, and so one of the people I would get bud from, and I would go to this apartment complex, and everybody in this, and this is like a year after I've been on the streets, and I go into this apartment complex, and I get weed from this person, and that was like the first time I was like tested, and I realized, okay, I got this, because the same person who sold me bud also did other harder drugs. And there was one night I was there buying weed, and we smoked a joint, and then they bust out the harder drugs, and I said, I gotta go, and I got up and left. And
Good.
when I left, I like felt stronger. I was like, oh, I can do this, because the old me would have been in there like doing it. Um, but anyway,
Joshua, I don't like you, but I'm proud of you on that. I am proud of you for making that decision.
well, here's the crazy part of the story. That building caught on fire and burnt down. And
My Jesus.
all of those homeless people who were all still on drugs, and they were all still selling drugs out of that building, all the drugs, that whole building burnt down, and they all ended up homeless again. And
My
so,
Jesus.
so it was like, what this is what the city and the taxpayers' money is funding, is to take a dilapidated building and turn it into a place to move all the homeless people into, and then they burn the building down. And it was a trash heap. There was crap everywhere. There was homeless people
But
everywhere.
dude, I was gonna say that's what happens when like I said, I'm glad I didn't know that the government could help me at the time, because once you
They can't.
are being helped by the government, that's what builds entitlement. Then your mindset just goes to, I don't gotta do shit. I'm just gonna get free money,
Yeah.
which isn't free because it's other people's money that you know what I mean. People that work hard for it.
Yeah, and
And then,
that's when I learned that if you don't earn something, you don't care about it.
yep, exactly,
Like,
absolutely. I agree with you on that 1,000%. Yep.
You don't earn something, you don't care about it.
That's why
even
if I don't work for if something's handed to me, I feel guilty about it because it's like I didn't fucking earn this. It's not mine.
even
You know.
the truck I have right now, it's not in my name. It's like my boss's truck that he gave me so I could get a job and blah blah blah. I work to pay for the insurance for it. So I do like landscaping around these apartments and stuff to pay for the insurance on the truck. But I don't take care of that truck. I don't like keep it. If if this is a vehicle that I saved up my money and I bought, it's going to be
Yep.
immaculate. Everything
But
on
it
it's
also provides
clean.
you to get to your job, sir. You should still take care of the maintenance
Yeah,
on
I
that.
take I make sure there's gas and there's oil in it, but like like that, this is just a truck that it's a crappy truck, and it's like I don't care about it. It's just whatever. I make sure that I work to pay the insurance on it, and it gets me to and from work. But it's not something I worked hard to earn. Uh, so
No, yeah, there is. There's a different mentality for it if you earned it or not. Like,
yeah, it gets dirty. I don't go and wash it. But if I saved up and I bought this truck, you know, I'm washing it. I'm cleaning. I'm vacuuming it. I'm making sure it stays clean. We're not leaving any trash anywhere. We're not spilling anything anywhere. But now it's just like whatever. This is just how I get to and fro. You know, I'll make sure the insurance is paid on it. I'll make sure it stays running. But
right?
you know, or even like my apartment, I try to keep my apartment clean and nice. Um, but it's not the same as if I have my own house or something like. So the level of work you put into earning something is the level of care that you give that thing. I don't know.
Yeah,
You still
absolutely. Yep.
have a name attached to it, so you should always have some type of pride to consider with that. I could be wrong, though. I could be wrong.
But granted,
And
now maybe if it was a nice truck or something, I would take. But this truck was in a rollover and it's falling apart and it's like a beater, so it's like
Mm.
But yeah, I mean, if it's just like it's not like I got it new. It's not like I saved up and earned this thing and got it new and I'm gonna keep it new and I'm gonna keep it pristine. It's like he had a beater truck that he had to move. He has nowhere to put it. And he's like, whatever, just take the truck, pay for the insurance, and you can have it. And so it's like, okay, it's just, I treat it like what I put into it.
right. That's-
But
See,
All right,
one
guys.
thing,
Well,
I
hey, man.
need a man's perspective. I need another man's perspective. I don't know if you was here earlier in the stream, if you heard it, but I was slightly upset with one of my friends because he
gosh.
well, you explain the situation then, Joshua. You explain it.
His friend has a boyfriend and he was making out with another boy at the club and Jalen called him out on it and then they said Jalen was too judgmental. Was that a good synopsis?
Yeah, because it's still bro code. Because I'm not going to tell the guy because that the other boyfriend.
No, you're just gonna tell everybody at the club.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm telling you all because I need.
But I don't think you're too judgmental for that.
I'm just upset because they said I was like too judgmental and stuff, and like no, that upset me because that's still not only your reputation, but if you're hanging around me, that's somewhat seeping over into like the judge of character of people that I'm hanging around with, and so I felt like I have a reason to be upset.
I don't think you're too judgmental for it. Maybe a little bit like uh, the only thing I'd say is maybe it's a like mind your own business situation. I don't know, but
Yeah, oh, that's what I've just decided. I'm just like, you know what? You do things in
Either
your
that,
life.
either that, or it's just like morals, right? It's all about morals, right?
Yeah, it's definitely about more.
And that's the reason you said something, right? Because morals.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you're one of my friends and stuff. My friends don't do classless things like that. Like I'm very selective when it comes to like who I want in my life, and especially who I want as a friend. And like my friends don't do that.
But I'd rather have a friend if my girlfriend's cheating on me. I want the friend who's going to tell me.
Yeah, me too.
That's the thing. Like my friend is the one that cheated, but if it was my friend being cheated on, oh yeah, that would have been told. That would have been told, and they would have had to hear from me. They would have had to definitely hear from me on that. So, but my friend is the one that is doing the cheating, and I'm like, good God Almighty, like what? Why would you do this? Why wouldn't you know who I am as a person? Would you ever do something like that? And yes, sir.
With all due respect, and I don't know if this comes off the wrong way. I'm sorry, but from all the gay people I know, I never thought you could cheat. Because like all the gay people I know all have open relationships.
That's exactly
I didn't think there was no
what
cheating.
Nada said, and that's exactly what I thought. Like, isn't that common in the gay community?
I don't, but not all of us do that though. And I was under the understanding, like with my friend, that they were not open. I learned they're just dating, so there's no labels. But not all of us are in open relationships or want to be in open relationships. Some of us like monogamy and just
are they
want.
like that? Maybe they're
Right.
okay with that.
I didn't know that. That's why I said with all due respect, because I did. That's
Right.
So
Nah,
yeah, I'm
that
glad I brought
was.
it up because
I think that's more of a stereotype, but it's also something that's common because I
No, but
don't.
that's from the people that I actually know that are gay. I mean, one of my neighbors, fucking awesome dude, but it's what he tells me too. He's like, "No, you can't cheat." Okay.
Oh.
But
When people say they're in open relationships, then it's like they have like a free pass to do whatever and stuff. But I don't necessarily agree with open relationships. Even when Monique said she was in an open relationship, I'm like, no. And I don't want to pass judgment on that, for even though I have my own moral standing and my own agreements on things. I don't know. He and I had a good drink and talk about it tonight because we was having problems because he was trying to tell some of our other friends that I was like being disappointed and stuff. Well, because I told him I was disappointed in him and in his actions, and I told him whatever's going on between you and I, you don't have to spread it to the friend group. You just talk to me. I'm not going to spread that tuber and stuff. If there's something going on between you and I'm going to be man enough to leave it between you and I and stuff. So thank you for your perspective. I needed a man's perspective because Nada was telling me something, but I think I was a little intoxicated when he was telling me stuff. And then Joshua, I think, may have said something, but I don't always hear Joshua.
You don't always listen.
I listen. I just don't always hear you. And like I said, I still needed a man's perspective. You missed that part when I said that too.
all right, guys. Well, you know what? It's 1:30 in the morning, and I still haven't had dinner, so
Good
I'm gonna
God,
get something to eat. And
send that
I got
stuff,
home a few
Steve.
hours ago. I got
Send
home a
that.
few hours ago, but I had all kinds of shit going on. So
Damn, like you
I'm
work
gonna
till
get
like
something
11
to eat.
o'clock?
No, well, I had to meet up with my old business partner that we did some jobs with, and the customer didn't pay, but she finally paid, so I had to meet up with him to pay him. But then we ended up talking in the Lowe's parking lot for like 3 hours. But then I was picking up from Lowe's a washer and dryer that's all in one, so it's like one small thing, but it's a washer and dryer. And then when I got home, and yeah, it's just my whole day. I didn't make any money today, but I've been busting my ass all day. So
I'm sorry to hear that, but you was able to buy a whole washer and dryer. You got somebody's money. You got some
well,
type
that
of
we
money.
only got that because we switched to solar, and we got a gift card that paid for the washer and dryer. So
Okay. Steve, when you get the chance, please send that because I'm trying not to buy new headphones, but later this week I'm
no,
gonna
dude,
have.
I have it. I have it on my front seat, and oh man, I wish my van was right here. I have it, and it even says Jalen right on it with the address. And every time, by the time I go to the freaking post office, they're closed. It's like, fuck, man,
Okay.
I gotta do this like first thing in the morning or something, or like before
I'm
I go to
trust.
my first job.
I almost bought a new pair of headphones today. I almost did it, but then I was like, no, let's not do it. Let's just eat our
Right?
burger.
No, these are Raycons, man.
I love Raycon.
I'll make it a priority. I'll make it a priority tomorrow to like before I do anything. Once I leave, I'm going straight to the post office.
Thank you, Steve Harlow. I
'Cause,
greatly
yeah, they're
appreciate
on my front seat every day when I get in there. That's the first thing I see because I put green painter's tape on it, and then I wrote Jalen in black marker, so it sticks out every day. That's the first thing I see when I get in my van, like
You
Jalen.
know, it's my favorite color.
Oh, green? That's my favorite color too.
I tell you, every time I talk to Steve Harlow, I just end up always having a good smile.
Hey, me too, man. Me too.
Such a kind soul. Look at Josh. He don't know how to take it. He just think it's silly. Look at him. Oh, that made me laugh. there. I'll take that.
All right. Later,
Josh, let's
Steve.
say goodbye to the baby.
Have
Trying
a-
to go.
I'm saying later. Have a good night. Have a good day.
All right, right on, brother. Yeah, I'll still be listening, man. But yeah, I'll talk to you guys soon.
Goodbye, Steve.
See ya.
Yeah, man. How long you planning on going?
I don't know. I probably watched some of this documentary
And give your feedback as you watching.
yep.
What did you have for dinner? Some type of Funyuns with ranch or mayonnaise or something?
No, ramen with mayonnaise.
I know you freaking lying to me. Not ramen with mayonnaise. I was just joking.
No, it was ramen with peas and tuna and mayonnaise and mustard.
Good God Almighty! And you don't want government assistance at all? You probably qualify for EBT. You need to
I know.
go to that office
I know.
soon.
I could probably get some food stamps.
Yeah, I think that'll behoove you, sir. Mayonnaise and noodles. My God in heaven.
I can
My
budget.
God. What did I have for dinner? Okay, when I got on the stream, I was eating a pork chop sandwich. I have some leftover Burger King.
I don't think taxpayers should be feeding me.
Okay, if you rather starve and live
I'm not
in
starving. I'm good. I'm all right.
My gosh. How you got that good job at that retail place and you can't even afford to get you some good food?
It's not a great job. It's like it's not like a great job.
And whatever happened? Weren't you at one point trying to work for UPS or something?
I was working for UPS. So it's a long story.
And then what happened with Amazon? Wasn't you trying to work there?
No, I looked into applying to Amazon. But then when I looked into it, I researched into it, they said it's 4 10-hour shifts a week, and you can't wear headphones.
No, you can't. You can't. It's 14-hour shifts a week.
I can't do that.
You get paid once a week.
I can't do a menial task for 10 hours. I can't stand at a line and put boxes in a thing for 10 hours without listening to something. I'll go crazy.
I mean, you would have like a 30-minute lunch break and you would have like a break. There are breaks. There's like maybe a 30-minute break at 11 and 3.
No, I need to listen to something. I listen to books, I listen to debates, I listen to philosophy, I listen to theology, I listen to history, I listen to all sorts of things.
Yeah, I'll get you that because I had to hide my headphones and stuff because there would be times I just wanted to. I work better with music. I work better with music.
Well, and they say it increases productivity. I don't know why they do that. That's crazy. And I've heard all these stories about they monitor your steps and people pee in bottles because they have to meet their quota. And I'm fine with all that if I can have headphones.
No, people are going to go to the bathroom. When I worked at Amazon, people went to the bathroom and stuff. They sometimes would hide in the bathroom, but yeah, no, they do monitor your stats and they could like mess with your head. So that's something.
I'm good with all of that if I can have headphones. I can't not listen to something. I need to be.
Oh yeah.
I can do a menial task for menial wages. I'm okay with that, but I need to be growing my brain. I can't not listen to stuff.
But see, like
but I'm not listening to Beyonce. I'm listening to like.
Well, see, maybe if you was listening to Beyonce, you wouldn't have to eat ramen with mayonnaise.
If I liked to listen to Beyonce, I could just listen to the Amazon music that they play. I could just listen to the top 40. I would go crazy. I would off myself in a week.
You would off yourself listening to Beyonce.
No, I would just quit the job, but I couldn't do that. No.
I when I worked at a library and everything, there would be times when I was like shelving books and I would like listen to my music and stuff. But otherwise, I was quite okay with not listening to music. That was like one of the few times I was okay, but I still made it a point. But yeah, basically every job I've had those moments where I'm making sure I'm listening to music and
I'm
stuff.
not
It
listening
just
to
helps.
music though. I'm listening to stuff to make me smarter. You know what I did the other night? I took a practice SAT and I
Oh,
realized I might be able to do good on I was looking into joining Mensa and what scores you need to I could get into Mensa and then I was like, well, what are the benefits of Mensa? And it's like um free books and
oh,
uh speaking speaking conferences and stuff where intelligent people go up and speak and stuff and I was like, yeah, that's kind of cool, but it's not worth it. But anyway, that led me into SATs and I was like, I wonder what I would get on an SAT if I took it. And I always thought in school I was always in like the 99th percentile of standardized testing. Well, the practice SAT questions that I took were like all algebra, and I suck at algebra. I'm not good at algebra. I'm not a math brained guy. I'm a verbal IQ and like words and
mm-hmm.
writing and stuff like that. And I got I got 1 out of 3 questions right. The first question was read this sentence and tell us how to fix the underlined section. Okay, that's easy. I got that one right, easy. Then the next
What
question
was
is 3x minus 2y equals 23. 2y minus 3x equals 9. Which one of these is the proper equation to solve this formula? And so it's like slope intercept form, which I know what it is. And
that
I'm
was
like running through it in my head for like 10 minutes. And I'm like, none of these answers are right.
no.
And I got that wrong, and I got the next one was a similar question, and I was like, "Damn, I suck at algebra." Like,
Wait, if you had to use slope intercept, what that's y2 plus y1 divided by y2 minus y1, right?
I don't freaking know.
Well, there you go. I'm trying to help.
That's why I got 2. They gave me 2 algebra questions and 1 reading question, and that's what they always told us in high school. It's math and reading, and I was always great at reading, and I'm great at geometry, but like algebra, oh no, I can't. I suck at that. I'm so bad at that, and so now I want to like listen to, but I but you can't get good at that without practice. So you'd have to sit there. I'd have to sit there with a notepad and watch a video and learn how to do these equations, which I could learn it if I really focused on it, but I just don't.
What's the point in learning this?
Just to be able
You
to
already
just to be able to crush an SAT to laugh at these fairies who struggle with the SAT.
these fairies who struggle with the SATs. Jesus Christ. Oh, it's 20. What generation are you to say fairies? That what? They still say
Whenever
fairy?
you still don't get it, you need to go watch the other guys. Whenever I that's a other guy's reference where he's like, I learned
Gotcha.
ballet. He does ballet and he's like an amazing ballet dancer. And he's like, you know ballet? He's like, yeah, I learned it in high school just to laugh at these fairies who do
That movie
ballet.
that movie was not funny to me. Like
The other
I've
guys
seen
was not funny to you? You're a horrible person.
there are other great movies outside of the other guys.
The other
That
guys is
movie
one of the best comedies out there. Mark
no
Wahlberg and Will Ferrell, great combination. Epic.
mm-mm. Well, no, they did good in Daddy's Home. Did they
That
do Daddy's Home together?
yeah, Daddy's Home was good. Not as good
Yeah,
as
no,
the other guys.
that was way better movie.
The other guys was so much better. But whenever I say I'm gonna do it just to laugh at these fairies, that's the other guy's reference.
Because I'm like, good God, fairies. Like, I thought you was like talking about like making it be a slur, and then I'm like, that's an old school slur. Like, you usually more modern than that. And
Well,
your
I
hate.
think last time I used this reference with you, I said the other F word because I thought that's what he said in the movie, but he doesn't say that in the movie. I think he says fairies.
You remember that, but you don't remember some other stuff. I don't know how
I remember everything
you remember everything. My goodness.
except for what I ate for breakfast because I didn't eat breakfast.
I don't know what you ate outside of the
Breakfast is
ramen.
for fairies.
You and this
He's like, you
fairies
know
word.
ballet? Yeah, I learned it in high school just so I could make fun of the fairies that took ballet class.
Now, okay, what are some other good comedy movies that are like way better than the other guys? The Longest Yard. The
No.
Longest Yard,
No.
way better.
Not way better. Longest Yard wasn't that good.
Neighbors was good.
And
I
that's
like
that's probably one of the worst Adam Sandler movies. You could have said Waterboy. You could have said Billy Madison. You could have said Happy Gilmore. Much better.
Why did you have The Longest Yard?
Longest Yard was
You did-
lame. That's when Adam Sandler
you did
started falling
good
off.
after the movie.
Big Daddy
I
is
was
better. Big Daddy is better than Longest Yard.
Your Daddy is better. I mean, he used to have some good hits and stuff. Let's see, what's the more Dumb and Dumber is way better than the other guys.
It's good.
Dumb,
It's good, but it's not better, I don't think.
National Security
The
with
only
Martin Lawrence.
The only
Big Mama's.
funnier movies than the other guys would be other Will Ferrell movies, I think. Like
What? How old are you?
Talladega, Step Brothers.
I don't like Will Ferrell movies. I didn't even like the one he did with Kevin Hart, Get Hard. I didn't like that one. I like
Get
the
Hard
Lego
was
movie.
pretty funny.
The
The
Lego
Lego
movie.
movie? Oh my goodness.
He did okay in the Barbie movie.
Okay, I'm trying to get off of Will Ferrell.
Martin Lawrence movies.
I don't know.
Big Mama's
Blue
House
Streak?
is great. Oh, Blue Streak. Nothing to Lose. Okay, what are some
I still
more?
don't think any other than I think other than other Will Ferrell movies, I still think Other Guys is at the top of this list. Maybe
I'm so
Talladega and Step Brothers might be funnier than Other Guys. What else?
like I said, the Lego movie is his best movie.
No.
The
Who else?
Lego movie is best. What's your favorite Eddie Murphy movie?
Maybe see even these movies, so these are like the Judd Apatow movies like 40-Year-Old Virgin, what's the other one? Sarah Marshall was funny. Um, what's the one about the end of the world? This is the End was funny.
I like This Is the End. That was a good one.
Still not better
40,
than the other guys.
all those movies are better than the other guys.
You're crazy.
Every one of those movies.
Have you ever seen Dinner for Schmucks?
Oh, that was funny. That was funny.
That was a weird funny. That's not like
it should have been funnier. It should have been funnier.
It was a weird
Zach
funny, yeah, it was a weird funny movie.
But it should have been way funnier. I thought it was going to be a lot better.
Super Bad.
Due Date is funnier than the other guys.
Due Date
With
had
Robert Downey Jr. and Zach Galifianakis.
Oh no, I'm thinking of a different one with Seth Rogen. What's the one with Seth Rogen where his wife is pregnant and he's got the bong in the house and the house catches on fire or something like that?
Is it Juno?
No.
Hold on, let me see.
Seth Rogen and his wife is pregnant and he's got to be a dad and all his friends are potheads.
This is 40.
Is that it?
Maybe I've never seen the movie you're talking about.
Dirty Mike and Dirty Jalen and the boys. Bro, the other guys is so funny. You're crazy. I still think of everything we named. I still think the other guys, maybe Talladega and the other guys and Step Brothers.
I tried to. I've seen the other guys when it first came out, and then I watched it a few weeks ago because you quoted it,
You
and
need to
you
watch it
said that.
again when they. Bro, the beginning of the movie, you think that Samuel L. Jackson and The Rock are like the heroes of the movie, and they run and jump off a building.
Right, they end up dying.
In like the very beginning of the movie.
Right, that was. But no, it's not. It's not that good of a movie. And sometimes
A desk
I'll watch
pop. You ever done a desk pop? I just did a desk pop.
No, that movie was too long. It's not that funny.
It's so good. It's got a story. It's got, oh man, that was a good movie. I love that movie.
Oh, there's some more good movies. Did you answer my question on your favorite Eddie Murphy movie?
Favorite Eddie Murphy movie? I don't know. Maybe, I don't know, like Dr. Doolittle or Nutty Professor or something.
I love Nutty Professor and then Dr.
Trading
Doolittle.
Places was good. What's the one where he's the king?
Coming to America.
Coming to America. The royal penis is clean, Your Highness.
I just saw Beverly Hills Cop for the first time a few weeks ago.
Good one.
The other guys.
That's
the
not
same.
the other guys.
It is. All Eddie Murphy movies are better than Will Ferrell. Will Ferrell's not that funny.
I'm trying to. I don't like Will Ferrell as a person now, but he's pretty funny. Oh, Zoolander.
Zoolander was okay. Ben Stiller has
Ben
better
Stiller was
movies.
good. Meet the Parents.
Meet the Parents is way better than Zoolander.
I loved Zoolander. I thought that.
Yeah, I like
And Will Ferrell's in that too. So.
Oh yeah, he was that guy.
Mugatu. I am Mugatu.
Like I said, my favorite Will Ferrell movies are the Lego movies and Barbie.
Nobody knows what the hell you're talking about. Lego movies and Barbie. Come on now.
Because he's the main guy in the Lego movie.
Nobody saw the Lego movies. I'm not 6 years old.
Okay, you give up on good movies. That movie was good.
I don't watch
that
children's movies.
And the Barbie movie, he did okay in the Barbie movie. I just did that to get
lame.
Yeah. You saw it?
Unfortunately, yes. I tried to hold off for so long, but everybody kept talking about it. And I was like, whatever, there's nothing else to watch. And I watched it.
How did you watch it?
I struggled.
Oh, my. That is shocking to me that you watched the Barbie movie.
Feminist propaganda nonsense.
It was a good movie. It was a good movie. Issa Rae should have had a bigger role, but America Ferrera killed it. It was a good movie.
Was so funny. I'm gonna do the you googly. I'm the you Googleizer. Or I've got the black lung, pa. You don't have the black lung, Derek. You've worked in the mine for one day. He's like a model in the mine.
That and the blue steel. The blue steel.
Magnum.
But then again, y'all don't even like the movies like Clerks or things like that. Like
Clerks
y'all
is
don't
all
like.
right. Hold on, we got to go to the big camera for this. Hold on, you guys ready for this?
What the hell is this?
I just hit him with the Magnum.
Oh my! What movie is that? Zoolander?
Or no, the Blue Steel. Which one was better?
Do the Blue Steel.
Blue Steel.
Do the Blue Steel.
Oh, hold on. Okay, hold on. I did Magnum. We got to do Blue Steel and Ferrari. Hold on. Here's the Ferrari. Here's the blue steel. You guys ready? This is gonna knock you off your feet.
That's your blue steel?
I can't see myself when I'm doing that.
That was definitely a sight to witness. I don't know how I'm going to go back to sleep and not have night. No, I'm not. It didn't cause nightmares. That was not the blue steel.
That was blue steel, man. I'm a hand model. I'm not a face model.
Did you like Superbad? I tried to get into that.
I
I didn't
said
really like
Superbad a little while ago. Superbad was good.
I need to rewatch it because it's been years.
That was Judd Apatow, right? He was pretty good.
He was out for a while.
What was the one that Stifler Role Models? That was good.
Ooh, Role Models with Paul Rudd.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
I miss Stifler. I miss Stifler being in movies. Sean William Scott was that guy. I miss American Pie movies now. That's better than basically everything you named.
The American Pie was pretty funny. It's all right. Yeah, it was pretty good. That was like the golden age of comedy. They don't make comedies like that anymore.
Right. They really don't. Like, when did they stop making good comedies?
They don't make anything good anymore. Nothing's good anymore. You pay more and you get less. Horror movies suck. I watched Strangers Chapter 1, and it's exactly the same as Strangers. It's the same movie.
Because I'm going to the movies later today. I'm supposed to see some movie called Babes.
If you've seen Strangers Chapter 1 is the exact same movie. Like, I don't even know if I actually watched Strangers Chapter 1. I think I might have just not seen Strangers in a long time, and they just called it Strangers Chapter 1, and it's the same movie.
Yeah, because when I saw that blonde girl say, "Is Tamara home?" I'm like,
it's
ain't that
exactly the same movie. Exactly the same. Like, didn't they crawl under the floorboards of the house in the original Strangers? And then they get out, and then they're running around. They go to the shelter, and then they're running around the woods, and then they get caught, and then they get killed, right?
Yep, and the first one.
Yeah, that's
don't spoil it because it's
I'm
still
not
a new
spoiling
movie.
it. It's the same movie. It's the same movie.
I guess.
No. Like, I literally think that it's the same exact movie with different actors. There was nothing different. I thought actually that they mislabeled it and that I was watching the old movie while I was watching the new movie. It's the same movie.
And the old movie wasn't that good. It didn't deserve a sequel in the first place. So I enjoyed.
I think it might actually be. It's not a prequel. It's a remake.
It can't be a remake.
It's the same exact movie. Like, everything is the same.
Well, I'll figure out what movie I'm going to see.
Did the dude have asthma in the first one, and he lost his inhaler at some point?
No, I don't remember.
Okay, so that's the only difference. The only difference in the new movie from the first Strangers and Chapter 1, the only difference is now the guy has asthma.
You should watch the movie The Blackening. That movie is good. I like black horror movies, and that was a good one.
I watched ISS. It was...
What's ISS?
International Space. It's when I thought it was going to be bigger than it was. I think it ended up being like a B movie, and it never went to theaters because it never showed up on the bootleg site that I watch all my movies. Usually we'll have top 10 movies, and I did a show on my Dreadedconservative show like 4 months ago. I said there's this new movie coming out called ISS. It was when they were talking about the Civil War movie was coming out, and I said, look, the Civil War movie's coming out, and this ISS movie's coming out. They're trying to tell us what's going to happen before it happens. and get us ready for it. And ISS was never on the top 10 list. It like never, I don't know if it never went to theaters or nothing, but I watched it. And it was,
I never heard of
it was decent. It's basically, uh, there's there's 3 American soldier or there's 3 American astronauts and there's 3 Russian astronauts on the International Space Station, and nuclear war breaks out on Earth. And so they both get messages from the government saying you need to secure the ISS by any means necessary. And so it's like the Russians versus the Americans on a space station while the world is blowing up. And it's a cool concept. Huh?
This movie and Civil War came out in the same year, around the same time.
Yeah, they both came out this past year, right around the same time. But
What
ISS,
is-
I guess, never got popular. And I think I won't. I just gave you the basic plot of it, which is in the previews or whatever. But maybe it's because the ending sucks. It's a crappy ending. The ending of Civil War was better.
It's 6:57. God dang it! I gotta go back to sleep. Well, Joshua, I'm pretty sure it was a blessing for me to be here. And I'll be leaving soon now, but thank you for your time.
Yeah, it was a blessing for you to be here.
I only do that to sound I'm not that pretentious. I'm actually a kind person. I just like doing that to get under your skin.
All right, go away. I'm gonna watch this documentary. We're gonna learn about this guy that made a drug selling website, and he's doing life in prison, and they want Trump to let him out.
You need to clear your hair. You need to watch something pure for just a few moments. All this evil stuff. All right. Good night.
Later.
Or good morning.
All right. All right. Enough Discord. Let me make sure I leave the chat. All right. We got an hour. It's an hour, 20-minute documentary. We'll watch this. Might be hit with copyright. I don't know. If Keanu Reeves is narrating, it might be copyright. We'll see. Sun's coming out. We'll watch this. It's an hour 26. Maybe I'll play it at like 1.25. Whatever. We'll just play it and watch it. When JLP starts, we'll probably end the show.
Going away.
This is going to be the biggest takedown of what is currently in existence.
On January 13th, 2015, a criminal trial began for the accused leader of the Silk Road, a black market in an area of the internet known as the Deep Web. The Deep Web is vast, thousands of times larger than the visible internet, what's called the surface web. But the Deep Web is not a place. It simply accounts for all of the unindexed content online, banking data, administrative code for governments, corporations, and universities. It's like looking under the hood of the internet. Over time, the Deep Web became inhabited by people of all types who wanted to use this terrain for privacy. This hidden area of the Deep Web is called the Darknet, and it's accessible with a software service called Tor, originally developed by the US military and now open source and publicly funded. And while law enforcement and the media have painted a picture that Tor and the Darknet are nefarious tools for criminals, it's important to understand that they are largely used for good by government agencies, journalists, and dissidents around the world. In the summer of 2011, an ad for the Silk Road appeared on the Darknet. The Silk Road was an underground exchange for any type of goods, but mostly it was used for drugs. There have always been
Any type of goods. They don't focus on. They just keep focusing on the drugs. I think that's to cover or to justify what the guy did. Yeah, it was just drugs. Why are we not talking about what else happened on Silk Road? That there's probably a deeper reason that this guy. Now, maybe it was just because he was affecting the big pharma and the high ups who want to control the drug trade and legalize drugs and push them on people. But yeah, I think I'm going to stick to my stance that if it really was just drugs, 10 to 15 years, I'm okay with that. Not life, not 40 years, no possibility for parole. But there were other things happening on Silk Road that nobody's talking about. It's in the name itself.
Drug markets online, but none with the scale, sophistication, and ease of use as the Silk Road. It would not remain underground for long.
Hundreds of thousands of users use the impossible-to-trace website, which sells drugs, forged documents, and even hitmen.
Fake
It's called
IDs.
the Silk Road.
Just look at some of the 13,000 items offered through that underground site. Ultra clean cocaine, clean and real LSD, high grade MDMA, also known as Molly, all with fast and free shipping.
It generated roughly $1.2 billion in sales, with nearly 960,000 users, both buyers and sellers, in the U.S. and more than a dozen other countries worldwide.
YouTube videos like this one with 15,000 views tell anyone how to download an untraceable technology known as Tor that pulls data from thousands of computers worldwide to create this wide open marketplace.
This hidden internet is underpinned by a virtual currency called Bitcoin. Bitcoins offer anonymized transactions, which can be almost impossible for the...
I promise I'm not using cocaine, but for some reason my left nostril is always like crusting up around here. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that's from. It's odd, but like there's always like a layer of, I don't know why that's happening to me in the past. Since I started working at Wally World, it's like there's always a crustation. But I'm not using cocaine, I promise.
police to trace.
Heroin, opium, cannabis, ecstasy, psychedelics, stimulants, opioids, and here they are, suboxycodone and all of those, codeine, black tar heroin, you name it, they have it. They're all listed in the light of day. It's unbelievable.
The Silk Road's success was largely due to an
But you still have to get it shipped through the mail, and that's a crazy risk. I would never risk that. Like getting drugs sent to your address through the mail. That's crazy. Like maybe I used to be a criminal and a drug addict, but I always thought I would never send drugs through the mail or get drugs sent to the mail. But I also said the same thing about like people who would, if you would take drugs on a plane, you're crazy. But I know a bunch of people who have taken drugs on planes and been totally fine. And it's like, no, that's crazy to me.
An innovative combination of Tor and Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a technology that uses cryptographic code to create digital currency. The sender transmits their Bitcoin code through a ledger called the blockchain to arrive at the recipient. Bitcoin is not perfectly anonymous, but if used carefully, it facilitates online purchases without revealing identity. Bitcoin was an ideal currency for the Silk Road because it allows for anonymity and is outside the control of banks and governments.
And he took a philosophical stance.
I really became aware of the Silk Road when Adrian Chan and Gawker did.
Philosophical. What are you, Diogenes the dog? I was listening to Alex Stein versus Brent Lingle in a debate last night, actually. Well, last night. What night is tonight? Yesterday morning? I don't know. The other night. And it's a debate from a long time ago, a modern day debate that I've heard before. But at one point, Brenton Lingle, that dude's dumb. But anyway, he said Diogenes was a far superior philosopher to Plato. and I recorded that, and I'm gonna make a short about it where I do a little bit of a voiceover. I would kind of like to do that in my shorts, where at least it's a little more original instead of just amalgamating other people's content. Uh, I I want, I- but the problem is I can't find what I read a long time ago. I can find some stuff. They called him Diogenes the dog because he was a hobo who begged for a living, and he lived on the streets with dogs. Well, legend has it Diogenes the dog slept with dogs. Now, yes, he did sleep on the streets and live amongst dogs, stray dogs, and studied the dogs, and he lived amongst the dogs. But when I say he slept with dogs, I mean he slept with dogs. If you're picking up what I'm putting down. And Brenton Lingle, this guy, in the debate was about transformers in sports, men and women's sports, basically. And at one point in the debate, Brenton Lingle says, Diogenes says, blah, 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 blah. And he was a far superior philosopher to Plato, who said, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, this guy just killed himself in this debate. You just said Diogenes the dog, the hobo who begged and lived on the streets and slept with dogs, was a far superior philosopher to Plato. I don't know if you're trolling or if that's a joke, but if you're serious, don't ever talk again on the internet. You shouldn't even be on the internet.
His profile. I think in a way, that story, as much as it documented the Silk Road, it created the Silk Road too. I mean,
he was the
drove
creator of
so
cynicism.
many people to the site. I think it probably was an order of magnitude increase in use.
He used to go to Plato's speeches. They say he was the first troll, Diogenes the dog, or Diogenes the cynic. He was the creator of cynicism. And he was, cynicism is the idea that everything's bad. The whole world's going to end. We're all going to die. Might as well just all be losers, basically. Cynicism. And Diogenes the cynic, or Diogenes the dog, would go to Plato's speeches and he would fart and poop in the audience and just laugh about it. Like he would fart and burp. Sometimes he would go to one of Plato's speeches and he would just start eating. And at the time, it was not acceptable to like eat in public like that. It's not polite. And it's still today. If I'm doing a comedy show, well, I guess comedy's different because you do comedy at play. But anyway, basically, he'd go to like a thing where all these civil aristocrats and stuff were gathered together to listen to a great speech from a great mind. And he would just bust out a plate of food and start eating it. Sloppy. Just scooping it up like a pig. And he thought it was funny. Trolling is not funny. Sometimes it's funny, but for the most part, it's not funny. It's lame. It's weird. You're a weirdo. You're a loser. Like, cut it out. Every now and then a joke is funny, a little roast is funny, but if all you do is troll, you're like Diogenes the dog. You might as well just go live on the streets and be a hobo. And when you go to the movies, just poop in the aisle. That's what Diogenes would have done. That's what Diogenes the cynic. You're cynical. You're a troll. He was the original troll, and he would troll Plato. And he would just go to his shows, and he would just fart in the audience, or burp really loud, or eat food, and take poop in the streets, and poop at the shows and stuff. And that's what nowadays a modern day internet troll. And by the way, if you're a woman troll, women, oh my gosh, why would a woman be a troll? That's the worst. It's so, come on, you're supposed to be beautiful and graceful and somewhat dignified, and like that's what men are attracted to. Why? Come on. Cut it out. It's not cool. It's not funny. You're basically just like a hobo who has sex with dogs.
On the Silk Road. So from that point on, I felt like I had missed the story, and I wanted the next big story on the Silk Road. But I was also just fascinated with the community that was, being created there.
This guy's eyes are pinned
eBay
out.
doesn't have that kind of user community. This was like a really tight-knit movement of people. It was a fascinating thing just to lurk around in.
Yeah, you're
It's
high
a
as a kite, buddy.
certifiable one-stop shop for illegal drugs that represents the most brazen attempt to peddle drugs online that we have ever seen. It's more brazen than anything else by light years.
I mean, they had a really big, target on their back. And
really big
they
target
even had
on their
been
back.
taunting, to some extent, law enforcement
Oh,
and,
yes.
the powers that be by
powers
doing
that
this in
be.
the open. And that's actually part of
I'm a
what
French
these
German.
marketplaces are about. It's not so much about selling drugs as much as
I can't tell you where somebody's from based off of what they look like. Oh, that's what I was going to say like 10 hours ago when me and Nada and I think Daddy Joe, or no, me and Nada and Floor were talking, and I forgot what I was going to say because Floor cut me off. And I remembered it later, but it was not important. But now I remember it too. I was going to say, I can't tell what nationality they are just by looking at them. I can kind of guess, but I can't really pin it down. I could say you're black or you're Asian, whatever, but I can't really tell you what country you're from just by looking at you. In Europe, I guess they're better at doing that. But when I hear your voice and I hear how you talk, I can do it. And with dogs, maybe I'm like Diogenes the dog. Maybe it's from being a scumbag for a lot of my life, but I can pick out, I can see a dog and I'm like, oh, that's a Dachshund Shih Tzu mix. That's a Shih Tzu Maltese. That's a German Shepherd mixed with, and like with Echo, I don't know what breed Echo is, but I can tell you 4 breeds, and he's probably some sort of mixture of those 4. He's probably like he's got a little bit of lab. He's got some Chow in him, maybe some Newfie, some Newfoundland, and there's one other that I'm forgetting. But there's like 4 dogs. He's probably somewhere in there with those breeds. There's probably a mixture of those breeds. Anyway. Ethnicity. Yeah, I can't tell you what country somebody's from just by looking at them, but by listening to their voice, I can kind of figure it out. And with dogs, I can just look at them and I know. I'm a great dog. So I remember when I used to do door-to-door sales, that was like one of my talents. When their dog would run up, I'd be like, "Oh, is that a da-da-da-da-da-da-da?" And they'd be like, "How did you know exactly what type of dog that is?" I don't know. I just know my dogs.
it is to say. To
Call
make
me
a
Diogenes.
political statement of sorts.
Call me Diogenes. Now I'm about to poop on your front porch.
Right? This shouldn't be prohibited. We're free to do what we want, and we have the technology to do it. So there.
The news around the Silk Road came almost entirely from law enforcement and government officials, with little insight from those who were behind the market itself. So the core architects and vendors of the Silk Road were sought out, using encryption keys to verify their identities and preserving their anonymity. This is the first time they have spoken publicly.
The Silk Road forums were a better community than I've ever seen in
Get ready
real
for
life.
work. Go to work.
There were many threads that had great political and philosophical discussions.
Ooh, I can't
sure,
tell
there were
where this
legal
guy's
things
from.
going on, but this was a real community of like-minded people.
How anonymous is this? Like, I'm sure we could reverse map the sound from this and figure out what this guy's voice really sounds like. And we can see his silhouette and his features pretty obviously. Like, is that anonymous?
The Silk Road didn't appear to have a single leader. There were the regular posts from the system's administrator, but otherwise the service appeared to be primarily community-run. Then on February 5th, 2012, after a highly successful first year of business, the Silk Road administrator made an announcement. I need an identity separate from the site and the enterprise of which I am now only a part. I need a name. Drumroll, please. My new name is Dread Pirate Roberts.
Dread Pirate Roberts? Like the Dreaded Conservative? Like DreadCon? What do you guys think about renaming the channel to the Dreaded Conservative or DreadCon? What do you think? Is that a bad idea? I have to research into it, see how it affects the numbers, because a lot of people still come around here expecting the old urban adventure videos, and we don't really do a lot of those anymore. We just stream and talk about politics and religion and philosophy and do streams where we argue with people. What do you think about changing the name of the channel? Dread Pirate Smith? I don't like pirate. I'm not a fan of pirates. I think pirates are kind of lame. I'm more like Viking. I think if it was like a battle between Vikings and pirates, I think the Vikings would wipe the pirates out. Is a Viking a form of a pirate? Kind of. But Vikings are way cooler. I think pirates are kind of gay. What do you think about DreadCon or the Dreaded Conservative changing the name of the channel? What do you guys think? Dread Pirate Roberts is from The Princess Bride. I've never seen The Princess Bride, I don't think. Maybe when I was a kid. I don't think I've ever seen. Hake talks about it all the time. I don't know if I've ever seen that movie.
Pirate Roberts, admit it.
With pride.
Oh, this is it.
Pirate Roberts was cribbed from the myth.
Was that it? Is this a clip from the movie? Yeah, this is a clip from the movie right here.
You're the Dread Pirate Roberts, admit it.
With pride.
The Dread Pirate Roberts was cribbed from the mythical character from the novel and film The Princess Bride.
All right, thanks, Nada. Spoiler alert. Nada's coming in here to just spoil the freaking documentary.
And the choice was no accident. In the original story by William Goldman, the Dread Pirate Roberts was a nom de guerre handed down from user to user and passed along eternally.
The man I inherited from was not the real Dread Pirate Roberts either. The real Roberts has been retired 15 years, and I have been Roberts ever since. I shall retire and hand the name over to someone else.
Maybe I have seen that. That looks familiar. I don't know. It looks kind of like Never-Ending Story. I don't know if I've ever seen that movie, but it looks familiar.
Dread Pirate Roberts, or DPR, would come to spearhead the Silk Road forums and was generally assumed to be the creator and owner of the site.
The Dread Pirate Roberts to me seemed to be kind of the most interesting figure in that whole world. On the Silk Road forum.
What do you guys think about a channel name change from JS Urban Adventures to either the Dreaded Conservative or DreadCon? DreadCon is simple, it's short, sweet. You know, they talk about neocons. We make our own political party, the Dreadcons. What do you think? You like that idea or no? Keep it JS Urban Adventures. What do you guys think? Any feedback? Maybe we'll ask this in a Monday show when there's more people interacting. But Rome, Nada, what do you guys think about DreadCon or the Dreaded Conservative?
Forums, he was constantly posting these manifestos and love letters to his users and libertarian philosophical treaties, and he even had like this
maybe
Dread Pirate Roberts book club where he hosted discussions of Austrian economics and free market philosophy. At the same time, no.
Right, exactly. I'm not gonna have dreads for much longer. Leave it? Yeah, I think so too. Leave it? Yeah. Lord Spike is still here. Not gonna have dreads for much longer. I'll still be the Dreaded Conservative though. It's a double entendre. It's a pun. It's not just about the dreadlocks. It's about inspiring fear in the enemy.
Nobody knew who he was. He had never spoken to the press before. I approached him on the Silk Road forum mid-2012 and started kind of just like trying to persuade him to talk, chipping away at him and just bugging him constantly.
Meet Charlie. He's a stoner.
Trigger, I think, that made him
and
decide
he can't
to
find
talk
any dank
was this
buds.
competing dark website called Atlantis. They were really much more aggressive in their marketing than the Silk Road. They
Yeah,
put out
nobody
this
ever heard of
YouTube
them.
video advertising Atlantis as the new, better dark web drug site.
Bro, whoever made that Atlantis weed marketplace video is the same person that makes Prager used videos.
So when I went back to the Dread Pirate Roberts and said, you know, I'm going to do this story. It can
That's a
either be
good
about
joke
Atlantis
if you
or it
get
can be about
if
you.
you've seen
I think he
if
realized
you know what
that,
I'm talking about.
He was a savvy business guy who realized he had to talk at that point. He did have a kind of political message that he wanted to
This
get
guy
out,
is
and I
high
could
as a
see that
kite.
in what he was posting on the forums. So I kind of played up to that, and I told him, like, I can be the vessel for you to talk about what the Silk Road really represents. And I think that appealed to him. So it took 8 months, but finally he did agree to an interview. Of course, he didn't tell me anything about himself, where he lives, you know, his age, identity, anything that could be remotely identifying.
I didn't start the Silk Road. My predecessor did. From what I understand, it was an original idea to combine Bitcoin and Tor to create an anonymous market. Everything was in place. He just put the pieces together. The most I'm willing to reveal is that I am not the first administrator of Silk Road.
He was incredibly secretive, of course, about the inner workings of the Silk Road and his own identity, of course. I mean, he was hunted by every law enforcement agency that you can imagine.
Bro, that guy's eyes are pinned out.
The management of Silk Road is a collaborative effort. It's not just...
They're not super pinned. They're not like slamming dope pinned, but his eyes are pinned out.
Me making sure Silk Road runs smoothly. More often than not, the best ideas come from the community itself.
But he did tell me like some interesting things about how he viewed himself and the way that the Silk Road works.
It's kind of like when you have like blue or green eyes, it looks more, your eyes look more pinned out. But yeah, this guy's, yeah.
We don't allow the sale of anything that's main purpose is to harm innocent people, or that it was necessary to harm innocent people to bring to market. For example, anything stolen is forbidden. Counterfeit money and coupons which are used to defraud people. Hitmen aren't allowed, and neither is child pornography. No substance on Silk Road falls...
Yeah, you say that in your messages, but it was being sold on there.
Under those guidelines.
This went beyond just, you know, like legalizing marijuana or even heroin. He wanted to see a new relationship between individuals and the government, where the government was, you know, basically hamstrung and couldn't control what people bought and sold.
No, those are kind of pinned out.
At its core, Silk Road is a
Not
way to get
super
around
pinned,
regulation from the state. The state tries to control nearly every aspect of our lives, not just drug use. Anywhere they do...
When I say pinned out, I mean his pupils are very small compared to the size that a person's pupils should be. Especially in a bright... Well, he is in a brightly lit room and he might have a camera light in front of him. So that could be why. So to be fair, I don't really know for sure. But we're talking about a guy who's like researching the Silk Road. How much research did you do? A lot of times researchers like when I joke sometimes about, oh, I have to research Melanie Mac Go Boom's pictures on the internet. Research, it's a joke. It's how much research did you do into the Silk Road, my boy? But his eyes could be pinned because he's in a brightly lit room with a camera light in front of his face. So, to be fair, I don't know what I'm talking about. This guy just looks like one of them functioning dope boys.
Do that. There's an opportunity to live your life as you see fit, despite their efforts.
Oh, he's strung out on
I guess
something.
I shouldn't generally say this kind of thing, but I really liked the Dread Pirate Roberts that I interviewed. I thought he was...
Judge Dredd is cool. I like that.
A really super interesting guy with a really cool...
I do like that, but I think that's taken already.
Coherence, philosophy. He came across to me as this kind of middle-aged, wise man figure, you know.
But not everyone on Silk Road believed in libertarian philosophy. Bringing an end to the drug war was the agenda that truly united the community.
A huge reason why DPR...
Because if you're in a brightly lit room, your pupils get smaller because you don't need to take in as much light. But, yeah.
Put the website up and allowed the market to begin with and took the risk was because there needed to be a violence reduction. in purchasing drugs, because it's going to happen. And the reason it's going to happen is because of the war on drugs. The violence isn't just from the people buying and selling the drugs. The violence is from the police departments and the federal agents prosecuting this war. And not to mention the horrendous violence that we commit overseas on people. I mean, we're the biggest bully on the planet when it comes to drugs. The fact that more than 50% of this country has said, to the DEA, we don't want you prosecuting this war anymore. They need to demonize drugs. The war on drugs is, all about fear, uncertainty, and doubt.
That doesn't make sense, though. The war on drugs is all about fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Not unless you're a drug user or a drug dealer. To the people who aren't using drugs, they probably are pro war on drugs because they're probably tired of getting robbed by drug addicts, and they're probably tired of their kids getting shot in the streets and sold drugs by drug dealers. I think some of this, I think there's a lot of propaganda in the war on drugs because it's an unwinnable war, of course. But I think there's a lot of propaganda on the other side, the libertarian side, to say the war on drugs was bad. It's like it's like when they say prohibition was bad because people started selling illegal alcohol. It's like the same argument with abortion. It's like if we make abortion illegal, then they're going to have back alley abortions. Yes. Drug deals and illegal alcohol sales and illegal activities and illegal abortions are supposed to happen in the back alley. That's where it's supposed to happen. And then you have stop and frisk laws in New York, which lower the crime rate because you have the cops monitoring the back alleys. When you make these things illegal and people go underground to do them, then you can focus your enforcement arm of authority, which is your law enforcement, on the underground. Now the cops don't have to be sitting doing a speed trap on the interstate anymore. You put all your cops into the underground. It's like here in Utah with the homeless thing. When we had the block, when we had the homeless shelter in one spot and we had the block, we had all the criminals on the block. Keep it that way and focus your enforcement arm on that area. You don't spread it out everywhere and legalize it and make it, and then your enforcement officers have to be spread out as well. What you do is you make it illegal, you prohibit it, you make it illegal, you force it underground, and then you send all your cops underground. That seems very simple. It seems like very logical and very simple. They say if we make abortion illegal, then they're going to do back alley abortions. Okay, make abortion illegal and put all the cops on the back alley. Make drugs illegal. Oh, well, there's still going to be, you make drugs illegal, there's still going to be back alley drug deals. Yeah, we make drugs illegal and we put all the cops in the back alley. And we have them looking for things that look like that. I don't see the problem with that.
See that the Silk Road wasn't just another cyber criminal scheme. This was a guy who saw himself as the leader of a movement.
The drug war is about fear and control.
Pirate Roberts
the drug war is about fear and control. The drug war is not about fear and control except for drug dealers and drug users.
We have an important message, and the time is ripe for the world to hear it. What we're doing isn't about scoring drugs or sticking it to the man. It's about standing up for our rights as human beings and refusing to submit when we've done no wrong. Silk Road is a vehicle for that message.
So sick of hearing about human rights.
The Silk Road functioned because the Dread Pirate Roberts was trusted. At any point, he could have shut down the Silk Road and run away with everyone's Bitcoins. We've seen that happen with a bunch of other dark web businesses, but he didn't. And I think people believed that he wouldn't because they felt that he was a true believer in this kind of radically libertarian, crypto anarchic philosophy that, you know, goes back to the
Ding, ding,
cypherpunks
ding,
of the
ding, ding.
1990s.
He said the key word there. Oh, my
25 years
God.
ago
Yeah.
in the Bay Area, a burgeoning group of mathematicians.
Okay, as I'm watching this, Trump, do not pardon this man. Who cares what these libertarians want you to do? Do not pardon this guy.
Crypto anarchists, and hackers began to meet in each other's homes. This tight-knit group came to be casually known as the cypherpunks. These original members were not socially motivated, but more concerned with the hard math of cryptographic technology and the broader philosophy of anonymity, individual liberty, and privacy.
The government has this clear...
And as far as anonymity goes, anonymity is gay. Stand on something. I'm so tired of anonymity. Like, anonymity on the internet. Nick Fuentes was talking to Stardust and a bunch of other people in a debate recently. It wasn't really a debate, but they were talking about internet anonymity, and they all agree. And these are all leftists that say internet anonymity is necessary. And they got mad at Nikki Haley for saying we need to end this. And I said, that's the most base thing Nikki Haley's ever said. And Nick Fuentes got on there and he said, I agree. Yeah, that's because you run an army of internet trolls, bro. You run an army of internet loser trolls who are talking about internet anonymity. How about if you're not willing to stand on what you say, if you're scared you're going to lose your minimum wage job because of what you say on the internet, then shut up and get off the internet. Stand on what you say. Freedom of speech is freedom in the town square to say what you want to say. You don't get to walk into the town square and get on your soapbox and let me paint a picture for you. Let me paint a picture of what they meant, what the founding fathers meant by freedom of speech. What it meant was I can walk into the town square, I can set my soapbox on the ground, and I can step up on it, and I can shout everything that I want to say to the world. And I agree with that. I agree with the founding fathers. You should be able to do that. But guess what? If you say some dumb crap, if you say some stuff that you're going to get hated for, you better deal with the tomatoes when they get lobbed at you, because that's what they would do. You'd step up on your soapbox and you'd start preaching and you'd start telling, this is my ideas and this is my theories, and they start throwing the tomatoes at you. You better have good arguments, or you better be able to change the people's minds with your words. You better be able to speak well, and you better not just be some idiot that's just going up there saying whatever you want to say, because the town square is going to rip you to pieces. But there's no anonymity in that. Now, with the internet, why do we get anonymity on the internet? I think that's lame. And Nick agreed with them with the anonymity stuff, and I'm like, I don't agree. I would debate somebody on that. I think freedom of speech is great, but guess what? Everything you say, I want to put a name and a face to what you're saying. You get my name, you get my face. If I say something and you disagree with me, I welcome it. If you want to lob the tomatoes at me, I'm going to take it. Throw the rocks at me. I'm still going to stand here and say it. Now, if you can't beat me in lyrical combat, then why are you lobbing stones? Maybe you're the dummy, and I'm the one that's actually saying something that, not me, but whoever the person is on the soapbox, we need a name and a face. You don't get freedom of speech anonymously. And that's the same thing when the liberals will say so and so was said about so and so from an anonymous source. I don't want to hear about your anonymous source. I don't want to hear about. I want to know who said it, what did they say, and what do they got to say. You don't get to just run your mouth secretly from behind a veil, from behind an iron curtain. You don't get to be the Wizard of Oz. That's not freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is I'm in my soapbox in the middle of the town square and everybody knows who I am. And if I lose my job for what I have to say, so be it. If people hate me for what I say, so be it. But you can't beat me. That's freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is not getting to hide behind a
policy of access to all plain text, meaning whatever you're saying, they want access to. If it's stored on your hard disk, they want access to it. If it goes over the wire, they want access to it. If you are proxying speech for someone else, they want to know who it is.
The cypherpunks were instrumental in the growing movement towards privacy and anonymity online, and they would pioneer the way into the hidden corners of the
legal and
internet.
let us defend ourselves.
Maybe the big turning point.
That's a horrible idea, Nada. That's a horrible idea, Nada. That's anarchy. That's anarchy. Then the same anarchists that don't want government and they don't want laws, but then when somebody steals from your property because their moral worldview justifies theft to feed their family, but then your moral worldview says, I need to feed my family by working to do this. Okay, you're a farmer and you grow crops and you sell those crops. This is in a anarcho-capitalist society. If we have monetary, unless we're doing like anarcho-survivalist or anarcho-primitivism, where we're all individual living in little. It's just me and my. And even that doesn't work once you have a family because you still have to have somebody in charge of the family. But let's say in an anarcho-primitivist world where all of us are individual living alone in the woods. Okay, that's cool. No laws, no government. Everybody just lives by themselves in their own little. There's no pair bonding. There's no family making, because once you have a family, now you have a community. And once you have a community and once you have a family, you have to have a hierarchy. You have to have you have to have a hierarchy. You have to have a leader in a family. You have a father, a mother, and 3 children. Now all of a sudden your anarchy primitivism is gone because now somebody's got to be in charge of the family. But let's say we're doing anarcho-primitivism correctly and we have a bunch of individuals living alone in the woods. Now, I am growing food to feed myself. And I say, I need this food to live. But another person doesn't know how to grow food, and he lives 4 miles away. Well, he needs food to live too. So one day he's wandering through the woods, and he finds my farm. Now, in his worldview, there's no government, there's no laws, there's no order, there's no hierarchy, there's no leadership. He's alone, and I'm alone. And he says, hey, there's food. I need food. I'm hungry. So he starts picking my crops and eating it. Now, he's violating the no harm principle because he's harming me by taking what I need to survive. So I say, I'm justified in shooting that mother effer. And then he says, but I need this food too, and I don't know how to grow food. So I'm justified in shooting that mother effer. So what happens? We both shoot each other and we're both dead. Because we got guns. We got guns. Bro, that's crazy.
Or the cypherpunks, I think, was WikiLeaks and Julian Assange and Jacob Applebaum's idea of what it means to be a cypherpunk.
you cannot trust a government to implement the policies that it says that it's implementing. And so we must provide the underlying tools, secret cryptographic codes that the government couldn't spy on, to everyone as a sort of use of force. In that
Government is just hierarchy and leadership. If nobody was left on Earth except you and your wife and your kids, right? You got you, your wife, and 5 kids. You're the president. Your wife is the vice president. The rules you make for the children is the government. That's governing. You're also the arm of authority. Now, once that community grows, you know, your kids start having kids and those kids start having kids. Let's take incest out of the picture, even though it's there in the picture, but let's take it out of the picture for a second. Try to take that out of your mind. Soon we have 30 people. And we have the grandfather. He's the king. This is the patriarchy that's of the father. So you have the king. He's the leader. And then you have his downline. This is the hierarchy. Then you have his kids. Now they're the Congress or the round table, the Knights of the Round Table. And then you have, you know, you got some people who are weaker and they're going to tend to the farms and stuff, but you got some people who are strong. They're big and they're strong. You're getting old now. By this time, you know, 2 generations have passed. You're getting old. You're close to death. You're still the king. And then you have your Congress or your people who are giving you ideas and talking to you and coming up with ideas and blah, blah, blah. But the strong men in the society are your enforcement arm because somebody's got to enforce the laws that you laid down. When inevitably some people start breaking the laws, then you have to have somebody to come in there and say, hey, stop breaking the law. Cut it out. I don't know how that doesn't make. I don't know how that doesn't make sense to some of these anarchists.
the government, no matter how hard it tries, if the ciphers are good, cannot break into your communications directly.
Force of authority is derived from violence. One must acknowledge with cryptography, no amount of violence will ever solve a math problem.
Exactly.
And this is the important key. It doesn't mean you can't be tortured. It doesn't mean that they can't try to.
Okay, but you're just using intellectual force instead of physical force. You still have. This is anarchy.
Bug your house or subvert it in some way, but it means if they find an encrypted message, it doesn't matter if they have the force of the authority behind everything that they do. They cannot solve that math problem.
This movement. But what happens if a hacker comes in who can solve the math problem better than you can? Now they are the force of authority. If we're living in some intellectual utopia, anarchy, internet anarchy, crypto anarchists, which what they coined it earlier. What happens when there's a hacker who's better than you at it? Now they are the force of authority.
It's not about the destruction of law. It is about the construction of law.
Yeah, Rome. No community, no family. That's why when I say anarcho-primitivism, which is basically like no laws, no government, you live in the woods. You just live in the woods by yourself. Even that doesn't work once you have a family. As soon as you have a family, there's gonna be a hierarchy. It's because people hate hierarchies. People hate authority, which is it's like it seems intuitive, but it's actually counterintuitive to go against authority. Like we all want to go against authority. Nobody likes authority. Nobody likes their mom and their dad. Nobody likes rules, but they are necessary. And it's better when you learn to just follow the rules. And people say, well, that's a bootlicker. whatever. I'd rather lick the boot than get my skull crushed by the boot. And, or, here's a better idea. I'd rather be the one wearing the boot. How about instead of crying about the boot and calling people bootlickers who follow rules, how about you become the one wearing the boot? That doesn't mean become a police officer. That doesn't mean become, uh, you know, that doesn't mean you have to be a police officer or a military person. That means set up the government in a way so that the rules don't crush your skull.
These are guys who want to create encryption tools that everybody can use. It's not just for the elite. It's trying to shift the way that the internet works to provide secrecy and anonymity and privacy to everyone. It's a much more populist movement.
There is a community of people in the security and cryptography space who want to live in a world where the government cannot record their emails, cannot listen to their telephone calls, cannot see who they're spending time with. And they're trying to build tools. They're trying to build protocols and services that can facilitate that kind of anonymous and private exchange of information.
I actually think this all comes down to wanting to live a free life. And the recognition, which really predates all technology, that an observed life is not a completely free life, that a zone of privacy is just a core human value. And the technology, to me, is just an incarnation of those basic human values. And I think that the people who are trying to build currencies that are free of tracking and government control and technologies that let you have a private conversation and those kinds of things are just people who are seeing that the technology can both enable and disable that space.
There are more cypherpunks than ever before. They want to entirely cripple the government's ability to enforce law. They want cryptography to make the rules instead of law enforcement.
Cody Wilson is a crypto-anarchist best known for developing the Liberator, a 3D printable gun that was downloaded 100,000 times in 2 days.
When a group of baby boomers are told, okay, now 3D printers will print guns, they can do nothing but say, well,
Ghost
it's been
guns.
nice living in the world I used to know. We want to question the very foundation, evacuate the very foundation that this order, moral, ethical, political, is founded. To see beyond good and evil and to allow something else to happen.
What?
It's just where the figure of DPR is so interesting to me. Like,
That's
is he a
sick little
liberal? Like,
piece right
is he
there.
a Misesian like he says he is? Oh, he believes in libertarian market principles and, man against the state and all these principles of freedom and axioms of or is he someone else? Like,
right. So now we're gonna take anarchy. Okay. So now your anarcho-primitivism community grows to be too big because of families. But you don't like hierarchies and you don't like rules. But now we're going to introduce currency into it, a system of trade. And you're gonna make this work. Tell me how you're gonna make this work.
like who I hope he is, or someone like I would try to hope to be, who was just looking for a way, a mechanism to help peek beyond good and evil a little bit. And is he more enthusiastic about what he's allowed to be opened up, the doors he's opening?
Of course there will be.
And none of this matters because when all you people look like blobs, you can be as smart as you want. When the grid goes down, do you know how to grow food? Yeah, you know how to. You're a crypto hacker. You're a crypto internet hacker. What happens when the grid goes down? You will not make it in anarcho-primitivism. You will not make it in anarcho-capitalism. You will not make it in anarcho-communism. You're not going to make it in any anarchic system because you're weak. Because authority comes from strength, rendering strength. It comes might doesn't make right, but might makes right. Let me say that again. Might doesn't make right morally, but might makes right socially. Because guess what? You blobs who learned how to do a bunch of coding and stuff, yeah, you make money. Yeah, you can hack a system or something. What happens when the grid goes down? You're not going to make it.
A dark side to the dark web. And if we want to enable this true crypto-anarchic future, anyone who's working on that, I think, has to reckon with the fact that they are going to be enabling really nasty things along with this kind of information freedom revolution that they're taking part in.
By August of 2012, business was booming. The Silk Road had become a thriving, anonymous, and unregulated black market. The internet being used in this way posed a major threat to the government, greater perhaps than selling drugs.
Even as a law enforcement officer, I still wouldn't know where to go and buy crack on the streets or buy heroin, but I do know how to go online and find it. It's downloading some software, and next thing you know, you're there, and you can purchase a service or drugs very easily.
You're going to order them
Since
in the
when
mail?
does a
That's
teenager
crazy.
become obsessed with
Robbie!
the Daily Mail?
Where's Robbie Downtown Brown? Robbie Downtown Brown delivering black market drugs to people's deep web, Silk Road drugs to people's house. Where's Robbie Downtown Brown when we need him? I guess it's safer than it seems, but I just always thought that was crazy to send drugs in the mail. I always thought that was insane. If you do that, you're crazy. Like, but I guess, when I was a kid, we'd run up in somebody's house, we'd get in fights at parties. Somebody pulls a gun on us, whatever, you're getting smacked. But like, if people would say that's crazy, I think it's crazy that you would order drugs over the internet. That's crazy to me. But I guess, I don't know. Maybe I'm a boomer. I don't know.
Delivery, fidgeting, and pacing made this Fisher's mom suspicious. So when her family's mail arrived, she grabbed it and found a cartoon DVD box addressed to her son with something extra, a package of white crystals.
That's what I'm talking about, bro. Mama's going to find that, bro. If the drug sniffing dogs at the post office, which I guess maybe that's some idea I had in my head that isn't really a thing. Maybe they're not really that serious about drugs in the mail. But my mom's going to find it. Like, my mom's going to get that dang mail. What are you talking about? That's crazy.
So she confronted her 14-year-old, and both their lives changed forever.
I don't think anybody really cared in law enforcement until Senator Schumer went, oh my God, we got to do something about this.
Today, I'm calling on the DEA and the Department of Justice to immediately shut this site down before more damage is done.
Because if you think about what law enforcement...
When the grid goes down, you're all dead to me. When the grid goes down, you're all dead to me. Unless you find my encampment, and I will welcome you in with open arms. But you better be ready to work. You better be a soldier. Rome, you're a woman, so no offense, but ladies are going to have one job. This isn't an apocalypse, grid goes down situation. Men are going to be farming, making the food, building structures, scavenging, going out and exploring, gathering resources. Women are going to have one job: repopulation.
Enforcement at the federal level has to do to even start a case. I don't think this case would have been started.
Otherwise, you're dead to me. But if you join my kingdom, then you might survive.
If it wasn't for some political impetus by, a senator saying we need to look into this.
The FBI today shut down what it's calling the most sophisticated internet site in the business of selling hard drugs, including heroin, cocaine, and LSD.
Anyone trying to log on to the website today found this.
And it's not going to be like a grape farm. We're not just going to like put women in barracks and just like, it's not going to be like that. It's not like, we're not going to have sexual pleasure stuff. None of that stuff's going to happen. It's just going to be every 9 months, you're gonna have to make a baby, and it probably be set up where it has to be with a different person every 9 months to kind of account for incest and stuff like that and genetic like differences. We need to have some sort of, but basically every 9 months, you know, you gotta do your job, and then what? I mean, you can work for like 6 months during that time. You can help us with the crops, but oh my god, I need to write a book about. I I think if I was gonna write a novel, it would be an apocalypse situation novel, and I have it all planned out. I have it all mapped out in my head. Everything from day one, everything I'm gonna do to take over the world and repopulate the world, gather all the survivors, punishments, jobs, duties, responsibilities for everybody, what everybody's gonna be doing, but and we'll take care of the women for like 3 out of the 9 months, or for like 6 out of the 9 months, you're gonna be in the fields. I've been doing my dictator studies, and I know how to dictate. What am I talking about? Okay, I'm losing my mind. Somebody's gonna. Oh man, this is all in a fictional novel. JLP is about to start, and I'm talking about some horrible stuff.
Notice shut down by the FBI.
It was a sophisticated electronic smokescreen, and it took
Open up
federal agents
Discord.
almost 2 years.
They were able to infiltrate the site, but they made some of these.
Oh my gosh, we're watching a documentary right now. What for? Okay, oh, go in the Discord. Go ahead. Hurry up! Hurry up! Hurry up!
Purchases themselves using undercover identities.
The secretive Dread Pirate Roberts was arrested in the most unlikely of places.
Dread Pirate Smith is what they're gonna call him. This guy. I don't know who this guy is, but we call him Dread Pirate Smith around here.
This local public library in this San Francisco neighborhood.
The FBI seized $3.6 million of Bitcoin's biggest haul in its 5-year history.
The dreaded dictator.
Good morning.
Good morning. You fell asleep.
I sure did. I have to work, Josh, you know?
You don't work. You talk on the phone for your job. You might as well be.
I'm giving training out.
Oh, so you train on the phone.
I train on, it's not the phone, it's headphones.
Same thing.
It's not the same thing. What are you talking about, Josh? I start watching your stream and you're like, I will be the best dictator, blah, blah, blah. Let's keep our women safe 6 months out of 9. I was like, what the heck is this guy talking about?
I don't know. We're talking about. I don't know. How has this train gone over the last 12 hours? Uh, um, there's a
You don't
guy.
know.
There's a guy they want Trump to pardon because he made the Silk Road on the internet, which is where they sold drugs online, and it's crypto anarchy. So we're talking about documentary about crypto anarchy and about the Silk Road and about anonymity and about when the grid goes down, all these little beta male hackers are going to be losers, and I'm going to take over the world with what?
What? So early for all that. I
Just-
don't even know.
Just go back and watch like the last 12 hours of the stream. You'll figure it out.
You're so crazy, Josh. You're so crazy. I saw that Jalen jump in.
This is why I have to have the studio in a separate room from the bedroom because
Oh, I sleep like a rock. I sleep like a rock. You can talk about your dictatorship. I'm down for you to be a dictator. I would be the wife of a dictator. No, Josh, you can't be a dictator. I just thought about it. I'm gonna get murdered.
No, most of the dictators' wives killed themselves. Allegedly.
Yeah, it's gonna be the same outcome either way. So the idea is not to get to that outcome.
All right, I'm
You
watching
need
it.
my walk or what?
Huh?
Are you gonna come with me to my walk or what?
Come with you on your walk?
Yeah.
Man, JLP started. I was about to end the stream. I was just watching this documentary. Actually, I don't know.
I have seen you stream until 8 o'clock in the morning when you're arguing with somebody.
But that's on a weekend.
This is your weekend, Josh.
That's true. I don't know. I don't want to pull 6 people away from JLP's 1.2K audience.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
Just with the 14-hour marathon I've been listening all morning.
And then we can show the lake to your audience.
All right. Well, but I want to watch this documentary. This is interesting. I didn't know about this guy, this Ross Ulrich guy. Have you ever heard of
Okay,
Silk
stream it
Road?
on Discord. Stream it on Discord too.
Yeah, but you're not gonna hear it.
Yes, I will. I'm gonna brush my teeth and change while I listen to it.
But you can't hear it when I do it on Discord, can you? When I do this, do you hear this?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I can hear it.
When the criminal complaint first appeared in October,
oh, cool,
it describes this 29-year-old kid named Ross Ulbricht.
Huh.
Not
He
only
looks
did
like
they say that he
Robin
run this
Pattinson.
billion-dollar plus.
He does look like Robert Pattinson, actually.
Robert Pattinson in a really rough time.
That's something only a woman would say, but you're right.
He does. He looks like a vampire.
So, for background, because you don't know what we're talking about, so Trump went to the Libertarian Conference and everybody was shouting, "Free Ross, free Ross, free Ross." So, who Ross Ulbricht is, have you ever heard of the Silk Road on the dark web?
No.
So, basically, he made a website. Well, he made an internet on the deep web or the dark web. It was a website where people could sell drugs anonymously over the internet using Bitcoin, and there was no connection. There's no IP addresses. Now, I don't understand how you can't figure out their address because it has to be shipped somewhere. Anyway, this guy's currently serving a 40-year sentence in prison without the possibility of parole. The recommended sentence was 10 to 15 years, but he got 40 years because he took a philosophical stance on the stand and he said, I'm not sorry about what I did. I did this because basically I'm a libertarian. I'm an anarchist. I don't think the government should control what people buy or sell, and I think drugs should be legalized. And so this was a website where people were going to buy drugs on the internet, and now he's in prison. He's been in prison since I think 2015. And they want Trump, the libertarians, well, all the libertarians, they love legalizing drugs. That's like the biggest libertarian thing. guns and drugs. Which I agree with them on some of their gun stances. The legalizing drug stuff I think is stupid, but basically they think this guy should be freed, and they'll vote for Trump if he releases this guy. I don't think Trump's going to do it, and I don't think he should do it after for the past 4 hours I've been looking into this stuff. And yeah, I don't think it's a good idea because Silk Road didn't just sell drugs. There was child stuff and trafficking and hitmen and fraudulent IDs being sold and ways to scam ATM machines. All this stuff was being sold on the Silk Road on the dark web. And this guy's in prison for life, basically, for making this website. And so we're watching a doc.
That's kind of drastic to put him for 40 years.
That's what at first I was like, well, if it's just for drugs and he just made the website, he wasn't buying or selling the drugs. He just made the website. I think 10 to 15 is okay. But the fact that he went on the stand and he said, he wasn't sorry for it. And he stood by his beliefs that drugs should be legal and we shouldn't be monitoring this stuff. So the judge gave him 40 years without the possibility of parole. And
Well, that's like an emotional judge. Was it a woman?
it was a woman. But
yeah.
But as a man, if you could get 10 to 15, if you said, my website is leading to people's deaths and a lot of crazy stuff is happening on my website, and I'm sorry for that. And I'm going to do everything I can to help the feds find these people who are doing this stuff. Then maybe give the guy 5 years if he's doing that. But that's not what he did. He said, nope. I stand by this. And so she gave him the max. And now as I'm watching it, I thought I was going to go the other way. I thought I was going to lean more towards this guy should be let out. But I'm actually going more towards this guy needs to rot. Because they talk a lot about the drugs, but they're not talking about the other stuff that was happening on the Silk Road. The name, the Silk Road, comes from a Chinese slave trade where they were trading and selling young children. And that stuff, like, none of the stuff I'm seeing is really showing that was happening. But from knowing the internet, that stuff was happening. Like, child trafficking was happening on this website. And he's not doing anything. He didn't do anything to help catch those people. I'm sure there's a back door or there's a way he could hack. If he's such a great crypto hacker, he could figure out a way to help catch these people. But he didn't do that. He said, nope. Anonymity on the internet. Do whatever you want. And
Still, that is not. There is nothing against the law that. I mean, there's nothing against the law that really is punishable for just not helping. Because otherwise, all of us should be in jail, right? Because we all know about this has happened, but none of us do anything. So we're just like him in a way.
Yeah, but we don't facilitate the means for it to happen. I'm not.
How did he facilitate? How did he facilitate it?
He built the website where they were doing it.
Okay, yeah, that's different.
So it's like, yeah, I don't know. It's a tough one, but not a, well, because the Libertarian Conference, they were all saying free Ross, free Ross, free Ross. And I was like, who's this Ross guy? And Nada was telling me about it. And I was like, oh, I didn't know about all this. I've heard of Silk Road before, and I've heard of the dark web. but I didn't know about this guy. And now we haven't really been looking into this for 4 hours, but because we got sidetracked, people called in.
Yeah, with you, a 20-minute documentary becomes like a 5-hour documentary.
Okay, I'm gonna play it then. Jeez.
Go for it.
Black market conspiracy, and they accused him of drug trafficking and money laundering and somehow computer hacking charges as well, which is something that I had never associated with the Silk Road. But then also in this criminal complaint, there is outlined his plot to pay for the murders of a potential informant and a blackmailer.
Which seems at
What's
least
up, Mayhem?
one Silk Road user threatened to reveal the identities of thousands of others. So investigators say Ulbricht tried to execute a murder for hire on that user, offering $150,000.
Yeah, he tried to hire a hitman, allegedly, because he never got convicted of this. But you could hire hitmen on this website. And they say, no, not really. They focus on the drug stuff, but there was a lot of weird stuff happening on this website.
To a would-be hitman because, quote, this kind of behavior is unforgivable to me, especially here on Silk Road. Anonymity is sacrosanct.
It threw me for a loop. It was really not the Dread Pirate Roberts that I had ever imagined. This connection between Ross Ulbricht, who plenty of evidence suggests that he was involved in the Silk Road. They, after all, seized his laptop while he was logged in to the Silk Road. He was caught red-handed. But these two personalities, these two personas, do seem to be almost schizophrenic. It's so difficult to imagine that they are the same person.
And so the FBI's whole case is based on the idea of if they can show that Dread Pirate Roberts is Ross Ulbricht.
Right, that's the most important part, right? Because he was trying to hide his identity on the site as well. So the first thing they're going to have to do is definitively link him as the person who runs the site.
Oh man, it was yesterday, actually. I was on my computer and I was on Facebook, and there's this guy that I know, and he's very into like Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies and stuff like that. And he posts this article, and it says, Ross Ulbricht arrested. And I pull up Lynn's G-chat, and I'm like, what is going on? Like, why is I looking at Ross's picture, you know?
When I was looking into like on Google Mayhem, there was stuff about hitmen. My biggest thing was like if they're doing CP, they said CP is not allowed, but there was like collectibles and things like that. And I know these sites, they would use code words and stuff. So I think that stuff was happening on this site. And he hasn't done anything to help them find these people who were doing this stuff. So the judge threw the book at him. And maybe, I don't know if he deserves 40 years. If it's just drug stuff, I don't think he deserves 40 years. But I also don't think Trump needs to be the guy to pardon him.
About being arrested? What is this? She says, we don't even know. We're leaving Costa Rica right now. I mean, they were on their way, but blew my mind. I mean, totally blew my mind.
Ross William Ulbricht grew up in a suburb of Austin, the only son of Kirk and Lynn, with an older sister named Callie. It's a loving, tight-knit, middle-class family. The Ulbrichts earn their income from properties they built and rent on the Costa Rican coast. Ross was an avid outdoorsman, an Eagle Scout like his father, and displayed an early aptitude for math. Ross earned a full scholarship to the University of Texas at Dallas, studying physics. He graduated in 2006 and then won another full scholarship to Penn State to pursue a master's in material science and engineering. It was at Penn State that Ross began a deep interest in libertarianism, particularly the work of Ludwig von Mises and the Austrian School of Economics. Yet by 2009, having completed his master's, Ross seemed to be having a change of life plan, telling his mother he no longer had an interest in pursuing a career in science and instead wanted to become an entrepreneur. Ross moved back to Austin and opened his own used book company, Good Wagon, donating a portion of the proceeds to an inner-city youth program and to a prison literacy project.
I remember him saying when
That's
we
ironic.
had coffee the last time we saw each other.
He was
I remember him
donating to a
saying
prison
that
literacy
he wished
project, and he
he had
ended
joined
up
a
in prison for
fraternity
life.
in college. And I remember saying, well, that's surprising. You know, I didn't really understand that perspective. And I just remember him thinking,
At least he'll have books
he
to
focused
read.
a lot on his studies in school and maybe didn't create the social network that he was looking for in school. But
Mayhem just said, why does he look like the guy who played Edward in Twilight? Mayhem. Don't say that. I just said.
You see? He sees it too.
Floor came on and she's like, he looks like Robert Pattinson. And I said, only a woman would say that, would catch that.
And then Mayhem jumps in and says the exact same thing.
Man.
As far as where we saw each other going or where we saw ourselves going, I think we both had a strong desire to be in control of our destiny. You know, again, like when he started the book company, totally natural. Not even something that I would have questioned. Where there are a lot of people that would never start their own business. But for Ross, sure, you know, why not?
But the business floundered, and Ross eventually shut it down. And if a post on his LinkedIn page was any indication, Ross had experienced a kind of epiphany on the next way forward. Albrecht wrote, "Now my goals have shifted. I want to use economic theory as a means to abolish the use of coercion and aggression amongst mankind. To that end, I am creating an economic simulation to give people a first-hand experience of what it would be like to live in a world without the systemic use of force." From this moment in late 2010, Ross became something of a free spirit, eventually leaving his parents' home in Austin to live with his sister Callie in Sydney, Australia, and then returning briefly to Austin. Throughout this period, as far as his family knew, Ross's means of employment was working on freelance projects in computer finance.
I am Renee Pinnell, age 29. Today is December 6th, 2012, and we are in the Jewish Contemporary Art Museum, and relationship to partner is best friend.
Yeah.
So Ross, how did you come to live in San Francisco?
You twisted my arm until I said, fine, I'll come. I get a phone call from Renee. "Ross, call me up. I got an opportunity for you." I'm like, okay. And he's like, "Yeah, I'm doing this startup here in San Francisco. I want you to be a part of it." The more I thought about it, and the more he
I watched this earlier.
laid out the pros and cons,
This clip.
the more it all just seemed like cosmic and the right thing to do. So, yeah, I bought my ticket, and 2 weeks later, I showed up at his doorstep.
As Ross Albrecht was making his way from Australia to Austin, and eventually to San Francisco, the Silk Road was online and growing steadily. So naturally, it sparked the attention of federal law enforcement, and specifically the wing of the DHS, called Homeland Security Investigations, housed in the old Customs House in Baltimore, Maryland.
You have postal inspectors in
He's also
Seattle
Batman,
and
the
Customs and
worst
Border
Batman.
Protection intercepting mail shipments coming from overseas, full of drugs, full of currency. And one thing that happens is they all lead back to the Silk Road. And you have a number of independent investigations sort of cropping up around the same time frame, following different leads, but all leading back to the same place.
At the same time, the New York Cybercrime Division of the FBI began their own investigation, headed by Agent Chris Tarbell.
And there were people essentially online 24/7 as part of the team that was monitoring and gathering even just a little bits of evidence.
Informants were activated. The site was crawling with law enforcement posing as vendors and buyers from the very beginning of Silk Road's existence. In early 2012, HSI partnered with Tarbell's FBI investigators as well as the DEA to mount an undercover operation called Marco Polo with the intention of penetrating the inner sanctum of the Silk Road.
I had a package seized from China in January 2012 and thought nothing of it. I kept business as usual, which was a stupid move. Fast forward to June 28, 2012, I was raided by ATF, DEA, Secret Service, local police department, and even a postal inspector. I was not detained. Rather, I was held in a van outside for what they call investigative detention.
I watched that
They
movie
kept me
for
out
like
of jail.
20 minutes.
I was never
and I
booked
couldn't
or
even finish
charged
it.
because my seized computers were more useful to them if I was not behind
Hold on,
bars.
I'm gonna jump
I'm
back
also
in
assuming they
because
did this with a number of Silk Road
Curtis
vendors to
being
get a sort of
stupid.
organized crime ring of their own.
The operation gained traction when an undercover agent using the vendor name of Knob was allegedly able to establish direct communication with the Dread Pirate Roberts,
Dread Pirate
which would
Roberts.
lead to a shocking turn of events. Knob complained to DPR about the small fry nature of most deals on the Silk Road. It really isn't worth it to do below 10 kilos, the agent wrote. DPR offered to help find a buyer for Knob and allegedly turned to one of his most trusted partners, known only as Chronic Pain, to put the deal together. Chronic Pain had been one of the core administrators of the Silk Road from the beginning, a frequent contributor to the forums who shared the Silk Road vision for reducing harm in the drug trade. But these halcyon days were about to end. In order to facilitate this drug deal, Chronic Pain gave the informant his home address.
Spanish Fork, Utah?
Federal agents immediately apprehended Chronic Pain at his Salt Lake City home and were surprised to
Salt Lake
discover
City.
that this 47-year-old family man named Curtis Clark Green was a darknet criminal.
Look, that's like a white echo.
At some point, they're going to catch one of those people. And what do you do in a typical drug case? You roll that person over as a cooperating witness. And in this case, one of them, they got really lucky. And he was an administrator on the system.
Green had access to other Silk Road's users' accounts and financial records, including
That is a neckbeard.
Dread Pirate Roberts. I have to assume he will sing, DPR wrote to Knob, the undercover agent. I'd like him beat up. Then the next day he allegedly wrote, "Can you change the order to execute rather than torture?" A murder was staged, and a photograph of Green's bloody body was sent to DPR, who paid for the hit in Bitcoin. There would be 5 more alleged murders for hire, including ordered hits against a blackmailer, a scammer, and an apparent contract with the Hells Angels. The names of 2 of these victims were found to be fictitious, and authorities have no evidence of any murders being carried out.
Can you hear me?
The alleged attempt.
Yeah, he was never found guilty. Yeah, I can. He was never found guilty of the hits, but there were hitmans, and I think there was a lot of other nefarious stuff going on the Silk Road that they're not talking about.
Attempted murder of Curtis Green allowed the authorities to obtain an indictment against Dread Pirate Roberts, charging him with drug offenses, attempted witness murder, and murder for hire. Of course, they still had no idea who the Dread Pirate Roberts actually was. So the embedded agents continued to communicate with DPR, and DPR continued to respond. In June of 2013, Ross moved into an apartment that he found on Craigslist. Allegedly, he did not give his roommates his real name and was known as Joshua Terry. At the same time, IRS agent Gary Alford was investigating the Silk Road and through a simple Google search was able to locate an early email on the open internet discussing the launch of the Silk Road marketplace and connect that email to an account owned by Ross Ulbricht. 1 month later, postal inspectors at the Canadian border seized a package of fake IDs with Ross's image that were en route to his home address. Ross was visited at his apartment by several DHS agents. The agents handed Ross a false California driver's license that bore his picture but a
Buenos
different name.
días.
Ulbricht denied ownership or knowledge of the fake
La de
IDs,
siempre.
and the agents simply left.
If you suspect somebody may be involved in a large-scale criminal enterprise, going and knocking on a door with some evidence of fake IDs is important because you can see the guy face to face. You may get some useful information out of an interview. You may or may not want to take him into custody on the spot. Let's sit back and let's really go after this in a much more global way, if you will, because there's a lot more here than just one count of fake IDs.
The next big break in the case would be achieved by FBI agent Tarbell and his cybercrime team, who had somehow located the Silk Road servers in Germany and Iceland. How these hidden servers were found has been a matter of controversy, but the FBI had their own copy of the Silk Road server, and now they hope to finally unmask the Dread Pirate Roberts.
And I decided that there was a flaw in this setup somewhere. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but there was a flaw, and I called up my partner, said, there's a flaw. We've got a limited amount of time. We need to make our money and get out now.
Over the course of a year, a Chicago-based agent from the DHS named Jared Deryagian had been embedded in the Silk Road, now posing as a high-ranking moderator named Cirrus. With both the evidence connecting Ross to the launch of the Silk Road and the incident with the fake IDs, Ross became one of the primary suspects. On October 1st, in a coordinated effort between Daryagian from the DHS and Tarbell's FBI squad, a sting operation was launched. According to Daryagian's testimony, he staked out Ross's new residence, and using his pseudonym of Cirrus, Daryagian initiated a conversation on the Silk Road with DPR. Moments later, Ross went to the Glen Park Library, apparently to use their Wi-Fi, and when Daryagian saw that DPR was logged back into the Silk Road, he gave the order for Tarbell and his squad to move in.
It's an excitement that you couldn't even buy off Silk Road. All the drugs you could buy on the site, it's not the same exciting as catching the guy. It's an adrenaline rush.
Ross was apprehended before he could encrypt his laptop. He was allegedly logged into a Silk Road administration panel for customers needing DPR's attention.
He was a dream for drug users because he was very technically adept and he was able to hide both the website that he put together and the actual sales of illegal drugs that the drug sellers would make on his website.
The Silk Road was seized and shut down, and charges were announced against a number of core partners and vendors from the site. Ross was held for over a month in a jail in Oakland, awaiting extradition to New York. Ross's family was able to raise over $1 million for his bail, but the prosecution argued that due to the alleged murders for hire, Ross was too dangerous to release, and so his bail was denied.
What, do they get a comic artist to draw these court pictures? What is this? The Salvador Dali doing the dang court?
It's hard to find a good one.
Why did they do this? Like, it looks like a comic book drawing. Yeah. What the heck?
Denied.
I thought it was the wrong decision. He wouldn't have been a flight risk, and he's never been and is not a danger to anyone.
For him to say, well, I'm gonna, put a hit out on someone, it's ludicrous. I could understand it being one of these other DPR workers, getting all egotistical and crazy and maniacal and doing it. That I could see.
There was more than one person using the DPR account?
I believe it was at least 2 other people, if not 3, at one point. Doesn't matter. That's why they're dredging up this, hit,
I thought it'd be cool to do a little IRL stream and go skateboarding at the skate park tomorrow, but I forgot I broke my damn skateboard last night.
Job to tell of it.
Contract.
Look what a gorgeous day is, Josh.
Because of the involvement of Senator
nice out there.
All that other shit.
So much fog.
The data seized from the Silk Road servers included all internal private messages, which revealed that many people collectively ran the site. One vendor with the username Variety Jones was active from the beginning of the Silk Road. Jones gave many of the orders.
See, is that ironic? He looks like Batman, and Batman 773 was one of the biggest spenders on Silk Road.
For running the Silk Road, even instructing the systems administrator to create the Dread Pirate Roberts persona. But Ross Ulbricht remained the primary focus of the investigation. Ross has been incarcerated for over a year in the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, awaiting trial. 6 weeks of that time was in solitary confinement. Ross pled not guilty and denied being the Dread Pirate Roberts. His trial was set for November 10th, 2014 in New York City. If convicted, Ross faces a minimum sentence of 30 years with a maximum sentence of life in prison.
Well, he got 40. No, yeah, he got life.
He's a hairy fucker. Yeah. These big guys are generally not too, I would let him off somewhere. Where is he?
It's hard. It's hard on a family. It really is. Especially when you love that person so much and you believe in them so much and you have such a daunting Goliath of an opponent. It's challenging. It's kind of like a death in a way when you go like, no, that can't be true. And then you're like, oh yeah, it's true. And you go through that kind of shock. His dad, my husband, of course, he's trying to keep our business going so we have livelihood. And his sister is in Australia, and she's been helping too from there.
I'm Ross's sister, and I can tell you he has been a man of his word and
I
honor
went to
all his life.
1.25,
I was
so it's a little
shocked to hear
fast
the
for
news
him.
of his arrest, but felt even more dismayed at what the media was writing about him, not even knowing him.
You know, I read things by people who don't have a clue who Ross really is. He's been tried and convicted in the media. Nothing has been proven at all. I don't know what's happened to the presumption of innocence in this country, but it is a constitutional right here that we are innocent until proven guilty. Ross sent me this picture of himself about a week ago. It was taken a couple weeks ago in prison. I guess sometimes they go around and take pictures for the families. He is doing well as can be expected, of course, under the circumstances. And finally, after 5 months of delays, he has had access to the discovery, the evidence that the prosecution has. And so he's been working very hard going through that. We are asking the prosecution, how did you find the server? And they're not saying. We have to know how they found the server in order to see if Ross's Fourth Amendment rights have been violated. And how would anyone know if the evidence had been tampered with or anything else if it's not revealed how they found the server? There were 14 searches and seizures in the...
You don't own the internet. The Fourth Amendment doesn't apply to when you're using the internet. You don't own the internet. That's not an unreasonable search or seizure. That's the same thing with free speech on YouTube. When people complain about free speech on YouTube, you don't own the platform. You don't own the internet. It's not the town square.
This case, which is a fishing expedition into a person's total property. Unlimited rummaging through all their things to see what they can find.
When the criminal complaints first appeared in October, I think the supporters of the Dread Pirate Roberts and the Silk Road just scattered, because suddenly this thing that had seemed like an idealistic community built around nonviolence and libertarian free commerce suddenly seemed instead like this bloody criminal conspiracy. And a guy who probably otherwise would have been a kind of political cause celeb who would have had all of these supporters calling for his freedom, instead was treated as an immediate pariah. He was seen as a criminal.
So there's a lot of circumstantial evidence, if you want to call it that. There's a lot of technical bits and pieces involved. It got really crazy in the middle of that. It's sort of one thing is taking down this online drug market, another thing is pinning a number of murders for hires on top of it. It just seems really, really far-fetched.
The 29-year-old seemingly clean-cut entrepreneur was living a secret life as a digital drug lord.
They're claiming that he's living in a manner of a
Oh my
head of a
gosh,
cartel.
he looks like Ever right there.
From Twilight.
Cartel. You don't have to see too
Oh,
many
he
movies
really
to recognize
did.
what the differences are here.
Then when the indictment finally came out, there were suddenly no charges around these murder for hire accusations, only the drug trafficking and money laundering and computer hacking.
They had 6 charges. They used them against him to deprive him of bail. And yet 2.5 months later, the prosecutor didn't indict him.
I didn't know...
What they did instead was they called it an uncharged crime.
I don't think I'm going to watch all this. I'm going to end the stream soon. I'm getting tired. But I didn't know you could hear what I'm playing on Discord. So I guess I could do watch parties. And we could watch stuff and talk about what I'm watching and stuff. Huh.
Well, if something's a crime, don't you charge someone for it? And if it's not a crime, why is it there? Because it's prejudicial to a jury to have that sitting there, unproven, just smearing him.
The portrayal they want is of someone who they can present to a jury as not having redeeming value. It's a way of poisoning the atmosphere so that the jury doesn't focus on the allegations, but focuses on this atmospheric that the government has created, that in some sense is a diversion appealing to the emotional aspect of it, so that if the proof is weak, the benefit of the doubt doesn't go to the defendant where it belongs, under the presumption of innocence, but it goes to the government because, hey, there are these awful things lurking out there which aren't part of what we're supposed to find. The government doesn't have to prove them beyond a reasonable doubt, but they've injected them in the case in a way that is toxic to a impartial evaluation of what the evidence is on the charged crimes. So people come in with a preconceived notion, and that's halfway there to guilt.
Previously, the murder for hire was in there as a charge, and then it was dropped. But it's not gone away. It's included as what they call an overt act in the conspiracy and to sell drugs. And so they actually made it one of the things to support the larger drug conspiracy, to either get a trial or get him to plead.
It seemed like this bait and switch that the government had accused him in this almost informal way of murder.
But everybody who's talking is biased. Like, everybody who's talking is biased and wants him to get out. Like, and they're not touching.
The thing
on...
is that
Go ahead.
I think that he didn't do anything against the law. I mean, he did, but nothing to extreme case to say, oh, he You know, like he hasn't really done anything about. Well, yeah, I guess he did because he created the website.
Yeah, that's where I was like on the fence earlier. I'm like, if it's just he made a website where people are buying and selling drugs, but he's not buying and selling the drugs. But I think there was a lot of other stuff happening on Silk Road that nobody's talking about. None of these, so maybe it didn't happen. Maybe it never happened, but I think there was a lot of trafficking and stuff that was happening on this website, and he didn't, because of his libertarian philosophy, he didn't do anything. He didn't show any remorse, and
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know if he deserves life for that. I think the minimum 10 to 15. I think that's adequate. But if there were hitmen being hired and stuff, which he never got, he was never guilty of that. So they're saying that they were just using
Right.
that to convince the jury. So, but I think there was a lot of messed up stuff going on Silk Road that they're not talking about.
Yeah.
And maybe there's a deeper, darker reason why he got a life sentence, and they're not talking about it because that ties into a lot of other stuff, like Epstein type stuff.
Yeah, maybe he was working for the government because this was what, back in 2000 and what?
He got locked up in like 2013, and he got convicted in 2015 to life
Well, when
without.
did he started doing it?
2011, 2010, 9.
Okay, so maybe he was like one of the first websites and the government used to use him. Could be, but then why did it become so public? That's not convenient for them.
But
Buenos dias.
Should Trump pardon this guy? I don't think so. Should he maybe get it let out? He's done 10 years, maybe 10 to 15. Yeah, I could see that. If for some reason he gets let out, all right, I'd be okay with that. But should Trump take a stance and be like, I'm going to pardon this guy to make the libertarians happy? I don't think so. Look at my damn tries. Looking like a damn beast.
Freaking eating me alive. Foxy, there she comes.
These nonviolent crimes in the end, he would still be seen as a violent criminal. I think that has really been effective in coloring the portrait.
All right, I don't want to watch this whole thing. I'm done with this. I've been looking at it forever. I'll probably finish this documentary later. It's pretty interesting, but
Why are you not finishing it up?
because it's got another hour left, and I'm playing.
Well, let's go. Let's go.
You just want to do whatever.
I'm listening to it.
I've been up all night.
It's well, Josh is making my walk very entertaining, actually.
Oh my goodness! Hold on.
Wati, Benny, Wati. Buenos dias. Wati. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
What was it called? Deep Web?
Come on. At least like 20 more minutes. I'm on my way back already. Ah.
The portrait of Ross Ulbricht.
Ever since Ross's arrest,
Is
he
it
and his best
playing
friend
in the
Renee
Discord
Pinnell
still?
have remained in regular contact. Renee declined
La
to give
otra vez.
substantive interviews
No,
to the
it's
press
not.
for fear they would be used
Fernando.
against Ross in court, but agreed to answer questions via email.
Okay, I can hear it now.
Okay, I'm gonna put it back on 1.25. A little too slow.
You're falling asleep as you listen to the music.
Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, he's wearing a tutu and dancing around. Lock this guy up.
Dang! Hell, he did just gave us a reason to keep him there for the 40 years.
Yeah. Oh, put him in
Because of the
jail.
severity of the charges, Ross was not able to grant an interview from prison, which left only a scattering of his personal photographs and movies.
Gosh.
But from the exhaustive discussions with friends and family, and the public knowledge of Ross's trajectory, from physics and engineering major to running a small homespun bookselling company, it was difficult to understand how he could possibly have been the sole mastermind of the Silk Road, a vast and complex internet service with over 1 million users worldwide. Ross was certainly bright and studious with a deep interest in libertarian economic theory, which clearly echoed the mandate and philosophy of many of the posts of the Dread Pirate Roberts. But he had no experience whatsoever in computer coding or scaling large internet companies.
I don't
So
know.
how did
He's
Ross
kind of
connect to what
cute,
little is
Josh.
truly known about the Dread Pirate?
What does that mean?
He's
Roberts.
kind of cute. What you want me to do?
That's okay. We were talking about Melody and Matt go boom earlier when you were asleep, and Bibi was like, "Quiet, Josh. She's gonna wake up."
DPR was motivated by a pacifistic philosophy and an agenda of creating victimless exchange and reduced harm in the drug trade. This ethos would be embraced by the chief architects and vendors of the Silk Road and reverberate through the entire community.
There were quite a few people that I didn't sell to, just because I could tell that they were obviously, not mature enough to handle using these drugs and didn't know enough. It was like, go read first.
Not mature enough to handle these drugs.
Figure it out. Then come back to me and I'll sell you some.
Like there's a maturity level to drug usage.
Potentially heroin in particular. And I was very careful about who I sold it to because
I guess.
It was not stepped on. It was the best time on my Silk Road.
The Silk Road appeared to be a successful experiment in creating a pacifistic community, overseen by a figurehead with a deep-rooted ideology. But these core ideals of the Dread Pirate Roberts were completely at odds with the murder-for-hire allegations. Did DPR become corrupted and turn his back on the mandate of nonviolence and harm reduction? Were there other people using the DPR account who were responsible for these actions? Or was there some other truth behind these alleged murder hits that produced no victims?
We don't know the first piece of evidence that led the feds down this chain of investigation to the San Francisco library where Ross Ulbricht was arrested. All we know is that at some point they located the Silk Road servers in a data center in Iceland and imaged them. They copied all the data off of them and seized them. But we don't know how they found those servers. The whole idea of the Silk Road was that it ran as a Tor hidden service, which means that Tor protected its physical location and made it very difficult to locate the computers that ran it. So the mystery of how the FBI or the DEA or possibly the NSA located those servers is still unsolved.
Yeah, because and this goes back to they didn't like enforcement, they didn't like law enforcement, so they wanted internet to surpass enforcement. And that's the same thing I was saying earlier about even if you live in a crypto anarchy world, there's going to be people who are smarter than you, and they're going to enforce it better than you. You think the FBI don't have kids that are fresh out of college that are smarter than you? They got that. They got the CIA and the FBI. They got people who are smarter than you. You're not going to beat them.
And in fact, hasn't been mentioned in any of the legal documents surrounding Ross Ulbricht's trial. I think his defense has seized on this as something that the government doesn't want to talk about.
This guy putting on
and
a helmet
if that's
to
the
ride
case,
a bike.
then it does raise
This guy needs to go to jail just for putting on a helmet to ride a bike.
these Fourth Amendment issues of can the government use essentially hacking techniques to dig up evidence on a criminal suspect? And if so, what kinds of warrant do they need? If, in fact, there was some kind of violation of the Fourth Amendment in that initial part of the investigation that really was the first clue that led them down this entire chain to the arrest of Ross Ulbricht. It could be a giant problem for the prosecution that then taints every other piece of evidence that they found subsequently.
The government has prosecuted other people for doing essentially what the government did here, which is
Feliz día.
trying
Guachi,
to
ya sabía
get
yo que te
underneath
iba a
the
encontrar.
public face of a website.
Vení.
And they have alleged
¿Qué
that getting that
Maya?
information that's not
Eso no
supposed to be
está
publicly
bien.
accessible by sophisticated computer inquiries or activities, that is a violation of federal law. So here, and that's why they always say, we didn't do anything wrong, we didn't do anything in violation, but they really know what's at stake here because they've actually prosecuted people for the same thing. And the government's affidavit, the affidavit from Agent Tarbell about how they got to the Silk Road servers has been met with incredulousness by the internet community.
The Tarbell Declaration, to put it politely, seems vaguely disconnected from the truth. If you, depending on which security expert you ask, you will get it's vaguely disconnected to the truth to something filled with it is a massive pile of bovine excrement. What Tarbell's story was is he was typing away his computer.
A massive pile of bovine excrement.
Visiting the Silk Road website.
What is this thing? What are you? Bro, you're gonna...
And the CAPTCHA was transmitted in the clear, and he was somehow saw the IP packets go directly to the server. And so he then connects to that server and gets the CAPTCHA. Game over, they found the backend server. Unfortunately, this was playing fast and loose with the truth, because the logs provided to the defense show that what Tarbell found was not the CAPTCHA image, but instead a PHP MyAdmin page. The server was running some stuff over the clear, but not the CAPTCHA. So Tarbell's story doesn't mesh with the FBI's own evidence.
Bro, AI can hack CAPTCHA.
They hacked the servers, and with that access could essentially do whatever they wanted, given just the institutional pressure to take this thing down. It's naive to think that they didn't.
Wait, Josh, so when did he got? He got 40 years? And that's yes.
He got a life sentence without the possibility of parole. 40 years.
How old was him when he got arrested?
26. He's 39 now. And he's been in jail since 2013. He got convicted in 2015, but he was in jail going through trial for like 2 years. So he's been in jail for like 11 years. And he's 39.
Oh, he has 30 more years. So how old would he be when he gets let out? 70?
Yeah, I'm not good at math. Something like that.
Dang, Josh, you must be tired.
I'm not a math guy. 2013 in 2013 he
will be let out in the 2053.
2014. No.
10 plus 4 is 40. And this was in 13, so 40 years from 13, it will be 53. Or 50.
40 years from 2013 is... Yeah, I am tired. And I've been drinking all night. But 2053 2053.
Yeah. Oh.
But that doesn't make sense. 2013, maybe he's not 3 years older than me.
If it's 2013 plus 40, that's 2053. 10 plus 40, buenos días.
Yeah, but I
It's
think
50.
I think he was after college when he was so maybe he's, because I watched something earlier and I thought he was 3 years older than me. Did the NSA help with the Silk Road investigation 2013? Yeah, I'd have to see his birthday.
table that this is how they discovered him. I mean, he was dealing with Tor. He was dealing with all these technologies, which we know are the subject of NSA investigations, as revealed by Edward Snowden. It's at least reasonable to assume that there's been this kind of parallel construction or interference, or like not playing by the rules that the state deals out for you to play with. But then again, we all know that it deals the cards. It runs the game anyway.
Yeah, he was born in 84, so he's 3 years older than me. So 2013, I would have graduated. Oh, no, I'm thinking 2016. I would have graduated in 2006. Okay. So he would have graduated in 2009. He would have been 18 in 2009. 2013, he's like 22. So 22 plus 40, he'll be like 62 when he gets out.
I mean, that's not too bad.
That's not too bad. 40 years in prison.
I
That's a
mean, it
long-ass
is
time.
bad, but it's better than getting out at 80.
Yeah, I'm almost okay with that. Yeah, I think, yeah. That's the letter. He wrote a letter to the judge, and he said, I had my youth, and I understand that you have to take my middle age, but give me my old age. So, yeah, I think I'm okay with him having 40 years. I think there's no reason for Trump to. I think the bottom line conclusion that I've come with, the whole reason I looked into all this was like the libertarians were saying Trump needs to pardon this guy. Nope. He can sit in prison from 22 to 62. I think I'm okay with that. Because I think there's a lot of stuff that happened on Silk Road that they're not talking about, and he didn't help at all with that. So, you want to be a lame-bertarian? You want to be a law-bertarian? You want to be a LOL-bertarian? Go ahead and find out what authoritarianism looks like. Go ahead and find out what law and order looks like. I think he deserves it. I'm all right with that.
It's naive to think that this wasn't an available option.
The issue is whether the agent could have done what he said he did. The theory that's been brought forward in the testimony by the individual agents that did it, they were able to manipulate part of the server to cough up an address that shouldn't have been given up. And that address came back to Iceland, and that server there was hosting the Silk Road hidden service. I think we're not going to know till we go to trial.
If I was in charge, we would just banish him and not give him any internet access. Go live in the woods. See how long you make it. Go live in the wilderness. Have fun with the lions and the tigers and the bears, oh my, and see how long you make it. You can be a crypto anarchist all you want, but why don't you deal with the elements? Based.
You may never know for sure. There's always this balance of trying to be forward-leaning in your investigative techniques and making sure that you don't trample on lives at the same time. You want to stay well within the bounds of your legal authority, because if you step over the line, the evidence is going to be lost, it's not going to be admissible in court, and you may wind up jeopardizing the outcome of an entire investigation. And so I think what agencies will try and do is they'll want to step right up to the line, maybe get a little bit of chalk on their toes, but don't step over it.
Ross's lawyer made a motion to dismiss the case based on the disputed seizure of the Silk Road servers, arguing that admitting this material not only violates his client's Fourth Amendment rights, but would set a dangerous precedent for the rights to privacy of all citizens. The judge, Catherine Forrest, sided with the prosecution, stating that the Tarbell Declaration was acceptable, and the motion was denied.
It's not the town square.
Search and seizure law in the digital age is really doesn't have the limitations on it that it does in the physical space. And we see it not only in the search and seizure laws, like what is the standard upon which they can come and grab your computer? What kind of searches can they do on your computer once they have it? Do they just get everything? We see this at the border, or we see this at search incident to arrest. People now carry around smartphones that have their whole lives in them. And if they get stopped, law enforcement is certainly right now in a lot of places taking the position that absolutely anything that's connected that's on that device, including logging into your accounts that you can log into from that device, is fair game.
If the prosecution
gets away with this warrantless seizure of Americans' data, as well as all these other foreigners, it could have a...
Who holds your data servers? It's not. This is not a Fourth Amendment right. This is not a Fourth Amendment issue. And this is why this documentary was made 1 year ago. It's not really that old. This was only made a year ago. But yeah, this is not a Fourth Amendment right. This is not a First Amendment right. This is you're using a company's data banks and servers to store your information. How about stop doing that? Why don't we go back to pen and paper record keeping? And if you had those things in your home, yes, they can't come into your home. That's your Fourth Amendment right, illegal searches and seizures. But you don't get to do that when you're using a corporate entity's data banks to store your information and sell your drugs. He's basically a glorified drug dealer.
a lasting precedent for how the Fourth Amendment works in the digital age. And I think that, in fact, may be the most lasting effect of the Silk Road.
Generally, what happens in the criminal law field is that there's some case of major proportion that is used as a means of changing rules or expanding exceptions to constitutional protections. And once it's there, once the precedent is set, it then trickles down very quickly and very easily into all sorts of ordinary cases where, the ends justify the means. Then all of a sudden, it's now spread.
The average citizen may say, well, why is this important to me? Why do I care? I'm not buying drugs on the network. Nobody I know is buying drugs on the network. But it's not just about that. We're a democracy. And informed citizens understand they have a right to privacy and that the Fourth Amendment protects against unreasonable searches and seizures. Information has to be encrypted. And that goes from a large corporation down to an individual. And so for those who are arguing that information should not be encrypted, certainly that makes it easier for law enforcement to combat, but it also makes it easier for the cyber criminals to attack.
It makes total sense that criminals are among the early wave, along with the sort of paranoid people, of these new tools and services, but that doesn't mean that they're the only people using these services. There are a hell of a lot of journalists that I know and regularly communicate with now over Tor. But, for the people who oppose this technology, who see it as a threat, the fact that criminals use it is a great way to demonize it.
A smart journalist has a camera and a notepad in their pocket. Yeah, you can't search and seize. Once I bought this property, this Canon camera, and I'm recording on it, that's mine now. Once I take this notebook and I start writing in it, yeah, that's mine now. But you're using servers and your stuff, using encrypted data from a corporate entity that owns those servers. You don't get that same freedom. I see that. I don't know. People can argue with me about it, but
I definitely do believe that there are people in the US that don't think that the government is doing anything wrong. It's not necessarily something that you're concerned with or that you care too much about or that you're really passionate about until you're standing right in the middle of it.
And it's something far more dangerous than any website could ever be, is what our government has become and how they operate.
This goes back to that question of the government kind of trying to treat the internet differently without...
Bro, you don't like the government? You can go live in the woods. A more important issue is when they're buying up all the land and you can't have any private properties rights and stuff like that. But so now I have to buy my apartment from a corporate entity. Yes. In the same vein, I would lose my rights because I don't really own my land. And that's a problem. But it's not. Now we're talking about digital land. And how about just don't buy and sell drugs on the internet, and then you don't have to worry about this stuff.
That too, yeah.
The same kind of judicial processes.
Well, the Supreme Court has proven that they do not agree. Recently with Riley versus California with an illegal search of a cell phone.
Precedent can be set that will limit their ability to infringe on our rights.
Someone asked how her political views have shifted.
A lawyer would tell you if you get in an interrogation room and they ask for permission to search your cell phone, you say no. And you lock your cell phone. You have a lock on your cell phone. You don't give them the code, and then you have a lawyer come in. It's that simple. all these interrogation videos I watch, these people just give themselves up. Like, granted, I'm grateful for it because criminals are usually dumb, and it leads to them catching murderers and stuff. But you don't have to give them the code to your phone. You don't have to give them your phone. You don't have to give them the keys to your car to search your car. You say, I want to wait and see a lawyer. You're going to sit in jail. They're going to make you suffer because you called for your attorney. But deal with that. I don't want to tell murderers how to get off, but I'd rather the murderers be stupid and just voluntarily give away the stuff that lets the detectives catch them. I'm okay with that. But like, I see a lot of these videos and these interrogation videos and stuff, and they're like, all you should have just shut up and asked for an attorney right away.
Yeah, I don't understand why they talk. It's really weird.
Because it's ego. It's a lot of them, and this is like the same thing with these like predator poacher videos and stuff where they like set up sting operations on people, and then they go meet these guys and they're like, oh, you're trying to meet a 13-year-old and blah blah blah, and it was a sting operation where it was a fake 13-year-old. If that person just shut up, but these people are so egotistical, they like to talk about themselves, and people aren't listening to them, so they'll just convict themselves. And now it's all on video. You just said everything. And
Dumbass.
dumbasses. But I'm glad they're dumb because it helps them get caught. So whatever.
Because suddenly she's standing right in the middle of Tor, Bitcoin, the war on drugs, online anonymity, encryption, and she's had to learn a lot of different things, and also just not only just the whole legal system, but everything around the technology and the case.
After over a year in prison, Ross delayed the trial 2 months, stating that important discovery evidence he needed to examine had only just been delivered to him by the prosecution.
The FBI shut down what it calls the most sophisticated and extensive criminal marketplace on the internet, but it may be finding new life.
The arrest of Ross Ulbricht and closure of the Silk Road did nothing to hamper drug sales on the darknet. Many new markets immediately appeared, including a relaunch of the Silk Road itself, also run by someone calling themselves the Dread Pirate Roberts. And like its predecessor, the second Silk Road also claimed a mandate of reducing violence and harm in drug transactions.
The Dread Pirate tweets, Silk Road, while under my watch, will never harm a soul. If we did, then we are no better than the thugs on the street.
The new Dread Pirate Roberts told me that he knows he can't be around forever, and when he's gone, someone else, he's confident someone else will step up and fill the void. You could take down the man, but you can't take down the idea.
By this time, statistics appeared claiming the first Silk Road had succeeded in its mission of reducing violence in the drug trade.
While I was with the Baltimore Police Department in the early 2000s, I had 2 city officers in uniform killed by drug dealers on the street. And there was a family of 7, a Dawson family on Preston Street. They were killed by one drug dealer in one night, mother, father, and 5 kids.
Josh.
And so as the years in the early 2000s start moving along, I'm continuing to
How
think
long-
about this
how
from a place of
long-
violence.
how much
I'm beginning
longer
to
for this
realize
video
that
to end?
Our policies of drug prohibition were actually counterproductive to public safety. The one thing that I signed on for, to improve, to better public safety in our neighborhoods, was making it worse. And I found a large number of police officers and judges and criminal prosecutors and DEA agents and FBI who think the same way. If Baltimore moved from street corners to online services, oh my God, you know how many fewer shootings we would have every year, which equate to fewer homicides? Number one, it removes the buyer from the back alleys and from the street corners and from those dangerous places of dealing with the seller. Buying it over the internet where it's delivered to you removes you from that scenario.
One of the interesting things that having an online market does is that it makes sellers much more accountable to buyers. And one of the really interesting innovations is the whole review system, where buyers can review the sellers and the items that they bought from these on these marketplaces. And what that does is it makes sellers more accountable, and it gives buyers a way to assess both the quality, the purity, and the potency of the drugs they're getting. It makes these transactions much more safe for the buyers.
But
Oh.
we're shutting them down, attempting to shut them down, because we will never shut them down. We've been at this
Base
drug
black
war
guy,
now for
not
over
base
4
white
decades.
guy.
And what has happened since then? At the beginning, it was just the cartels and organized crime making a ton of money. Today, they make globally $322 billion off of this industry. Corporate America is also now in the game. Private prisons, okay, Corrections Corporation of America. About a year ago, they gave out $675 million in dividends to the shareholders. Drug testing companies, it's now become a multi-billion-dollar industry. And who gets tested? Those who are in prison or under the control of our criminal justice programs on parole and probation. So corporate America is making a lot of money. What about law enforcement? Law enforcement's making a ton of money. The government's 1033 program, where we get armored vehicles and machine guns and whatever we want of the surplus military equipment, that's because of the drug war.
Over the years, we've seen these huge bureaucracies build up around the drug war, around prosecuting
Maybe
the drug
not
war. You've got the
base
Drug
black
Enforcement
guy.
Agency,
This is what
you've got
he's
the
saying.
Office of National Drug Control Policy. So a lot of the opposition is just rooted in self-interest among places like the FBI and the DEA, where if you're telling somebody who's been in the FBI for 30 years that drugs are no longer a priority, that's an existential threat to them. That kind of takes away their whole reason for existence.
You really have to think about the danger of some of these drugs, the severe danger of addiction, the havoc that it reaps on families and children and careers. And so to say that we need to step back and liberalize, well, that's one approach you can take. But then you've got to look at a cause and effect. If we do this, what are the second and third order effects?
The FBI, our federal government, they're going to go in and
Floor's not even here anymore. I'm tired. I want to go to bed.
they're shutting these places down. Do you know what? New ones just open up. Because there's so much money to be made, they'll continue to open up. And it's just a dog chasing its tail.
All right. There's 20 minutes left in the documentary. I think we got the point. Floor's not here. When she jumps back in, we're going to say the documentary was over. It's over. Documentary's over. There's only one person watching. Later, guys, work time. Yeah. We've been going all night. It's time to end. I think I'm going to finish this cigarette, see if she jumps back in. Fun stream, guys. We'll be back tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, Discord, snore stream, chilling, hanging out. It was a fun stream tonight. Next week, yeah, I think I'm solid on this. I think next week we're going to do Monday and Tuesday. My days off, we'll do the late night streams. During the late night streams, I'll be putting together the Monday night show, which is the Dreaded Conservative show. Episode 109 will be on Wednesday. The first time that we've changed the night of the stream in over a year, almost 2 years. Coming up on 2 years. Coming up on 2 years of the weekly show. We're going to do it on Wednesday because that's what I'm used to. I get my weekend, I have my weekend streams, and then it was Friday, Saturday, and then Monday we do the Dreaded Conservative show. Now it's going to be Monday, Tuesday, we do the streams, and then Wednesday will be the Dreaded Conservative show next week, episode 109. Which, how many weeks is in a year? 54 weeks in a year? So we're coming up on 2 years. Coming up on 2 years of the stream of the weekly Monday night show. It's going to be a Wednesday night show now. We'll still do a Monday night stream. But the dreaded conservative show is going to be on Wednesday night now. Because I like it. It sets the week off right. Monday night setting the week off right. My Monday is now Wednesday, so it'll be Wednesday night setting the week off right with the dreaded conservative show. So episode 109, we'll be talking about Mussolini on Wednesday and the birth of fascism. We probably won't spend a whole lot of time on Mussolini because he's not as crazy and as big of a dictator as Lenin or Stalin or Mao, but or Pol Pot, but he's a smaller dictator and it's a right wing dictator. So I want to have some right wing and some left wing dictators. But we're gonna look at fascism and the definition of fascism and the meaning of fascism and what that actually means and why a lot of people hear that word and it's automatically bad to them. Or, you know, I think we've kind of been on a long thread for a long time about why people hear authoritarian and automatically they think that's bad because of all the dictators in the past. There's no anarchist. I mean, the French Revolution is the biggest example of an anarchist revolution. Like, we don't hear about a lot of anarchist dictator, well, because that's an oxymoron, but um, we don't hear about